Chapter 185, Uncle Snake and the Colorful Scales. A seductive, faint voice lingered in Mo's mind, causing him to momentarily pause, his hand within his sleeve trembling ever so slightly. Taking a gentle breath, Mo regained his composure, lowering his head slightly, and chuckled softly. "What aura do you speak of?" As the words fell, an exquisite, multicolored serpent slowly slithered out from the sleeve of his azure robe. With the emergence of the vibrant serpent, a brilliant light surged forth from its body, and although Mo's expression remained unchanged, he instinctively squinted his eyes. The radiance flickered and vanished in an instant. In that fleeting moment, Mo raised an eyebrow, for he could distinctly sense that the sky-devouring python before him had suddenly grown larger, and it seemed to possess a newfound softness. Enfolding it in his right arm, the void sensation dissipated, replaced by a remarkable pliability. As his palm brushed against the softness akin to a woman's delicate form, Mo's eyes narrowed slightly, and his expression grew considerably more solemn. Gently tilting his neck, he lowered his gaze to find a pair of bright, menacing eyes coldly fixated upon him. Beholding that exquisitely enchanting face, even with Mo's considerable strength, a sense of vigilant apprehension surged within him. "Are you Queen Medusa?" His eyes locked onto the alluring visage mere inches away, each feature a divine masterpiece, and despite the fierce glint in her eyes, an undeniable allure emanated from her. This woman was the embodiment of desire in the hearts of many men. The soft form beside him provided Mo with unparalleled pleasure, yet his countenance remained remarkably serene. After a few moments of astonished admiration, he finally smiled faintly and greeted, "Hello there." Seeing Mo not only unafraid, but also extending a friendly greeting, Queen Medusa's icy gaze remained fixed upon him, a flicker of curiosity igniting amidst her cold demeanor. "Who exactly are you? Why do you carry the aura of my kin? Moreover, this aura evokes an ancient sensation within me," she inquired, her voice a blend of languid sweetness that held an irresistible allure for men. Had it not been for the breath that awakened her soul and surprised her, the illustrious Queen Medusa would never have allowed two human youths to barter with her so casually. That aura not only resonated with the essence of her serpentine kin, but also bore an ancient quality that closely mirrored the vibrant bloodline of her own sky-devouring python. When did the serpent clan evolve the second Medusa possessing ancient bloodlines? Gazing intently at Mo, a solemn expression gradually emerged on the face of the Medusa queen. "If you do not elucidate this matter, even if you are a prodigious genius among the human race, you shall still meet your demise at my hands." Upon finishing her words, the Medusa queen waved her delicate hand forcefully, and with emotion, an overwhelming aura surged forth. No wonder Xiao Yanzi was willing to exchange the Medusa queen with me. It turns out this esteemed queen not only takes action swiftly, but also possesses such formidable strength. A flicker of astonishment crossed Mo's mind, yet his countenance remained unchanged. The void-breaking thunder silently activated within Mo's body, and a subtle force of spatial energy emanated throughout the room. In the next moment, the young lad's figure bizarrely reappeared on the other side. Spatial power? Witnessing Mo's skill, akin to traversing through dimensions, an unparalleled shock appeared on the Medusa queen's exquisite face. It was worth noting that although she had successfully evolved into a rainbow-devouring python, her power had yet to be fully consolidated, meaning she had not yet reached the Dou Zone realm, let alone mastered spatial abilities. However, at this moment, she sensed spatial power emanating from a mere human youth who only possessed the strength of a great dome master. "You are quite peculiar, boy." The Medusa queen coldly regarded the youth, her serpent-like eyes glinting with an icy chill. Just as she prepared to strike again to subdue Mo, a familiar and formidable soul fluctuation suddenly surged from the ring on the boy's finger. Under this wave of spiritual energy, the terrifying pressure that had coalesced around the Medusa queen shattered with a resounding force. "Hee, you two should cease your antics. Truly, the current Medusa queen is remarkable, evolving into the rainbow-devouring python, a feat that the Serpent Clan has not achieved for centuries. Heaven bless our Serpent Clan." A cold, hoarse laughter gradually echoed, and the ethereal figure of Uncle Serpent rose from the Frost Demon beast ring, ultimately hovering beside Mo, a pale yet refined smile gracing his face as he regarded the Medusa queen. Feeling the presence of someone with the same bloodline as her, a hint of surprise flickered across the Medusa queen's enchanting visage. "So the aura emanating from this youth originates from you. And you're also a Medusa, one who has evolved into an ancient bloodline." Staring in astonishment at Uncle Serpent, Disbelief flashed in the Medusa Queen's beautiful eyes. Before her stood this ethereal middle-aged man, exuding a powerful sense of pressure along with an undeniable familiarity. Both shared the same Medusa bloodline, and each had evolved into an ancient bloodline of Medusa. However, to the Medusa Queen's knowledge, there should not be any such individuals within the Serpent Clan, let alone a male Medusa. The notion of a male Medusa crossed her mind, causing Queen Medusa to furrow her delicate brows slightly, as if recollecting something significant. Observing the expression on Queen Medusa's face, Uncle Snake offered a faint smile, a glimmer of warmth flashing in his cold, serpentine eyes. Your expression suggests that you might have deduced my identity. Indeed, I am an evolved Medusa of ancient bloodline. Unlike your vibrant sky-devouring python lineage, I belong to the seven-winged purple-gold serpent bloodline. In terms of mere bloodline, I may not match your prowess, but the serpent kin has produced a remarkable talent. The seven-winged purple-gold serpent? Upon hearing this, Queen Medusa's fair countenance shifted. There exist numerous paths for Medusa evolution aside from her own sky-devouring python. The seven-winged purple-gold serpent represents another viable option, albeit slightly inferior to the former. Despite the bloodline rank of the illusory middle-aged figure being marginally lower than her own, the sheer aura emanating from him indicated a mastery of bloodline powers far beyond her recent ascension. Faced with such a profoundly powerful kin, Queen Medusa felt a tumult of emotions stirring within her. Had the serpent kin possessed such formidable guardians, perhaps her burdens would have lightened, and the serpent tribe would not have descended into such despair. Yet, contemplating the identity she had surmised, Queen Medusa let out a soft sigh. It seemed that the century-old ancestral customs of the Serpent Clan might require a reevaluation. What connection does this current Queen Medusa, Dou Qi, have with you? Uncle Snake inquired, his gaze filled with warmth as he looked at Queen Medusa, his voice laced with an undercurrent of urgency. Upon hearing his words, Queen Medusa's slender hand trembled slightly, as a particular suspicion in her heart began to find its validation. Exhaling a gentle breath, she gazed at the ethereal middle-aged figure before her, the chill in her eyes gradually dissipating as she spoke softly. Dou Qi is my great-grandmother. Chapter 186. Gifts and the Method of Spiritual Fusion. Upon hearing the name Dou Qi, Mou's heart stirred, and he immediately conjectured that this individual might indeed be the sister of Uncle Shi, the Medusa Queen of the Serpent Clan from that era. What surprised Mou even more was the revelation that Uncle Shi truly shared a familial bond with the Medusa Queen, albeit this connection had been severed for several generations. It was undeniably real. You are the grandson of Dou Qi? Time has flown by so swiftly. The throne of the queen has now passed to you. How is your great-grandmother faring? Upon learning of the Medusa Queen's identity, a flicker of warmth emanated from Uncle Shi's cold eyes, and he turned to the latter, asking with a hint of nostalgia. Great-grandmother has already departed, the Medusa Queen replied, a glimmer of sorrow flashing in her beautiful eyes, her tone tinged with melancholy. Oh! At these words, Uncle Shi's scholarly and frosty demeanor abruptly faltered. As a formidable Dozun warrior, he had long since come to terms with life and death. However, the news of a loved one's passing still rendered him momentarily unsettled. Mou understood this sentiment well. In the Dou Qi Continent, the lifespans of powerful beings varied significantly. For a Dozun like Uncle Shi, hundreds of years were commonplace, while a Dou Huang's lifespan merely exceeded that of an ordinary person by a few decades. The strong are invariably solitary, not merely in a psychological sense, but also due to the continuous loss of loved ones in the physical realm. Additionally, despite the immense glory of the Serpent Clan's queen, she bore an inordinate amount of responsibility, making her premature demise a rather common occurrence. Alas, Dou Qi devoted her life to her kin. In a sense, she lives on through them. I have heard of the current state of the Serpent Clan, and you have done remarkably well to maintain its last vestiges of power. Uncle Shi continued, Dou Qi was my sister, and you are her grandson. If you do not mind, you may call me Grandpa Wuan. After a moment of silence, Uncle Shi's gaze regained its tranquility. Although the loss of family was indeed sorrowful, as a supreme powerhouse, he had learned to accept it. Presently, the emergence of a wise and formidable Medusa Queen was enough to bring him comfort. Yes, Grandpa Wuan. The Medusa Queen hesitated for a moment before finally addressing him with that appellation. Despite her lofty pride, had it been anyone else requesting her to call them Grandpa, it might have led to conflict. However, this ethereal middle-aged man was different. His seniority was evident, and the mature bloodline of the seven-winged purple-gold serpent surpassed even her own. Thus, even with her immense pride, the Medusa Queen felt no shame in addressing him as Grandpa, but rather experienced a subtle sense of endearment. Haha, good child. Upon hearing the Medusa Queen's address, a hint of warmth appeared on Uncle Shi's typically icy visage. Since you have called me Grandpa, I shall bestow upon you a gift. Uncle Snake smiled faintly before shifting his gaze to Mou. Upon noticing the old man's attention directed at him, Mou felt an unsettling premonition. He wondered if this elder's gift would cause him financial strain. However, aside from a few bottles of accompanying purple crystal source and some fire beads, he felt he had little of a lure to offer the Queen Medusa. Observing Mou's wary demeanor, Uncle Snake's lips curled slightly as he rasped, "Stop pretending, you little rascal. I am well aware of your treasures. That bottle of accompanying purple crystal source should be given to little Medusa as a favor owed to you. Also, hand over a few of those fire beads." As he spoke, Uncle Snake's gaze drifted toward Queen Medusa, his expression contemplative. "I am not entirely certain about the evolution process of the seven-color devouring python, but it appears that your soul has yet to fully master your body." Having her greatest flaw exposed, Queen Medusa paused momentarily before slowly nodding in acknowledgement. Despite Uncle Snake having been away from the Serpent Clan for a century, she still regarded him with respect. The disconnect between soul and body indeed posed a considerable challenge. "However, since you have called me grandfather, I shall assist you in resolving this dilemma," Uncle Snake remarked with a gentle laugh. Upon hearing this, Queen Medusa's beautiful eyes lit up, and a hint of joy graced her delicate features. "Thank you, Grandfather Wuan," she expressed graciously, surprising those who knew her as a proud and aloof figure with her unexpected courtesy. "There's no need to thank me. You should express your gratitude to Mou. He is the one who will help you achieve this fusion, not I," Uncle Snake said, shaking his head lightly while gesturing towards Mou. Mou, in response, could only smile wryly and shake his head, knowing Uncle Snake would not let him off easily and that he would indeed have to pay a hefty price. "Him?" Queen Medusa exclaimed in surprise at Uncle Snake's words, her face revealing a trace of confusion. To fuse soul and body, one would need at least a 6th-grade elixir, such as the Soul Fusion Pill from the upcoming Alchemist Conference. Initially, she had threatened Xiao Yan, insisting on winning the championship of this competition. But it was merely a trial. She had not genuinely intended to rely on a youth barely 20 years old. Yet now, having just rid herself of one bothersome young man, was she to depend on another? Do not underestimate Mou. Even the path to my resurrection relies on this young man. Moreover, after our brief encounter, you must have recognized his exceptional abilities. To wield spatial power at the Great Fighter stage is nearly unprecedented on this continent. Do you still doubt my words? Uncle Snake remarked, observing the skepticism etched on Queen Medusa's face, shaking his head with profound intent. Indeed, upon hearing the words of Serpent Uncle, the expression of Queen Medusa underwent a swift transformation. Although she was unaware of the precise abilities of Serpent Uncle, she recognized him as a formidable elder of her lineage, possibly a Dozong or even a Dozuan-level warrior. Assisting such a powerful being in resurrection was a task infinitely more complex than seeking out a rare artifact capable of merging soul and flesh. Yet, according to Serpent Uncle's demeanor, he harbored great confidence in this endeavor. Reflecting on this, Queen Medusa cast a deep gaze at Mou, and in that moment, she realized that this young human possessed remarkable qualities. The spatial power he had just exhibited was something she herself had yet to master. "I will trouble you with this," she declared, her voice fragrant with sincerity as she bowed slightly to Mou. Compared to the unfamiliar and even distasteful Xiao Yan, the assurance provided by Serpent Uncle made Mou appear far more trustworthy, prompting Queen Medusa to place her faith in him. "Indeed," Mou replied with a faint smile, nodding with a mix of amusement and resignation. Even without the Queen's gratitude, Serpent Uncle's endorsement compelled him to assist. Moreover, as a descendant of the seven-colored sky-swallowing python, the potential of Queen Medusa was boundless, and securing her favor was undeniably advantageous. With Serpent Uncle as the intermediary, Mou felt little urgency regarding the matter. He recalled a moment from the original narrative when Xiao Yan, after acquiring the formula for the Spirit Fusion Pill, carelessly forgot it, inciting the wrath of Queen Medusa to the point where she nearly sought his demise. Eventually, it took the intervention of the alchemist to placate her through a blend of persuasion and veiled threats. Shaking his head, Mou could not help but acknowledge that Xiao Yan's actions were rather inconsiderate. After all, Queen Kai Lin had fought fiercely for him within the Yunlan sect, only for him to neglect the task she had entrusted to him. Had it not been for subsequent events, these two might not even have become friends, let alone lovers. Pondering this, Mou stroked his chin, realizing he might have inadvertently intercepted Xiao Yan's romantic prospects. He questioned the propriety of such actions. Yet when he thought of Sun Er, who was anxiously awaiting Xiao Yan, he swiftly dismissed the notion. After all, Sun Er had extended considerable goodwill towards him, and in a way, he was indirectly aiding her. As Mou contemplated these matters, Queen Medusa suddenly lowered her graceful form to the ground. Instantly, the ethereal garments enveloping her body were reshaped into an alluring curve. A brilliant light erupted forth as her form gradually diminished, ultimately transforming into a seven-colored serpent. Observing the metamorphosis into the sky-swallowing python, Mou understood that Queen Medusa's soul was gradually fading, though he felt no surprise. He stepped forward and gently cradled the seven-colored serpent in his arms. Unbeknownst to him, he had acquired yet another guardian comparable to a Dou warrior, a testament to the unpredictable nature of fate. Chapter 187, Conquering Medusa? Haibudo, restored to her vibrant serpent form. The enchanting Queen Medusa reverted to an adorably innocent demeanor. She extended her hand, gently caressing the creature's body, recalling Uncle Snake's earlier promise. Mou could only manage a wry smile as he retrieved a vial of amethyst essence from his spatial ring. Upon uncorking the vial, a warm gust of air, imbued with a faintly sweet fragrance, began to waft forth. As soon as the amethyst essence was drawn from the ring, the languid, serpentine creature nestled in Mou's embrace abruptly straightened up. Turning its head, it caught the familiar, comforting scent emanating from Mou, and cast a glance at the billowing lavender mist of the essence, its serpentine eyes glimmering with longing. Though Uncle Snake acted as an intermediary and Mou had indeed formed a partnership with Queen Medusa, the vibrant little snake remained unaware of this development, thus harboring a degree of wariness towards Mou. After a moment of hesitation, unable to suppress its cravings any longer, the serpent flicked its tail and swiftly glided before Mou, its forked tongue tasting the air as it hissed softly. With a light chuckle, Mou lowered the vial, and in a swift motion, the serpent transformed into a flash of light, appearing before the vial in an instant. It eagerly extended its head, its tongue plunging into the vial to greedily absorb the essence. With Uncle Snake's prior endorsement and Mou's generous nature, the creature was not deterred from its voracious consumption. However, as Mou observed the slowly diminishing amethyst essence within the vial, he felt a twinge of regret for the purple flame. Originally intended to facilitate the purple flame's ascension to the 5th tier, it seemed that, after such continuous consumption, there would scarcely be enough left to support its breakthrough. Shaking his head, Mou decided to put such thoughts aside. If the purple flame were to ascend, it would need to seek other opportunities. As nearly 1/10 of the essence had been consumed, the serpent finally ceased its indulgence, its head slightly dazed as it withdrew from the vial. A hint of intoxication flickered in its pale violet eyes. Watching the serpent sway its head in a daze, Mou chuckled softly, stored the amethyst essence away, and produced a fiery orb, offering it to the serpent with a gentle, "Here, eat this." Having experienced Mou's previous kindness, the serpent did not hesitate this time. It slightly extended its tongue and swiftly coiled the fiery orb into its mouth. As the orb settled in its belly, a torrent of energy erupted within the serpent, releasing an astonishing heat that radiated from its form. Mou's hand stroked its now somewhat heated body, and he remarked with a light-hearted tone, "Little one, I have fulfilled Uncle Snake's request. Do not forget." Though the serpent was unclear about Mou's words, a sense of affection began to blossom in its gaze towards the young man. With a flick of its elongated neck, a surge of violet light flooded its eyes. With a sudden opening of its mouth, a muffled explosion resounded as a torrent of purplish-red flames erupted forth, engulfing the wooden beams above in a fierce blaze, reducing them to charred remnants in an instant. Upon witnessing this scene, Mou chuckled softly and shook his head. Although he had expended considerable treasures to cultivate his bond with the sky-devouring python, he ultimately felt that he had not suffered a loss. One must understand that this was a seven-colored sky-devouring python, an ancient lineage far more noble than that of Uncle Snake. Once Queen Medusa fully mastered her body, she would become a powerhouse of Dou level. With such a formidable guardian at his side, Mou felt a significant sense of security. After soothing the sky-devouring python, Mou turned to Uncle Snake with a smile and said, "Well, I have completed all the tasks you entrusted to me. What do you think?" Observing the self-satisfied smile on Mou's face, Uncle Snake's cold eyes flickered with a hint of satisfaction, and he chuckled lightly. "What's the matter? Are you feeling a bit pained?" "Not at all. I merely did not expect you to show such care for your kin," Mou replied, shaking his head. Upon hearing this, a trace of nostalgia flashed in Uncle Snake's eyes as he murmured, "Though I was once discontent with the customs of our clan, as the years have passed, dust returns to dust, and I have come to regard the throne of the Serpent Clan with indifference. Now, in this declining clan, the emergence of a Medusa possessing seven-colored sky-devouring python bloodline is something I hold in high regard." Mou nodded in understanding. It was akin to the nostalgia one feels for their hometown. No matter how far or how long one is away, there is always a tender spot within one's heart for that place. "Hee, do not feel discontent, young man. With a seven-colored sky-devouring python by your side, even without my intervention, you will be able to resolve many troubles," Uncle Snake remarked with a smile. "Moreover, This young Medusa is still untouched. If possible, I would support your endeavors in winning her over, Uncle Snake added, his eyes glinting with a meaningful expression. A hint of embarrassment crossed Mou's face. He had not anticipated that the enigmatic Uncle Snake would utter such words. However, in matters of romance, the Serpent Clan was indeed more open-minded than humanity, lacking the cumbersome formalities that humans often adhered to. Furthermore, Mou's talents were evident, making Uncle Snake's comment less surprising. Deep within, Mou began to entertain the notion of conquering a beautiful serpent, but he quickly shook his head. Such matters cannot be forced. While the serendipitous encounters like Xiao Yan's are delightful, it must be acknowledged that such melodrama is not a privilege everyone can enjoy. Let us see how it goes. Mou replied noncommittally. Sensing Mou's rising interest, Uncle Snake gently flicked his long tongue, gazing deeply at the young man with a charming smile before slowly retreating into the beast ring. The following day, under a cerulean sky devoid of clouds, the sun shone warmly without being oppressive. A gentle breeze occasionally swept through, carrying away the city's clamor, bestowing upon one a refreshing sense of clarity. Today marks a grand occasion for the Gamma Empire, as the Alchemist Conference, held once every 8 years, is set to commence. As the first rays of sunlight break through the Earth's embrace, illuminating this historic city, figures clad in the robes of alchemists begin to emerge in 2s and 3s along the quiet streets. All the shops within the sacred city of Gamma open their doors earlier than usual, as countless individuals rise from their warm beds, standing at their thresholds, gazing upon the hurried throngs of alchemists bustling through the streets, their eyes filled with fervor and reverence. The upcoming days of the Alchemist Conference promise to be the most vibrant and bustling period of the year in the sacred city of Gamma. The alchemists, usually a rare sight, now appear in overwhelming numbers, akin to legions, an awe-inspiring spectacle that can only be witnessed during this once-in-8 years event. On this special day, although Mou has not registered to participate in the conference, he too rises early. He sits cross-legged on his bed, quietly meditating for about an hour until he reaches a state of peak clarity, before slowly opening his eyes. Stretching languidly, he hears the crackling sounds within his body, and a faint smile graces his lips as he rises from the bed and steps out of the inner chamber. Upon entering the room, he immediately spots Xiao Yan standing by the window alongside an elderly man with a head full of white hair. The old man, despite his apparent age, exudes an imposing aura, standing there like a formidable army, deep and reserved yet emanating a palpable sense of pressure. Upon seeing the elder standing next to Xiao Yan, and sensing his formidable power, a figure flashes through Mou's mind. If he is not mistaken, this man should be Haibo Dong, one of the 10 strongest individuals in the Gamma Empire and the super bodyguard employed by Xiao Yan. Chapter 188, Kidnapping Haibo Dong? Cousin, you're up. Today is the Alchemist Conference held every 8 years, and since you're in the capital, you cannot miss this excitement, Xiao Yan remarked with a light laugh, pointing to the alchemists passing by on the street. Following Xiao Yan's gesture, Mou nodded slightly and replied, Indeed, such a grand event is a rarity, and I certainly shall not miss it. Moreover, I have heard from Yafei that you, dear cousin, are also participating in this competition. As your elder cousin, I must come to cheer you on. Perhaps the champion of this Alchemist Conference will emerge from the Xiao family. Hearing Mou's unwavering confidence in him, Xiao Yan's expression momentarily froze. Then he shook his head with a wry smile. The title of champion at the Alchemist Conference is a dream and supreme honor for countless alchemists. He has only been practicing alchemy for a few years. Even with the careful guidance of Yao Lao, Xiao Yan does not dare to believe he can triumph over so many formidable opponents. He has always struggled to comprehend why his cousin possesses such faith in him. This trust is not a mere facade or flattery. It stems from a deep-seated conviction. Unconcerned with Xiao Yan's innermost thoughts, Mou turned to the elderly man beside him and smiled. You must be the Dou Huang expert that Yafei spoke of. As his words fell, the white-haired elder abruptly pivoted from the window, his aged yet resolute eyes fixating intently on the youth. An intangible aura began to emanate from him, exuding a pressure so formidable that even a Dou Ling would tremble before it. However, this overwhelming presence, which could instill fear in Dou Ling experts, felt as inconsequential as air in the presence of the young man. Oh, Mou's nonchalant demeanor sparked a glimmer of intrigue in Haibo Dong's eyes. Among all the young talents he had encountered, Xiao Yan had always been the most inscrutable, yet today, he had witnessed another layer of depth. Reflecting on Xiao Yan's earlier claims of having a powerful and extraordinarily gifted cousin, Haibo Dong had initially dismissed them. But now he found himself believing it to some extent. You are Mou, the one who vanquished the Mo family, the elder declared. I am Haibo Dong. In my time of seclusion, I have heard tales of the event that spread throughout the empire. It is astonishing that you and Xiao Yan hail from the same lineage. Truly remarkable that such a modest family has produced 2 prodigies like you. Haibo Dong gradually reigned in his formidable aura, directing a gaze of surprise toward Mou. The talents of Xiao Yin need no elaboration. After spending considerable time together, Haibo Dong marveled at the former's various abilities. At this moment, he remained unaware of the existence of the medicinal elder within Xiao Yin, which instilled in him not only a request for the creation of the reviving spirit purple pill, but also a sense of reverence. Yet now, facing Mou, the sense of inscrutability resurfaced, leading Haibo Dong to ponder whether the Xiao family from Wutan City might be an enigmatic superfamily. Junior Mou greets Elder Hai. I have heard much of your esteemed reputation, and it is an honor to finally meet you, Mou remarked, bowing slightly to the elderly man. In the realm of Dou Qi, while distinctions of good and evil may not be strictly defined, Mou held a profound respect for the elder's character. The mere fact that he stood against the encirclement of the Yunlan sect when Xiao Yin was in peril demonstrated a loyalty worthy of admiration. Hehe. As Xiao Yan's cousin, you need not stand on ceremony. Xiao Yin has been of great assistance to me, Haibo Dong replied courteously, his gaze still scrutinizing the enigmatic youth before him. At this moment, a flicker of inscrutability crossed Xiao Yan's face. It was essential to note that as a Dou Huang expert, Haibo Dong held immense pride towards outsiders. And even Xiao Yin himself had relied on the influence of the medicinal elder to maintain a semblance of authority in their interactions. However, the seemingly inaccessible old man appeared remarkably amiable in the presence of his cousin. This clearly indicated that his cousin was indeed a person of profound depth. The two continued their conversation for a while. Although he was a junior, Mou had once been a prominent figure in his previous life, possessing insights and eloquence that far surpassed his peers. After their exchange, they felt an inexplicable camaraderie, as if they had known each other for ages. Ha, brother Mou. I never expected your understanding of geography and ice abilities to be so profound. I truly wonder what kind of family could cultivate such an erudite member like you. Laughed Haibo Dong heartily within the room. In response, Mou offered a subtle smile. He had mastered the skill of adapting his discourse to his audience since his first life. Although Haibo Dong had a peculiar temperament, he also had his own interests, making the conversation flow smoothly once the right topic was found. One of Haibo Dong's greatest passions was map-making, which was also why Xiao Yin had encountered him at the map shop. Mou had traversed countless mountains and rivers in his previous life and had encountered diverse geographical wonders, allowing him to speak about various geographies with effortless fluency. As for his comprehension of ice abilities, although he did not possess ice manipulation powers, he had witnessed numerous experts in the art of ice in his past life. His explanations inspired an epiphany in Haibo Dong, who, had the room been larger, would have eagerly attempted to practice on the spot. Well, the time is drawing near. We should take our leave, Xiao Yin remarked, astonished to see the two engaging in such a brotherly exchange. He shook his head helplessly, realizing just how eccentric Haibo Dong could be, yet surprised that his cousin was conversing so joyfully with this peculiar old man. The principles Mou had just articulated were revelations even to him, ones he had never heard before, even from Master Yao. In merely a short span, Xiao Yin felt as though he had gained a deeper understanding of his enigmatic cousin. Today is indeed the day of the tournament for my cousin Xiao Yin. Brother Hai, let us continue our discussion later. For now, we must go support Xiao Yin, Mou said with a light chuckle, patting his forehead. Haha, very well. Once we arrive at the Royal Plaza, let us find a good spot to converse. The first match of the Alchemist Conference lacks excitement, and besides, with Xiao Yan's prowess, securing first place should pose no challenge if he performs to his full potential. Haibo Dong waved dismissively, yet his gaze lingered on Mou, as if he had discovered a treasure. Having played with ice for decades, he considered himself at the forefront of this craft. However, the young man's words made him feel as if he had only just scratched the surface. This realization not only astonished Haibo Dong, but also ignited a fervent thirst for knowledge within him, as he yearned to engage in an all-night discussion with Mou. Upon witnessing the ravenous expression of Haibo Dong, akin to that of a wolf, Mou could only manage a bitter smile and shake his head. He had merely perceived Haibo Dong as a person of commendable character, wishing to forge a friendship. Little did he anticipate that his earnest intentions would be misinterpreted, leading Haibo Dong to regard him as a confidant. Let us first proceed to the Royal Square. We must not delay the assessment of Xiao Yan's cousin, Mou remarked with a wry smile. Stepping out of the room and descending the stairs of the inn, he found himself amidst the bustling streets where the once enigmatic alchemists were now a common sight. To Mou's astonishment, Haibo Dong, the eccentric old man, remained unusually quiet. As the trio walked, after a mere quarter of an hour, the Royal Square, the venue for the Alchemist Conference, gradually came into view. Mou squinted to see, and to his surprise, could only glimpse a colossal fragment of an ice mountain dominating the square. At that moment, a fully armed army was stationed outside the square, maintaining order. Such a gathering attracted countless formidable individuals from all directions. Should chaos erupt, the imperial capital would face a tremendous upheaval. Thus, the Jamma royal family exercised utmost caution. At the entrance of the square, inspectors from the Alchemist Guild were stationed, permitting only guild members and participants to enter, while spectators were directed through a separate entrance. With Xiao Yan's competition documentation in hand, Mo Yu and his companions encountered no obstacles as they entered the square. After traversing a steep incline, the expansive plaza, reminiscent of a behemoth, finally unfolded before Mo Yu's eyes. Standing at the summit of the slope, he gazed at the absurdly vast azure stone square and could not help but shake his head. If only alchemists could host such a grand and opulent competition. I too would relish the opportunity to partake. The square was circular, flanked by innumerable seats designated for ordinary spectators. Opposite the audience area, the lavishly adorned VIP seats were reserved for the higher echelons of the guild and the leaders of prominent powers in the imperial capital. Just as Mo Yu and his companions entered, an elderly voice suddenly called out from behind, "Xiao Yan, you have arrived." Turning at the sound, they beheld an old man clad in a purple robe, seated steadily, calling out Xiao Yan's name. "Oh, it is the vice president of the Alchemist Guild, Chamir." "I did not expect this old fellow to still be alive," Haiba Dong murmured, his gaze fixated on the elder. Upon hearing this, Mo Yu raised an eyebrow in surprise. It seemed that due to his own butterfly effect, Xiao Yan had the fortune of encountering a significant figure within the Alchemist Guild. Notably, Chamir was the current vice president of the guild. Mo Yu could only concede, truly, he is the child of destiny. Chapter 189, Fama, Yaoyi. Summoned by the call of Chamil, Xiao Yan offered a brief explanation to Mo Yu and set forth towards the domain of the alchemists. To Mo Yu's astonishment, that very place not only housed the vice president of the Alchemist Guild, but also several familiar faces. Otto and Master Frank, whom he had encountered in Blackrock City, along with their apprentice, Lin Fei, had also arrived. After nearly a year of separation, Mo Yu noticed that the two young women appeared to have matured significantly. Their newfound charm akin to fruit poised to blossom, a sight truly worthy of admiration. Oh, even the president of the Alchemist Guild from the Gamma Empire, Fama, had come. It was said he was on the verge of reaching the 6th grade alchemist level. These old-timers were nothing short of extraordinary. A voice pierced the air, and Hai Buodong suddenly lifted his head, narrowing his eyes slightly as he cast a glance at the elderly figure in purple robes from a distance, murmuring, "Fama?" Raising an eyebrow, Mo Yu followed Hai Buodong's gaze towards the aged visage resembling withered tree bark, a face that seemed to be on the brink of passing. This elder was indeed a pivotal figure in the realm of alchemy within the Gamma Empire. "Haha, Brother Mo, why not go over and greet him? It would spare us the tedium of lingering here," Hai Buodong suggested with an enigmatic smile. Realizing the eccentric old man was likely eager to flaunt his presence, Mo Yu understood that after years of anonymity, many believed the long-silent Ice Emperor had perished. With Xiao Yan's assistance, Hai Buodong had begun to regain a portion of his strength and was reluctant to remain in obscurity. "Very well, let us extend our greetings." Mo Yu conceded with a slight nod. Though he was not fond of ostentation, remaining idle was indeed tiresome. As they approached, Hai Buodong scoffed derisively, "Tsich, you old relic. How have you fared of late?" The unexpected derision caused a stir among the distinguished guests, with Chamil, seated beside Xiao Yan, paling and exclaiming, "Who dares?" Mo Yu, equally taken aback by Hai Buodong's impudence, was astonished by the old man's brazen words. The laughter momentarily stunned the elderly attendees. But soon Fama's gaze shifted towards Mo Yu and Hai Buodong, particularly focusing on the latter, murmuring, "This chilling aura, as frigid as ice. Could it belong to the ice old man?" His expression revealed a hint of surprise. "Hee, old Fama, I didn't expect you to remember me. It's quite rare," Hai Buodong remarked, stepping forward amidst the astonished stares of the guests, plopping down beside Fama with a grin. "Is it truly you? I thought you had perished at the hands of Queen Medusa," Fama exclaimed, staring incredulously at Hai Buodong. "By a stroke of luck, I survived," Hai Buodong replied, a hint of lingering dread in his eyes as he sighed. "That woman is truly terrifying. Indeed, he is a resilient fellow. However, being alive is what truly matters. At the very least, I, as an elderly gentleman, shall not feel too lonely, haha." Fama's countenance, resembling that of a withered tree, quivered as he laughed heartily. Upon overhearing the conversation between the two, those who had initially retreated due to Hai Buodong's impudence, namely Kimir, quickly shrank back, for according to Fama, this unfamiliar elder was indeed a remarkable individual. "Hey, Mo Yu." Just as Hai Buodong became the center of attention, a delicate voice suddenly graced Mo Yu's ear. Following the sound, he beheld Lin Fei and Xue Mei standing behind Otto. "Ah, it is you. It has been quite some time," Mo Yu remarked, turning to greet the two charming young ladies with a smile. "Humph, had it not been for our initiative to greet you, you would have likely forgotten about us." Lin Fei pouted, her lips tinged with a rosy hue, expressing her displeasure. At her words, Mo's expression faltered momentarily before he sheepishly shook his head. Mo, are the rumors regarding you in the Mulan Empire true? Have you really provoked the Mulan Valley? Xuemei, who had remained silent until now, hesitated before speaking. Yes, he softly affirmed with a nod. As Xuemei hailed from the Mulan Empire, there was no need for concealment. Upon hearing Mo's acknowledgement, her beautiful eyes gleamed with disbelief as she gazed at the young man clad in green before her. It is worth noting that while Mo's exploits in the Gamma Empire merely involved the annihilation of the Mo family, his renown in the Mulan Empire was far more illustrious. To have angered the Mulan Valley and vanquished the three Beast Kings was a feat unprecedented in the past century within the Mulan Empire. Lin Fei and Xuemei stared at Mo in astonishment, and it dawned upon them that this exceptionally handsome youth was indeed a prodigy. How could this fellow achieve such earth-shattering feats? They exchanged glances, both casting their peculiar gaze upon the young man before them. At that moment, Otto and Frank approached, greeting Mo before inquiring, "The formidable individual who accompanied you earlier, named Haibo Dong. Is he not the Ice Emperor from the list of the top 10 warriors of your—" "Ah, you mean Brother Hai? If memory serves. He does indeed hold the title of Ice Emperor," Mo replied with a light chuckle and a nod. At his words, Otto turned to Frank, and they exchanged a look filled with astonishment, realizing that such an antique figure still lived, and judging by the rapport he shared with Mo, their relationship seemed rather extraordinary. "Is this esteemed Ice Emperor your mentor, young friend Mo?" Otto and Frank gazed at Mo with curiosity, a hint of wonder stirring within them. Shaking his head, Mo clarified, "Brother Hai is a close friend of my father, and I came to know him through my cousin Xiaoyan." Xiaoyan. Upon hearing this familiar name, Otto murmured, "The prodigious alchemist esteemed by Lord Khmer is, surprisingly, your cousin." Indeed. With a subtle nod, Mo inwardly mused about the peculiar turn of events in the original tale. It was they who had recognized Xiaoyan's potential, yet now, due to his own butterfly effect, he had been led astray by Khmer. Shortly thereafter, the group exchanged a few more words when a hearty laughter suddenly echoed from a distance. Upon hearing the mirthful sound, they turned to see a white-haired elder clad in a simple hemp robe, causing them to be taken aback. They silently wondered what unusual winds had blown today, allowing even this ancient figure to emerge in broad daylight. The newcomer, an elder in a hemp robe, exuded a profound aura reminiscent of the elder of the Lionhead clan from the Mulan Empire. Following closely behind him was the imperial princess, dressed in a specially tailored light blue alchemist's robe, radiating an air of unparalleled nobility. As Mo's gaze drifted to the princess, he noticed that beside her stood a tall woman adorned in luxurious brocade, whose features bore a striking resemblance to the princess, yet possessed an icy elegance akin to Xuemei. Beneath that cold beauty lay a regal demeanor, undoubtedly shaped by her royal upbringing. In stark contrast to the petite and endearing princess, this woman emanated a sophisticated allure, her captivating eyes reflecting an innate charm. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Mo immediately deduced the identities of the newcomers. The venerable ancestor of the Jimar Empire, the Peak Do Huang, Jia Xingtian, along with the two imperial princesses, Yao Yu and Yao Yi. With a jovial stride, the elder in hemp turned his gaze towards Haibo Dong and Fa Ma, exclaiming with a hearty laugh, "I never expected the three of us would have the chance to gather once more. Truly a matter of fate." "Indeed, quite the serendipity," Fa Ma chuckled lightly, adding, "Old monster, I never thought you would come to witness the event today. I recall you were never fond of such competitions. After several decades of seclusion, a brief outing is quite welcome." Jiao Lao chuckled, then turned towards Mo and Xiaoyan, smiling. "Old Ice, are these two youngsters your apprentices?" At his words, the esteemed guests perked up their ears, including Fa Ma, who discreetly cast his gaze towards them, equally curious about the relationship between these youths and the once revered Ice Emperor. Taken aback by Jiao Lao's inquiry, Haibo Dong burst into laughter as he patted the shoulders of Mo and Xiaoyan, only to utter words that left everyone, including Jiao Lao, in a state of astonishment. "My disciples? Huh, I wish I could claim them, but alas, I lack the qualifications." "Lack qualifications?" A look of surprise washed over Jiao Lao's kindly, aged face as he directed a peculiar gaze towards Mo and Xiaoyan. How could Haibo Dong, with his Do Huang-level prowess, claim he was unworthy to be the mentor of these youngsters? Did they possess such immense potential? The esteemed guests, including Xuemei, exchanged bewildered glances as they regarded the jovial Haibo Dong. "Hee, the sea old man is jesting. Don't take it to heart. For the young lad has long had a mentor, and thus it is only natural that he would not seek to switch allegiances." Xiaoyan shook his head and chuckled. Mo, however, offered no further explanation, merely nodding in acknowledgement. In contrast to the loyalty exhibited by Hai Bo Dong, Jia Xingtian appeared rather opportunistic in MOU's eyes. While MOU understood the reluctance of the other to easily provoke the Yunlan sect, given his status as a pillar of the royal family, he had no desire for a deeper connection with such a person. Observing the two distinctly different young men before him, the elderly figure in the coarse robe narrowed his murky eyes slightly, and then gestured toward the poised and striking woman behind him, saying with a smile, "These two youngsters. You must surely recognize. This is your sister, Yao Yi. She has single-handedly orchestrated the security arrangements for this grand assembly, overseeing 50,000 troops inside and out. Yao Yi, these are the friends I spoke of, MOU and Yan Xiao. MOU has notably defeated that little madman from the Mu family, showcasing truly remarkable strength. As for Yan Xiao, his alchemical skills make him a formidable contender for the championship of this gathering." Jia Xingtian pointed at MOU and Xiao Yan, addressing the elegant woman behind him with a grin. Upon hearing Jia Xingtian's commendations, the little princess cast a glance at MOU and then quietly whispered something in the ear of the striking woman. Subsequently, the cold-eyed imperial princess exhibited a fleeting, inexplicable expression which quickly vanished, yet was keenly observed by the perceptive MOU. "Greetings, Mr. MOU, Mr. Yan Xiao," the poised woman said, her beautiful eyes regaining their calm as she focused on MOU and Xiao Yan, gracefully extending her delicate hand to each. "Hello, Princess Yao Yi." After shaking hands with Xiao Yan, MOU also extended his hand to gently clasp that of the striking woman. "Although Mr. MOU rarely engages in combat, the feats you have displayed are truly astonishing. Should you find yourself without a place to go, the royal gates will forever remain open to you," Yao Yi remarked with a smile as she withdrew her hand. The princess's ability to attract others was indeed sharp, MOU thought, nodding with a smile while feeling a slight surprise within. Seeing MOU nod in acknowledgement, Yao Yi stepped back to stand behind Jia Xingtian, content. Given her temperament, she would not have lowered herself to befriend him if her great-grandfather had not held such a high opinion of the young man. While what Yao Yi mentioned seemed somewhat extravagant, if the other party could truly meet her expectations, then a union might not be out of the question. Scanning MOU's remarkably composed and strikingly handsome face, Yao Yi felt a sense of satisfaction regarding the young man's demeanor. As an imperial princess, she had enjoyed her share of luxury and wealth. However, for the sake of the royal family's interests, certain sacrifices, such as in marriage, would also be required. Historically, princesses have often married into prominent families or allied with talented individuals for the royal benefit, and it was likely that Yao Yi would follow suit. Both in talent and appearance, stands out among the men that has encountered, thus, it is not surprising. After exchanging a few words with, engaged in some encouraging and persuasive conversation with, before bowing respectfully to and, the impeccable etiquette left little room for criticism, even softening the cold demeanor of the typically indifferent. Following the mutual greetings, everyone took their seats in the front row of the VIP section. Unintentionally or not, the princess found herself seated beside, the faint fragrance of her femininity wafting through the air, stirring a sense of distraction in those nearby. Sensing the intentions of the royal family, subtly shook his head, then fixed his gaze unwaveringly on the vast and somewhat intimidating plaza below. As time passed, more and more alchemists began to enter, and the audience across from them appeared as a dark sea of heads, densely packed together. Noticing this, squinted slightly, pondering which of these alchemists might possess treasures capable of restoring bloodline strength. While lost in thought, he suddenly felt a stir among the surrounding seats, prompting him to frown and turn his attention to the source of the commotion. The gathering in the VIP section was quite impressive. With the three major families of the empire present, such a display was certainly not one that they could afford to underestimate. The cause of the excitement was none other than the two women walking at the center, and each possessed a distinct aura, yet both were stunningly beautiful, and their presence together naturally drew attention, explaining the fervor among the noble youths behind them. They made their way down the corridor to the very front row, exchanging smiles and greetings with acquaintances. As they greeted others, gaze was drawn to an unfamiliar elderly man walking alongside, and closely following this elder was, from their conversation, discerned that this man was Soul Powerhouse. Indifferent to this revelation, he shook his head, even without the intervention of, with the assistance of the queen. He felt no concern, discarding these thoughts, then turned his attention to the beautiful woman approaching him, smiling lightly. "You have arrived." Chapter 190. You have arrived. Observing the lovely woman making her way towards him, lips curled into a smile. After greeting her elders, quietly slipped into the seat beside, her radiant smile illuminating her features as she chimed, "This is the Alchemist Conference held once every 8 years. I simply had to come and witness it." "Oh, it seems Miss is quite familiar with Mr." Sitting beside, The princess observed the latter's enthusiasm towards, a flicker of unease crossing her beautiful eyes. As the imperial princess, she was accustomed to receiving countless adoring gazes, yet here, she was met with an unprecedented chill from. If innate indifference were the sole reason, it would suffice. However, the stark contrast in treatment towards left a slight bruise on her proud heart. It was only natural for her to be unaware that I had known since our time in. Noticing seated next to, expressed her surprise, quickly recalling something, and intentionally drew closer. With two stunning beauties flanking, it undeniably ignited fervent interest among certain guests in the audience. Young men harboring fantasies about the two women gazed at with envy and jealousy, yet, recalling the recent rumors of S' formidable prowess against, they dared not provoke the fearsome youth openly. Meanwhile, after reminiscing with an old friend, prepared to return to for further conversation. However, upon seeing the enchanting company beside the young man, he paused in astonishment, then shook his head helplessly before settling into an empty seat in the guest area. As time progressed, the moment for the grand event approached, drawing the attention of all. When a clear bell chimed in the square, the previously raucous crowd fell into a hushed silence. Listening to the resonating sound, shakily rose to his feet and walked to the front of the guest area. In his capacity as the president of the he proclaimed the commencement of the 7th. With this announcement, thousands of participating surged towards the central square, seeking to showcase their skills. Witnessing such a magnificent scene, even accustomed to grandeur, couldn't help but express a quiet admiration. The status of as the most esteemed profession in was undeniable, unmatched by that of war. Only the possessed the resources to host such a grand event. As pondered, having found no seat available, approached, and with a sudden wave of his hand, an invisible force swept through, unexpectedly sending tumbling aside. Observing this spectacle, was momentarily taken aback, then shook his head in resignation. In a competition of this magnitude, where countless individuals sought to make their names and shine, remained steadfastly low-key. However, his intention to remain inconspicuous was evidently thwarted. As powerful gesture compelled to reveal a fraction of his strength. In the heart of the square, a youth clad in black deftly maneuvered his palm towards the ground. In an instant, an overwhelming and fierce invisible force surged forth, crashing down upon the hard bluestone floor, causing a fissure to swiftly spread across its surface. Utilizing the reactive force of this energy, the black-clad youth's descent was remarkably slowed, his body spinning through the air like a spiraling ball, initiating rapid movement. With each near diminution of his power, he would casually strike down with his palm, maintaining a perfect equilibrium between the ascending currents generated by his energy and the force of his descent. Thus, under the astonished gazes of the spectators, the youth spiraled gracefully towards the center of the square. Ah, indeed, he is Xiao Yan's cousin. When he acts, he truly astonishes the world. Observing the youth's flawless entrance, Mou couldn't help but smile faintly to himself. Xiao Yan's performance also garnered considerable applause from the audience, with waves of clapping resonating throughout the arena. As more contestants made their way in, Fama announced the commencement of the competition. Instantly, the vast square erupted with the simultaneous ascendance of over 1,000 flames. With the competition underway, many spectators widened their eyes, gathering in the square to witness the rare sight of 1,000 alchemists refining potions simultaneously. For Mou, however, the spectacle began to feel somewhat tedious. Although he had never participated in the alchemist conference, he had triumphed in numerous blacksmithing competitions in his previous life. Thus, this scene was all too familiar to him. Moreover, barring any unforeseen circumstances, the champion of this event would likely still be Xiao Yan. Despite some minor setbacks, Xiao Yan's protagonist aura managed to overshadow them. As he pondered this, a thought struck Mou. If memory served him right, Xiao Yan's greatest challenge in this competition was not from the alchemists of the Jiama Empire, but rather from a powerful figure of another empire. Boredom settled in, and Mou's silver eyes gleamed with intrigue as he began to search for this hidden mastermind. Under Mou's control, the youth's silver gaze acted like a reconnaissance device, swiftly scanning the spiritual energy of nearly 1,000 alchemists in the square. Through Mou's probing, the spiritual forces of these alchemists laid bare before him, akin to a fortress with its gates flung wide open. Among the throng of nearly 1,000 alchemists, 1,000 flames of spirit flickered before Mou's eyes, with the most radiant undoubtedly being Xiao Yan at the center of the square. This was not only due to his commendable spiritual strength, but also because the blue lotus earth heart flame glowed like a beacon in the night, capturing Mou's attention. Shifting his focus away from Xiao Yan, he observed that while the spiritual powers of others, such as Lu Ling and Yao Yu, were commendable, they lacked any particularly outstanding traits. A quarter of an hour later, just as Mou believed that his butterfly effect had thwarted the hidden disruptor from participating, a faint surge of spiritual energy unexpectedly captured his attention. It was evident that this soul power had been deliberately suppressed. No wonder he had searched for so long without success. With a glimmer of silver in his eyes, Mou discerned that this spiritual force bore no distinction from that of an ordinary alchemist. However, upon closer inspection, he realized that despite its extreme subtlety, it concealed a potency comparable to that of a fourth or even fifth-tier soul energy. Fixing his gaze, Mou began to scrutinize the individual. In a remote corner of the plaza, a figure shrouded in a gray robe was diligently refining medicinal concoctions. Seemingly aware of Mou's scrutiny, the cloaked figure slightly lifted their head, revealing a pale, youthful visage. Beneath the brim of a wide hat, a pair of faintly glowing blue eyes regarded Mou with a cold, vigilant stare. "What is the matter, Mou?" observed Yafei, noticing his gaze. She glanced around the plaza but found nothing amiss and inquired curiously. "Nothing much, just encountered an intriguing individual," Mou replied nonchalantly, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He had no intention of assisting the alchemist from the Jaiamar Empire with their troubles. "Oh," Yafei responded, but as a thought crossed her mind, she bit her red lip and leaned closer to Mou's ear. The gentle fragrance wafted towards him, and though somewhat taken aback, he made no move to deter her. A soft whisper reached his ear. "I have news regarding the treasure you seek to restore your bloodline power." "What?" Mou was momentarily stunned. A look of joy illuminating his face as he fixed his gaze on Yafei, the meaning behind his eyes unmistakable. Seeing his delight, a smile graced Yafei's lips. It pleased her greatly to be of assistance to him. Leaning in closer once more, she softly continued. "My Mytel family has business dealings abroad, and upon learning of your quest to restore your bloodline power, I harnessed our family's influence to search for such extraordinary items across other empires. Over these past few days, we have received some information. According to reports from an auction in the Shuyun Empire, the Alchemist Guild their plans to send a prominent figure to participate in the Alchemist Conference to undermine the prestige of the Jaiamar Empire's Alchemist Guild. Though such matters among alchemists are of no concern to my Mytel family, this individual possesses an artifact capable of restoring bloodline power, the Royal Source Blood Fruit. The Royal Source Blood Fruit is a treasure that can restore the most primordial bloodline strength. Mou, if you help me acquire it, I could contend even with a Dozong expert." At that moment, the urgent voice of Uncle Shi resonated within Mou's mind. Upon hearing those words, Mou was momentarily taken aback. After silently agreeing to Uncle Shi's request in his heart, he expressed his gratitude to Yafei and then turned his gaze towards the alchemist enveloped in layers of robes in the arena. Yafei's assertion was likely accurate. This individual was none other than Yen Li, the vice president of the Alchemist Association of the Outcloud Empire. A glimmer of coldness flashed in his silver eyes as Mou murmured to himself, "I had no intention of interjecting into the scheming between the two great empires' alchemist associations. But since you possess what I require, do not blame me for my ruthlessness." At that moment, the young man in the gray robe, who was engrossed in alchemy, suddenly shuddered. An icy chill surged within his heart, prompting him to survey his surroundings. After confirming there was no immediate danger, the gray-robed youth furrowed his brows and resumed his alchemical pursuits. This time, he was determined to bring shame to the Alchemist Association of the Jaiamar Empire right at their doorstep. As Mou uncovered Yen Li's identity, the higher-ups of the Alchemist Association of the Jaiamar Empire also sensed that something was amiss. Upon reviewing the gray-robed youth's profile, Fa Ma and Chi Mier were the first to express their suspicions. 17 years of age, an alchemist from the Outcloud Empire. The documents clearly labeled him as a second-tier alchemist, yet he possessed strength comparable to a fourth-tier alchemist. There was certainly something amiss. Fa Ma's gaze fixated on the youthful face in the square, his expression darkening as he remarked, "A 17-year-old fourth-tier alchemist? This lad must have employed some form of disguise. I shall investigate further." At that moment, Hai Bo Dong, who stood nearby, scoffed and interjected, "You won't be discovered, will you?" Hearing this, Fa Ma's expression shifted, and he hesitated before responding. As the host of the Alchemist Conference, he certainly wished to avoid any incidents that might tarnish the event's reputation. If Hai Bo Dong were to escalate the matter, even if the Alchemist Association of the Outcloud Empire faced consequences, the Alchemist Association of the Jaiamar Empire would also lose face. Rest assured, although my strength has diminished somewhat, controlling the cold currents to surreptitiously freeze that fragile hood into powder is still within my capabilities, Hai Bo Dong replied with a light chuckle. "Very well. Then I shall entrust this task to you." After a moment's contemplation, Fa Ma nodded and spoke softly. With a smile, Hai Bo Dong's eyes gradually narrowed. His withered fingers emerged from his sleeve, gently flickering, and as he gestured, a subtle, peculiar fluctuation quietly spread forth. As Hai Bo Dong moved, a faint cold current began to weave through the air, and moments later, It discreetly coiled above the mysterious gray-robed figure's head, akin to invisible ice serpents, silently undulating. At that juncture, the gray-robed individual was slowly gathering the items on the stone surface. Suddenly, his moving hand froze mid-action, his azure eyes, concealed beneath the gray robe, widened in alarm, and with a heavy stomp of his foot, he instinctively prepared to retreat. Yet, no matter how formidable his soul power was, it could not compare to that of a true Do Huang powerhouse. Under the relentless assault of the cold currents from Haiba East, the conical hat of the cloaked figure suddenly disintegrated into a cloud of powder, scattering in the wind. As the hat vanished, the youthful visage concealed beneath it emerged, instantly drawing the gaze of countless onlookers. A chorus of gasps resonated throughout the audience and VIP sections. No one anticipated that the individual who had just secured the best result in the first round would be such a tender youth. With azure eyes, the boy reached out to touch the now-absent hat. After a moment, he abruptly raised his head, directing his icy gaze towards the trio of dignitaries seated at the front of the VIP section. Simultaneously, sensing the intensity of the youth's stare, Uncle Shi's voice echoed in the boy's mind. It seems you have already identified your target. Should you require my assistance, simply give a signal. Observing the gloomy-faced, gray-robed youth in the arena, Mou shook his head internally, deciding to bide his time. Let us wait until the alchemist competition concludes. The royal source blood fruit he possesses is something I must obtain. There is no escape for him. Mou understood that although this individual was a pawn sent by the Outland Empire to disrupt the alchemist convention in the Gamma Empire, resorting to the assassination of competitors was a last resort that must be avoided. If word of such an act were to spread, the reputation of the Gamma Empire's Alchemist Guild would be irreparably tarnished across the continent. While Mou did not concern himself with the guild's reputation, he recognized that Master Frank of Black Rock City had extended him a favor. Furthermore, an attack on Yen Li at this juncture would likely attract the attention of others, such as Fa Ma. It would be wiser to hold back for now. Once the competition concluded, not only would Mou seek the boy's life, but the Gamma Empire's Alchemist Guild would also ensure he did not leave alive. Mou merely needed to act before the guild, seizing the royal source blood fruit for himself. Upon hearing Mou's response, Uncle Shi, though unclear about the boy's exact plan, had grown familiar with his methods over their days together. He nodded softly and ceased further inquiries, confident that whatever Mou had committed to would likely succeed. In this context, Mou's mood gradually calmed as he silently observed the ongoing competition. It must be said, the individuals dispatched by the Outland Empire's Alchemist Guild showcased remarkable prowess. Such adept alchemical techniques, in Mou's view, could only have been honed over decades of practice. If nothing unexpected occurred, this individual's strength would indeed secure the championship for the Outland Empire, rendering the Gamma Empire a subject of ridicule. Regrettably, a formidable dark horse had emerged in the competition. With this thought, Mou slowly shifted his gaze to the center of the square, where a seemingly ordinary boy clad in black stood resolutely, like a steadfast mountain, quietly asserting his presence. In their hand, a magnificent, ethereal azure flame gradually materialized, akin to a sovereign of fire, radiating a resplendent brilliance. Could this be the azure lotus heartfire wielded by Xiaoyan? Truly, as an extraordinary flame, its potency is undeniably exceptional. Gazing at the unique fire in Xiaoyan's grasp, a glimmer of brilliance flickered in Mou's silver eyes as they murmured softly. Compared to the low-ranking beast spirit fire, the azure lotus heart fire, though not among the highest in rank, has already begun to manifest the imposing aura of extraordinary flames. Hence, when the azure flame unveiled itself in Xiaoyan's hand, it immediately incited a wave of cheers, even evoking deep admiration from Fa Ma and others. The allure of extraordinary flames for alchemists is simply beyond description. Following the summoning of the unique fire, the subsequent events unfolded seamlessly. The only individual capable of suppressing Xiaoyan was the hidden alchemist from the Outcloud Empire. However, this was merely the second round of the competition, and the disruptor from the Outcloud Empire would undoubtedly refrain from revealing their true strength so soon. Therefore, as the assessment time concluded, the next phase was the customary evaluation. And due to the assistance of the extraordinary fire, it was only natural that Xiaoyan would yield the most effective medicinal elixirs. Next in line was the youth in gray robes, followed by the little princess, Lu Ling, and other formidable third-tier alchemists. As the evaluations came to a close, the sky gradually darkened, a slender crescent moon slowly revealing itself from the horizon, casting its light upon the brightly lit imperial capital. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall conclude today's assembly here. I implore all participants to rest well for the night, for tomorrow marks the final round of our gathering. A crucial match to determine the champion, Fa Ma declared with a hearty laugh. Upon hearing Fa Ma announce the end of today's assessment, The crowd in the square collectively exhaled in relief. The 2 rounds of evaluations had left not only the alchemists, but also the spectators feeling somewhat fatigued. As the audience collectively relaxed, Mou stealthily followed the silhouette of the gray-robed youth to a nearby inn. Chapter 192, Spatial Mark. Beneath the pitch-black night sky, a figure deftly maneuvered across the rooftops, slipping through the spacious gaps between houses, where wide streets lay below. Owing to the alchemist convention, despite the late hour, the streets remained bustling with activity. Yet, the figures above mysteriously vanished into the fabric of space, leading anyone who might notice to dismiss it as a mere trick of the senses. Spatial traversing? What a jest! That is a technique reserved for Dozong experts. And it has been many years since the Dozong has graced the Jiama Empire. Closely trailing the gray-robed figure, Mou employed the power of the fleeting void, engaging in small-scale spatial traversing, thereby ensuring that even the highly vigilant, mysterious gray-robed individual remained utterly unaware of their presence. Upon arriving, the figure in the gray robe came to a halt at a secluded inn, where the hidden Mou murmured softly. It seemed that this individual resided here. A wry smile curved his lips as Mou mysteriously vanished from sight once more. In the next instant, a silhouette of azure suddenly flickered atop the roof some dozen meters away. It landed silently, without a whisper, and Mou's brow furrowed slightly. Oh, this fellow evidently possesses some level of vigilance, Mou mused with intrigue. Before him, at a certain distance, a slender black thread extended outward, and upon closer inspection, it bore 2 diminutive black bells at either end. Alas, such were merely trivial tricks. With a flick of his hand, a crimson bolt of lightning surged through the air, and the 2 black bells were rendered into nothingness without so much as a sound. Just as Mou prepared to traverse into the building through spatial shifting for a closer investigation, several formidable presences suddenly materialized nearby, causing him to pause. Someone is approaching. That familiar aura belongs to them, he whispered to himself, utilizing the spatial power of the shifting void thunder to perfectly conceal his presence, swiftly finding a spot hidden from the naked eye to lurk in the shadows. At that moment, just as Mou had concealed himself, several figures appeared quietly atop the roof. It was none other than the duo of Jia Lao and Xiao Yin Haibo Dong. Seeing these 4 individuals, Mou had anticipated this outcome. The identity of the gray-robed man had indeed drawn the attention of the upper echelons of the Gamma Empire, as well as the interest of Xiao Yin. As the 4 emerged, the royal guardian Jia Lao squinted, his eyes like burning torches, gazing in the direction where Mou concealed himself. What is it? Sensing something amiss, Fa Ma followed Jia Lao's gaze, and upon finding nothing out of the ordinary, he inquired with curiosity. Ah, it's nothing. Perhaps age is catching up with me, causing my mind to wander, Jia Lao replied, his brow slightly furrowing before he shook his head and chuckled lightly. For some reason, he vaguely sensed a subtle fluctuation in the spatial fabric in that direction. Were it not for his status as a peak Do Huang, just a step away from Dozong, he might have remained oblivious. However, mastery over spatial power is a feat achievable only by those above the Dozong level. Within the entire Gamma Empire, apart from him, the one most likely to break through to Dozong would be the former leader of Yunlan's sect, Yunshan, who had been in seclusion for years. Could it be that Yunshan has attained Dozong? With this thought, Jia Lao shook his head. If Yunshan had indeed broken through to Dozong, he would have announced his emergence to the world without delay, rather than stealthily lurking in the imperial capital for reconnaissance. Truly, a peak Do Huang, nearly uncovered. Upon sensing Jia Lao's scrutiny, Mou momentarily held his breath. Concealing his aura through spatial power was one of the abilities he mastered after the evolution of the shifting void thunder. Generally speaking, aside from those formidable beings above the Dozong rank, none can detect the concealed aura of Mou. However, Jialo Bai, a seasoned expert who has cultivated at the peak of the Do Huang for many years, has faintly sensed a trace of it. Mou, intent on seizing the Emperor Source blood fruit from the gray-robed figure, also wishes to keep his movements concealed from Fa Ma and others. Enough of this suspicion. I shall ascertain the true nature of this fellow from the Outcloud Empire. Atop the roof, Haibo Dong smiled, his hand, as desiccated as a withered branch, slowly emerged from his sleeve. Within his palm, a subtle white mist coiled, the chilling aura causing the surrounding temperature to plummet significantly. His palms gently pressed down, the white mist enveloping the tiles, swiftly spreading until it completely shrouded the rooftop in an instant. Ice mirror. Gazing at the white mist enveloping the surface, Haibo Dong uttered a soft command, and the mist rapidly coalesced, transforming into a thin layer of ice that covered the roof. Appear. With another incantation, the vast expanse of the icy layer began to shimmer with an ethereal quality. Moments later, a spacious room was projected onto the ice, akin to a cinematic display, clearly imprinting all objects within onto the frozen surface. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Mou raised an eyebrow. It must be said that Hai Bo Dong's ice manipulation technique is indeed unparalleled. Had he not witnessed the methods of numerous ice control masters in his previous life, he likely would not have piqued Hai Bo Dong's interest. As the ice mirror manifested, the individuals atop the roof gradually fell into silence. After nearly half an hour of stillness, the door within the ice mirror suddenly stirred, followed by the slow entrance of a figure clad in gray robes. Upon entering the room, the gray-robed youth exhibited no peculiar behavior. He closed the door behind him and casually washed up before settling onto the bed to meditate. After a period of cultivation, the gray-robed youth suddenly consumed a red elixir. Not long after ingesting the red pill, the youthful visage of the gray-robed boy began to tremble in terror, and simultaneously, his stature increased significantly. In mere moments, the tender 17-year-old transformed astonishingly into a middle-aged man with a grim countenance. Upon seeing this middle-aged man, a smile crept upon Mou's lips. Indeed, it is you, Yin Li, the vice president of the Alchemist Guild of the Outcloud Empire. Ah, returning to this form is certainly more pleasant. At least I can fully unleash my strength and feel the surging power within me, the middle-aged man said with a satisfied smile. His hand brushed against his face, as if recalling something, and he hurriedly approached the bedside. From behind the bed curtain, he retrieved a black thread and gently tugged at it. Observing the middle-aged man pull the black thread, Mou raised an eyebrow in curiosity. If nothing unexpected occurs, that bell has likely been reduced to ashes by the thunderfire of the vermilion bird. Indeed, at that moment, the vigilant Yin Li let out a fierce shout. Who is up there? Make your move. Upon hearing this command, the figure on the roof, Jia Lao, chuckled coldly and with a wave of his hand, vanished abruptly. Following Jia Lao, Hai Bodong and the others also instantaneously transformed into a gust of wind, disappearing from the rooftop. Observing this, Mou's heart stirred, but he suppressed the urge to take action. If all went as anticipated, even if Fa Ma and the others uncovered the identity of the cloaked man, they would not strike immediately. After all, should a participant of the Alchemist Convention meet their demise at the hands of Fa Ma and his associates, the reputation of the Alchemist Guild of the Jiamat Empire would be utterly tarnished. Thus, Mou remained calm, content to watch the unfolding drama. At this moment, with Hai Bodong and the others engaging in battle, Yin Li, possessing merely the strength of 7 or 8 Stardust spirits, was no match for them. In an instant, he was sent reeling, spitting blood, and retreating. Fa Ma, I know it's you. How dare you come to the capital of the Jiamat Empire? Aren't you afraid of killing me? But once I'm dead, your Alchemist Guild will be finished. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, the burly man glared at the approaching shadow, his expression twisted with rage. Upon hearing his words, the shadow hesitated, then recalled something, retreating reluctantly. In a flash, it appeared beside the table, casting a cold glance at the slumped Yin Li. Fa Ma, it is indeed you. Yin Li spat, his words laced with blood and venom. In the room, a gentle breeze stirred as Hai Bodong and Fa Ma emerged, their icy gazes fixed upon Yin Li. Witnessing that Fa Ma and the others had not dealt a lethal blow, Mou silently acknowledged his initial thoughts. After all, Yin Li held the position of vice president of the Alchemist Guild of the Yun Empire, a role of considerable stature. Daring to infiltrate the Jiamat Empire alone surely meant he possessed significant means. Fa Ma's countenance darkened, his murky eyes glinting with a cold light. After a moment, in the oppressive atmosphere of the room, Fa Ma, with his expression fluctuating, suddenly exhaled and said coldly, "Very well, I shall spare you now. However, obtaining the championship of the convention will not be so simple for you." "Humph, you need not concern yourself with that," Yin Li replied, secretly relieved, a cold smile gracing his lips. "Then we shall wait and see." Fa Ma's lips curled slightly, his voice devoid of warmth. "Leave." With a flick of his sleeve, Fa Ma commanded in a low voice, transforming into a shadow before Yin Li's grim visage and swiftly exiting the room, followed reluctantly by Hai Bodong and Jia Lao. "That old fool dares to threaten me. If I achieve victory, my exposure will be significant. I refuse to believe he would dare to act against me then." Yin Li muttered through clenched teeth, a tremor evident in his voice. After all, who could remain unscathed under the watchful gaze of 3 formidable Dou emperors? Yet, Yin Li remained oblivious. As fear consumed his mind, a peculiar spatial mark was stealthily inscribed upon the nape of his neck. Upon successfully embedding the mark, Mou, concealed in the shadows, felt a slight relief wash over him, before he vanished from sight in a flash. With this mark in place, he would be able to sense Yin Li's location at any moment within the Imperial City. Thus, once the Alchemist Conference concluded, the time of this individual's demise would arrive. Chapter 193. Mou's intent to kill, the final contest. Having inscribed the spatial mark upon Yin Li, A subtle smile graced Mou's lips, and his figure flickered like a phantom, disappearing once more. Yinli, a 7 or 8-star Dou spirit and a half-step into the realm of a 5th-tier alchemist, was ensnared by the oppressive aura of the 3 Dou emperors, rendering him utterly unaware of Mou's presence. After completing this task, Mou nodded with satisfaction, before leisurely wandering through the bustling night market of the imperial city. Though the hour had grown late, Gamma Holy City, the capital of the empire, remained vibrant and teeming with life, its streets aglow as if it were still daylight. After spending half an hour exploring the imperial city, Mou strolled back to his lodging. As he entered the inn, a murmur of whispers filled the air around him. That young man seems to be the one from today's conference, the Rock Owl, right? Indeed, I attended the alchemist conference today. His alchemical skills are extraordinary. It is said he is one of the few capable of contending with that gray-robed youth from the Outcloud Empire. I hope the honor of our Gamma Empire is not usurped by someone from Outcloud, or we shall be the subject of ridicule. If he secures the championship this time, he may very well become the youngest elder of our Gamma Empire Alchemist Guild. Sigh, truly, heroes often emerge among the youth. As for me, an old fellow who has spent a lifetime in the guild, I have only just attained the rank of steward. Hearing the name Rock Owl, Mou paused in his steps, and upon turning the corner of the hallway, he spotted a familiar figure. At that moment, Xiao Yan, who had just rounded the corner, noticed Mou as well, his expression momentarily taken aback before breaking into a light smile. Mou, you're back. Indeed, Mou replied. I took a stroll around the imperial city and returned to rest. Nodding, he caught the glimmer of joy lingering in the corner of Xiao Yan's eyes and raised an eyebrow, curious. By your expression, it seems you have encountered some fortunate news? Hee, nothing escapes your notice, Xiao Yan said, a smile gradually illuminating his face. Indeed, I have come upon a significant benefit. You will know all about it by tomorrow. Stepping forward, Mou gently patted Xiao Yan's shoulder and remarked with a light smile. Now, let us witness your performance. Once you secure the championship at the Alchemist Conference, I believe our family will take great pride in you. Upon hearing Mou mention the family, Xiao Yan's resolve strengthened considerably. Well then, it's getting late. Rest well tonight, and give it your all tomorrow. With that, Mou waved his hand, choosing not to linger on the topic any longer. In response, Xiao Yan nodded earnestly at Mou before turning to head towards his room. As he watched Xiao Yan's gradually receding figure, Mou contemplated the benefits Xiao Yan had gained this evening. If all went as anticipated, after the stimulation from Yinli, Fa Ma had secretly prepared special provisions for Xiao Yan to ensure his triumph in this alchemist conference. It is noteworthy that Yinli, as the vice president of the Alchemist Association of the Xinyan Empire, crafted pills of at least the 4th rank to ensure Xiao Yan's victory over his opponent. Fa Ma had indeed made a considerable sacrifice, gifting him a top-tier 4th-rank pill, the 3-patterned blue spirit pill. A pill of the highest quality, the 3-patterned blue spirit pill, holds the potential to elevate a great fighter's rank by approximately 3 stars, which even stirred Mou's interest. However, recalling the immense energy sealed within his body, Mou chuckled softly and shook his head. This energy could facilitate his ascension to the rank of Dou Wang, rendering the 3-patterned blue spirit pill trivial in comparison. Like contrasting gold with stone, they are not to be equated. Until he breaks through to Dou Wang, Mou need not concern himself with any resources for cultivation. He simply needs to solidify his foundation and achieve a stable breakthrough. It could be said that Mou's privileges likely exceeded those enjoyed by core members of ancient families in the Central Plains. With a slight smile, Mou began to anticipate the unfolding and conclusion of the conference the following day. The Huang Yuan blood fruit in Yin Li's possession was something he was determined to obtain. On the following morning, as dawn broke and the city began to stir, the bustling metropolis came alive. The most crowded and vibrant location today was undoubtedly the Grand Royal Square. The fierce competitions of the previous day had undoubtedly heightened the excitement for today. As time passed and the morning light broke through the clouds, illuminating the vast city, the once closed Royal Square slowly opened its gates, and a throng of eager spectators surged in like a tidal wave. When Mou, Xiao Yan, and Haibo Dong arrived outside the square, they were taken aback by the long line of people at the entrance, shaking their heads in disbelief. Today's crowd was even more fervent than yesterday's. Follow me, Haibo Dong said, surveying the scene before turning toward the other side of the square. After following Haibo Dong for a considerable distance, the cacophony gradually diminished. Upon rounding a corner, Mou and his companion discovered a side entrance behind the square, which was, however, heavily guarded by over 100 fully armed soldiers, effectively blocking the way. Ignoring these sentinels, Haibo Dong led Mou and Xiao Yan through the main gate with an air of nonchalance, seemingly unperturbed by the soldiers, who appeared to recognize their identities and refrained from intervening. As they traversed the entrance and proceeded further, the view suddenly expanded. Mou lifted his gaze and was surprised to see Lu Ling and the little princess, along with several other participants who had successfully passed the previous day's 2 rounds of assessments. This group of youthful competitors was engaged in jovial conversation amongst themselves. Mou, however, remained indifferent, shifting his attention to another corner where a young man clad in a gray robe was moving languidly. Noticing Mou's unfriendly gaze, the gray-robed youth furrowed his brow slightly, sensing an unsettling feeling as if he were the prey. Shaking his head, he hastily dismissed such thoughts. As a practitioner on the verge of becoming a 5th-tier alchemist, he understood that, despite his lack of prowess in combat, few could rival him except for those at the Douwon level or higher. A mere youth of around 20, unless he had undergone a transformation, could not even touch a hair on his head, let alone pose a threat. The most pressing matter at hand was to secure victory in the alchemist competition. Only by achieving this could he leverage his renown to escape the clutches of the 3 Douwon. Observing the gray-robed youth's indecipherable expression, Mou allowed a faint smile to grace his lips. Regardless of whether Xiaoyan could unleash extraordinary potential to seize the championship, he was determined to claim the life of Yanli. As time passed, more contestants flooded into the square, and Mou and Hai Buodong bid farewell to Xiaoyan, making their way to the spectator stands. As the blazing sun ascended the sky, the seating areas on either side of the square were already densely packed with an eager crowd. Suddenly, a clear chime resonated throughout the square, echoing melodiously. On the high platform, Ma gently cleared his throat and addressed the audience. Esteemed participants, today's assessment is the most pivotal round of the entire event. The ultimate victor shall be crowned the champion of this gathering, so give your utmost effort for your hard work today. As Ma's words fell, the crowd erupted into enthusiastic applause, having awaited this moment with bated breath. Rubbing his ears, slightly numbed by the roar, Mou lowered his head. Casting a glance at Yanli, who wore a faint smirk, he murmured softly, "Cherish your final opportunity to perform. Otherwise, there shall be no second chance." Chapter 194, The Conclusion of the Grand Assembly, Pursuit of Yanli. At this moment, the royal plaza was teeming with people. The cacophony of voices resembling a ceaselessly flowing spring, resounding thunderously towards the heavens. As his gaze swept across the crowd, Fama raised his hands, and the deafening clamor gradually subsided, his resonant voice echoing above the square, a timeless proclamation. After elaborating on the final assessment rules, Fama officially declared, "The 3rd round of evaluation commences." Once Fama had made his announcement, Mou's silver eyes swiftly turned their attention to Xiaoyan, who feigned astonishment. The content of the 3rd round required participants to utilize their own prescriptions and medicinal materials to concoct the highest quality elixir within a stipulated time frame. With the victor being crowned champion, having already acquired the formula for the 3-pattern Qingling pill from Fama, Xiaoyan was, in this aspect alone, poised to overshadow a staggering 99% of the competitors present. Mou couldn't help but shake his head, recognizing that this was indeed the future Flame Emperor, whose treatment was nothing short of extraordinary. Yet, while he marveled at Xiaoyan's fortune, Mou was acutely aware that such an achievement was equally a testament to Xiaoyan's exceptional talent, a factor not to be underestimated. After all, the 3-pattern Qingling pill was not something that could be casually crafted by just anyone. It was likely that even Fama had not anticipated Xiaoyan would produce the highest quality 3-pattern Qingling pill at this assembly. As Mou contemplated this, the alchemists within the plaza, having understood the challenge, began their preparations. Xiaoyan once again summoned the heart fire of the Blue Lotus, showcasing the extraordinary spectacle of myriad fires submitting to his will. After observing for a moment, Mou, disinterested in the strange fire, shifted his gaze to another corner of the plaza. Apart from Xiaoyan, the only other figure worthy of Mou's attention was Yanli. However, in stark contrast to Xiaoyan's captivating presence, this vice president of the Alchemist Guild from the Yuzhou Empire exhibited an unusual tranquility, diligently refining pills like a devoted apprentice. If memory serves me right, Yanli was also concocting a top-tier 4th-grade elixir, the Purple Heart Barrier-breaking pill, a potion of considerable value that could elevate a great dome master by a star. Mou murmured softly, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Despite possessing a vast energy sealed within, he would not hesitate to exert some effort to seize the soon-to-be-completed Purple Heart Barrier-breaking pill, especially if he could simultaneously acquire the Royal Source Blood Fruit. Unbeknownst to Yanli, someone had already set their sights on the Purple Heart Barrier-breaking pill he was about to refine. As time slowly passed, the once calm Yanli began to exhibit his prowess in alchemy. He struck the cauldron with great force, causing the lid to fly off, and torrents of inky flames surged forth, enveloping the surroundings. At the core of those dark flames, a brilliant purple light erupted, piercing through the darkness with such intensity that it rendered the flames riddled with holes. As the light emanated, a rich aroma of purple elixir began to rise, coalescing into a misty cloud of purple vapor that hovered above Yen Li's head. With a hearty laugh, the dark flames gradually dissipated, revealing a purple elixir the size of a dragon's eye, spinning gracefully under the watchful gaze of countless onlookers. With a swift motion, Yen Li summoned the purple elixir into his palm, and unable to contain his joy, he burst into boisterous laughter. At last, the purple heart breakthrough pill has been refined. This is a treasure that rivals even the fifth-tier elixirs. How can any of you compete with me now? His laughter echoed across the square, momentarily silencing the esteemed guests on either side. However, as the excitement simmered, many eyes grew intensely fixated on the purple elixir in Yen Li's hand. Oh no, Fa Ma muttered, his expression darkening as he noted the purple heart breakthrough pill in Yen Li's grasp, contrasting sharply with the two-patterned azure spirit pill crafted by Xiao Yan. Although the latter held considerable value, it paled in comparison to the former. Unless, Fa Ma trailed off, shaking his head in self-mockery. His demeanor caught the attention of Hai Bo Dong, who furrowed his brow and inquired, unless what? With a long sigh, Fa Ma glanced at Hai Bo Dong and replied, unless Xiao Yan can concoct the highest grade 3-patterned azure spirit pill, which means he must possess a third type of flame. But could one truly wield 3 types of flames? Fa Ma mused bitterly to himself. 3 types of flames, you say? Not impossible, came a voice from behind, as Mou approached. Shrugging lightly, and observing the young men in the square. Taken aback by the remark, Fa Ma turned to face Mou, who had recently gained considerable fame in the imperial city, and shook his head in resignation, interpreting Mou's words as mere consolation. On the other hand, Hai Bo Dong, upon hearing this, regarded the calm-faced Mou thoughtfully, while casting a glance at the black-clad youth who was refining medicine in the square. Both Mou and Xiao Yan were individuals of extraordinary talent he had ever encountered. If this assertion came from Mou and was to be realized by Xiao Yan, then perhaps, just as this thought crossed his mind, a sudden change unfolded within the royal square. An astonishing chill began to emanate slowly from Xiao Yan's cauldron, drawing the attention of everyone present. Feeling the chilling flame that fluctuated between warmth and coldness, Mou smiled faintly and remarked, look, the third type of flame has indeed manifested. He was well aware of the bone spirit cold fire cultivated by the medicine elder. Although the elder was now in a deep slumber, the flame imprint he had left behind allowed Xiao Yan to wield this extraordinary fire. While it remained a mystery where Xiao Yan had acquired a beast fire, the combination of these 2 unique flames promised the revival of the 3-patterned Qingling pill. This chilling aura is formidable. It even poses a threat to me, Hai Bo Dong observed gravely as he gazed at the cold energy seeping from Xiao Yan's cauldron. What is this? Fa Ma exclaimed in astonishment, staring at the white flame in the sky. He sensed the icy energy surrounding the flame, but most notably, at the very heart of the fire, a blue pill was faintly discernible. In the square, the white flame in the sky began to plummet rapidly under the influence of Xiao Yan's pulling force. As it descended, the white flames enveloping its surface rapidly dissipated, revealing the blue pill within more clearly. The pill was blue, the size of a dragon's eye, and its smooth surface displayed 3 concentric rings in blue, purple, and white, arranged with remarkable order. Xiao Yan chuckled lightly, then raised the blue pill high, his gaze fixed on Fa Ma and the others on the platform, before finally resting on Mou. A flicker of excitement broke through his otherwise calm demeanor as he exclaimed, a 4th-grade pill, the 3-patterned Qingling pill. Ha ha ha, splendid. Watching the youth below raise the pill triumphantly, Fa Ma could no longer contain his inner excitement and let out a hearty laugh. Mou also smiled subtly. In just 3 short years, Xiao Yan had transformed from a novice alchemist into a 4th-grade alchemist. It must be acknowledged that while the guidance of the esteemed medicine elder played a significant role, the young man's extraordinary talent was equally commendable. When Xiao Yan's true capabilities were revealed back home, it would surely astonish many. As the 3-patterned Qingling pill made its appearance, the outcome of the competition was decisively determined. After all, even the purple heart-breaking pill could not compete with the quality of the 3-patterned Qingling pill. The subsequent events unfolded seamlessly. After inspecting all the pills produced by the alchemists, Xiao Yan's 3-patterned Qingling pill undoubtedly surpassed all others in the square. Gritting his teeth, even Yen Li, though extremely reluctant, had to begrudgingly concede to the superiority of the 3-patterned Qingling pill. With a swift motion, he stowed the cauldron from the stone platform into his spatial ring. Then, under the scrutiny of countless gazes, Yen Li turned and departed hastily from the arena. After all, with his identity exposed, if he did not seize the opportunity to flee at this moment, once Fama and the others concluded their business here, it would surely spell disaster for him. Observing this, Mou cast a glance at the immensely popular Xiao Yan, silently wishing him well, before swiftly vanishing from the sight of the crowd. In the imperial capital, within a dilapidated slum located on the northwest street, light and darkness coexisted. Despite the capital's prosperity, it was not immune to filth and destitution. As the most impoverished area in the capital, this slum was a place where even the noblest individuals shunned, and ordinary residents of the capital dared not tread. At that moment, a middle-aged man with a grim countenance hurriedly traversed the muddy cobblestone path, eventually turning down several alleys to arrive at a discreet, secluded inn. Vice President, what brings you here? Have you claimed victory in the Alchemist Conference? The Gamma Empire must be utterly humiliated now, remarked a slender man, who had been dozing off but immediately perked up upon recognizing the visitor. This inn served as one of the intelligence stations for the Xian Empire, strategically located in the remote slum to maintain discretion. As the vice president of the Alchemist Guild, Yan Li was aware of the circumstances surrounding the conference and the embarrassment inflicted upon the Gamma Empire. However, he was perplexed, having won the championship. Should he not be basking in glory amidst the crowd's accolades? Why was he rushing here like a frightened dog? Could it be? Enough of your questions, fool. Quickly prepare an ordinary identity and a ticket for a flying magical beast to leave the Gamma Empire. Hurry. Otherwise, when I return to the Xian Empire, your career will come to an abrupt end. The middle-aged man, Yan Li, wore an exceedingly dark expression, his cold gaze fixated on the slender man, urging him onward as if a ravenous tiger were hot on his heels. Taken aback by Yan Li's demeanor, the slender man recalled his earlier speculation, and a thought began to take shape in his mind. Could it be that the championship of the Alchemist Conference had been seized by someone from the Gamma Empire? As this realization dawned on him, a look of shock crossed his face. When had the Gamma Empire produced such a talented alchemist? Even the vice president had failed to secure victory. Suppressing his doubts, the slender man promptly nodded respectfully to Yan Li and hastened to fulfill his orders. After the slender man departed, Yan Li approached the table, picked up a cup of tea, and gulped it down forcefully. Even he could not have anticipated that he would be defeated by a mere fledgling. Should this news reach the Empire of Izumo, not only would his aspirations for the presidency be dashed, but he might also find himself stripped of the vice presidency. Cursed be that wretched rock owl. Upon my return to the Empire of Izumo, I shall enlist formidable allies to hunt him down. As he contemplated the humiliation of having lost the championship at the assembly, Yan Li's expression turned cold and murderous. I fear you shall not have the opportunity to return to the Empire of Izumo. Just as Yan Li was devising his revenge, a chilling laugh echoed from outside the door. Who could it be? Could it be Fa Ma and the others? How could they arrive so swiftly? Taken aback, Yan Li's expression hardened. Inside the room, a gentle breeze stirred, carrying with it the unmistakable stench of the slums. In the next instant, a tall figure clad in green suddenly materialized within the chamber. The young man, with his uniquely enchanting silver eyes, regarded Yan Li with a playful glint. It's you. Upon recognizing the distinctive silver gaze, Yan Li seemed to recall something, and he let out a sigh of relief. I thought it was Fa Ma and his companions, but it turns out to be another inexperienced youth. If memory serves, we crossed paths at the Alchemist Conference. Speak. Who are you? How did you ascertain my whereabouts? Noting that the newcomer appeared to be merely in his 20s, Yan Li dismissed him, confident that with his meager 7 or 8-star Dou Ling strength, he could easily evade any threats, save for the ancient figures from the Gamma Empire. Yan Li, is it? You need not concern yourself with my name. You only need to know that I have set my sights on the royal source blood fruit. Having traced the spatial mark to this location, Mou gazed indifferently at the now middle-aged man before him. Upon hearing the mention of the royal source blood fruit, Yan Li's expression shifted dramatically. How did you know I possessed such a treasure? I apologize for the inconsistent updates over the past few days. I have been feeling unwell. Chapter 195, Killing Yan Li and Success. When Mou mentioned the royal source blood fruit, Yan Li's countenance changed immediately. The possession of such a rare item was a closely guarded secret, known to only a select few even within the Empire of Izumo. How could Mou, from the distant Gamma Empire, be aware of it? Hand over the royal source blood fruit obediently, and perhaps you might still return alive to the Empire of Izumo. Mou regarded the secluded inn with a cold smirk. Had he not planted a spatial mark on Yan Li, he would never have imagined that the Empire of Izumo had such a clandestine information point in Gamma Sacred City. Humph, an ignorant child. Before Fa Ma and the others arrive, I shall eliminate you myself. Hearing Mou's intentions directed at him, Yan Li's expression darkened, and he spoke with chilling resolve. While he feared Fa Ma and the others, he would not allow a mere novice to threaten the vice presidency of the esteemed Alchemist Guild of the Empire of Izumo. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Mou shook his head and silently pondered. Uncle Snake, I must entrust this individual to you. The Alchemist Conference is nearing its conclusion, and Fa Ma and the others are about to arrive. We must act swiftly, whether it be the royal source blood fruit or the purple extreme barrier-breaking pill. You wished to keep them from the grasp of others. Thus, devouring them before Ma's arrival was undoubtedly the wisest course of action. Leave it to me. A mere 8-star doling can be extinguished in the blink of an eye, echoed Uncle Snake's signature, chilling voice within Mou's mind. Hearing Uncle Snake's response, Mou smiled lightly and nodded. Despite having expended a considerable amount of Uncle Snake's bloodline power in the Mulan Empire, defeating a doling was still well within reach. Yin Li, you have brought this upon yourself. Today, you will not leave the Jiamar Empire alive. A cold smile emerged at the corners of Mou's lips as he slowly closed his eyes. Observing Mou's peculiar behavior, Yin Li's shadowy eyes revealed a hint of confusion, his brows furrowing. Yet, after a brief moment, his expression abruptly shifted as he sensed an overwhelming, ferocious aura emanating from the young man before him. Dou Huang. The atmosphere grew tense as Yin Li's expression darkened in realization. First, there was the young man who had become a 4th-rank alchemist at such a tender age at the Alchemist Conference. And now he encountered another who appeared to be a Dou Wang, or even a Dou Huang at around 20 years old. What kind of fortune did the Jiamar Empire possess to spawn such prodigies in succession? With this thought, an ominous premonition loomed larger in Yin Li's heart. Wait, I can give you the royal source blood fruit, he declared, his face fluctuating between shades of darkness and light as he suddenly appeared to have an epiphany. Noticing this, Mou narrowed his eyes and sneered. Oh, unfortunately, a single royal source blood fruit is insufficient to save your life. You must also surrender the purple heart barrier-breaking pill you concocted at the Alchemist Conference. Upon hearing this, Yin Li's expression darkened significantly. Both the royal source blood fruit and the purple heart barrier-breaking pill were treasures of considerable worth, and yet this youth dared to demand them all. When had Yin Li ever suffered such a loss? With this realization, a fleeting glimmer of coldness flashed in Yin Li's shadowy eyes, only to be quickly replaced by a facade of respect. Your Excellency, I can provide both the royal source blood fruit and the purple heart barrier-breaking pill. I implore you to spare my life, Yin Li pleaded, his tone humble. Then let us have the items first, Mou replied nonchalantly. Please wait a moment, Yin Li said, a meaningful smile curling at his lips as he began to reach for the black spatial ring, seemingly preparing to retrieve the items. As he gradually approached Mou, Yin Li's movement slowed, but in the next moment, his demeanor shifted to one of frenzied intensity. Die! As Yin Li bellowed with fury, a vial of malevolent liquid, radiating an eerie green glow, suddenly materialized from his grasp and surged toward Mou. The sinister liquid enveloped Mou for a brief moment before gradually dissipating in the gentle breeze, leaving behind a triumphant Yin Li. You wretched brat. This vial of netherworld essence cost me a fortune from a poison master. It is colorless and odorless, yet upon contact, it swiftly spreads through your body with each movement of your internal energy. At that point, the netherworld essence will incessantly corrode your flesh and blood. Even a powerful Dou Wang would find themselves in dire straits, facing the peril of death if contaminated. Now you understand the price of offending me, the president. Not everyone is worthy of my deference. Seeing Mou struck by his poison, a sinister smile crept across Yin Li's face, his gaze turning malicious and gleeful. Though he could not comprehend the source of the young man's formidable strength, having previously bested a Dou Wang with this very poison, Yin Li had no doubt that Mou would similarly succumb. Oh, is that so? Unfortunately, your poison is rather mediocre. Just as Yin Li reveled in his perceived victory, a flash of purple golden light emanated from Mou, and with this otherworldly glow, tendrils of green gas materialized around him. This gas bore an unmistakable resemblance to the essence of the netherworld, indicating that the potent toxin had simply returned from whence it came. What? Upon witnessing Mou expelling the netherworld essence with such force, disbelief washed over Yin Li's features. This was a lethal poison that even Dou Wang practitioners found troublesome. Within the numerous poison masters of the Yunyuan Empire, few could concoct such a toxin. Yet here it was, slipping through the hands of a mere youth. If this news were to reach the Yunyuan Empire, it would undoubtedly send shockwaves among the poison masters. Little did he know that Uncle Shi, a formidable member of the Serpent Man tribe, was a master of toxins himself, rendering this poison trivial in comparison. Since you refused to comply, then prepare to meet your end. As time passed, Mou grew increasingly impatient, his silver eyes coldly fixed on Yin Li, the purple golden light surrounding him intensifying, exuding a formidable aura. Feeling the weight of this terrifying pressure, Yin Li's expression darkened. He had underestimated the young man's strength. Surely, this youth was not far from the likes of Ma. When had such a powerhouse emerged from the Gamma Empire? No longer able to contemplate, faced with the imminent threat of death, Yin Li abandoned all pride. My lord, I offer you everything I possess. I implore you to spare my life. He hastily retrieved a black spatial ring from his possession and, trembling, extended it toward MOU. It is too late. A faint, icy smile graced the corners of MOU's lips as he slowly raised his right hand. A mysterious beam of purple-golden light abruptly transformed into a formidable and terrifying ray, hurtling directly towards Yen Li. Upon witnessing this overwhelming beam, Yen Li's expression shifted to one of sheer panic, an overwhelming sense of impending doom washing over him. Yet, as he attempted to evade it, he found himself paralyzed by an insurmountable pressure, rendering him utterly immobile. No. The despairing scene ignited a frenzied scream from Yen Li, his visage contorted with rage and venomous hatred directed at MOU. However, regardless of his unwillingness to accept his fate, facing the direct intervention of Uncle Snake left him with no escape but death. The purple-golden ray pierced through Yen Li's forehead like a laser, leaving behind a minute yet gaping wound, from which blood flowed freely. At that moment, Yen Li lay lifeless on the ground, devoid of breath, having been slain by a single strike. With Yen Li's demise, Uncle Snake's power gradually dissipated from MOU's body. Regaining control, MOU acted swiftly, leaping to the side of the now deceased Yen Li. Gazing into the latter's defiant eyes, his expression remained unchanged. He retrieved the black ring from Yen Li's hand, and with his soul power now comparable to that of a fourth-grade practitioner, he effortlessly erased the original owner's soul mark. As his soul energy entered the ring, MOU hastily surveyed the myriad of items within, ultimately fixating on a particular corner. Sensing the unique energy emanating from that spot, his soul power came to a halt over a fruit nestled there. This fruit, entirely crimson, resembled a finely crafted piece of red jade, exuding an air of royal elegance. Intricate patterns, akin to veins, spiraled around the fruit, presenting a strikingly majestic sight. Upon encountering this extraordinary object, a smile involuntarily curled at the edges of MOU's lips. The Imperial Source Blood Fruit was now in his possession. With the Imperial Source Blood Fruit secured, MOU redirected his attention to the other items within the ring. As anticipated, the purple heartbreaking pill was also among them. Playing with the purple pill in his hand, MOU's soul power suddenly enveloped it. As he delved deeper with his soul energy, a hidden soul mark gradually revealed itself to the boy's perception. Indeed, it was as he suspected. FA had long ago tampered with the purple heartbreaking pill. Yen Li could hardly have imagined that this pill had already been implanted with a soul mark during the Alchemist Conference. As the president of the Alchemist Guild of the Gamma Empire, it was inconceivable that FA lacked cunning and strategy. Even without MOU's interference, Yen Li would likely not have survived to leave the Gamma Empire. Shaking his head, MOU ceased to ponder these matters. Now that the purple heartbreaking barrier pill was in his possession, he naturally would not retain this soul mark. Fortunately, although the mark was planted by FA, he did not exert his full strength in the public setting of the Alchemist Conference, making it relatively easy for MOU to erase it. After spending a brief moment, the soul mark finally dissipated entirely. Once he had removed FA's soul mark, MOU confidently transferred all items from the Yen Li storage ring into his own. Gazing at the time, he noted that the Alchemist Conference was nearing its conclusion, which meant that FA and the others would soon be free. Thus, MOU chose not to linger any longer in that place. He swiftly returned to the inn where he was staying, and upon entering his room, he firmly shut the door behind him. After taking a few deep breaths, he finally placed the Royal Source Blood Fruit onto the table. Seated at the table, MOU fixed his gaze upon the exquisitely beautiful fruit, a smile creeping onto his lips. After enduring a long and arduous search, he had unexpectedly obtained this treasure from a hidden agent of the Outcloud Empire. Well done, young one. Snake Uncle appeared out of nowhere, his eyes glistening with satisfaction as he regarded the vibrant fruit on the table, then turned to praise MOU. Thank you for the compliment, Snake Uncle. It is merely my duty. MOU waved his hand and chuckled lightly. With this Royal Source Blood Fruit, even if we encounter a Dozone powerhouse, I can help you withstand their might, Snake Uncle assured confidently, caressing the vividly enchanting fruit. At these words, a glimmer of joy appeared on MOU's face. A Dozone powerhouse undoubtedly represented a pinnacle of combat strength in the northwestern continent. If Snake Uncle could recover to that level, their safety would be assured in the future. As he contemplated the fruit in his hand, Snake Uncle pondered for a moment before placing his palm upon it once more. A faint purple-golden glow emanated, releasing a gentle warmth. With the emergence of this glow, the Royal Source Blood Fruit, which had previously resembled a red jade, began to wither rapidly. However, despite the fruit's deterioration, the energy within it did not dissipate. Instead, a rich aroma, reminiscent of a long-buried fine wine, gradually unfurled. Inhaling the fragrant essence, MOU felt revitalized, the fatigue from his travels dissipating entirely. Truly, this was a wondrous treasure. Even its scent had the effect of invigorating and dispelling weariness. Yen Li had indeed gifted him something remarkable, were it not for the time constraints. He would have erected a tomb for it. Mou chuckled lightly as he contemplated this, while Snake Uncle intensified his efforts to refine the royal source blood fruit, the purple-golden glow growing ever more potent. After a quarter of an hour, as the purple-golden light faded, the imperial source blood fruit immediately appeared feeble and withered. Moments later, droplets of crimson dew began to seep from the desiccated fruit, gleaming with an extraordinary luster. As the imperial source blood fruit completely withered, the tiny red droplets slowly merged into a singular orb, exuding a rich, sanguine hue, remarkably alluring. Once the imperial source blood fruit was condensed into a blood-red orb, Uncle Snake opened his mouth wide and swallowed it whole. As the crimson orb entered, Uncle Snake gradually closed his eyes, seemingly in a state of digestion. Observing this, Mou was taken aback, yet soon understood that Uncle Snake was absorbing the power contained within the imperial source blood fruit. With this thought, Mou no longer felt anxious. He found a quiet spot to sit and wait. As time passed, the sky gradually darkened, and unbeknownst to him, Mou had been seated for over an hour. Just as he presumed that Uncle Snake's recovery of bloodline power would be a lengthy process, a sudden change occurred. What was happening? In the next moment, a vast and terrifying surge of bloodline power erupted in ripples, centered around Uncle Snake, exploding with a thunderous force. The sudden emergence of this bloodline explosive energy caused Mou's expression to shift drastically. The terrifying shockwave, if it struck him, could obliterate his very being in an instant. With his pupils constricted, he fixated on the expanding ripples of bloodline energy, forcefully suppressing his astonishment. He realized that there was no escape from such a wide-ranging attack. Yet he also believed that Uncle Snake would not harm him. The ripples of bloodline energy surged forth with lightning speed, and just as they approached Mou, the ripples trembled abruptly and vanished in an instant. The shockwave of bloodline power soared over Mou, violently crashing against the ceiling above. With a loud thud, the empty rooftop, subjected to the formidable bloodline attack, did not destroy any objects. However, from the shadows beneath, a figure was suddenly propelled out into the open, spewing forth a mouthful of blood. The moonlight illuminated a somewhat dark and aged countenance. Who dares to hide in the shadows? Come forth and reveal yourself. After the bloodline attack, Uncle Snake slowly opened his eyes, his cold tongue flicking in and out, a dangerous smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he gazed at the ceiling. Hearing Uncle Snake's words, Mou was momentarily stunned, then immediately realized that someone was lurking in the dark, watching him. With this realization, Mou's expression hardened. He detested being spied upon above all else. Haha, how amusing. I never imagined I would be exposed in such a manner in my old age. Very well, I shall reveal myself. As the words fell, an eerie shift suddenly permeated the air within the room. Moments later, a shadow gradually materialized, in the blink of an eye. A figure cloaked in black emerged before Mou's gaze. Upon beholding this silhouette, Mou furrowed his brow tightly. However, when he discerned the aged visage hidden beneath the shadow, his initial fury inexplicably faded, replaced by an expression of perplexity. To his astonishment, he recognized the ancient bloodline of the seven-winged purple-gold serpent. Although the figure before him was merely a spectral entity, in its prime, it would likely rival a Dou powerhouse. Even in the stronghold of mighty warriors, such as the Central State, it was evident that this being was no ordinary individual. After the shadow manifested, it regarded Uncle Snake with a sense of nostalgia, remarking, "Are you from the Central State? Why do you lurk in the shadows?" Observing Mou, Uncle Snake's dangerous gaze swept over the shadow, his tone icy. At these words, the aged face of the shadow momentarily froze, followed by a bittersweet smile. Slowly lowering the dark robe from his head, the shadow revealed an ordinary yet wise countenance, with shrewd eyes that seemed to pierce through the fabric of existence, indicating that he was far from simple. Upon hearing Uncle Snake's inquiry, the elder did not respond immediately. Instead, he turned to the young man beside him, smiling as he said, "You must be young Master Mou. I am Ling Ying, and before my arrival, the young lady specifically instructed me to convey her regards." Chapter 197, The Great Love of Sunner. Ling Ying, young lady. Upon hearing this name and title, Mou instantly grasped the implications. It was likely that the young lady the elder referred to was none other than that little girl, Sunner. In the original narrative, Sunner had been arranged by the higher echelons of the ancient clan to join the Shao family from a young age. However, to ensure the safety of this young master of the ancient clan, a Dou Huang-level guardian had been dispatched to accompany Sunner, and that guardian was named Ling Ying. During the 3-year agreement with Xiao Yan, this close protector of Sunner made an appearance during the confrontation with the Yunlan sect, ensuring Xiao Yan's safe departure. The current scene suggested that Ling Ying had come to safeguard Xiao Yan on Sunner's orders, inadvertently drawing attention to himself. only to be discovered by the now powerful Uncle Snake. Contemplating this, Mou couldn't help but reflect on the butterfly effect. Yet, since Ling Ying was a protector of Sun, he was effectively an ally, and Mou's apprehension towards him gradually dissipated. Esteemed elder, is the young lady you speak of Sun? Despite having deduced the answer within, Mou feigned ignorance as he posed the question. Chuckling softly, the elder nodded, saying, indeed. The young lady has long spoken of young Master Mou's remarkable talent and keen intellect. Having met you today, it is clear she spoke the truth. I am a relative of Sun. You may simply call me Ling Ying. Ling Ying was taken aback by how swiftly Mou had discerned Sun's identity. The matter of the young lady infiltrating the Shao family is shrouded in utmost secrecy, leaving even the higher echelons of the Shao family unaware of the formidable power backing Sun. However, upon my mere mention of this, the young man before me swiftly discerned something, displaying remarkable perceptiveness. It turns out that the elder in question, Elder Ling, is a relative of Sun. I wonder how she and her companions are faring at the Canaan Academy? Recognizing the elder's identity, Mou subtly nodded to Uncle Shi and then chuckled lightly. Upon perceiving Mou's cue, Uncle Shi understood that the elder was an ally, not an adversary. Although he was perplexed as to why a peak Do Huang powerhouse would treat Mou with such courtesy, any animosity he felt dissipated. The young ladies are thriving at the Canaan Academy, but Miss Xiaoyu has undergone quite a transformation since her return to the academy. The elder replied. Oh, what has happened to Xiaoyu? Mou inquired with concern, recalling his fiancée. Haha, there is no need for concern, young Master Mou. Miss Xiaoyu has not encountered any troubles. Rather, it seems she has experienced a significant fortuitous encounter since returning from Wutan City. Her cultivation speed has accelerated remarkably, and now her reputation at the academy is nearly on par with that of your lady, Elder Ling observed, narrowing his eyes slightly as he looked at the young man. Testing the waters. Upon hearing Elder Ling's words, Mou was momentarily taken aback, then recalled something, chuckling softly as he shook his head. When he had parted ways with Xiaoyu upon leaving the family, he had prepared a set of earth-tier cultivation techniques and combat skills for her. His intention was merely to ensure she could protect herself, not anticipating that Xiaoyu would seize this opportunity to rise. However, to catch up with Sun, it is likely just Elder Ling's flattering words. As for Elder Ling's probing, Mou chose not to disclose the reasons directly and instead shifted the topic. Elder Ling, as Sun's protector, what brings you back to the Gamma Empire from such a great distance? Nothing of great importance, Elder Ling replied, momentarily taken aback by Mou's change of subject, then shaking his head with a bitter smile. Regarding the earth-tier cultivation techniques and combat skills that had surfaced with Xiaoyu, both he and Sun harbored suspicions directed at Mou. After all, the declining Shao family could not possibly possess such techniques, and Xiaoyu South's only close acquaintances, apart from her family, were limited to Mou. As for how Mou came to possess such invaluable earth-tier techniques, Sun was equally perplexed but had no desire to delve deeper into the matter. Elder Ling understood his lady's intentions towards Mou, to spare no effort in cultivating a good relationship and to avoid provoking him. If there had been any lingering doubts in Elder Ling's mind previously, witnessing Mou once again today, he had come to deeply appreciate his lady's sagacious choice. This shift in perspective was not solely due to Uncle Shi's presence. While a Dozun powerhouse is indeed rare, it is not particularly extraordinary for an ancient clan. What truly astonished Elder Ling was Mou's terrifying rate of cultivation. As Sun's personal guard, Ling Ying had long since infiltrated the Shao family. Thus he was not unfamiliar with its members. He was well aware of Mou's rise to prominence, which had occurred over merely 3 to 4 years. Yet, in that brief span, Mou had transformed from a novice at the Dou Qi stage to a formidable, high-ranking Dou master. Such rapid advancement was indeed remarkable, even within his esteemed clan. Calming his thoughts, Ling Ying gazed at the composed youth before him and continued. I have come to the Jiama Empire on account of the impending 3-year agreement between young Master Xiao Yin and the young lady from the Nalan family. Miss Sun fears that young Master Xiao Yin may face difficulties with the Nalan family and the Yunlan sect, and thus has sent me to ensure matters remain under control. However, I did not anticipate the presence of such a powerful individual by young Master Mou's side. It appears my journey may have been in vain. With young Master Mou here, young Master Xiao Yin is unlikely to encounter any misfortune. Ling Ying cast a glance at Uncle Shi, a glimmer of caution flashing in his eyes. A Dozun expert, even in his clan filled with formidable figures, was considered a top-tier powerhouse, not to mention one possessing the ancient bloodline of the 7-winged purple gold serpent. Although the Dozun before him was merely a spiritual entity and could not exert his full strength, judging by the previous display of power, it was likely that even a Dozon would find it difficult to contend with him. In the Jiama Empire, a Dozon was already regarded as a supreme expert, Upon hearing Ling Ying's words, Mou could not help but chuckle and shake his head. One had to admit that Xiao Yan was indeed fortunate to have Suner, a fiercely protective yet endearing companion by his side. Even before the 3-year agreement commenced, she had already devised an escape route for him. In the original narrative, had it not been for the emergence of the formidable Ling Ying, Xiao Yan might have truly struggled to extricate himself unscathed. Does Ling Lao wish to meet with cousin Xiao Yan? He is also residing in this inn, Mou inquired. There is no need. The young lady has instructed me not to reveal myself until the critical moment, Ling Ying replied with a smile. At this, Mou felt a renewed admiration for Suner's profound affection. The act of secretly dispatching protection without revealing her intentions was, without a doubt, a remarkable display of selflessness, especially for someone like Mou, who had little understanding of love. Then I shall not delay you any further, Ling Lao. As for cousin Xiao Yan, should he encounter any obstacles, I will do my utmost to assist, Mou said with a light-hearted smile. Indeed, with young Master Mou present, it is likely that young Master Xiao Yan will not suffer. Should the Yunlan sect shamelessly send forth some elderly figures, although I am no longer young, this old body can still prove useful, Ling Ying chuckled. Hearing this, Mou raised an eyebrow. A peak Douhuang expert was a superlative powerhouse in the Jiama Empire, a decisive weapon in determining the outcome of conflicts. Your modesty is excessive. Chapter 198, The 3-Year Agreement, Departure. Time flowed slowly, and unknowingly. 3 days had passed since the alchemist conference. Outside, Mou and Hai Bo Dong regarded Xiao Yan, who had been in seclusion for several days, with furrowed brows. Concerning the 3-year agreement, both individuals were acutely aware of its significance to Xiao Yan and understood his determination to enter seclusion. However, several days had passed since his retreat, and both awaited the outcome with mounting anxiety. In contrast to Hai Bo Dong, Mou remained remarkably composed. He was well aware of Xiao Yan's intentions, which involved leveraging the 3rd-grade medicinal pill, the 3-pattern Qingling pill, to achieve a breakthrough to the Great Fighter level, thereby securing an advantage in his contest against Nalan Yinran. This strategy indeed proved to be a pivotal factor in establishing Xiao Yan's victory. Without the prowess of a great fighter, the likelihood of defeating Nalan Yinran would have been substantially diminished. As Mou contemplated this, a sudden resounding noise erupted from the room that had been silent for so long. Startled by the commotion, Mou and Hai Bo exchanged glances before bursting into laughter. Is it over? They mused. No sooner had the words left their lips than Xiao Yan's laughter echoed from within. Hai Lao, cousin Mou. My apologies for keeping you waiting. With Xiao Yan's response, Hai Bo pushed the door open, and Mou followed him inside. He surveyed the room before his gaze settled upon Xiao Yan, and with a gentle smile, he remarked, by the sound of your aura, it seems you have reached the Great Fighter level? Xiao Yan nodded slightly. He had just completed his advancement, and his aura was still somewhat unrefined. Observing this, Mou nodded in affirmation and said, with the strength of a great fighter, your match against Nalan Yinran should be secured. Let us hope so, Xiao Yan replied, determination flickering in his dark eyes. I just received something while I was out. Suddenly, Hai Bo produced an elegantly crafted white envelope from his bosom, upon which a white cloud and a long sword, piercing through the cloud, were depicted, exuding an aura of sharpness. From the Yunlan sect? Mou inquired, raising an eyebrow at the distinctive insignia. It seems the Yunlan sect has extended invitations to numerous observers, he mused, turning his gaze toward Xiao Yan. This 3-year agreement, in essence, was a contest regarding their engagement. Whether Xiao Yan was merely a frog yearning for a swan or the Yunlan sect was courting humiliation would hinge on the outcome of this match. Indeed, Hai Bo nodded, lifting the invitation. This is a summons from the Yunlan sect to various leaders and formidable individuals in the imperial capital. An invitation? Xiao Yan questioned, puzzled. You should be able to deduce that this is due to your impending contest with Nalan Yinran regarding the so-called 3-year agreement. The Yunlan sect is currently inviting renowned figures to witness the event, as I believe they are attempting to bolster Nalan Yinran's position as the future young master. After all, if she triumphs, her renown will soar, not only within the Yunlan sect, but beyond. Hai Bo said with a smile. Humph, the Yunlan sect is exceedingly arrogant. If Nalan Yinran were to lose to cousin Xiao Yan, who would bear the shame? Surely, Yun would not act in such a manner. Mou pondered with a hint of skepticism. Previously, when he was in the Warcraft Mountains, he had cautioned the latter not to underestimate Xiao Yan. Had she dismissed his warning as mere wind in her ears? Moreover, such behavior seemed uncharacteristic of Yun's typically carefree disposition. Perhaps this matter did not pertain directly to her. As far as I know, she was likely not present at the Yunlan sect at this moment, with all affairs being overseen by the Elder Pavilion. Hai Bo shrugged his shoulders and remarked, not at the Yunlan sect? Upon hearing this, MOU nodded in realization. He recalled that in the original narrative, Yun Yun had indeed been absent from that great battle due to certain reasons. Since the Yunlan sect possesses such confidence, our Shao family cannot afford to lag behind. Cousin Shao Yin, tomorrow, I shall accompany you to Yunlan Mountain. After all, I am also part of the Shao family. And at this moment, we must not be underestimated. MOU's expression turned solemn as he addressed Shao Yin beside him. Haha, with cousin MOU here. I could not wish for anything more. Shao Yin replied with a beaming smile. In the original text, the Shao family was merely a small clan within Wuten City. And since the death of the previous family head, no influential figures had emerged from the family aside from Shao Yin. Thus, during the 3-year agreement, Shao Yin had shouldered the entire burden of the family alone in opposition to the Yunlan sect. Now, with MOU's involvement, the Shao family was no longer solely represented by Shao Yin. MOU's reputation in the Imperial City had grown even more illustrious. With MOU stepping forward on behalf of the Shao family, Shao Yin was certainly elated. Observing MOU's emergence, Hai Buodong's expression also became grave, as both MOU and Shao Yin appeared to him as exceptionally rare prodigies. With the 3-year agreement approaching, would the name of the Shao family's twin dragons finally resonate throughout the Imperial City? The following day, the blazing sun broke free from the horizon, leaping into the sky and instantly casting warm rays upon the earth. In a room, a young man clad in black slowly peeled off the mask from his face and discarded it into his storage ring. From this moment forth, the identity of Yin Shao could temporarily fade away. He was now known as Shao Yin. Donning a deep black robe, having removed the alchemist's long robe, added an air of mystery to his otherwise handsome visage. Splashing cold water on his face, the young man smiled faintly, then extended his right hand. The storage ring glimmered, revealing a massive black measuring ruler towering to the youth's height. Grasping the ruler's handle, he flipped it, and a fierce wave of pressure swept through the room, accompanied by a soft sound as the enormous black ruler was slanted against his back. Clapping his hands together, the young man turned to the youth in green by the window and intently stated, Cousin MOU, the time has come. We must set off. Are we to depart? Gazing up at the sun gradually rising outside the window, and recalling Shao Yan's reminder behind him, MOU felt a great deal of emotion welling within him. The day of their 3-year pact, a date laden with special significance. Was he truly about to witness it with his own eyes? As the time arrived, it was time to embark on their journey. Today would unveil his true self to the world. Looking at Shao Yin, whose countenance had returned to its original form, MOU chuckled softly. If word of the rock owl being Shao Yin were to spread, it would surely leave many people astonished. Fear not, cousin. I shall not bring shame to our family, Shao Yin declared, his hand resting on the enormous black ruler he held. Stepping through the door, the 2 tall young men exited the inn, moving quietly without disturbing anyone, their pace measured and unhurried as they walked along the street, eventually reaching the city gates. Standing upon a high slope just beyond the gates, they gazed into the distance, where the imposing Yunlan mountain loomed, faintly resonating with the sound of swords clashing. Rising to the heavens. Chapter 199. MOU from the Shao clan, here to witness the battle. The Yunlan sect was established atop Yunlan Mountain, which was merely a few dozen miles from the imperial capital, the 2 locales standing in close proximity like 2 colossal entities facing each other. On the well-trodden road, the 2 tall young men strolled leisurely. The youth clad in green bore a subtle smile at the corners of his lips, his beauty rendered ethereal beneath the morning sun. The other youth, dressed in black robes, walked slowly, the enormous black ruler upon his back drawing considerable attention. Passers-by in horse-drawn carriages occasionally cast astonished glances at them. Yet both MOU and Shao Yin seemed blissfully unaware of these stares. Observing Shao Yin beside him, who walked with a steady gait despite the weight of the heavy ruler he bore, MOU could not help but raise an eyebrow. From MOU's perspective, although the ruler appeared unremarkable, its quality was undoubtedly on par with some 4th or 5th grade weapons. With each step, it seemed as if Shao Yan's aura had melded with the ruler, the ethereal air of having just broken through to the great dome master gradually solidifying. Noticing this, MOU imperceptibly nodded. Indeed, a disciple nurtured by the medicine sovereign was extraordinary. MOU, your cousin is no ordinary individual. And coupled with that formidable Do Huang Peak expert you mentioned a few days ago, who serves as a personal guard, your little Shao clan has truly gathered a number of prodigies. The voice of Uncle Shi resonated in MOU's mind. Upon hearing Uncle Shi mention Sun Er, MOU was taken aback for a moment, then chuckled softly, shaking his head. When Ling Ying's identity was unveiled, MOU had taken the opportunity to explain Sun Er's background to Uncle Shi, not realizing he had committed it to memory. As Uncle Shi suggested, it was indeed true. He, Shao Yin, and Sun Er were among the most exceptional prodigies on the continent. As the duo of MOU traversed slowly, after half an hour, They finally halted their steps, standing upon a slope, gazing at the immense base of the mountain in the distance. At the foot of the mountain, a vast military encampment unfolded across the flat expanse of grassland, where through the white tents, one could faintly discern soldiers engaged in drills. This was the elite legion of the Jaimar royal family, stationed beneath the Yunlan mountain. Retracting his gaze, Imoyu shook his head. Devoid of interest in the sordid affairs between the Jaimar royal family and the Yunlan sect. Descending the slope alongside Xiaoyan, they meandered along the main road, gradually approaching the mountain's base. As verdant hues began to emerge on either side, the sounds of soldiers training gradually faded. Raising his eyes slightly, they were met with the sight of a stone staircase stretching towards the horizon, resembling a celestial ladder. Standing at the foot of the mountain, Imoyu gazed up at the ancient stone steps, which had existed for countless ages, and turned to the young man in black beside him with a smile. Cousin Xiaoyan, we have arrived at Yunlan's sect. Are you prepared? Ha. Cousin Imoyu, rest assured, I shall not disappoint you in this 3-year pact. Xiaoyan responded with a confident laugh, patting the heavy instrument on his back. Observing Xiaoyan, who was usually composed and taciturn, displaying such exuberance, Imoyu nodded with a gentle smile. No one understood better than him the significance of the 3-year pact to Xiaoyan. The letter of divorce from 3 years prior loomed over him like a mountain, pressing heavily upon his heart. Now, as the moment of reckoning approached, it was high time for Xiaoyan to release the pressure he had long endured. In this contemplative state, the young man in black lightly stepped forward, firmly placing his foot upon the somewhat damp ancient stone steps. At the end of the long staircase, amidst swirling mists, lay a vast plaza. At this moment, nearly 1,000 individuals were seated within the plaza, arranged in a half-circle, all clad in moon-white robes. At the apex of the plaza, a series of towering stone steps emerged, ascending gradually, with the eldest among them seated on the highest stone platform, which remained unoccupied, while below, a dozen elderly men in white robes sat cross-legged, eyes closed in meditation. These white-robed elders, in terms of both presence and strength, were far beyond the ordinary, representing the true elite of the Yunlan sect. Beneath these elders, on a separate stone step, sat a woman attired in a moon robe, her eyes gently closed. The breeze caressed her attire, clinging to her graceful form, revealing the exquisite curves beneath. The focus shifted to her serene and beautiful face, and it was none other than Nalan Yenran. Suddenly, the sound of rushing wind resonated from above, and figures appeared atop the towering treetops. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that several silhouettes stood upon the tips of the colossal trees surrounding the plaza. Not only was Haiba Dong present, but also the likes of Fa Ma, Jian Tian, and even Nalan Jia, along with the heads and younger members of several other families, including Mu Zhan, who had previously clashed with Mou. It was evident that all these individuals were invited by the Yunlan sect. As one of the concerned parties, the Shao family should have been entitled to participate in this event. Unfortunately, the Shao family has fallen into decline, leading to their dismissal by others. And the Yunlan sect would not travel a great distance to deliver an invitation to a small town. Were it not for Mou, it is likely that aside from Xiao Yin, no other member of the Shao family would have been present. Above in the sky, the immense sun gradually ascended to its zenith, casting warm rays that enveloped the mountaintop. At a certain moment, 2 faint footsteps unexpectedly echoed from beneath the bluestone steps outside the plaza, the gentle sound ascending slowly, causing a subtle shift in the harmonious atmosphere of the gathering. All disciples of the Yunlan sect opened their eyes, their gazes fixated on the bluestone steps, from which the footsteps originated. On the stone platform, Nalan Yenran also gradually opened her bright eyes, her gaze settling on that particular spot. Upon hearing the footsteps, her delicate brows furrowed slightly, aside from Xiaoyan. Who could that other person be? The footsteps grew closer and louder, prompting a dozen white-robed elders on the stone platform to also open their eyes, directing their attention to the same location. In the distant sky, sunlight suddenly broke through the ethereal clouds, illuminating the final steps, where 2 slender figures gradually became visible to countless gazes. Under the scrutiny of nearly 1,000 eyes in the plaza, a youth with a gentle smile and a black-robed figure bearing a massive black ruler finally emerged into view. Mou's indifferent gaze swept across the crowd, and upon witnessing the significant presence of nearly half the higher-ups of the Yunlan sect and thousands of disciples, a cold smile emerged at the corner of his lips. It was clear that they intended to use Xiao Yin and the Shao family as stepping stones to bolster the reputation of the Yunlan sect. As Mou observed with a demeanor of dispassionate contemplation, Xiao Yin suddenly stepped forward, his voice resonating powerfully throughout the plaza. Shao family, Xiao Yin. Seeing Xiao Yan's straightforward introduction, Mou was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled lightly and shook his head. He also took 3 steps forward, positioning himself alongside Xiao Yin, and addressed the gathering of Yunlan sect members and invited guests. Shao family, MOU, here to observe the contest. The simple and unadorned words floated gently over the vast plaza, causing the previously harmonious atmosphere to ripple with a hint of disarray. Shao family, Xiaoyan. Shao family, MOU. In the arena, countless disciples of the Yunlan sect cast their gazes, each imbued with a myriad of emotions, toward the two young men clad in azure and ebony robes, respectively. They were not unfamiliar with the Shao family, nor with the youths named MOU and Xiaoyan. The Shao family, a modest clan from Wutan City, was hardly significant in the vast expanse of the Jiama Empire, were it not for the 3-year agreement. This diminutive family would likely go unnoticed even in the imperial capital. The title of the twin dragons of the Shao family elicited a complex array of sentiments among the Yunlan sect disciples. Whenever the name Shao Yan was mentioned, most would respond with a hint of disdain and mockery. For a scion of a small family to aspire to wed the illustrious Nalan Yinran, whose standing within the Yunlan sect was akin to that of a princess, appeared to them a display of sheer audacity. Particularly after the news of the 3-year agreement circulated within the sect, the derision intensified, fueled, of course, by a tinge of jealousy. However, the emergence of MOU compelled a reassessment of this prejudice. Even the most accomplished disciples of the Yunlan sect could not deny that MOU, capable of annihilating the Mo family and effortlessly defeating Mu Zhan, was indeed a rare prodigious talent. Consequently, the haughty disciples of the Yunlan sect found their arrogance subdued in the presence of MOU. Thus, today, as they beheld Xiaoyan, who was hailed as the other half of the twin dragons of the Shao family, he remained composed and unruffled, even when confronted by the collective aura of nearly 1,000 disciples of the Yunlan sect. Some astute disciples, having cast aside their negative sentiments, felt a shiver of trepidation. This calm demeanor was certainly not characteristic of the so-called waste of the Shao family that they had often discussed among themselves. Nalan Yinran's bright eyes were fixed intently on MOU in the distance before shifting to Xiao Yan beside her, for reasons unknown. Recalling the assertive and domineering manner of the azure-robed youth at the gathering, coupled with the rumors surrounding the twin dragons of the Shao family, the once certain prospects of victory began to waver. Rising slowly, Nalan Yinran's beautiful eyes flashed with determination. Xiao Yan had his reasons for not being defeated, and she had her own. In the arena, as Nalan Yinran stood, the 10 or so elderly figures clad in white robes above her finally opened their eyes. When their gazes fell upon MOU at the stone steps, a flicker of confusion crossed their faces. The Shao family had actually sent someone to observe the battle? While MOU's reputation was considerable throughout the Jiama Empire and even the imperial capital, these reclusive elders were not particularly well acquainted with him. Are you the twin dragons of the Shao family? The elder positioned at the center seemed to recall something, lifting his gaze to MOU and Xiao Yan. And after a pause, he spoke slowly. You are the grand elder of the Yunlan sect? MOU replied without a hint of deference, his eyes sweeping over the elder in white robes. Upon hearing those words, the elder in the white robe was momentarily taken aback. As the esteemed grand elder of the Yunlan sect and a formidable Dou Wang, he had never been treated with such disdain. I am Yunlan sect's grand elder, Yunling, he stated, his expression darkening slightly. It seems that our sect did not extend an invitation to the Shao family to witness this contest. I am curious as to why they are here. Before he could finish, MOU interjected. What a joke. This contest is a 3-year agreement between my cousin Xiao Yan and Nalan Yinran. As one of the parties involved, does the Shao family need the Yunlan sect's permission to attend? Moreover, to ensure the fairness of the upcoming competition, it is imperative for the Shao family to have someone present to oversee the proceedings. Since the elders are preoccupied with other matters, this responsibility has fallen to me. A few eccentric old-timers, invited by the Yunlan sect, could not help but chuckle at the audacity of the Shao family. Some even gave MOU a thumbs up. The Shao family, a minor faction, aspired to stand on equal footing with the Yunlan sect. While this ambition may have been unrealistic, the courage displayed was indeed commendable. MOU, at such a young age, had carved out a significant reputation in the imperial capital, proving himself to be no ordinary peer. Hearing MOU's words, Yunling was momentarily stunned, and then he scoffed. Today, our sect leader has yet to return, so I shall preside over this 3-year agreement. As for you, your aspirations to participate in the proceedings are simply unfounded. At these words, MOU frowned slightly and replied coolly, what? Does the esteemed Yunlan sect intend to engage in favoritism, or are you lacking confidence in Miss Nalan's capabilities, seeking to shield her from scrutiny? Impudent. Yunling's expression darkened, and he retorted coldly, you, a mere boy, dare to slander the Yunlan sect? This contest, where a trifling waste from the Shao family dreams of defeating our esteemed young master, is nothing short of a delusion. Oh, then why not allow someone from the Shao family to assist in the proceedings? MOU countered, unfazed. Upon hearing Mou's persistent inquiries, Yunling's brows furrowed. Just as he prepared to suppress the matter with force, Nalan Yinran suddenly interjected, "Grand Elder, allow Mou to assist you in hosting. After all, this contest concerns both parties, and it is reasonable for the Shao family to send someone." Hearing Nalan Yinran's response, Yunling's brow slightly furrowed. Mou's request seemed to irritate the Grand Elder, who held considerable influence within the Yunlan sect. Although he recognized that Xiao Yin had shed his former reputation as a waste, Nalan Yinran's talent was equally formidable, and her rapid progress through the training of the Yunlan sect was nothing short of remarkable. However, when it came to a confrontation, Yunling did not foresee Xiao Yin emerging victorious. "Youth, do not be overly arrogant in your undertakings. Nevertheless, since you insist on this arrangement, I shall acquiesce. For the outcome of the contest will remain unchanged regardless." With a dismissive wave, Yunling sneered. Even if Mou were to participate in the hosting. Given Nalan Yinran's prowess, her triumph over Xiao Yin was virtually assured, leaving Mou as merely a spectator to the outcome. A slight curve lifted the corners of his mouth. As for Yunling's thoughts, Mou was indifferent, as long as he held the authority to preside over the contest. "Cousin Xiao Yin, leave the influence of the Yunlan sect to me. All you need to do is defeat Nalan Yinran." Turning to the young man in the black robe beside him, Mou declared. Seeing Mou reclaim dignity for both the Xiao family and himself, Xiao Yin solemnly nodded and said, "Thank you, Cousin Mou. The rest, you can rest assured, I will handle it." With that, his expression gradually returned to indifference. Xiao Yin's grip on the hilt tightened, and moments later, he stepped forward forcefully. Where his foot landed upon the hard bluestone slab, several fissures unexpectedly spread beneath his sole. And a surging wave of azure Dou Qi, intermingled with flickering azure flames, erupted violently from the surface of Xiao Yin's body. "Let us begin," he said to Nalan Yinran, his demeanor calm and detached. Observing the cold smirk on Yunling's lips, Mou smiled faintly and gradually stepped back, clearing the area for the imminent duel between the two. Ultimately, whether Xiao Yin would emerge victorious or Nalan Yinran would prevail would surely astonish the world. Chapter 201. Victory belongs to the Xiao family. After securing the right to host the contest, Mou ascended the stone platform, calmly awaiting the proceedings. Noticing Mou's seemingly assured demeanor, Yunling scoffed derisively. How could a mere member of the Xiao family dare to dream of defeating the young master of the Yunlan sect? This battle would merely serve to reaffirm the invincible might of the Yunlan sect, the foremost sect of the Jiamat Empire, an authority that none could challenge. Unbeknownst to Yunling, even if Mou were aware of his thoughts, he would only scoff in disdain. The Yunlan sect? What a farce. As the thoughts of the many spectators varied, the contest finally commenced. Contrary to the expectations of the majority, who anticipated a swift victory for Nalan Yinran, the scene that unfolded was unexpectedly one of stalemate. Xiao Yan's relentless offensive even compelled Nalan Yinran to unleash her mid-level Xian-class Dou technique, leaving the audience in awe. Wind Spirit Fragmented Sword. With a cry, Nalan Yinran directed her long sword towards Xiao Yin below. As her toes lightly touched the air, a gentle breeze appeared beneath her feet. Utilizing this breeze, Nalan Yinran swiftly retreated, and the 5 illusory energy remnants of her sword trembled slightly before hurtling towards Xiao Yin in a seamless barrage. Faced with such a formidable onslaught, the disciples of the Yunlan sect erupted in jubilant cheers, their exclamations continuously ringing in Mou's ears. "I never expected Sister Nalan to have successfully cultivated the Wind Spirit Fragmented Sword, a mid-level Xian-class Dou technique. Truly impressive. It is said that Sister Nalan has cultivated the Wind Spirit Fractal Sword to the point of manifesting 5 sword forms in merely a year's time. Alas, I have been training for nearly 2 years and have only managed to achieve 4. This is just the beginning, and Sister Nalan is already employing techniques of such caliber. She must be aiming for a swift resolution. That young man from the Xiao family is indeed unfortunate." As I listened to the incessant murmurs around me, I gazed at the serene figure of the young man in black robes on the battlefield, a subtle smile gracing my lips. "Cousin Xiao Yin, it is time for the world to recognize your might." Just as this thought crossed my mind, the battle in the arena took a dramatic turn. 8 extremities collapse. I beheld the black-robed youth clench his fists tightly. The massive black heavy ruler now vanished from sight. Utilizing the momentum of his body's half-turn, he unleashed a terrifying gale as he struck fiercely towards Nalan Yinran's back. The force of his punch produced an ear-piercing sonic boom. The sheer power of this attack was astounding. In the astonished eyes of the surrounding disciples of the Yunlan sect, the violent gust propelled Nalan Yinran into the air, her delicate form resembling a fragile flower swept away by a tempest. Had Sister Nalan been defeated? Countless onlookers gaped in disbelief at the sight of Nalan Yinran plummeting from the sky like a butterfly that had lost its way. Was the young master of the Yunlan sect so effortlessly vanquished? On the stone platform, Elder Yunling and the other elders simply observed the slowly descending Nalan Yinran with calm expressions. If she were truly so easily defeated, it would be a grave underestimation of the Yunlan sect's training. Seeing this, I stroked my chin. It was time for both of them to reveal their true strength. Indeed, after being repelled by Xiao Yin, Nalan Yinran's beautiful face hardened. In the next moment, her robes and flowing hair rose without wind, a magnificent aura gradually surging from within her. The potency of her presence astonished the nearby Yunlan disciples, who could not suppress their gasps of awe. Sister Nalan had actually advanced to the great fighter level? Judging by the expressions of the surrounding disciples, it seemed they too were unaware of Nalan Yinran's true capabilities. Now that Yinran has displayed the strength of a great fighter, it is time for this contest to conclude. Boy, even if you act as the host, what does it matter? In the face of absolute power, all means are but illusions. The Xiao family will ultimately remain inconsequential. Yinling cast a cold smile at me. Yet I maintained my composure and replied, a great fighter? Is that truly so remarkable? Is it impossible for the Xiao family to produce even one great fighter? How absurd. Yinran is a product of our meticulous cultivation to break through to the great fighter level. The Xiao family as strongest is but a great fighter, as I recall. Yinling scoffed. As the words fell, Yunling and the numerous elders of the Yunlan sect displayed expressions of disdain. In their view, the emergence of a single MOU from the Xiao family was already an anomaly. How could there possibly be a second Grand Dome Master? Yet, in the next moment, when their gazes shifted to the plaza, the mocking expressions on their faces froze, replaced by disbelief as they beheld the scene before them. Xiao Yan exhaled softly, gripping the hilt of the mysterious heavy ruler in front of him, and with a forceful thrust, he embedded it into the ground. In an instant, azure Dou Qi surged forth like flames from his body. After a brief interval, as the Dou Qi dissipated, a gleaming azure armor materialized, captivating the attention of all present. The sight of the Dou Qi armor left the elders gasping in astonishment. Yunling's previously arrogant demeanor faltered, and he turned to the calm young man beside him, taking a deep breath before solemnly stating, the twin dragons of the Xiao family truly live up to their reputation. Although Xiao Yan's strength exceeds my expectations, it is certain that Yin Ran possesses the profound legacy of our Yunlan sect, making victory unattainable. Let us wait and see, Mou replied with a hint of indifference. Observing Mou's unwavering confidence, Yunling's expression fluctuated, and with a cold snort, he focused intently on the battle unfolding in the arena. As the clash between the two intensified, powerful Dou Qi erupted with a torrential force from their bodies, the reverberations of energy collisions echoing throughout the plaza. Brilliant azure light flickered as scorching Dou Qi and fierce sword auras continuously shot forth from the azure radiance, with two figures darting rapidly across the arena. The sharp sounds of clashing swords and steel rang out, growing increasingly frenetic and astonishing as their attacks escalated in ferocity. The disciples of the Yunlan sect, observing the rapidly moving silhouettes, wore expressions of bewilderment. In the earlier stalemate, they had clearly sensed that Nalan Yinran had unleashed at least 3 types of mysterious Tirdo techniques, powerful enough to easily defeat stronger opponents. Yet, all of these were effortlessly countered by Xiao Yin, who evidently possessed slightly lesser strength. At this moment, the disciples finally comprehended the foolishness of the rumors that labeled Xiao Yin as a waste and overconfident. Reflecting on the whispers surrounding Mou in the imperial capital, they began to grasp the sheer terror of the strength possessed by Mou and Xiao Yin, the twin dragons of the Xiao family. It seems it is time to compel Yinran to reveal her trump card, Yunling remarked darkly, observing the increasingly stalemated battle. Oh, upon hearing Yunling's words, Mou was momentarily taken aback, then turned his full attention to the arena, anticipating what was about to unfold. Above in the heavens, Nalan Yinran's moving sword suddenly halted, her hands gripping the quivering blade tightly, the terrifying energy contained within rendering it almost unmanageable for her. At a certain moment, as the energy atop the sword reached its zenith, the already blinding sunlight emanating from it surged dramatically, overshadowing even the brilliance of the sun in the sky. With the wind's might, the setting sun shines. In the sky, the fearsome waves of energy finally erupted. A fierce sword aura descended from above, raining down upon the black-clad youth with overwhelming force. The solid ground, under the pressure of this piercing sword aura, fractured, splintering into cracks that spread to the farthest edges of the plaza. Sensing the terrifying sword energy above, Yunling coldly remarked to Mou, this is the foundation of my Yunlan sect. This battle is finally drawing to a close. Observing Yunling's assured demeanor, Mou nodded slightly and smiled. Indeed, it is coming to an end. The agreement from Mou momentarily startled Yunling, but before he could ponder, The youth's voice resonated again, however. Victory belongs to the Shao family. As Mou's words echoed, Xiaoyan suddenly retrieved a pale purple pill from his spatial ring, tossed it into his mouth, chewed slightly, then opened his mouth to unleash a plume of purple flame that danced upon his left hand. The onlookers, including Jia Xingtian perched upon the great tree, narrowed their eyes at the sight of Xiao Yan expelling purple fire. For they recalled that day in the royal plaza when the youth known as Yin Xiao had done the same. Slowly turning, he exchanged a glance with Fa Ma. Their expressions a tapestry of bewilderment and intrigue. It seemed they had finally grasped the significant truth, that Yin Xiao was indeed Xiao Yan. Of course, Fa Ma was not the only one to realize this. Jia Xingtian, Nailan Jia, Mu Chun, and others atop the giant tree were equally stunned by this revelation. Yin Xiao was Xiao Yan. In an instant, whether it was Fa Ma or Jia Xingtian, or even Nailan Jia and Nailan Yanran in the arena, all were left speechless by this astonishing news. They continuously shifted their gaze between Mou and Xiao Yan, finally understanding the close bond between Mou and Yin Xiao. They were, after all, kin. Yunling's expression darkened as well, for he had heard of the champion Yin Xiao from the Alchemist Conference, and numerous high-ranking members of the Yunlan sect had suggested that they recruit this remarkable individual, much like they had with Gu He. However, what they had not anticipated was that this Yin Xiao was none other than Xiao Yan, who had a 3-year pact with their own young sect master. Gazing at the emerald and violet flames rising gently in the arena, the two fierce flames began to draw closer, their tongues of fire flickering wildly as the scorching temperature surged rapidly. What could he possibly be planning? Observing Xiao Yan's peculiar behavior, many elders of the Yunlan sect were momentarily taken aback, their faces etched with confusion. This fellow actually intends to merge two distinct flames? As the grand elder of the Yunlan sect, Yunling quickly grasped Xiao Yan's intention after a brief contemplation, his expression transforming into one of shock. Has he lost his mind? Is he truly attempting to fuse disparate flames? Is he not afraid of being consumed by the flames? In the midst of his astonishment, a calm voice suddenly emerged from beside him. Elder Yunling, we need only watch quietly. The rest will reveal itself in due time. However, I still believe that victory belongs to the Shao family. Observing the serene countenance of the young man beside him, and then turning his gaze back to the increasingly formidable Xiao Yan in the arena, an ominous premonition slowly arose within Yunling and the other elders of the Yunlan sect. Could it be that their young sect master would face defeat? Would the illustrious Yunlan sect succumb to an obscure family like the Shao family? Chapter 202. Mou. Fear not, I shall intervene. Witnessing Xiao Yan's endeavor to merge two flames, Mou understood precisely what this signified. As the future Emperor of Flames, the lethal technique known as the Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus was beginning to manifest its fearsome power. However, the technique resulting from the combination of the Blue Lotus Earth Heart Fire and the Special Beast Fire could barely be deemed a miniature Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus. Nonetheless, even this diminutive version commanded a potency that rendered the onlookers pale with trepidation. A thunderous roar suddenly erupted above the vast square, reminiscent of the wrath of a thunder god, instilling an involuntary sense of fear and trembling in the hearts of all present. Following the deafening sound, an energy collision akin to a volcanic eruption unfolded. The two ferocious energies, upon mere contact in midair, unleashed their terrifying power with wild abandon. Instantly, a tempest materialized above the square, howling past, as the air at the point of contact became distorted and hazy under the force of the overwhelming energies. As the gale swept through, the energy shockwave that surged above resembled celestial fire descending, sweeping towards the square in the direction of Nailan Yanran. Puff, puff. The energy shockwave first encountered the defensive barriers erected by some disciples of the Yunlan sect. Yet the latter had grossly underestimated the terrifying force generated by the collision of the two energies. Consequently, those relatively feeble barriers were utterly obliterated by the energy shockwave, and some of the weaker disciples turned pale, blood spewing from their mouths. Reinforced the barriers. Seeing his fellow disciples of the Yunlan sect being utterly defeated by the energy shockwave, Yunling's countenance darkened as he urgently shouted. Upon hearing Yunling's commanding voice, nearly 1,000 disciples of the Yunlan sect responded in unison, their vibrant and multicolored energies surging forth, ultimately coalescing into a formidable protective barrier. The solid ground of the plaza trembled under the onslaught of this fierce wave of energy, fissures slowly emerging and spreading throughout. The situation appears to be slipping from our grasp, Elder. That Xiao Yan is indeed formidable, remarked an elder of the Yunlan sect, his expression fluctuating between concern and frustration. Yunling furrowed his brow, gently stroking his beard, and after a moment of contemplation, he spoke in a deep voice. Let us observe for now. We must do everything in our power to ensure Yanran does not lose. Otherwise, How shall the Yunlan sect maintain its dignity in front of so many powerful figures? What does the elder imply? Upon hearing this, several elders clad in white exchanged puzzled glances, their brows slightly furrowing. Let us wait and see. Yunling waved his hand dismissively, choosing not to elaborate further as he gazed up at the darkening sky, his countenance as somber as a stormy sea. Beside him, Moya raised an eyebrow, noting that the Yunlan sect was clearly reluctant to concede defeat. As the audience contemplated their own thoughts, the situation in the arena shifted rapidly. Suddenly, amidst the blinding light, Nailin Yinran was struck by a powerful wave of energy, causing her delicate features to pale as she involuntarily spat out a mouthful of blood. Witnessing this, Yunling's pupils constricted sharply. It was evident that Nailin Yinran's defeat was imminent. Xiaoyan, I hope you can show some mercy for the sake of the Yunlan sect's reputation. In return, we shall certainly reward you handsomely. Yunling transmitted these thoughts to Xiaoyan, his brow knitted in concern. However, before his message could fully reach its destination, a mocking laugh interrupted, cutting through the transmission. Elder Yunling, I believe this action may contravene the rules of the competition, Moya remarked with a cold smile. Taken aback by Moya's interception of his soul transmission, Yunling felt a momentary embarrassment. The transmission of a dignified Dou Wang had been detected by a mere junior. This is not your concern. Yunling scoffed, then resumed his transmission, disregarding Moya's interference, and sent his words anew to Xiaoyan. Seeing this unfold, Moya merely smiled coldly and chose not to intervene further, understanding that Xiaoyan was a man who would not be swayed by external distractions. Indeed, Xiaoyan appeared momentarily startled, but then a smile graced his lips. Without a hint of hesitation, he unleashed a tremendous force from his palm, which surged forth like a volcano erupting, directed at the pale-faced woman before him. The torrent of energy erupted from Xiaoyan's hand, causing Nailin Yinran to feel as if she were a kite severed from its string, as she expelled blood like a tragic rose. Nailin Yinran is defeated. At this sight, the entire arena fell into an eerie silence, as if a ghostly shroud had descended, leaving not a sound to be heard. Nailin Yinran, the most outstanding individual of the younger generation from the Yunlan sect, the direct disciple of the sect master, and the current young master, unexpectedly suffered defeat at the hands of a young master from a humble family. Witnessing this scene, both the ordinary disciples of the Yunlan sect and the powerful figures of the Gamma Empire, such as Fama and Jia Xingtian, were left in utter shock. The fact that Nailin Yinran was chosen as a disciple by the sect master Yun Yun speaks volumes of her talent. Yet, this prodigy was defeated by the later-comer Xiaoyan, a turn of events that was simply unfathomable. As for Nailin Jia, his countenance darkened considerably at this moment. What had once been a promising marriage had now devolved into this dire situation, akin to losing a prized hen while attempting to steal eggs, leaving him filled with regret and frustration. Damn that brat. On the other side, with a hint of anger, Yunling slammed his palm heavily onto the stone platform beside him, his face pale with disbelief. He had not anticipated that Xiaoyan would show such blatant disregard, rendering his earlier warning completely ineffective. What shall we do next, elder? A Yunlan sect elder asked with a wry smile, as Nailin Yinran had already lost the match. Yunling's expression fluctuated. Nailin Yinran represented the entirety of the Yunlan sect, and her defeat would undoubtedly tarnish its reputation. With the sect master absent, he, as the elder, was compelled to devise a plan to mitigate these losses. Observing this, Mou's expression also turned grave, as he understood that given Yunling's temperament, he would never allow the Yunlan sect to suffer such a significant loss of face. In the original narrative, Yunling seized upon Xiaoyan's annihilation of Mo Cheng as an opportunity to strike, but at this moment, the Mo family had been destroyed by Mou, and sect master Yun Yun had long before severed ties with the Mo family, issuing a declaration prior to their downfall. In other words, Yunling could no longer leverage this against Xiaoyan. What reason could Yunling possibly conjure to challenge Xiaoyan in front of so many eyes in order to restore the dignity of the Yunlan sect? As Mou pondered this, in the center of the square, the victorious Xiaoyan smiled and declared, "What I stated 3 years ago, I shall repeat today. Nailin Yinran, from this day forth, you and my Xiao family shall have no further ties. You are free. Congratulations. Everyone, the performance has concluded. Return to your homes." After addressing Nailin Yinran, Xiaoyan then turned his gaze to the stone platform and smiled, saying, "Cousin Mou, I have not failed my mission. I have won." Looking at Xiaoyan's somewhat relaxed smile, Mou also smiled faintly. The 3-year agreement, which had weighed heavily on Xiaoyan's heart, had finally come to an end. Mou applauded, regarding Xiaoyan as he withdrew the enormous Xuanzhong ruler from the ground and casually placed it on his back. The two exchanged knowing smiles before, under the scrutiny of countless gazes, they slowly made their way out of the square. As the sunlight cascaded from the heavens, Those present couldn't help but reflect on the slender figures of the Shao family's twin dragons. Perhaps, in the future, the Shao family would indeed become renowned throughout the empire. As the footsteps stepped out of the square, just as one was about to descend the stairs, a faint voice that weighed heavily on Mou's heart finally resonated. Wait a moment, esteemed guests, I must request that you pause. There are suspicions regarding this contest from our Yunlan sect. Upon hearing this voice echo throughout the square, Mou's foot, which was poised to step down, abruptly halted. Noticing the bewildered expression on Xiao Yan's face beside him, Mou subtly shook his head and turned, calmly stating, as one of the hosts of this contest, I have discerned no irregularities. What is it that you suspect, esteemed sir? This voice belonged to a white-robed elder of the Yunlan sect. Observing that Mou and Xiao Yan were about to depart, and being a fervent advocate for his sect, he felt compelled to raise a ruckus. How could Xiao Yan, merely a great fighter, wield such a formidable fighting technique? I suspect he has cheated. Someone must have prepared this lethal move for him in advance. Otherwise, the young master Yanran would not have been defeated. This is unjust. The elder's words instantly stirred a commotion among the audience. Under the watchful eyes of all present, every action of Xiao Yan was scrutinized. If there had been any cheating, it would have been evident. Yet, no one had uncovered any evidence, indicating that the likelihood of Xiao Yan having cheated was exceedingly slim. Beside them, Yunlong's expression darkened considerably upon hearing this. Clearly, the elder's excuse was far too flimsy, and even he found it difficult to endure. However, with matters having escalated to this point, he took a deep breath. Since the topic had been broached, as the grand elder of the Yunlan sect, Yunlong would not embarrass his own. Given that Xiao Yan had just shown him no respect, he too felt a simmering anger. In the midst of the crowd's scrutiny, Yunlong slowly rose to his feet, his gaze piercing as he fixed it upon Mou and Xiao Yan. In a deep voice, he declared, indeed, the sentiments of Elder Yunlan reflect the stance of our Yunlan sect. We suspect that Xiao Yan has engaged in cheating. This contest is unfair. His words carried significantly more weight than those of Elder Yunlan, prompting whispers among the crowd. After all, the fighting technique Xiao Yan had just displayed was truly terrifying, far beyond what a great fighter could typically manifest. Thus, it seemed plausible that Xiao Yan had won against Nalan Yanran through deceit, rendering his victory unjust. Seeing the Yunlan sect stirring the waters further, a flicker of anger glinted in Xiao Yan's dark eyes. Just as he prepared to confront the accusation, a large hand halted him. Cousin Mou, what are you doing? Upon hearing this, Mou smiled faintly and replied, I have said before, you need only focus on winning, leave the rest to me. The Xiao family shall not be easily bullied. Observing Mou's calm demeanor, Xiao Yan was momentarily taken aback. But soon his anger began to dissipate, and he smiled slightly, saying, Then, I shall entrust this to you, cousin Mou. For Mou, Xiao Yan undoubtedly harbored immense trust. In response, Mou offered a gentle smile, patted Xiao Yan on the shoulder, and then turned to face Elder Yunlan. Regarding the unscrupulous antics of the Yunlan sect, it must be said that Mou was not particularly surprised. In the original text, Yunling had indeed seized the pretext of Mo Cheng's death to forcibly detain Xiao Yan. Although Mo Cheng was indeed killed by Xiao Yan, it was only because of the intervention of Yao Lao. Otherwise, how could a mere youth like Xiao Yan possibly defeat someone of Mo Cheng's dueling caliber? The absurdity of this situation, with Yunling wielding it as leverage, speaks volumes about the lengths to which the Yunlan sect would go to preserve its dignity. Elder Yunlan, you just claimed that Xiao Yan could not possibly unleash such a formidable Dou technique. Is that not an act of cheating? Gazing at the elder clad in white before him, Mou's silver eyes flickered momentarily, swiftly discerning the true strength of his opponent, a formidable three-star dueling. With a subtle smile gracing his lips, he regarded the elder. Under Mou's unwavering gaze, Elder Yunlan's eyes flickered slightly, and after a brief cough to regain his composure, he declared, indeed, the Dou technique exhibited by Xiao Yan just now managed to breach even our Yunlan sect's protective barrier. Clearly, this is beyond the capabilities of one who has only recently ascended to the rank of Great Dou Master. I have ample reason to suspect that your Xiao family has long prepared such despicable tactics for this competition, and we at the Yunlan sect vehemently contest this. With his authoritative shout, many in attendance cast doubtful glances toward Xiao Yan. If true, it would indeed mark the Xiao family as exceedingly shameless. Yet, in the face of these varied gazes, Xiao Yan remained remarkably composed, observing the unperturbed youth in the arena with a slight smile. He had faith that his cousin Mou would surely find a way to resolve this matter. Are you certain that a great Dou master cannot exhibit such overwhelming power? In response to Elder Yunlan's accusations, Mou maintained his placid demeanor. Upon hearing Mou's inquiry, Elder Yunlan's brow furrowed slightly. Truth be told, he had not discerned any signs of cheating on Xiao Yan's part. However, Given the circumstances, he could only stubbornly assert, "Yes, great Dou Master." Yet, before he could elaborate further, his expression abruptly shifted, for he sensed a sudden transformation in the aura of the youth before him. A terrifying force surged forth from within him. This overwhelming presence was not merely Dou Qi. It seemed to emanate from an invisible power of the soul. Confronted with this soul energy, he felt an inexplicable sense of dread. Before he could ponder further, the youth extended his hand slowly, forming a peculiar hand seal. As this seal took shape, a vast torrent of soul energy rapidly coalesced in his palms, and faintly, one could discern a spiraling mark emerging from the space around them. Upon witnessing this spiral mark, the crowd's expressions changed drastically, for the oppressive force was palpable even to them. What astonished them further was the implication that Mou's actions might be directed at a 3-star doling elder of the Yunlan sect. That was indeed a 3-star doling. Upon the towering tree, the 6th-grade alchemist Gu He observed the scene before him, his expression shifting slightly as he solemnly remarked, "Is this a soul power-based combat technique?" Contemplating this, Gu He cast a wary glance at Mou, an undercurrent of gravity evident in his gaze. Yunling, witnessing this unfolding drama, felt an immediate change wash over him, and as if sensing Mou's intentions, he urgently shouted, "Yunlan, be cautious. This fellow is peculiar." No sooner had the words left his mouth than the overwhelming soul power emanating from Mou solidified instantaneously, a spiraling soul mark shooting forth like lightning, hurtling towards Yunlan. With Yunling's warning still echoing, Yunlan quickly reacted, his fighting spirit surging forth as his withered hand curled and twisted, unleashing several sharp gusts of wind that surged forth to intercept the soul mark. Such a swift and fierce maneuver was indeed characteristic of a formidable combat spirit master. However, after executing these defensive actions, Yunlan could not help but gaze at the youth across from him. In that moment of connection, he suddenly noticed a chilling smile creeping across Mou's lips. At the sight, an ominous premonition stirred within him. Just as this feeling took root, a cataclysmic flash of lightning erupted from Mou's silver eyes. Thunderous lightning. With a low exclamation from the youth, a breathtaking surge of thunderous power manifested within his gaze, seemingly transcending space itself, penetrating Yunlan's eyes and reverberating within his mind with a deafening roar. As the lightning surged into his consciousness, Yunlan's body instantly stiffened, and simultaneously, his movements began to falter. Seizing this opportunity, Mou's spiraling soul mark surged forth, flooding Yunlan's body with overwhelming soul power. Yunlan's form plummeted to the ground, akin to a leaf swept away by an autumn gale, skidding across the stone plaza, leaving behind a long and deep gash. His body slid for several meters before he finally regained awareness, only to be met with the horrific realization of his near-fatal injuries. His already pallid face now cloaked in disbelief. Before he could utter another word, a spurt of blood erupted from him, and he promptly succumbed to unconsciousness. Silence. A deathly stillness enveloped the vast plaza, as if the atmosphere itself had frozen in that moment. The expressions on the faces of the onlookers became rigid, their vacant gazes fixed upon the composed Mou. The once active minds of the spectators gradually ceased their cogitation under the weight of Mou's astonishing display of power. The elder of the Yunlan sect, who had previously asserted that no master of the great fighting rank could unleash such overwhelming might, had been vanquished by a similarly youthful great fighter? Were the twin dragons of the Shao family truly this formidable? Chapter 203. A rift emerges, tensions escalate. Gazing at the young man who had just felled the elder of the Yunlan sect with a single strike, the arena was enveloped in an eerie silence. All eyes were fixated on the unconscious figure of the elder in white robes, disbelief etched upon the faces of the Yunlan disciples. As an elder of the Yunlan sect, Yunlan commanded considerable renown both within the sect and throughout the empire, not to mention being a formidable doling powerhouse in his own right. A 3-star doling could easily establish a powerful family in the outside world, and this was beyond dispute. After all, Mo Cheng, with merely a 5-star doling strength, had once led the Mo family, the foremost family in the northwest of the empire. Possessing doling strength and backed by the Yunlan sect, Yunlan's influence in the empire far surpassed that of Mo Cheng. Yet, this eminent figure had been vanquished by a fledgling youth? The news of the Mo family's demise at the hands of Mou had previously felt shrouded in mystery for many. But witnessing the overwhelming defeat of Yunlan now evoked a palpable sense of dread. Observing the strikingly handsome and enigmatic face of Mou, those in the know could not help but shudder. They suddenly recalled that, as the twin dragons of the Shao family, Mou and Shao Yin must be of a similar age. If that were the case, then Mou too must be under 20 years old. At such a tender age, many would only have attained the level of Dou Shi. Yet, here was Mou, who had already triumphed over a doling powerhouse. At this realization, both the ordinary disciples of the Yunlan sect and the influential figures within the empire wore expressions of astonishment. Perched atop the giant tree, Nalan Jie's expression shifted dramatically as he sighed softly. Xiao Yin had just provided him with ample astonishment, yet in comparison to Mou, it paled in significance. Although the Nalan family ranked among the 3 great families of the empire, they were nothing compared to the Xiao family, renowned for their twin dragons. Hearing Nalan Jie's sigh, those beside him, including Mu Chun, could only exchange bittersweet smiles and shake their heads. Mou's performance far exceeded their expectations. This strikingly handsome young man had managed to decisively defeat an elder of the Yunlan sect, and his prodigious talent left even seasoned individuals like Mu Chun astounded. Particularly, Mu Zhan, who had challenged Mou merely half a month prior, felt a chill of trepidation wash over him. What an extraordinary young man. Fa sighed deeply. Such a young doling powerhouse, if all goes well, was destined to become a Dou Huang, or even a Dou Zong in the future. Truly remarkable, given time. This youth would undoubtedly achieve greatness. Jia Xingtian nodded in agreement, his understated evaluation marking only the second time in many years that he had offered such praise to someone so young. The first, naturally, was Xiao Yan, who had just defeated Nalan Yinran. Gazing downward, Hai Buodong's eyes flickered with a glimmer of astonishment. He had not anticipated that this seemingly inscrutable youth, known for his profound cunning, possessed such formidable strength. After the initial surprise, his mind tightened with tension, for he understood that the Yunlan sect would not let this transgression go unpunished. His gaze descended, briefly scanning the elders of the Yunlan sect seated upon the stone platform, particularly lingering on the ashen-faced Yunling. A slight furrow creased Hai Buodong's brow as he subtly flexed his fingers within his sleeve, a chill coiling around his palm. Ever ready to respond to any unforeseen incident. As Yunlan fell unconscious, a heavy silence enveloped the arena, punctuated only by the myriad of astonished gazes fixated upon the slender, solitary figure. Yunling's unwavering stare bore into that fragile silhouette, a faint ripple of fighting spirit coalescing in his palm, his eyes flashing with shock and a hint of malice. The tranquil square was steeped in an oppressive, eerie atmosphere. After a prolonged stillness, Yunling suddenly bellowed, "Mou, to harm an elder of my Yunlan sect without cause. Are you seeking enmity with us?" At this proclamation, the surrounding elders of the Yunlan sect immediately assumed a defensive posture, their eyes brimming with hostility as they regarded the youth before them, their fighting spirit gradually surging, emanating a formidable aura. In stark contrast to the elder Yunlan, these white-robed elders were genuine Dou Wang powerhouses. Despite the numerous hostile gazes directed at him, the youth maintained an air of serene composure. After a brief silence, a light chuckle unexpectedly resonated in the arena. "Just a moment ago, your esteemed elder Yunlan asserted with conviction that a grand fighter could not unleash such overwhelming strength. Coincidentally, I too am a grand fighter. Thus, I merely wished to test his hypothesis. I did not foresee that either my power was excessive or your elder's strength was insufficient, resulting in this unforeseen outcome." As he concluded, the youth even shook his head in mock dismay. Excessive strength? Insufficient? The moment these words fell, they triggered a wave of incredulity among the spectators. The esteemed elder of the Yunlan sect, a figure of Douling prowess, was being labeled as too weak? And the one uttering such words was neither a prominent figure nor a renowned master, merely a youthful lad. In an instant, it felt as though their very worldview was being upended. Upon hearing this, the initially furious expression of Yunling morphed into one tinged with embarrassment and anger. It was the first time in decades that an elder of the Yunlan sect had been disparaged as weak, yet he found himself at a loss for a retort. Of course, he recognized the inaccuracies in Mou's statement, that the latter had not defeated Yunlan using fighting spirit, but rather through powerful soul strength and an enigmatic ocular technique. Yet, even if he tried to argue this point, he found himself utterly incapable of articulating it. At its core, the power of the soul is akin to fighting spirit. It is one of the fundamental sources of strength possessed by fighters. Though it remains a mystery why Mou, at such a tender age, is able to wield a formidable soul force capable of vanquishing fighting spirits. The essence of power knows no morality. It is merely the weak who are in error. In the realm of Dou Qi, the strong reign supreme, a timeless principle that has endured for eons. Even Yunling cannot brazenly assert that Mou's utilization of soul power constitutes an act of cheating. Thus, Yunlan's earlier accusation of Xiao Yan's dishonesty crumbles under scrutiny. As a grand Dou master, Mou can defeat even the strongest of fighting spirits. How then is it surprising that Xiao Yan exhibits prowess far exceeding that of an ordinary one-star grand Dou master? The only anomaly lies in the exceptional talents of the Xiao family's twin dragons, each more extraordinary than the last. At that moment, the onlookers in the square began to comprehend Mou's sudden aggression towards Yunlan. Actions often speak louder than words. In the face of Yunlan's accusations against Xiao Yan, directly subduing him proved to be the most prudent course of action. Conversely, Yunlan's pitiful defeat became a source of amusement. With this in mind, the crowd was not only astonished by Mou's formidable capabilities, but also deeply impressed by his decisive and dominating demeanor. Elder, could there be a misunderstanding in this matter? I previously engaged with Xiao Yan and can affirm that he did not cheat. I accept my loss with grace, and moreover, Mou has validated that the Xiao family is unfathomably profound. At this juncture, Nailin Yanran had also regained her composure, gazing at the rapidly evolving situation and the composed Xiao family twins. After a moment of hesitation, she could no longer restrain herself from speaking. Yanran, for now, it would be wise not to involve yourself in this matter. Regardless, Mou has harmed an elder of our Yunlan sect, and this cannot be allowed to pass without consequence. Yunling's eyes brimmed with resentment, and in the absence of a valid excuse, he decided to seize upon Yunlan's injury as justification to forcibly apprehend Mou, aiming to restore the dignity of the Yunlan sect. Even if this child can defeat a fighting spirit, can he truly stand against the entirety of the Yunlan sect? With a dismissive wave of his hand, Yunling fixed a cold gaze upon Mou, his palm slicing downward with determination. Capture the one who has harmed Elder Yunlan. As Yunling's command echoed, the three white-robed elders beside him surged with an overwhelming aura, their formidable presence enveloping the entire square like an impending thunderstorm. A great battle was imminent. Chapter 204. Hai Bo Dong takes action. The oppressive atmosphere suffusing the square rendered the air around Mou almost palpable. Lifting his gaze to the three white-robed elders, Mou's brow quirked slightly. The personal intervention of three Do Wang experts was indeed characteristic of the Yunlan sect. But was this not exceedingly shameless? Within the square, all disciples of the Yunlan sect looked on, their expressions reflecting a sense of disbelief at the necessity of deploying three Do Wang experts to intercept Mou. They felt such actions were excessively disproportionate. One must recognize that, given the prowess of the three elders in the sky, it would hardly pose a challenge for them to intercept a Do Emperor. However, recalling the overwhelming display of strength demonstrated by Mou when he effortlessly dispatched a Do Ling elder, many began to comprehend the elder's mobilization. Naturally, this sentiment was not limited to them. Even Mu Chun and others atop the great tree found the situation somewhat astonishing. It seems this young lad has stirred quite the trouble. Should these three old fellows intervene, even I would find myself delayed for a while, remarked Jia Xingtian. Observing the unfolding battle above, Fa Ma furrowed his brow slightly and nodded. Elder Fa, do you not intend to intervene? Jia Xingtian suddenly turned to Fa Ma with a grin. Regardless of the circumstances, ISNTMOUS, cousin and honorary elder of your alchemist guild? Given the current situation, it is apparent that Yunling is determined to confront both Mou and Xiao Yan. My involvement would likely not sway his resolve. Fa Ma replied, shaking his head. Jia Xingtian chuckled, fully aware that Fa Ma would not intervene at this juncture to aid the Xiao family twins. Although they were formidable, their affiliations restrained their actions, thus they could not act impulsively. Behind them, Hai Bo Dong, who had overheard their conversation, shook his head in resignation, realizing that the most undesirable outcome had indeed come to pass. Nevertheless, in order to acquire the revitalizing purple spirit pill from Xiao Yan, even if it meant facing the imposing Yunlan sect, he felt compelled to assist the Xiao family twins. Moreover, having spent time in their company, he held Mou in high regard and could not allow Yunlan sect to bully his newly acquainted little brother. Mou, surrender your resistance. As long as you apologize and acknowledge your mistakes to our Yunlan sect, I assure you, this elder will not take your life, Yunling declared, hands clasped behind his back, gazing skyward with a cold command. In response, a faint smirk appeared on Mou's lips. Yunling's assurances were utterly worthless. Observing Mou's indifference to his words, Yunling's countenance twitched, and with a deep exhale, he ceased his idle talk and abruptly commanded, "Seize him." As soon as Yunling's command echoed, the scene shifted dramatically. A shadow surged into the fray, standing shoulder to shoulder with Mou. "Xiao Yan, it's you. Do you also intend to oppose our Yunlan sect?" Yunling exclaimed, momentarily taken aback by the sudden appearance of the young man. However, upon recognizing him, a flicker of dark delight crossed his eyes, and he quickly donned a menacing expression. Compared to Mou, his animosity towards Xiao Yan was no less fervent. Capturing both Xiao family twins simultaneously would be nothing short of magnificent. He, Elder Yunling, your inability to discern right from wrong is quite remarkable. Naturally, I shall not allow my cousin Mou to fight alone. Though the Yunlan sect is formidable, our Xiao family is not one to be easily subdued. Xiao Yan responded with a calm demeanor. Upon witnessing the scene, Mou's face momentarily reflected astonishment, yet he promptly approached and gently patted Xiao Yan's shoulder. uttering no further words. In this moment, fighting side by side spoke volumes. With a slight sinking of his shoulder, Xiaoyan turned around, a subtle smile gracing his lips, warmed by MOU's assertive stance on his behalf. Although he found himself both surprised and curious about MOU's prowess, he had long since grown accustomed to the enigmatic nature of this cousin. What are the Xiao family's twin dragons? Mere juniors. They should not act so brazenly before my Yunlan sect. At that moment, an elder clad in white hovering above let out a disdainful scoff. Although he was taken aback by MOU's defeat of Yunlan, it was important to note that Yunlan was merely a low-ranking elder within the Yunlan sect, and besting him did not signify much. Suddenly, with an eerie flash before him, the elder extended his withered palm towards MOU and Xiaoyan, calmly intoning, "Wind binding." As the words fell, a tempestuous gale erupted from his palm, swiftly transforming into tangible strands resembling ropes, which darted towards MOU and Xiaoyan with lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, the wind ropes enveloped the entire vicinity surrounding the two, and with a fierce grip of the elder's hand, the ropes constricted rapidly, encasing them like a silken cocoon. On the square, the disciples of the Yunlan sect gaped in awe at the elder in white, who managed to capture the Xiao family twins within a mere exchange of blows. They could hardly contain their astonishment. Realizing that a battle king was indeed formidable to such an extent, the once formidable MOU, who had proven to be a match for Elder Yunlan, was now subdued in an instant, revealing the staggering chasm in their capabilities. In the sky, just as the elder prepared to retract the wind cocoon, his expression subtly shifted. A soft sound punctuated the air. The cocoon, densely woven with wind ropes, unexpectedly expelled two figures, one crimson and one azure. As they surged forth, the wind ropes, capable of withstanding the full force of a great Dou master or even Dou Ling, disintegrated into mere nothingness. Is that an extraordinary flame? Truly impressive. Yet what is that? Thunder? Why does it evoke a sense of power rivaling that of the extraordinary flame? Gazing at Xiaoyan, enveloped in azure flames as he burst forth from the wind cocoon, the three elders of Yunlan's sect were momentarily taken aback, only to be slightly moved by the spectacle. However, when they beheld MOU, adorned in crimson thunder like a deity of storms, a flicker of apprehension crossed their eyes. The might of extraordinary flames was well known throughout the Dou Qi Continent, yet the terrifying thunder that enveloped MOU was beyond their previous experiences. The elders of Yunlan's sect sensed that the crimson thunder emanating from MOU was far more fearsome than the azure extraordinary flame surrounding Xiaoyan. Truly, the Xiao family twins are each more monstrous than the last, they mused, brows furrowed as they exchanged glances, a glint of fierce determination flashing in their eyes. The twin dragons of the Xiao family are indeed formidable. Now that they have turned against us, we cannot allow them to flourish unchecked. Even if we cannot vanquish them, we must render them powerless. With this thought, the three figures once again surged forth, and in an instant, the sound of the wind howled through the skies, making their forms nearly indistinguishable. Wind, fire, and wood barrier. They intoned in unison, their palms facing each other, exuding a tempest of energy in three distinct colors. This energy manifested as a luminous membrane, rapidly extending outward like lightning. In the blink of an eye, the energies converged at the center, forming a triangular barrier of energy, with MOU and Xiaoyan at its core. As the three elders of the Yunlan sect unleashed their lethal strike, a resigned sigh echoed through the heavens. With the sound of the sigh, a chilling cold descended, causing the temperature of the plaza to plummet. The elders of Yunlan's sect, taken aback by the sudden drop in temperature, exchanged alarmed glances and swiftly directed their gazes towards the energy barrier. There, a shadowy figure emerged, ghost-like in its presence. Upon the appearance of the ancient silhouette, the cold surged violently within the barrier. The once contracting energy barrier, now met with an insurmountable force, ceased to shrink and began to swell ominously. Witnessing the expanding barrier, the elders' expressions darkened, and they shouted urgently, "Be cautious, retreat." No sooner had their warning left their lips than a terrifying wave of cold erupted once more, causing the energy barrier, pushed to its limits, to shatter with a resounding boom that echoed across the sky. Countless eyes were drawn to the retreating figures of the three elders, and moments later, the focus shifted to the point of the barrier's explosion, where a figure flickered into view. Below, as the identity of the figure became clear, Yunling's expression turned grim. "Hai Buodong, you shall not hinder the Yunlan sect's endeavors." He spat, each word dripping with venom. Chapter 205. The Sky-Devouring Python. Ling Ying makes an entrance. At the mention of Hai Buodong's name, the expressions of Fa Ma, Jia Xingtian, and the other elders of the Yunlan sect shifted dramatically. While the ordinary disciples of the Yunlan sect may have forgotten the reputation of this former top 10 powerhouse of the empire, for these prominent figures, the name of the Ice Emperor resonated like thunder, in stark contrast to the astonishment of Fa Ma and the others. The faces of Yunling and his fellow elders darkened considerably. The name of the Ice Emperor commanded a level of respect that even the Yunlan sect could not afford to disregard. Alas, you two truly know how to embroil me in trouble, Hai Buodong remarked, casting a wry smile at the two young men behind him. It is not our fault that the Yunlan sect is so shameless, Xiao Yin remarked with a shrug, helplessly. Thank you, Brother Hai, for your timely assistance, Mo said, offering a respectful bow. He was well aware that Hai Buodong's intervention was largely due to Xiao Yan's prior assistance in concocting the revitalizing purple spirit pill. Nevertheless, Mo accepted this favor. Enough, it has come to this. I shall first lead you away from this place. I cannot afford to provoke the Yunlan sect, Hai Buodong murmured. Upon hearing this, Mo and Xiao Yan nodded in agreement. Hai Buodong's willingness to act was already a considerable act of kindness. As for risking their lives, it had not yet reached that point. Although Mo quietly reasoned that even without Hai Buodong's intervention, given his current prowess, he would not be cowed by the Yunlan sect, it was wiser to avoid unnecessary trouble, since they had already given the Yunlan sect a stern warning. Their immediate goal was to depart unscathed. Of course, if circumstances demanded, Mo would not hesitate to administer a significant lesson to the Yunlan sect. Hai Buodong, I did not expect you to meddle in our Yunlan sect's affairs, Yunlong remarked, his expression darkening. Alas, I too have my predicaments. Moreover, your Yunlan sect's actions have indeed been quite unscrupulous, Hai Buodong replied, shaking his head with a blend of sigh and disdain. Upon hearing this, Yunlong's countenance instantly soured. The events of the day, if disseminated, would undoubtedly attract considerable scrutiny and could inflict significant harm upon the Yunlan sect. However, Hai Buodong's candidness incited both shame and ire within Yunlong, the grand elder of the Yunlan sect. Given this, do not blame me for disregarding the Ice Emperor's face. Yunli, you three, stop him, commanded the Yunlan sect's enforcer, form the Yunlan mist formation. As Yunlong's command echoed, the three elders in the sky swiftly moved, forming a semicircular formation that effectively ensnared Hai Buodong. Nearly 100 enforcers of the Yunlan sect, positioned atop the colossal tree outside the plaza, simultaneously unleashed a powerful shout. Their vigorous fighting spirit surged forth, manifesting as torrent-like white mist energy that swiftly coalesced into a bowl-shaped energy shield, encompassing the entire plaza. Step back, be cautious, and give me 10 minutes. Hai Buodong waved his hand, skillfully propelling Mo and Xiao Yan out of the combat zone, his voice grave. The three elders, recognizing the former Ice Emperor, dared not underestimate him. Their fighting spirits surged simultaneously, merging three distinct attributes into an indomitable defense. Humph, think you can escape? Regardless of Hai Buodong's reasons for protecting you, the foundation of my Yunlan sect is beyond your imagination. Yunlong sneered quietly as he observed Mo and Xiao Yan retreating hastily. With a nimble touch of his toes against the void, his speed surged once more. In an instant, Yunlong personally engaged, closing in on Mo and Xiao Yan. With a fierce stomp against the void, his figure transformed into a fleeting flash of lightning, and his gnarled hands, resembling talons of an eagle, surged forth with a menacing and fierce energy aimed directly at Mo and Xiao Yan. The speed at which Yunling struck was as swift as lightning. In but an instant, his claws were less than half a meter away from Mo and Xiao Yan. With a fierce and cutting energy, his claws cleaved through the void, directly targeting both Mo and Xiao Yan. The gaze of the crowd had come to a halt, fixated on the trio. It seemed that the conclusion was drawing near. Hai Buodong alone found it difficult to extricate the twin dragons of the Shao family from the Yunlan sect. Xing Tian clicked his tongue and sighed. Fa Mon nodded slightly, about to speak when his expression suddenly shifted, his gaze darting towards Mo's direction. Something is amiss. At that moment, the battlefield was once again enveloped in turmoil. High above in the sky, just as Yunling was on the verge of capturing the twin dragons of the Shao family, a cold smile crept upon Mo's lips. Suddenly, he gave a fierce shake of his sleeve, unleashing a massive shadow that shot forth. The resplendent shadow collided violently against Yunling's palm, producing a terrifying force that sent sharp sonic booms reverberating through the air. Instantly, a flush crept onto Yunling's face, a low groan escaping his throat as his body was sent reeling backward like a deflected ball. Boy, what on earth is concealed within your sleeve? Yunling, having retreated nearly several dozen meters, finally shook off the terrifying force that gripped his hand. With a slight tremor in his lowered hand and a grim expression, he glared at Mo and bellowed. The sight of Yunling being struck back ignited a wave of astonished gasps from the crowd below. The grand elder of the Yunlan sect was unable to subdue a mere youth? What sort of prodigy was this Mo? Defeating Yunlan was one thing. Could it be that even Yunling was no match for him? In an instant, various factions, including the disciples of the Yunlan sect, began to murmur among themselves. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan, observing the resplendent shadow, displayed a glimmer of understanding in his dark eyes, his expression thoughtful. In the midst of the commotion, upon hearing Yunling's words, Mou decided to reveal his hand. With a slight smile, a dazzlingly enchanting seven-colored serpent appeared in his grasp. A fifth-tier magical beast? I never anticipated you had such a hidden card, Yunling remarked, his expression darkening as he flexed his wrist, still tingling from the earlier impact. A fifth-tier magical beast. One might say. Mou gently stroked the seven-colored serpent. At present, the Queen Medusa has yet to fully awaken, and her strength is likely comparable to that of a battle king, but it should suffice for now. Little one, shall you assist me in defeating him? Mou spoke with a calm demeanor, gesturing toward Yunling, as if he were merely dispatching a trivial task. Upon hearing Mou's words, the seven-colored swallowing python blinked thoughtfully for a moment. Compared to Xiaoyan, Mou, who bore the aura of a serpent uncle, resonated more with it. After a brief contemplation, the seven-colored swallowing python obediently nodded, swaying its tail as it turned to fix its serpent eyes on the distant Yunling. In an instant, a brilliant burst of radiant colors erupted from its body, and as the luminous spectacle unfolded, the seven-colored sky-swallowing python expanded rapidly, resembling a balloon being inflated. Amidst the astonished gazes of those present, the python, which had initially measured no more than a foot in length, transformed into a colossal creature spanning nearly 10 yards in mere moments. Suspended in midair, the giant serpent's scales reflected a dazzling spectrum of colors, evoking the image of a living dragon if it possessed claws beneath its form. The sudden transformation of the python into such a formidable entity caused Yunling to gasp in astonishment, prompting him to command, "Elders of the Yunlan sect, heed my orders. Capture Mou by any means necessary. To apprehend the thief, one must first seize the king. Since this magical beast was unleashed by Mou, we must first detain the instigator." Meanwhile, Xiaoyan could not suppress his surprise at the obedient nature of the seven-colored python. He recalled the arduous journey he had endured to tame it, frequently living in trepidation of the Queen Medusa's awakening. However, observing his cousin Mou's demeanor, it appeared he had successfully tamed the python, leading Xiaoyan to speculate that a favorable rapport had been established between Mou and Queen Medusa. This notion filled Xiaoyan with a twinge of envy. After all, Queen Medusa was a formidable figure capable of becoming a Dou, and her protection would surely be enviable. Yet, despite his envy, Xiaoyan harbored no regrets about their prior exchange, recognizing that not everyone could claim dominion over Queen Medusa. The python, once a volatile threat to him, had transformed into a powerful ally. At that moment, the atmosphere in the arena grew tense as Yunling raised and lowered his hands, conjuring a massive gray-white energy sword, approximately a yard in length, which spread forth from his palms. With a powerful flap of his wings, he soared through the air, leaving behind a long streak across the sky. As Yunling made his move, the seven-colored python abruptly lifted its head and let out a resonant roar, its immense form displaying an astonishing speed that left all onlookers in awe. The man and beast tore through the sky, and in a heartbeat, they collided with a thunderous crash that reverberated through the heavens, prompting some spectators below to cover their ears in shock, their faces marked by astonishment. Upon their initial contact, Yunling and the seven-colored python engaged in a fierce close-quarters assault, wielding a massive sword akin to stone. With each swing, it emitted a sharp sound that sliced through the air as Yunling, utilizing his agility, relentlessly targeted the vulnerable areas of the python, such as its eyes and nostrils. However, despite Yunling's agility, the seven-colored sky-devouring python was not sluggish. Its massive physique not only did not impede its speed but instead endowed it with immense power. As its colossal tail swung with dexterity, the terrifying force nearly shattered the void, creating a series of vacuum zones through explosive sound waves that reverberated through the surrounding air. In the sky, two figures of entirely disproportionate sizes engaged in a dazzlingly fierce battle. Although Yunling's individual strength far surpassed that of the three elders, the sky-devouring python was also remarkably powerful, resulting in a stalemate where neither side could gain the upper hand. Witnessing this scene, several white-robed elders and stewards of the Yunlan sect, following Yunling's command, launched their attacks against the Shao family's twin dragons. However, these elders, much like Yunlan, were merely fighters with spiritual prowess, and despite their efforts, they found themselves unable to contend with Mou's formidable soul strength. As for those tasked with dealing with Xiaoyan, despite his recent ascent to the great fighter rank, his powerful fighting techniques combined with the blue lotus earth heart fire rendered over a dozen stewards unable to prevail. The battlefield was thus ensnared in a deadlock. Observing this, the crowd below revealed expressions of shock. How could the mere Shao family twin dragons contend against the colossal Yunlan sect? Seeing this, Yunling's expression darkened significantly. With such a considerable force deployed, If he could not subdue just 2 young men from the Shao family, then he, as the Grand Elder of the Yunlan sect, would have no standing left. With a forceful wave, he repelled the sky-devouring python and bellowed at the assembled disciples and elders of the Yunlan sect below. All members of the Yunlan sect, heed my command. Form the protective sect formation, the cloud smoke enveloping sun formation. Upon hearing the commanding shout that echoed across the square, countless disciples and elders of the Yunlan sect were momentarily taken aback. After a brief hesitation, they responded in unison, slowly closing their eyes. Moments later, streams of white energy began to emanate from above the heads of the Yunlan sect disciples. An unceasing flow of white mist-like energy ascended, ultimately shrouding the entire sky, resembling a vast sea of clouds, with Yunling positioned at the heart of this cloud sea. At the center of this cloud sea, the energy coalesced rapidly, and within moments, it solidified before Yunling into a white energy spiral sphere, nearly 10 feet in diameter. Now, raising his right palm, Yunling deftly manipulated the white spiral sphere. A glint of determination flickered in his eyes as he swept his sleeve, sending the spiral sphere hurtling towards Mou at an alarming velocity. Mou, be cautious. In the instant the formation was completed, Hai Bo Dong sensed the impending threat. Thus, upon witnessing the energy sphere hurtling towards Mou, he urgently called out. The energy contained within that sphere was formidable enough to instill trepidation even in him. Xiaoyan's expression shifted dramatically. Although he wished to assist Mou in fending off the impending threat, he found himself ensnared by several attendants, unable to escape. Too late, Yunling cackled, his sleeves sweeping through the air as the spiraling orb of energy flickered ominously before Mou, imbued with a terrifying force, crashing down with ferocity. As he gazed at the approaching energy sphere, Mou's demeanor remained unperturbed. He cast a sidelong glance at the vibrant little serpent racing towards him in defense, and slightly shook his head. The energy within this spiraling orb was such that even the formidable Tian Meng would suffer grave injuries attempting to withstand it. Of course, Mou did not harbor the confidence that he could withstand it alone. As for invoking Uncle Snake's might, this was hardly the opportune moment. Just as everyone believed Mou was destined for demise, a faint smile crept upon the young man's lips as he shouted into the void above. Elderling, it is time for you to make your move. Upon hearing Mou's call, the onlookers were left in utter bewilderment, unable to comprehend why this scion of the Shao family, faced with death, appeared to be conversing with thin air. As their confusion deepened, a soft sigh resonated from the void. Though it was subtle, it carried a profound and commanding presence that resonated within each heart. With the emergence of that aged sigh, a shadow suddenly spread across the sky in an eerie manner. The vast expanse above was cloaked in darkness, rendering even the penetrating rays of sunlight impotent. As the sky was shrouded in obscurity, a wave of dark mist surged forth, coiling and intertwining, confronting the oncoming spiraling orb with relentless force. In stark contrast, 2 energies, one white, one black, collided with a thunderous roar, akin to a clap of thunder in the heavens. In an instant, a colossal wave of energy erupted from their point of collision, sweeping across the entire arena with terrifying might. Once the spiraling orb was neutralized, an aged voice resonated throughout the venue. Young Master Mou, my old bones might just fall apart from your antics. Chapter 206, Battle, Yinshan. As the ancient voice faded, a shadow began to materialize, and in but an instant, a figure clad in black robes appeared before all eyes. The entrance of this black-clad figure sent shockwaves through the crowd, particularly affecting Hai Bo Dong, Jia Xingtian, Fa Ma, and Yunling, their expressions shifting dramatically. Another Douhuang powerhouse. Jia Xingtian inhaled sharply, astonished. It seemed that Mou had summoned formidable allies. Such immense power lay behind him. Fa Ma's face grew unusually grave. The entire square fell into a hushed silence with the arrival of the figure in black robes, whose effortless dismissal of the spiraling orb left the onlookers in awe. Who are you? With his gaze firmly fixed upon the enigmatic Dou Huang in the sky, Yunlong's expression grew increasingly grave, and he questioned with a hint of intimidation. You may call me Ling Ying, the figure in the black robe replied, revealing a dark, aged visage as he smiled. You are a member of the Shao family. When did the Shao family come to possess such a formidable warrior? Yunlong, startled by the black-robed man's reference to Mou, inquired with astonishment. The Shao family of Wutan City perhaps possessed a modicum of influence decades ago during the reign of the previous patriarch, Shaolin, but now it had dwindled to an inconspicuous clan. Moreover, during the peak of its power, the Shao family had never been reported to harbor a Dou Huang, let alone in its current diminished state. Could it be that the Shao family was concealing their true strength? The mere thought caused a subtle shift in Yunlong's countenance. Should the Shao family engage in such subterfuge, It could either be to evade formidable foes or to deliberately mask their capabilities for ulterior motives. Regardless of the reasoning, the presence of such a predatory tiger lurking beside the esteemed Yunlan sect, the foremost sect of the Gamma Empire, was undoubtedly a troubling affair. The Shao family? If you say so, then so be it, Ling Ying responded, momentarily taken aback before he chuckled. As the personal guardian of Sun Er, who was considered a half-member of the Shao family, he could, by extension, lay claim to the title of being associated with them. Of course, should Sun Er return to her clan, his connection with the Shao family would naturally dissipate. Nevertheless, his statement incited a chorus of astonishment among those present. The Shao family, indeed possessing a Dou Huang? It was well known that the strongest among the three great families of the empire were merely Dou Huang, while the imperial guardian, Jia Xingtian, was the only Dou Huang. Should the Shao family truly have a Dou Huang, it would elevate them to the status of a superfamily, rivaling the imperial lineage. Nalin Jia, observing the scene, exhibited a complex interplay of emotions, his countenance shifting between light and shadow. In days gone by, he had shared a profound friendship with Xiao Yan's grandfather, Xiao Lin, spanning decades, yet he had never been privy to such depths of the Shao family's heritage. Otherwise, regardless of whether Xiao Yan was deemed a waste or a fool, the Nalin family would never have so readily withdrawn from their engagement. Hai Buodong, too, gazed upward at the elderly figure in black with a sense of astonishment, acutely aware that this individual's strength far surpassed his own. The Shao family, possessing such a powerhouse? He murmured in disbelief. At that moment, Xiao Yan looked up at the elder with a furrowed brow, shifting his gaze toward Mou beside him. As the young master of the Shao family, he was intimately familiar with its circumstances, yet he had never heard of such a formidable individual within his clan. Noticing the confusion in Xiao Yan's eyes, Mou offered a faint smile before communicating telepathically, revealing merely two words, Sun Er. Upon hearing this name, Xiao Yan's pupils constricted slightly, and a flicker of unexpected delight crossed his face. It was as if a realization dawned upon him, and he gazed pensively at the shadow in the sky. Though Mou had uttered only two words, Xiao Yan, being astute, quickly pieced together the implications. After all, from childhood to adulthood, Sun Er has always been shrouded in mystery in Xiao Yan's heart. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, this Dou Huang powerhouse must have an inseparable connection with Sun Er. Contemplating this, Xiao Yan let out a sigh of relief, simultaneously feeling a gentle wave of emotion swell within him. Sun Er has quietly devoted so much for him. Esteemed one, the matter at hand stems from Mou's offense against our Yunlan sect. I kindly request that you grant us some leniency and surrender Mou to our sect for appropriate handling. As for Xiao Yan, you may take him with you. Unaware of the profound relationship between the Dou Huang powerhouse before him and the Shao family, Yunling contemplated and decided to spare Xiao Yan, the son of the Shao family's patriarch, while retaining Mou, an outsider, to preserve the dignity of the Yunlan sect. Should the other party be perceptive, they could both step back, and the matter could conclude amicably. After all, a Dou Huang powerhouse is not someone to provoke, and Yunling wished to avoid inciting their ire. Haha, is the Yunlan sect truly remarkable? Though it holds some weight in the Gamma Empire, in the vast Dou Qi Continent, it amounts to little. What qualifications do you possess to speak to me in such a manner? Ling Ying mocked with a sneer. As an outsider of an ancient clan, even without the surname Gu, his strength within the clan was not particularly outstanding. However, he felt justified in speaking this way, not only to the Empire's forces in the northwest, but also to the top factions of Zhongzhou. Upon hearing these words, Yunling and the others turned ashen. Initially, they had intended to yield a few steps given the other party's formidable strength. But the latter not only dismissed Yunling's proposal, but also spoke with utter disdain for the Yunlan sect. If they continued to retreat, would it not lead the various forces of the Gamma Empire to perceive the Yunlan sect as weak and easily bullied? I care not for the Shao family's arrogance towards our Yunlan sect. However, after all these years, you are the first to bring such humiliation upon us. Therefore, for the sake of our sect's reputation, today, regardless of who steps forward, you shall not leave. You lack the capability, Ling Ying jeered. Indeed, I lack such capability, Yunling admitted. However, having witnessed the mysterious figure effortlessly shatter the spiral sphere, he realized that this enigmatic individual was beyond his means to handle, especially with Hai Buodong present. Nonetheless, if the world believed that the Yunlan sect possessed only this level of power, they would be gravely mistaken. Taking a deep breath, Yunling's expression suddenly turned peculiar. With a sinister smile, he retrieved a cloud-white flute from his spatial ring, raised it to his lips, and blew forcefully. Instantly, a peculiar and piercing sound resonated from the flute. The sharp notes enveloped the entire Yunlan mountain, echoing endlessly. In the square, everyone fell silent due to Yunling's actions. And for a moment, the only sound that could be heard was the flute's continuous melody. Jia Xingtian squinted his eyes, exchanging a glance with Fa Ma. Suddenly, it seemed he recalled something, and his pupils constricted. Yinshan, he has indeed not perished. As the melodious notes of the flute wafted through the air, a formidable aura, akin to that of a slumbering dragon awakening, swiftly enveloped the entirety of Yunlan Mountain, ultimately pervading the plaza. In an instant, all disciples of Yunlan's sect, unable to suppress the reverence swelling within their hearts, knelt upon the ground, while Yunling and the elder members of the sect, though not bowing in submission, inclined their bodies in respectful acknowledgement. Noticing this, Mou raised an eyebrow. Was Yunshan, the combat master of Yunlan's sect, finally making his presence known? As Mou contemplated, the overwhelming aura emanating from the depths of Yunlan Mountain intensified. At last, a resounding cry erupted into the heavens, and amidst countless gazes, a white figure suddenly materialized from the heart of the mountain, gracefully traversing the air toward the plaza. The white figure did not summon wings of combat aura. Instead, he walked upon the void. With each step he took, ripples spread across the air, and before the ripples dissipated, the figure had already appeared 100 meters away. An extraordinary sight to behold. Clad in a simple white robe, with hair as white as snow, the robe billowed gently in the breeze, exuding an ethereal and transcendent aura. His age appeared deceptively youthful, devoid of the wrinkles often associated with the elderly, resembling a piece of luminous jade. Yunling, explain this to me. You are aware that I have instructed you not to disturb my meditation unless it is of utmost importance. Yunshan's gaze shifted downward to Yunling, his tone calm. Master, you must emerge. If you delay any longer, the reputation of Yunlan's sect may be trampled into the ground. Yunshan's piercing gaze caused Yunling's legs to buckle, compelling him to kneel involuntarily. And Yunyun? Yunshan inquired, a frown creasing his brow. The sect master has gone out and has yet to return, Yunling responded hastily. Upon finishing, he hastily recounted the events surrounding Xiao Yan's alleged cheating and Mou's injury of an elder from Yunlan's sect, embellishing the tale with a few embellishments. His account, a blend of truth and fabrication, inadvertently shifted the blame squarely onto the Xiao family. You are not of the Xiao family. You must be a formidable individual from the continent, Yinshan remarked, his expression remaining unchanged after hearing Yunling's narrative, as he turned to Ling Ying. Indeed, as expected of a combat master, your perception is astute. However, this is of little consequence. What truly matters is that neither Xiao Yan nor Mou can be harmed. Even now that Yunlan's sect has a combat master, Ling Ying warned, unfazed by Yunshan's appearance. Upon hearing this, Yunshan's brow furrowed slightly as he regarded Mou and Xiao Yan. Could it be that the Xiao family had ties to the forces of the continent? If I were to refuse, Yunshan fell silent for a moment, then ceased to speak altogether, his body unexpectedly rising slowly into the air, an overwhelming energy causing the surrounding void to tremble slightly. In the presence of so many onlookers, to retreat due to a mysterious or perhaps non-existent continental force would render both Yunshan and the Yunlan sect unworthy to stand within the Jaimar Empire. Observing this, Mou sighed. As expected, after laboriously breaking through to the Dozong with the help of the Soul Palace, Yunshan was in a state of high spirits. How could he possibly falter due to a mere couple of words from Ling Ying? With a grave expression, both Ling Ying and Hebadong focused intently on the ascending Yunshan. Just as a battle was on the verge of erupting, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, a young man gradually stepped forward. Yunshan, this matter began because of me. Allow me to be your opponent. The calm voice suddenly resonated in the square, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. Countless eyes shifted, and as they beheld the newcomer, the very instigator of this incident, Mou, expressions of surprise mingled with profound confusion and shock filled their hearts. Mou, is he challenging the Dozong? Chapter 207. Uncle Snake takes action. The moment Mou spoke, astonished glances swept across the crowd. A mere fledgling who had only recently emerged, regardless of his extraordinary talent. How could he possibly have the audacity to believe he could defeat the former sect leader of Yunlan, Yunshan? It is crucial to note that Yunshan was not only a renowned powerhouse for decades, but had also ascended to the rank of Dozong. The distinction between Do Huang and Dozong represents a watershed moment. Only by becoming a Dozong can one truly rise above the ordinary masses. Not only the lower-ranking disciples of the Yunlan sect, but even figures like Jia Xingtian and Fa Ma displayed expressions of incredulity. Many began to think that Mou had lost his mind, overly confident in his modest talent, oblivious to his own limitations. Even Hebadong, from their own camp, looked at Mou with utter bewilderment. However, Ling Ying recalled the mysterious Dozuan he had encountered some time ago, and a thoughtful glimmer appeared in his aged eyes. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan, witnessing his cousin stepping forward, felt a ripple of emotion flash across his steadfast and tranquil face. Yet, considering Mou's consistent brilliance and exceptional insight, Perhaps he truly had a way to contend with Yunshan. In that moment, Xiaoyan suddenly remembered his long-slumbering master, Yao Lao. After acquiring the 7 Illusions blue spirit nectar from the Nalan clan, he had intended to use it to awaken his long-dormant mentor. Unfortunately, the outcome had not been as hoped. Yao Lao had not awakened. Had he done so, in the face of such a situation, Xiaoyan would not have been left so passively watching his cousin fight alone. At this moment, Mou was not preoccupied with the diverse thoughts of those around him. Upon witnessing Yunshan personally take action, he realized it was time for him to enter the fray. After all, a Douzone powerhouse could be regarded as a formidable figure on the continent. Even if Ling Ying, Hai Bo Dong, and the sky-devouring python joined forces, they might not necessarily prevail against him. In the original narrative, Xiaoyan's safe departure from the Yunlan sect was not due to Yunshan's leniency, but rather because the sky-devouring python inadvertently awakened the soul of Queen Medusa during its battle with Yunshan. After evolving into the 7-colored sky-devouring python, Queen Medusa's combat prowess was already on par with that of a Douzone powerhouse. Thus, for the sake of the latter's reputation, Yunshan chose not to pursue the matter further. However, the awakening of Queen Medusa's soul was merely a matter of chance. Something Mou could not control. He could not expect Yunshan to mercilessly thrash the sky-devouring python to provoke Queen Medusa's emergence. If Queen Medusa's soul remained dormant, would he simply watch as the sky-devouring python fell victim to Yunshan? With this thought, Mou abandoned that notion. His cautious nature prevented him from engaging in such reckless endeavors. Moreover, having previously assisted Snake Uncle in locating the Emperor's source blood fruit, he was not without means to confront a Douzone. Are you Mou? To have defeated Yunlan demonstrates considerable talent. Even within my Yunlan sect, it has been nearly a century since such an exceptional disciple has emerged. However, talent does not equate to strength. You are still quite unprepared to challenge me. Nevertheless, today I shall impart a lesson to remind you of the Yunlan sect's authority, which is not to be trifled with. Yunshan gazed at the young man before him with a calm yet imposing demeanor, radiating the authority of an emperor, as he delivered his judgment upon Mou. Now that he had broken through to Douzone, the Yunlan sect could indeed free itself from the shackles of the royal family and become the true sovereign of the empire. In response, Mou remained as tranquil as still water, refraining from further speech, and slowly closed his eyes. He understood that words were futile at this juncture. Only through strength could he extricate himself from this predicament. Observing Mou's perplexing behavior, Yunling was momentarily taken aback, only to smirk coldly. How could this young man be so careless in the presence of the sect's elder? This was indeed a path to self-destruction. At that moment, Yunshan's brow furrowed slightly. Despite his lack of understanding of Mou's actions, if the youth sought his own demise, then so be it. In the distant sky, under the watchful gaze of countless spectators, Yunshan gradually manifested a shadowy afterimage. The apparition swung its fist, imbued with an aura that sent chills down spines, and struck fiercely towards Mou's head. On the ground, upon seeing that shadowy figure, both Hai Bo Dong and Jia Xingtian's expressions grew gravely serious. They realized that, with their own strength, they were powerless against even a mere afterimage of Yunshan. A Douzone powerhouse was indeed terrifying beyond measure. Just as everyone believed that Mou was destined to face calamity, a tremendous surge of energy rippled forth from the heavens, emanating from Mou as its epicenter. Where this force passed, even the shadow that Hai Bo Dong could scarcely confront suddenly solidified. In the wake of a muffled sound, it exploded amidst the dazed gazes of onlookers below. Everyone gazed in stunned silence at the shadow that had disintegrated into nothingness in the sky. Even the nearby Jia Xingtian and his companions were momentarily at a loss. This formidable power hovered in midair, and Ling Ying murmured as she looked up at Mou, feeling the overwhelming energy that had surged forth from within him. To wield the might of the 7-winged golden serpent, young Master Mou is truly esteemed by the young lady. With such talent, he could undoubtedly rank among the top 5 in our clan. Xiaoyan also stared in astonishment at the powerful emergence of Mou's strength. Then a glimmer of delight flickered in his eyes as he whispered, "Cousin Mou, you truly has a hidden trump card. What has transpired?" It seems his strength has suddenly surged by several tiers. Fa turned to Jia Xingtian, incredulously remarking, "I am equally perplexed. The aura radiating from him surpasses even my own." Jia Xingtian replied with a wry smile, his expression one of near numbness. Today, he had witnessed too many astonishing feats from this youth, and now this new revelation felt like yet another bombshell that rendered him almost desensitized. He then glanced at Xiaoyan, who he initially thought would be sufficiently remarkable by winning the alchemist competition, only to find that his cousin was even more extraordinary. Shaking his head, Jia Xingtian quietly resolved that the royal family must not become adversaries of the Shao clan. The twin dragons of the Shao family are far more formidable than the rumors suggest. Amidst the chaos of the plaza, the disciples of the Yunlan sect stared blankly at the sky, and the entire Yunlan sect was engulfed in a stupor of astonishment at Mo's explosive display. As the shadow dissipated, the true body, Yun Shan, instantly sensed the shift and looked gravely at Mo across from him. In the sky, the overwhelming aura emanating from Mo gradually receded, ultimately converging back within his body. With a slight bow of his head, his eyes, surrounded by a golden-purple radiance, cast a cold glance at Yun Shan. His voice resonated like thunder across the heavens. A mere Dou Zong, do not be a frog at the bottom of a well. Today, I shall take my leave. Your Yunlan sect lacks the strength to hinder me. With a somewhat sullen expression, a force not inferior to Mo's earlier outbursts surged from within Yun Shan. Furrowing his brow, he spoke in a deep tone. I truly underestimated you. I did not expect such terrifying power to lie hidden within you. No wonder you have always been so fearless. However, I suspect that this power may not truly belong to you. Am I correct? With the discernment of Yun Shan, it is evident that, considering Mo's age, it is utterly improbable for one so young, regardless of innate talent, to rival a Dou Zong powerhouse. Thus, he discerned certain nuances regarding Mo's strength. Regardless of the origin of this power, it could at least be commanded with precision. Mo raised his palm, and the purple-golden bloodline energy surged forth, causing the surrounding air to quiver faintly. Humph. Relying on external forces to forcibly elevate one's strength is merely a path of the unorthodox. I refuse to believe you can sustain this power for long, Yun Shan scoffed. No matter your true capabilities, if you manage to grievously injure an elder of our sect and depart unscathed, how can my Yunlan sect maintain its dignity within the Jiamat Empire? He challenged. Mo's expression remained indifferent, a slight, sinister smile gracing his lips, unaffected by Yun Shan's taunts. He lifted his gaze, and the purple-golden radiance in his hand surged violently. Chapter 208, The Finale, a Name Established. Sensing the explosive rise in Mo's aura, Yun Shan's countenance grew solemn, as fierce winds coalesced around him. The white light at his fingertips became increasingly blinding, ultimately resembling a radiant sun in the sky. Wind's extremity, descent of death. At that instant, the air surrounding Yun Shan became palpable, his finger pointed decisively at Mo. With a fierce shout, the white light erupted, and a slender beam shot forth. The speed of this light was terrifying, leaving a dark streak across the azure sky, a sight both striking and fearsome. This formidable technique had been employed by Yun in her battle against the amethyst-winged Lion King, where she severed the creature's toughest horn in a single strike. As the wind's extremity was unleashed, the expressions of those watching, including Jia Xingtian, shifted significantly, prompting them to retreat hastily, as if fleeing for their lives. Calmly observing the impending white beam slicing through the air, Mo raised his palm. The purple-golden radiance swirling at his fingertips surged forth explosively, erupting into a blinding luminescence in the blink of an eye. The intensity of the purple-golden light escalated, ultimately shining like a sun, rendering it nearly impossible to gaze upon directly. Mo's eyes turned frigid. The energy snake sort of purple-golden hue materialized instantaneously, infused with a terrifying aura, hurtling towards Yun Shan. The snake's sword, accompanied by piercing sonic booms, cleaved through the heavens, exuding an overwhelming might that seemed capable of rending the sky asunder. As the snake's sword sliced through the air, it collided thunderously with the incoming white energy beam, witnessed by countless pairs of eyes. In an instant, a thunderous roar erupted across the azure sky. A terrifying shockwave of energy surged forth from the point of collision. The immense pressure was so overwhelming that it forced some individuals standing in the square to the ground. Is this the power of a Dou Zong expert? Indeed. It is extraordinary. Even from a considerable distance, the oncoming shockwave caused expressions of unease among Jia Xingtian and others, compelling them to retreat a few steps. Once they steadied themselves, Jia Xingtian raised his gaze, his eyes ablaze as he observed the clash between the two combatants. Regardless of the circumstances, he was already on the brink of becoming a Dou Zong-level powerhouse himself. Yet even so, he felt an insurmountable chasm when confronted with a true Dou Zong expert. At this moment, Mo must possess Dou Zong's strength as well, for it would be impossible for him to thwart Yun Shan's wind technique otherwise. One must remember that during Yun Shan's days as a Dou Huang, he had employed this very technique to slay two equally ranked experts from the Outcloud Empire. Ma's expression grew serious. Have you noticed that since Mo's sudden surge in strength, the violet golden energy he wields seems less like Dou Qi and more akin to a type of bloodline power? Ma remarked suddenly, his heightened soul perception as an alchemist far surpassing that of his peers at the same level. It appears so, Jia Xingtian nodded slowly. This fellow truly is an enigma. Ma pondered for a moment, but found no clarity, ultimately shaking his head with a wry smile. Jia Xingtian nodded in deep agreement, then turned his gaze toward the dissipating energy ripples. Upon seeing Mou still standing unscathed in midair, he chuckled lightly. It seems that retaining the Shao family's twin dragons will be quite a challenge for Yunshan today. Moreover, with Hai Buodong and that mysterious Dou Huang watching closely, the Yunlan sect is indeed in a precarious position. As a member of the royal family, Jia Xingtian naturally harbored a deep-seated apprehension toward the formidable Yunlan sect. If Mou could diminish Yunshan's prestige, it would not be an unfavorable outcome for the royal family. At that moment, he recalled the words of his great-granddaughter, Yao Yu. If Yao Yi could form an alliance with Mou, would that not ensure the safety of the royal family a century hence? Contemplating this, Jia Xingtian felt a stirring of ambition within, yet he shook his head. Regardless, for now, he would observe if Mou could escape from the Yunlan sect. After all, Yunshan was a renowned expert with decades of experience. You cannot detain me, sect master of the Yunlan sect. In the sky, Mou waved his sleeve, dispersing the last shockwave emanating from him, a cold smile gracing his handsome face. Yunshan, with a grave expression, gazed at the seemingly unscathed Mou, recalling the terrifying violet golden energy from their brief encounter. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly inhaled and spoke in a deep voice. You are indeed formidable. Even having entered the Dozong realm, I fear I cannot contend with you. In that case, allow me and Xiao Yin to depart. Mou replied coolly. Upon hearing this, Yunshan furrowed his brow slightly, yet he did not outright refuse. Instead, he fell into silence. As Yunshan remained silent, the square gradually grew quiet once more. In the discourse between these two formidable figures, others were not yet deemed worthy to interject. Rubbing his hands together, Yunling looked at the somewhat hesitant Yunshan, and a sense of urgency welled up within him. He certainly did not wish for all his efforts to culminate in allowing Mou to depart from Yunlan sect unscathed. If the old sect master permits Mou and Xiao Yin to leave like this, it will undoubtedly tarnish the reputation of Yunlan sect. Anger gnawed at Yunling's reason, and at a certain moment, he could no longer contain himself and exclaimed loudly, Enough, let them go. Yunshan, however, did not heed his counsel. He exhaled softly, fixating his gaze on Mou, and suddenly waved his hand, speaking in a deep voice. Upon hearing Yunshan's words, a multitude of sighs of relief echoed throughout the square. The events of the day had escalated considerably, and they all hoped for a swift conclusion. If this continued to unfold, who knew how many more powerful figures would be drawn into the fray? The old sect master, Yunling, voiced his discontent. Silence. With a darkened expression, Yunshan coldly retorted, turning his attention to Mou. As for today's matter, I shall not pursue it further. However, should you harm any elder of Yunlan sect again in the future, regardless of your strength comparable to that of a Dozong, I assure you that Yunlan sect will not be so lenient as it is today. As long as Yunlan sect does not provoke me, I shall not instigate any trouble with Yunlan sect, Mou replied, casting a glance at Yunling before nonchalantly stating, Let us depart. With a wave of his hand, Yunshan's countenance appeared somewhat displeased. Upon hearing these words, Mou retracted the vast energy within him, turned to smile at Xiao Yin and the others, uttering no further words, and proceeded towards the stone steps leading out of the square. Observing this, Xiao Yin, wielding the Xian Zhong Qi, joined Hai Bo Dong and Ling Ying, and together, under the watchful gaze of countless eyes, they turned to follow Mou. In the sight of all at Yunlan sect, the figures of Mou and Xiao Yin gradually faded into the endless stone steps shrouded in mist. Oh, it has finally come to an end, sighed the powerful figures perched upon the great trees, watching the two vanish from view. They exchanged bittersweet smiles, astonished that what began as a mere contest between two juniors had escalated into a scene that left them all in awe of its terrifying implications. Surely, after today, the renown of the Shao family's twin dragons would echo throughout the entire empire. Chapter 209, The Aspirations of the Shao family's twin dragons. On the lush, verdant pathway, Mou and Xiao Yin walked slowly. After Yunshan permitted their departure, Mou showed no hesitation, swiftly retracting the sky-devouring python and retreating alongside Xiao Yin. Hai Bo Dong, an elderling. Although aided by Uncle Snake, our high-end combat power is nearly on par with that of the Yunlan sect, and perhaps even superior. However, Mou is acutely aware that the Yunlan sect is far from simple. Behind the Yunlan sect looms the shadow of the Soul Palace. It is likely that the likes of Yunshan, who managed to break free from his shackles and ascend to Dozong just as the end loomed near, did so with the intervention of the Soul Palace. While Uncle Snake may currently contend with Dozong, the power of the Soul Palace is unfathomable. Even the lowest-ranking protectors possess Dozong strength. Such power may be commonplace in Zhongzhou, yet in the northwestern continent, it ranks among the elite. Moreover, the Soul Palace harbors an intense desire and greed for powerful soul entities. Should Uncle Snake's identity be exposed, it would undoubtedly lead to significant trouble, a cost far outweighing any potential benefit. As far as MOU knows, a protector of the Soul Palace is currently hovering around the northwestern continent, a 5-star Dou zone. Should he be attracted here, it would be akin to inviting disaster. Therefore, after careful consideration, since Yunshan has chosen not to pursue the matter, a mutual retreat seems prudent. MOU is keen to avoid escalating the situation further. At this moment, 2 shadows lingered high above the heads of the 2 young men. After a stretch of travel, as the Yunlan mountain gradually faded from view, their footsteps came to a halt simultaneously. Brother Hai, I sincerely thank you for your assistance this time. I will remember this favor, MOU said, bowing slightly to the descending Hai Baodong in gratitude. Hehe, since you've called me brother, I couldn't stand by and do nothing. Yet, I must admit, I never expected you to possess such strength. Capable of suppressing even Yunshan, Hai Baodong replied, shaking his head and glancing at Xiaoyan. He then gazed at MOU with a sense of wonder. To contend with Yunshan is indeed a feat more formidable than Xiao Yan's hidden terrifying power. The twin dragons of the Xiao family are truly prodigious. Brother Hai, about that revitalizing purple spirit pill, I still have not gathered all the necessary herbs, Xiaoyan said, scratching his head, his gaze shifting bashfully towards Hai Baodong. Upon hearing this, Hai Baodong paused, his brow furrowing slightly as he chuckled wryly. Little fellow, since you have successfully departed from the Yunlan sect, perhaps I shall no longer accompany you in the future. As for the revitalizing purple spirit pill, should you find sufficient herbs in the future, you may concoct it for me and entrust it to a reliable person for delivery. I shall likely remain in the imperial capital from now on. Xiaoyan silently nodded in acknowledgement and replied solemnly, Brother Hai, regardless of the circumstances, your assistance today is something both I and my cousin Mo you will deeply remember. Should you ever require manpower or face difficult matters in the future, to the best of my ability, I will surely lend my utmost support. Hehe, splendid. To have the twin dragons of the Xiao family owe me a favor is a worthy endeavor for me, Hai Baodong. With that said, let us part ways here for now. Should you need assistance in the future, you may come directly to the Meitel family in the imperial capital, Hai Baodong said, nodding. As he looked at the remarkable figures of MOU and Xiaoyan, laughing heartily, he sensed that the 2 young men before him would soon bestow upon him a grand surprise. With a courteous farewell, he clasped his hands towards Mu Yu and the other, casting a warm smile at Ling Ying beside him. With a powerful flap of his wings, Hai Baodong soared into the azure sky, vanishing from sight. Now that the lady's task is accomplished, I too must take my leave, Ling Ying remarked after Hai Baodong's departure. Thank you, Elder Ling, for your assistance, Mu Yu and Xiaoyan responded promptly, clasping their hands in gratitude. With a dismissive wave, Ling Ying gazed deeply at Mu Yu and chuckled lightly. No need for such courtesy. Even without my intervention, the Yunlan sect could not have retained you too. Regardless, I am still grateful for your aid, Mu Yu replied earnestly. Ling Ying laughed heartily. You are too polite. However, I have other matters to attend to and cannot linger. Let us part ways here, but when we meet again, I shall treat you both to a meal. With that, the aura of his fighting spirit manifested behind him as wings, lifting him gracefully into the air. Elder, I wonder how Sun Er is faring, Xiaoyan suddenly interjected, his expression tightening as Ling Ying prepared to depart. Turning to look, Mu Yu noticed the subtle tension in Xiaoyan's features, his dark eyes revealing an urgent tenderness that hinted at Sun Er's irreplaceable position in his heart. She is doing well at the Canaan Academy. Ling Ying paused mid-flight, meeting Xiaoyan's gaze. With a soft sigh, he continued earnestly, the Dou Qi Continent is vast. You must strive to grow stronger swiftly. Otherwise, you may find yourself deprived of the right to choose whom you love. Well then, I shall leave you to your own devices. I trust you understand the meaning behind my words. With a wave, Ling Ying ascended rapidly, accompanied by the sound of rushing wind, transforming into a fleeting shadow that disappeared into the horizon. Standing in place, Xiaoyan sighed softly, fully grasping the implications of Ling Ying's words. It seems Sun Er's background is not merely formidable, he murmured to himself, as he marveled at the awe-inspiring nature of Sun Er's lineage. He suddenly felt a slight weight on his shoulder. Looking up, he saw a figure cloaked in green before him. Ah, Xiaoyan, my cousin. Sun Er holds a deep affection for you. Do not let her down. Though she hails from an extraordinary background, do not be disheartened. As you once proclaimed 3 years ago, 30 years on the East Bank, 30 years on the West Bank. Do not underestimate the youth and their poverty. If you continue to strengthen yourself, there will come a day when Sun Er will become your bride. I support you, Mu Yu said, gently patting Xiaoyan's shoulder with a smile. Within the Xiao family, none were more aware than he of Sun Er's origins. For she was the daughter of the chieftain of an ancient clan, one of the 8 great clans of Zhongzhou, standing alongside the Soul clan in power. Such a status is indeed regarded as exceedingly prestigious across the entire Dou Qi Continent. The disparity between Xiao Yan's current standing and that of others is stark. Nevertheless, one's fate is shaped by their efforts. On the Dou Qi Continent, strength reigns supreme. Although the ancient clans are formidable, they have not produced a Dou emperor for millennia. However, Xiao Yan possesses the potential to become one. Mou is aware that throughout the growth of this flame emperor, three aspirations have persistently motivated him, fostering his development. In his youth, he endured the humiliation of a broken engagement and a 3-year promise. In his adolescence, he sought to rescue his father and mentor, and upon achieving greatness on the continent, he aimed to strengthen himself to marry Sun Er. It can be said that without these motivating events, Xiao Yan's ascent to becoming a Dou emperor would be a matter of debate. Thank you, cousin Mou. For Sun Er's sake, I shall continue my efforts, regardless of how formidable her background may be. I am unafraid. Rejuvenated, Xiao Yan's countenance returned to one of determination as he nodded appreciatively at Mou. After enduring 3 years of underestimation and now having Lao Yao as his mentor, Xiao Yan has established a solid foundation both mentally and in terms of his abilities. Observing Xiao Yan's renewed spirit, Mou smiled and nodded, then turned his thoughts to his own ambitions, his hand instinctively tightening slightly, a glimmer of cold resolve in his eyes as he murmured, Mo Sha, Han Shuang. You two scoundrels, await me in the vast world. Chapter 210, The Xiao Family's Turmoil. After departing from the Yunlan sect, Mou and Xiao Yan deliberated and resolved to leave the imperial capital, returning to Wutan City. Since the two embarked on their journey of honing their skills, it has been 2 or 3 years since they left their family. Deep within their hearts, both Mou and Xiao Yan harbor a tinge of nostalgia for their family. And with this newfound leisure, it is opportune to return to the Xiao clan. Mou feels a profound yearning for his grandfather, who has been reborn. With the affairs of the Gamma Empire nearing resolution and his own strength reaching a plateau, it is time to embark on a new journey. Whether he heads to the Jianan Academy or travels through Zhongzhou for further training, it is likely to be several years before he returns. Thus he wishes to spend more time with the elders of the Xiao family before departing. After bidding farewell to Hai Buodong and Ling Ying, Mou and Xiao Yan took half a month to finally land not far from Wutan City. Upon their descent, Mou and Xiao Yan exchanged glances, their expressions filled with joy as they hastened towards the grand city gates. As they approached, Mou glanced upwards at the imposing characters spelling Wutan City above the gates, and he could not help but pause, gazing at the vibrant sounds of the bustling crowd emanating from within, murmuring, Wutan City, I have returned. A smile of delight graced Xiao Yan's face as he turned to chuckle. Let us go, cousin Mou. It has been so long since we returned home. Your arrival will surely bring joy to father and steward Mou smiled and nodded. Indeed, it is time to return home. However, it is you who should visit your family. As the saying goes, a wealthy man should never forget his roots. To walk in splendid garments at night is to do so in vain. Cousin Xiao Yan, you have now returned in glory, and your family will undoubtedly take pride in you. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled while scratching his head. With the conclusion of the 3-year agreement with the Yunlan sect, the illustrious name of the Xiao family had spread far and wide throughout the empire. Moreover, the figure known as Yin Xiao, who was none other than Xiao Yan himself, had captured considerable attention. After all, champions of the Alchemist Conference inevitably rose to become significant figures within the empire. The Xiao family, once a mere insignificant clan, had now gained immense renown with the emergence of someone like Xiao Yan. This reputation would not only resonate within the Jama Empire, but also among neighboring realms, undoubtedly bringing joy to the family upon receiving such news. As the two made their way toward the city gate, traversing through the dimly lit passage, their surroundings suddenly brightened. Mou lifted her gaze, and the familiar streets from her memories came into view. Entering Wutan City, Mou and Xiao Yan navigated through several streets with ease. After a brief interval, their steps came to an abrupt halt as they gazed upon a vast courtyard at the end of the street, where the imposing characters spelling Xiao family adorned the gate. Standing before the entrance of the Xiao family, Mou's brow furrowed slightly as her eyes scanned the vicinity, sensing an underlying unease. It was known that while the Xiao family was not particularly prominent within the empire, it was one of the leading families in Wutan City. Typically, the gates of the Xiao family would be bustling with activity, yet now it appeared eerily desolate, devoid of the imposing guards that usually stood sentinel. Noticing this, Mou felt a foreboding sensation creeping into her heart. She turned to Xiao Yan, who bore a similarly serious expression. Cousin Xiao Yan, let us enter and investigate. Mou urged in a low voice. Agreed, Xiao Yan replied gravely, nodding in acknowledgement. Though years had passed since they had last visited their family, the layout of the Xiao estate was still familiar to them. They tread lightly along the gravel path, making their way through several alleys until a spacious hall gradually came into view. As they approached the hall, a cacophony of voices and even sounds of conflict echoed from within, prompting both Mou and Xiao Yin to frown in unison. It seems the family is undergoing some turmoil, Xiao Yin remarked darkly. For Xiao Yin, the family represented the softest corner of his heart, a sanctuary that must not be harmed. As the saying goes, a dragon has its reverse scale. To touch it is to invite death. Placing a reassuring hand on Xiao Yan's shoulder, Mou spoke firmly. There is certainly something amiss. However, regardless of what has transpired, as long as we possess strength, we can seize control of our destiny. With our capabilities, no one in Wutan City can challenge the Xiao family. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Yan's tightly knitted brows relaxed slightly, and he nodded in agreement, stating, "What my cousin says is true, regardless of who it may be. Those who offend the Xiao family shall face retribution, no matter how formidable they are." The menacing declaration elicited a slight arch of Mei Yu's brow, who then nodded thoughtfully while casting a contemplative gaze towards the Xiao family hall. After exchanging glances, both Mei Yu and Xiao Yin moved in unison towards the hall. As they gradually entered, the scene within unfolded before their eyes. The spacious hall was dimly lit, and the atmosphere bore a somber tone. Thick with the unrestrained release of dozens of formidable auras, the hall was filled to capacity with over 100 individuals, divided into two opposing factions, each eyeing the other with predatory intensity, suggesting an imminent eruption of conflict. Seated at the forefront of one faction were the elders of the Xiao family, though their faces betrayed a pallor that hinted at significant internal injuries, evidenced by the barely concealed surges of fighting spirit emanating from them. Opposite the Xiao clan stood a group of menacing figures, with three individuals occupying the prominent seats of honor. Among them was the head of the Gale family, Gale Bai, who had previously suffered grievous harm at the hands of the Xiao clan. The second individual was the patriarch of the Oba family, once one of the three great families of Wutan City, Oba Dun. The third figure, however, was unfamiliar. Clad in the robes of a pharmacist, his countenance was stern, and he appeared to be around 50 years of age. Most strikingly, a cauldron emblem was emblazoned on his robe's chest, its three silver ripples seemingly alive, undulating gently. A third-tier pharmacist. The sight of this scene caused Mei Yu and Xiao Yan's expressions to darken. In Wutan City, a place devoid of a pharmacist guild, a third-tier pharmacist could instill fear in any faction. With the Gale family, the Oba family, and this unknown pharmacist, the Xiao family was indeed in grave peril. Mei Yu's concern deepened as he pondered the potential involvement of the Yunlan sect. Even with his intervention, would the Yunlan sect still seek to target the Xiao clan? Young clan leader, Elder Mei, you have finally returned. As Mei Yu and Xiao Yin surveyed the situation, the assembly within the hall took notice of their unannounced arrival. Upon recognizing the two slender figures, a voice, rich with anticipation and fervent excitement, resonated throughout the hall. As the words fell, the speaker, the Grand Elder, relaxed his taut form, tears of emotion streaming down his aged face. Upon hearing these two names, Jailebi was momentarily stunned, casting an incredulous glance behind him. However, when he discerned the figures of the two young men at the entrance, his complexion instantly paled, his expression akin to one who had encountered a specter, a flicker of panic flashing in his eyes. The twin dragons of the Xiao family, how is this possible? I thought you were dead. Chapter 211, The Killing Intent of Mou. In the hall, the atmosphere was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop, the only sound being the slightly hurried breaths of those present. All eyes were fixed upon the two young men, who entered slowly, with the support of their clan members. Xiao Yin and Mou stood before the excited gaze of the Grand Elder, who looked at their faces, now more mature than 2 years prior, with a voice that trembled with emotion. Is it truly you? Upon hearing the Grand Elder's words, both Mou and Xiao Yin nodded gently. Indeed, it is young Master Xiao Yin and young Master Mou, exclaimed a clan member assisting the Grand Elder, his face alight with joy, nearly overwhelmed with emotion. The young masters have returned. Our Xiao family is saved. In an instant, a wave of elation replaced the prior despair, and those of weaker resolve could not help but let out joyful exclamations. In stark contrast to the jubilance of the Xiao family, the members of the Jailebi and Obapa families were seized by trepidation. Jailebi's countenance was ashen, his body feeling as if it had turned to ice. The intelligence had been erroneous. The twin dragons of the Xiao family were indeed alive. Reflecting on the recent tales of the twin dragons battling against the Yunlan sect, both Jailebi and Obapa felt a deep stir of regret and fear rising from within. Are the three elders all right? With his back turned to the varying expressions of those present, Xiao Yin inquired softly, noticing the pale faces of the three elders. We are fine, the Grand Elder replied, shaking his head with delight. It is enough that you have returned. The family is counting on both of you now. Mou surveyed the surroundings, his gaze sweeping over the familiar faces of the clan members behind the three elders, not spotting the figure of his grandfather, the steward Mo Guan. He furrowed his brow and spoke, "Do not worry, Grand Elder. These are but trifling matters. I shall take care of them. Mou, be cautious. Jaialibi and Obapa are already 5-star great fighters, and that old man is none other than Lu Ling's former teacher, a 3rd-rank alchemist and a 6-star great fighter." The Grand Elder cautioned, nodding slightly, though he had heard of Mou's exploits at the Yunlan sect. The tales were so extraordinary that the Grand Elder struggled to reconcile the handsome young man before him with the legendary battles against Yunshan. "Rest assured, Grand Elder. My cousin Mou can handle it," Xiaoyan interjected with a light laugh, sensing the Grand Elder's skepticism. He had witnessed Mou in action firsthand, and, while uncertain if Mou could summon the terrifying power he displayed during the battle against Yunshan at will, he was confident that simply relying on Mou's strength would suffice to defeat the spirit elders of the Yunlan sect. Thus, facing Jaialibi and Obapa would pose little challenge. With a smile and a nod, Mou slowly turned around, gazing at Jaialibi with a cold expression. "It has been 2 years since we last met, yet the 2 clan leaders still retain their former grandeur. I wonder who has granted you the audacity to come and humiliate the Shao family." Fixating intently on the face that faintly resembled the youthful visage from 2 years prior, both Jaialibi and Obapa could not suppress a shiver, swallowing hard as they stammered, "Nephew Mou, we never anticipated encountering you again. Today's events were merely a misunderstanding. We came only because we heard that the Shao family was in some trouble. And as you know, we have numerous collaborations with the Shao family. Now that the Shao family is in distress, it is only natural for us to express our concern." Recalling Mou's formidable reputation, the two hastily added this explanation, all the while harboring a deep-seated resentment towards the unseen puppet master behind the false rumors. "Is that so?" Mou replied with a chilling smile, reflecting on their previous words, suspecting that someone had intentionally misled him into believing that both he and Xiaoyan had perished, thereby ensnaring these 2 families into their scheme. It was likely that the Yunlan sect, or even the Soul Palace, was involved. One must understand that the Soul Palace is backed by the Soul Clan, which, despite its immense power, would find it as effortless to crush the current Shao family as one would an ant. However, due to the constraints posed by ancient clans, even the Soul Clan would not dare to act brazenly against the Shao family. Yet, utilizing the Jaialibi and Obapa families as pawns would be exceedingly simple. Since his rebirth, the Shao family had indeed shown him kindness. Given the foolishness of these 2 families, Mou would not be merciful. Raising his head slightly, his silver eyes gleamed like sharp blades, coldly fixed on Obapa and Jaialibi. In the hushed atmosphere, a faint sound suddenly echoed, followed by a violent surge of crimson thunder that erupted from within Mou. In that instant, the temperature and electrical charge in the hall skyrocketed, prompting the Shao family members nearest to Mou to hastily retreat. At this point, further words are futile. "Let us all depart." Mou's voice was frigid, enveloped in swirling crimson lightning. With parched throats, Obapa, Jaialibi, and the 3rd-grade alchemist retreated 2 steps, their faces reflecting sheer terror at the sight of the crimson thunder rising from Mou. "Nephew Mou, do not misunderstand. I harbor no ill intentions towards the Shao family. Today's events were merely a misunderstanding, and I shall leave at once." Obapa stammered, his voice turning sharp with fear. After uttering these words, he swiftly gestured, summoning dozens of armed men to gather around him, and the group cautiously retreated towards the hall's exit. "Elder Mo, we cannot allow him to escape. In recent days, many of our clansmen have been harmed by them, some even." The impatient 3rd elder could not help but voice his concerns as he watched the intruders retreat. Upon hearing the title of elder once more, Mou discerned that the upper echelons of the Shao family, upon learning of his exploits, were likely employing such tactics to win him over. However, Mou remained unperturbed, his heart as tranquil as a deep well. If the Shao clan were still the illustrious family of yore, the position of elder would indeed be of immense value. Yet, at this moment, gazing at the disheveled Galabai and Abapapa, who were hastily attempting to flee with their respective subordinates, the expression of the 3rd-tier alchemist was one of deep pallor. Though a tinge of fear for Mou's burgeoning reputation lingered within him, his pride as an alchemist forbade him from retreating like a stray dog. Gritting his teeth, he bellowed, "Stop right there. The Shao family is currently in a state of disarray, and a mere youth has reduced you to this pitiful state. What face will you have to maintain your standing in Wutan City in the future?" Upon hearing the alchemist's commanding voice, both Galabai and Abapapa hesitated momentarily. However, just as their thoughts wavered, a spine-chilling scream reverberated through the hall. Unable to contain their curiosity, they turned to witness a terrifying sight. The 3rd-tier alchemist was engulfed in a swirl of purple flames, which soared upwards, accompanied by a harrowing cry. Under the astonished gazes of the assembly, The alchemist's body was visibly consumed by the flames, and within mere seconds, all that remained of him was reduced to ashes, including the bones. The gruesome demise of the alchemist caused a wave of nausea to wash over the crowd. When their eyes shifted toward the source of the purple flames, astonishment overtook them. A colossal beast, measuring 5 to 6 meters in length, had inexplicably manifested within the hall. The creature radiated an aura of terror, with tendrils of purple fire entwining its limbs, resembling a fearsome monster from the depths of hell. It was a fourth-tier magical beast, the amethyst-winged Lion King. Trembling in fear as they beheld the formidable creature, a name that could nearly paralyze them emerged in the minds of Galabai and Abapapa. "Mou, my nephew, I take my leave. Today's events are surely just a misunderstanding." With a trembling bow toward the seemingly impassive Mou, the two could no longer contain their terror and fled in disarray, determined to gather their belongings and distance themselves from Wutan City at once. Observing the panicked exodus of Galabai and his cohort, Mou, who had remained silent, finally raised his hand with a gentle wave. His calm voice stirred a wave of exhilaration among the Shao family members. "Leave none behind." As Mou's words echoed, the pent-up purple fire within the beast's ring erupted with an ecstatic roar, its massive form wreaking havoc upon the united forces of the two families. The great door slammed shut with a resounding clang, followed by a chorus of anguished screams from outside. In the spacious hall, an atmosphere of silence pervaded, interrupted only by the anguished cries echoing from outside. The members of the Shao family clenched their fists, their faces imbued with a sense of exhilaration. Zihua, as the magical companion of Mou, had been diligently cultivating within the beast ring. However, after devouring the mysterious beast carcass from the small valley, his strength had gradually ascended, now boasting combat prowess equivalent to 7 or 8 stars of Dou Ling, making him a formidable opponent in his own right. The cries from outside persisted for less than a minute before they began to fade away, and as the lamentation subsided, the gazes within the hall once again converged upon Mou, who sat quietly with his back to them, now infused with a fervent respect. "Elder Mou," the Grand Elder exclaimed, stepping forward to shatter the silence that enveloped the hall. "Just call me Mou. I am not worthy of the title of Elder." Mou replied with a gentle smile as he rose from his seat. Upon witnessing the stark contrast between Mou's striking visage and the earlier aura of menace, the Grand Elder was momentarily taken aback, then nodded with a smile. "It was unanimously decided by the family leadership over half a month ago to appoint you as an elder of the family, with Xiaoyan as the young patriarch. We hope you will not decline." "Very well, let it be so." Mou accepted the goodwill of the Shao family without further refusal. Observing Mou's acquiescence, the Grand Elder smiled in relief, while Mou turned his gaze to see Xiaoyan already administering medicinal pills to some injured clan members. In the awe-filled eyes of the Shao family members, Mou, still reluctant to part with Zihua, retracted him into the beast ring. Suddenly recalling something, he intently asked, "Grand Elder, what about the others in the clan? And my grandfather?" At these words, the Grand Elder's expression stiffened, and the second and third elders beside him began to exhibit signs of unease. Sensing an ominous premonition, Mou pressed, "Speak, what has transpired?" "The family members have long been relocated to the back mountain, where some powerful clan members are safeguarding them. However," as the housekeeper's words trailed off, the Grand Elder's countenance shifted unpredictably, his palm clenched tightly, the sound of creaking intensifying Mou's foreboding. Just 3 days prior, the Shao family had suffered a devastating blow. It was the dead of night, the time when the family's defenses were at their weakest. 3 mysterious figures clad in black robes descended unexpectedly from the heavens. Although they did not actively harm anyone, their destruction wrought chaos upon the Shao family. Their rampage alarmed the entire clan. Enraged, the clan leader led a few of our stronger members to intervene. However, the sheer terror of their strength was insurmountable. We, the 3 of us, could not withstand even a single move from the leading black-robed figure, sustaining severe injuries almost instantaneously. We all understood that this individual had shown restraint. Otherwise, we would not have survived that encounter. The Grand Elder's body trembled slightly as he spoke, lowering his head. "Mysterious assailants? What has happened to my grandfather?" S. gaze remained fixed upon the 3 elders, his typically handsome visage now distorted, his voice slightly hoarse. Upon hearing the news, the faces of the 3 elders darkened, their expressions steeped in bitterness. "Is grandfather not in the back mountains?" S. countenance grew ominously grave as he observed the sorrow etched on the faces of the 3 elders. He abruptly rose to his feet, his voice resonating with an eerie intensity reminiscent of the depths of the underworld. "What has transpired?" When the 3 mysterious figures abducted the clan leader, inadvertently became embroiled in the ensuing battle. Although the enigmatic assailants had shown some restraint, lacking in combat prowess and burdened by age, was grievously injured merely by the residual forces of the conflict. Despite our best efforts and the use of the family's finest healing remedies, S. condition proved insurmountable. He succumbed to his injuries 2 days ago. The cautious words of the elder triggered an eruption within his heart, which was poised to explode like a volcano. Recalling the warmth of his grandfather's care upon his rebirth, and the gentle visage of the old man emerging in his mind, slowly closed his reddened eyes. A solitary tear escaping the corner of his eye. After a moment, he gently wiped away the tear, his tightly shut silver eyes suddenly flung open. A chilling aura of ruthless vengeance emanating from within. Slightly raising his head, his usually serene and handsome face was now marred by a grotesque and frenzied expression. The Yunlin sect, damned. Damned. Chapter 212, A Cataclysm of Bloodshed. In the hall, a frenzied killing intent surged forth from, causing all present to halt. Their hearts gripped by terror as they beheld his once handsome, yet now ferocious countenance, silencing their voices. Elder, do you imply that those 3 mysterious individuals belong to the Yunlin sect? The elder inquired, his voice low and his face slightly pale. A glimmer of icy light flickered in silver eyes, his expression gradually settling into calmness, though the murderous intent within him intensified. Nodding slightly, spoke in a chilling tone. It cannot be mistaken. They are indeed from the Yunlin sect. Vividly recalled that in the original narrative, Yunling would take advantage of this time to covertly assault the Shao family. If all goes as expected, Grandfather S. demise is inextricably linked to Yunling. What then does Elder intend to do? With a wry smile, the elder felt somewhat at a loss in the face of such a formidable force as the Yunlin sect. Yunling must die, and the Yunlin sect shall cease to exist. Declared coldly, blood debts must be repaid in blood, even though soul had traversed through time. He had already regarded as his own grandfather in his heart, and this vengeance was one he could not ignore. Sighing, the elders fell into a contemplative silence as they regarded the vengeful. Elder, has my father been taken? Nearby, Xiaoyan, upon hearing of his father's abduction and death, hurried over, grasping the elder's sleeve, his face pale and his eyes blazing with fury. The young patriarch, the patriarch has indeed gone missing, the elder said with a sorrowful expression. Although we are unaware of the patriarch's current circumstances, we can ascertain that, at the very least, he is not in mortal danger. As he spoke, the elder suddenly and cautiously produced an ancient box from within his robes. Upon opening it, a verdant jade piece emerged, within which a luminous point of light meandered gracefully, as if imbued with a spirit of its own. Carefully lifting the jade piece, the elder scrutinized it closely, releasing a sigh of relief as he whispered, "This jade piece is a legacy from the ancestors of the Shao family, with each patriarch leaving a fragment of their soul within. Should the patriarch perish, the wandering light would dissipate. Given that the soul's light left by the current patriarch remains robust, it stands to reason that he is not in peril." The elder's words provided Xiao Yin with a measure of reassurance as he took the jade piece from the elder's hands, gently caressing it. At that moment, Mou also shifted his gaze to the jade piece, observing it for a brief while. As expected, this jade piece was a relic of the Shao clan's heritage, serving as the key to the ancient abode of the Emperor Dou Qi, known as the Dou Qi Imperial Jade. However, Mou held little interest in the Dou Qi Imperial Jade, for he possessed his own methods to transcend to the Dou Emperor realm. Moreover, at this juncture, his singular desire was to eliminate Yunling and annihilate the Yunlin sect, avenging his grandfather. "Can it reveal to me my father's whereabouts?" Xiaoyan inquired coldly. "It cannot." The elder shook his head in response. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyan pressed his lips together and turned to the young man nearby, who exuded a chilling aura of murderous intent. In a low voice, he said, "Cousin Mou, I too lament the passing of Steward Mo. Once a life is lost, it cannot be restored. Considering Steward Mo's decades of dedication to our family, I, as the young patriarch, request that the elder later transfer Steward Mo's spirit tablet to our family shrine, placing it beside my grandfather's tablet." As soon as the words left his mouth, the elder and others exchanged glances, their faces reflecting a hint of astonishment. It is known that the shrine of the Shao family honors the distinguished deceased of generations past, and even ordinary clan members are not afforded the honor of resting in the family shrine. Now, however, a steward from outside the clan is to be placed there, particularly beside the tablet of the previous patriarch. Yet, they soon realized that Steward Mo's current status was indeed unparalleled. His grandson, Mou, was now one of the family's pillars of support. With this in mind, the elder and others, who had initially intended to uphold clan traditions, swallowed their retorts. Simultaneously, they felt a sense of admiration for Xiao Yan's acumen, as he had devised such a heartening strategy in mere moments. With a young patriarch of such caliber, the family's prosperity was surely within reach. Mou, too, gazed at Xiao Yan in surprise, recognizing that the latter's actions were likely motivated by his regard for Mou. Otherwise, even with his grandfather's distinguished service to the Shao family, he would not have been granted entry into the family shrine. Grandfather has spent several decades within the Mo family, and now his spirit can finally return to the Shao ancestral hall. This can be considered a form of fulfillment. Xiaoyan's cousin, I express my gratitude to you. Mou gazed at the seemingly suddenly matured youth before him and spoke with thanks. It must be noted that, in the face of his father's sudden disappearance, the previously somewhat naive Xiao Yan has now acquired the demeanor of a leader. Cousin Mou, there is no need for such formality. I too grew up under the watchful eye of the Mo steward, and I mourn his passing deeply, Xiao Yan replied, his voice tinged with sorrow. Rest assured, I shall personally avenge grandfather's death. Mou's silver eyes glinted with a cold light as he spoke solemnly. The Yunlan sect, you say? Although Xiao Yan found himself puzzled as to why Mou was so certain of their involvement, he did not express any skepticism. Cousin Mou, if we are to seek vengeance, please include me. Although the Yunlan sect is vast, I do not fear them. Especially since they have kidnapped my father. This matter cannot be left unresolved. As he spoke the last words, Xiao Yan's voice grew increasingly chilling. Upon hearing this, Mou furrowed his brows slightly. He recalled that clan leader Xiao Zhan was abducted by Yunling, but it seemed he was subsequently taken by the Soul Clan. This implies that even if the Yunlan sect were to be annihilated, recovering Xiao Zhan would be impossible. Contemplating this, a slow surge of murderous intent towards the Soul Clan began to rise within Mou. Although grandfather perished at the hands of Yunling, had it not been for the Soul Clan's covert instigation, such calamity would likely not have befallen them. Should I regain my former glory, the Soul Clan must be eradicated. Gently retracting his thoughts, Mou knew he could not divulge matters concerning the Soul Clan to Xiao Yan. Otherwise, explaining would only lead to a tangled mess. Moreover, he was aware that the Soul Clan would not take Xiao Zhan's life, at least not until they had recovered the Tua Qi ancient Emperor Jade. After a moment's contemplation, Mou nodded, when suddenly, the elder spoke. Elder Mo, young clan leader, although the status of that mysterious individual within the Yunlan sect remains uncertain, his strength suggests he must hold a significant position, likely second only to the sect master and a few others. Indeed, shaking his head, the elder mused. Earlier, Elder Mo and the young clan leader engaged the Yunlan sect in battle due to a 3-year agreement, and during that time, they did not inflict substantial harm upon the higher-ups of the Yunlan sect. If you were to slay that mysterious powerhouse this time, the relationship between both parties would become irreparably strained. Noticing Mou's furrowed brows, the elder hastily clarified. Elder Mo, I fear you have misunderstood my intent. With a bitter smile, the elder sighed. I merely wish to convey to Elder Mo and the young clan leader that should you truly defeat that mysterious individual, the relationship between the Shao family and the Yunlan sect would deteriorate completely, which would jeopardize the family's situation. Before he could finish, Xiao Yan interjected. The grievance against the Mo steward must be avenged, and my father must be retrieved. As for the family. Upon this, Xiao Yan pondered for a moment and remarked, as for the family, let us disperse and migrate to Shimo City in the eastern part of the empire. That territory belongs to the Serpent Clan, and the influence of Yunlan sect cannot penetrate there. Furthermore, my 2 elder brothers have already established a foundation there. So the family's relocation would spare us the hardships of wandering and homelessness. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's suggestion, the eyes of the Grand Elder and others brightened instantly. They were well acquainted with the other 2 sons of Patriarch Xiao Zhan, Xiao Ding and Xiao Li. While they may not rival Mou and Xiao Yan, they are still notable figures in their own right. Mou also nodded in admiration at Xiao Yan's resolution. Remarkably, within such a short span, Xiao Yan had managed to stabilize a family scattered in disarray. One cannot help but commend such capability and wisdom, which indeed surpasses that of ordinary individuals. After the discussion concluded, Xiao Yan, as the young patriarch, began to issue commands personally. In the brief half-day that followed, he not only led the family's formidable warriors to raid the territories of the Gaili and Uba families, plundering immense wealth, but also orchestrated the orderly evacuation of family members, guiding them towards Shimo City. Meanwhile, Mou remained quietly in the family shrine. Gazing at the spirit tablet of his grandfather, the steward Mo, lost in silence, an almost imperceptible aura of terrifying murderous intent enveloping him. It was not until someone knocked on the door that Mou opened his eyes, his originally silver pupils now of vivid crimson, rasping with a chilling resolve. Yunlan sect's Yunling, await your reckoning. Not a single one shall escape the vengeance from my grandfather. After bowing 3 times deeply to the spirit tablet, Mou turned and left the shrine. By this time, night had fallen, and the Shao family had finally completed their preparations, ready to set forth. Young Patriarch, Elder Mo, we await you in Shimo City. Young Patriarch, Elder Mo, take care. Dozens of Shao family warriors shouted in unison before swiftly turning, each dispersing into the shadows. Beneath the inky night sky, Figures moved stealthily, akin to scattered ants, quietly slipping away from Wutan City. Standing upon the high platform, Mou gazed at the now silent courtyard, his spirit gradually becoming somber. Turning his head to look at the tirelessly busy Xiao Yan, Mou said, "Come, cousin Xiao Yan, let us together bring devastation upon Yunlan's sect." Chapter 213. A reunion with Yun Yun. Xiao Yan takes action, bearing deep-seated grievances. This time as they approached Yunlan's sect, Mou and Xiao Yan did not pause along the way, but instead raced forward. In their fervent haste, they spent merely 2 days to return to the imperial capital. Upon their arrival, the weary duo did not linger in the city, but transformed into 2 streaks of light, soaring directly above the cityscape and leaping towards a majestic mountain range on the horizon. At Yunlan's sect's deliberation hall, a dozen figures were seated around the expansive table, most adorned in white robes, representing the elders and high-ranking members of the Yunlan sect. Additionally, on the opposite side of the table, the alchemist King Gu He sat casually, with Lu Ling standing respectfully behind him. Opposite Lu Ling stood a woman clad in a moon-white robe, none other than Nalan Yinran. "Yun Ling, may I inquire why you and Yun Lei and Yun Sheng departed the sect a few days ago?" The serene yet authoritative voice of the woman echoed within the tranquil hall. "Sect Master, we merely ventured out for a private matter," Yun Ling replied, tightening his grip slightly upon hearing her voice, before hastily adding a smile. Following Yun Ling's gaze, one could see at the center of the table a woman adorned in a moon-white gown, her noble and resplendent visage now subtly tinged with anger. Recognizing Yun Ling's address, it was unmistakably Yun Yun, the current sect master of Yunlan's sect. "You must have gone to Wutan City, haven't you?" With a cold snort, Yun Yun furrowed her delicate brows. "Sect master, Mou and Xiao Yan have severely tarnished the reputation of our Yunlan sect. If we were to let them off so easily, it would only lead others to believe that they could trample upon our sect without consequence. My visit to Wutan City was merely to deliver a small lesson to the Xiao family, to let them understand that our Yunlan sect is not to be trifled with," Yun Ling defended. Upon hearing this, the expression on Yun Yun's fair face darkened further. She had already grasped the general circumstances surrounding the ruckus caused by Mou and Xiao Yan during her return to the sect a few days prior. Although this incident stemmed from a 3-year agreement, it was indeed foolish for Yun Ling, as the Grand Elder, to act recklessly out of personal grievances. Moreover, recalling the events in the Beast Mountain range regarding Mou stirred an indescribable feeling within her, intensifying her ire towards Yun Ling's provocations against the Xiao family. "Enough, Yun Ling. Your unilateral decision to bring people to the Xiao family is excessively unbecoming and tarnishes the reputation of our Yunlan sect." Upon hearing Yun Yun's reprimand, Yun Ling's face turned a shade of pale, yet he dared not interject, casting a pleading glance towards Yun Shan, who sat beside Yun Yun, eyes closed as if in slumber. "You need not look to me for assistance. According to the sect's rules, Yun'er is now the sect master. Her words are law, and even I must abide by them," Yun Shan stated nonchalantly. Just as his words fell, Yun Shan's expression abruptly shifted, his previously closed eyes suddenly opening wide, a formidable and terrifying aura reverberating throughout the hall. "Master, what is the matter?" Yun Yun inquired, slightly taken aback. "Though we wish to conclude this matter quietly, it appears that the Xiao family's twin dragons do not share that sentiment," Yun Shan replied, his expression slightly grim as he gazed towards the sky beyond the hall. Shortly after Yun Shan's words, a chilling voice imbued with unmistakable malice resonated like thunder from the heavens, swiftly echoing throughout the entire mountain range. "Yun Ling, old dog, come out and accept your death." The icy shout, like a fierce tempest, swept across the mountains. Within Yunlan's sect, all disciples looked up, their gazes directed towards the azure sky, where 2 slender figures hovered in the air, emanating a dreadful murderous intent, particularly from one of the young men clad in black robes. "And how have they returned?" Some keen-eyed individuals, upon catching sight of the 2 youthful figures with their indifferent expressions suspended in the sky, could not help but exclaim in astonishment within the confines of the notorious twin dragons of the, who once turned upside down, were etched into the memory of every disciple of the sect. And such audacity! Are you truly seeking your demise? With a steely gaze fixed upon the ashen-faced, remained motionless, while swiftly drew his from behind, pointing it menacingly at the latter, declaring ominously, "Not even can protect you today. Your life shall be forfeit." "Such arrogance! Just as I was seeking you out, I shall ensure you remain within today," retorted through gritted teeth, his reputation tarnished by the brazen intrusion and threats directed at him. "Silence!" A cold voice resonated from the heavens, prompting the disciples to instinctively bow slightly, and even begrudgingly stepped back, shaking his hand in frustration. A flash of white light streaked across the sky, revealing several figures. Among them, a woman clad in a moon-white gown, her long hair styled in a phoenix shape, accentuating her regal beauty. gaze traversed the group, landing on the noble woman at the center, none other than. Memories of the absurd events that transpired in the cave flooded back, and seeing her serene visage stirred emotions within him. Yet, thoughts of his late grandfather chilled his heart once more. Regardless of being the leader of, must perish, and the sect must face its demise. Having noticed, felt a surge of joy upon seeing his handsome, mature visage, more refined than 2 years prior. However, upon perceiving the distant coldness in his expression, an unsettling pang struck her heart. Clenching her jade-like hand tightly within her sleeve, her knuckles turned pale from the intensity of her grip. Though she remained unaware of the reasons behind his demeanor, she suspected it was connected to. Had something dire befallen them? As anxiety crept into her heart, she feared that if had inflicted irreparable harm upon them, what would become of her and? After allowing you to depart last time, why have you returned to publicly insult our elder? Do you truly believe is so easily bullied? Voice resonated with authority, filled with indignation. Gently shifting his gaze from Yun to Yunshan, Mo, brimming with murderous intent, declared, Lord of Yunshan, if you wish to ascertain why we have come to Yunlan's sect, I fear you must direct that inquiry towards Elder Yunlang. My grandfather met his demise at the hands of this individual. Today, Yunlang shall perish, and the Yunlan sect will cease to exist. The chilling words echoed through the air, causing the expressions of those present above to shift subtly. Both Yunshan and Yun appeared considerably perturbed, taken aback by the gravity of the situation, which had escalated to such lethal consequences. Yun, usually dignified and poised, now wore a pallid countenance. Mo's grandfather had been slain? The perpetrator was indeed one of her own sect? This was undeniably a grave transgression on Yunlang's part. What reparations do you seek? The Yunlan sect shall do its utmost to accommodate your demands. Yunshan replied solemnly, his tone softened, perhaps due to an acknowledgement of their own culpability. Reparations? Is that all you can think of? Before Mo could respond, an explosive roar of fury erupted from Xiao Yin beside him. That old dog Yunlong not only harmed Steward Mo, but also chased my father away, and he has yet to return, his fate unknown. If you fail to provide me with an explanation today, I shall risk my life to ensure that your Yunlan sect suffers greatly. Your father? Yunlong has never claimed to have harmed him. As for the matter of Steward Mo, if the facts are as you state, I shall impose strict punishment. Yun interjected, gazing at the enraged Xiao Yin and the brooding Mo. For the first time in many years, she found herself at a loss for words. Ordinarily, she would have reacted with immediate indignation, yet strangely, she felt no anger towards Mo. Biting her red lips, she turned her gaze sharply towards Yunlong, her voice rising in fury. Yunlong, clarify this matter at once, or I reserve the right to demand your temporary relinquishment of the elder position. Master, I did not kill anyone. I merely struck an elder lightly while departing from the Xiao family. Yunlong stammered, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. As for the head of the Xiao family, we indeed pursued him, but just as we were on the verge of capturing him in a dense forest, he suddenly vanished. Although we searched the surrounding area, we could not find any trace of him. A casual strike, and he simply vanished? Yun's brows furrowed as she retorted angrily. You dare to harm others while wreaking havoc upon the Xiao family? As for Xiao Zhan, his strength is merely at the great fighter level. How could he possibly disappear before one of your fighters and 2 of your spirit fighters? If you are to lie, at least craft a more convincing excuse. I know not how this occurred, but the facts remain. If the master does not believe me, you may inquire with Yun Lei and the others. They witnessed it as well. I swear, I speak only the truth, Yunlong replied with a bitter smile. Yun and Yunshan exchanged glances, both furrowing their brows. Even if they were to believe his words, it was abundantly clear that Xiao Yin would not simply let this matter rest. Moreover, the demise of the Steward Mo is likely true. A blood feud of such magnitude cannot be taken lightly. On the other side, Xiao Yin took a deep breath, his gaze icy as it fixed upon Yunling, the fury within him surging ever higher. Turning to Mo, he spoke in a low tone, Cousin Mo, may I take the initiative this time? Upon hearing this, Mo paused in surprise, contemplatively studying Xiao Yin before nodding and saying, if you are confident, then proceed. We must deliver a harrowing lesson to the Yunlan sect. Rest assured. Nodding in acknowledgement, Xiao Yin deftly manipulated his hands, causing the massive Xian Zhongqi to vanish from his grasp. With a swift motion of his right hand, amidst the watchful eyes of the crowd, a plume of azure flame began to rise gently. The Yunlan sect has harmed my kin and abducted my father. Today, I shall decimate this place, Xiao Yin declared. His gaze fixed upon the azure flames, the sinister glint in his dark eyes reflecting a malevolent light. The chilling aura emanating from his voice caused the expressions of those present to shift slightly. Mo's demeanor also grew serious. Was the ultimate technique of the future Flame Emperor about to be unleashed? If all went as expected, What Xiao Yan was about to invoke was unlike the smaller variant of the Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus he had used in the match against Nalan Yanran. Rather, it was the true Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus, a genuine fusion of two distinct flames. Under Mou's watchful gaze, Xiao Yan's left hand gradually rose, his palm shimmering as a bone-white flame abruptly materialized before all. This exotic flame? As they beheld the bone-white fire, the eyes of the onlookers widened in shock. Xiao Yan's hands momentarily paused. Then, under the scrutiny of the crowd, the two flames began to draw closer together. With a slight elevation of his palm, the azure-white fire lotus began to levitate, and with an expressionless sweep of his arm, it transformed into a blazing projectile, shooting forth towards the fleeing Yunling below. Before countless pairs of eyes, the azure-white fire lotus streaked across the sky like a meteor from the heavens, carrying with it an aura of annihilation, with the terrified Yunling as its target. Boom! As the explosion reverberated, the azure-white fire lotus detonated amidst a chorus of astonished gazes. In that moment, the sound was akin to thunder, echoing throughout the surrounding area of the Yunlan sect for hundreds of miles. Witnessing this, Mou could not help but murmur, indeed. The might of the exotic flames of the Dou Qi Continent is not to be underestimated, rivaling the power of Xianlei. Chapter 214, Yin Yun's Request. The Soul Palace takes action. As the Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus erupted in the sky, the summit of Yunlan Mountain resembled an erupting volcano, with searing azure-white flames spreading in a semicircular arc. In an instant, immense fissures formed along the mountain face, stones tumbled, and trees ignited, creating a scene reminiscent of an apocalyptic destruction. The surging flames coalesced at the peak of Yunlan Mountain, forming a colossal flaming lotus, visible from 100 miles in all directions. Within this radius, countless individuals looked up in shock, their faces awash with disbelief as they gazed upon the blooming fire lotus atop Yunlan Mountain. In the skies a few hundred meters away from the summit of Yunlan sect, Hai Bo Dong, Fa Ma, and others felt an overwhelming aura that compelled them to converge, their faces betraying their astonishment. This formidable force was unleashed by Xiao Yan. The Xiao family's twin dragons were truly terrifying. Witnessing this spectacle, Jia Xingtian swallowed hard, recalling the scene where Mou once battled against Yun Shan, his shock unmistakable. Although he had always held the Xiao family's twin dragons in high regard, he had not anticipated that two mere young Dou masters could wield such terrifying combat prowess, enough to instill a sense of dread even within him. With the presence of the Xiao family's twin dragons, it seemed evident that the foremost family in the Jiama Empire was none other than the Xiao family, relegating even the royal family to a secondary position. Reflecting on his previous amicable stance towards Mou and Xiao Yan, Jia Xingtian couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Grateful that the empire had not suppressed the Xiao family, the royal family lacked the formidable strength and foundation of Yunlan sect. Should the Xiao family's twin dragons unite against the royal family, it was likely that the Jiama Empire would soon bear the Xiao surname. As time progressed, the fiery waves enveloping Yunlan Mountain gradually began to recede. With the dissipating smoke and dust, the vast plaza resembled a scene of an earthquake, fissures spreading in all directions. Surrounded by ruins of buildings and grand halls, outside the plaza, structures adjacent to the area had directly transformed into ruins, while the anguished cries of Yunlan sect disciples echoed throughout the plaza. Observing this scene, Mou couldn't help but click his tongue in disbelief. To wield the power of two different flames with a mere Dou master's physique, unleashing an attack formidable enough to rival that of a Dou Huang, was indeed terrifying. Even Mou, without Uncle Shi's assistance, could not unleash such a ferocious assault. Xiao Yan's potential was clearly evident. Naturally, if the shattering void thunder could reach its pinnacle alongside the vermilion bird's flame thunder, then Mou, possessing two kinds of profound thunder, would not fall short of Xiao Yan's Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus. Contemplating this, Mou felt a sense of urgency. The growth of shattering void thunder required spatial resources. After avenging his grandfather, it was time to depart from the Jiama Empire and venture towards the resource-rich central continent. At this moment, as the fiery waves dissipated, Xiao Yan appeared in the sky. Noticing his pale complexion, Mou nodded knowingly. Though the Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus was powerful, Xiao Yan's current strength was insufficient for its flawless execution. Shifting his gaze, he spotted a white-robed elder lying motionless in the plaza, his ghastly visage unmistakably that of Yunling. However, the blood covering him and his increasingly feeble breath clearly indicated that he was on the brink of death. Upon witnessing the perpetrator who had caused the demise of his grandfather, Mou's silver eyes glimmered with an icy coldness. The power of his soul surged rapidly, materializing before him, and he swiftly unleashed a spiraling soul imprint, effectively slaying the barely breathing Yunling on the spot. The members of the Yunlan sect, still reeling from the shock of the Buddha's wrath lotus, were taken aback by Mou's sudden assault and the lifeless form of Yunling, their faces displaying astonished shades of pale fury, which soon transformed into an overwhelming rage. Even those outside the arena, such as Hai Buodong and Fa Ma, were stunned by Mou's decisive and ruthless action. This was the Grand Elder of the Yunlan sect, a figure of considerable power ranking among the top 10 in the Gamma Empire, and he had perished just like that? Well, Xiao Yan and Mou. You were the first to so brazenly trample upon the dignity of the Yunlan sect in all these years. I truly underestimated you, Yunshan remarked. His gaze sweeping over the devastated sect and the lifeless body of Yunling. Suddenly, he erupted into laughter, a sound laced with concealed fury that hinted at a volcano ready to erupt beneath the surface. Xiao Yan has destroyed my sect, and Mou has slain my elder. By the authority vested in me as the 8th generation sect master of the Yunlan sect, I hereby declare that the Shao family, the twin dragons, will henceforth be placed on the Yunlan sect's wanted list. This decree shall persist until death. The humiliation of the sect must be avenged with blood. Yunshan drew a deep breath, his calm voice imbued with murderous intent and rage that lingered ominously within the Yunlan mountains. In midair, Yunyun's delicate face gradually paled. One was her lifelong companion and the object of her unwavering devotion, while the other was the most significant man who had briefly entered her life. Now, they had become embroiled in an irreconcilable conflict. Could fate truly be this cruel? Mou and Xiao Yan maintained their placid and indifferent expressions as they regarded Yunshan, their countenances showing no signs of disturbance in response to his assassination decree. Since you dare to stir trouble in the Yunlan sect, then you shall remain. With widened eyes, Yunshan gazed at the exhausted Xiao Yan and hissed menacingly. As his voice faded, Yunshan's figure vanished from his location, and a massive hand imbued with a terrifying aura lunged toward Xiao Yan. Witnessing Yunshan's sudden ambush, Mou silently cursed the shameless old man and prepared to summon Uncle Snake's power. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded in the arena. In the sky, with his eyes tightly shut, Xiao Yan's gaze trembled slightly. In an instant, his eyes flew open, revealing a strikingly peculiar mix of blue and white. Just as everyone believed Xiao Yan was doomed to face calamity, a tremendous wave of energy erupted from him, radiating outward. Mou, sensing the powerful force emanating from Xiao Yan, murmured, "It seems that Yao Lao has awakened. Mou, your cousin possesses a soul entity that rivals your own. It appears he has encountered quite the fortuitous event." Uncle Snake's astonished voice echoed within Mou's mind. Upon hearing this, Mou nodded and said, "Uncle Snake, my brother Xiao Yan possesses extraordinary talents. You shall come to recognize this in due time." Oh. Upon receiving Mou's commendation, Uncle Snake emitted a soft gasp. Given his familiarity with Mou, he rarely witnessed such praise directed towards anyone. At this moment, with the intervention of the medicine elder, Xiao Yan had attained combat prowess on par with the Dou Zong, and against Yunshan, he was far from being at a disadvantage. Observing this, Mou stretched his limbs, his gaze igniting with a fierce determination. With the medicine elder and Uncle Snake both in action, the combined might of two Dou Zong could indeed obliterate the Yunlan sect. Contemplating this, Mou felt a surge of impatience. The deep-seated enmity must be settled with blood, and the Yunlan sect would undoubtedly be reduced to ashes. Just as Mou prepared to assist Xiao Yan, a graceful figure suddenly appeared before him, accompanied by a familiar, delicate fragrance. Mou, I am deeply sorry for the passing of your grandfather. On behalf of the Yunlan sect, I offer my sincerest apologies, Yun expressed, her enchanting visage devoid of its usual calm demeanor. Her silver teeth gently bit her crimson lip, and her beautiful eyes brimmed with profound regret. The once regal and dignified leader of the Yunlan sect now appeared somewhat vulnerable. There is no need for apologies. Death is irreversible. The blood for my grandfather's demise shall be repaid in kind. Mou replied, his silver eyes wavering slightly before swiftly regaining their icy detachment. The death of his grandfather remained a thorn in his heart, and even Yun could not escape the veil of estrangement that lingered between them. Upon hearing this, Yun's lips curled into a sorrowful smile. The loss of a loved one rendered Mou's actions understandable. However, for her, the Yunlan sect was not merely a sect, but her home. Now, with her home on the brink of destruction, she felt compelled to salvage what she could. Could you show mercy to the Yunlan sect for my sake? Facing Mou, Yun shed the imposing authority she held over her disciples, appearing instead as a fragile woman, pleading earnestly. Seeing her pitiable expression and recalling the events that transpired within the cave, Mou's demeanor softened slightly, a flicker of compassion igniting within him. With a furrowed brow, he sighed lightly. If Yunshan surrenders, I can spare his life. The other disciples and elders of the Yunlan sect may also depart safely. However, the Yunlan sect must be disbanded. Henceforth, there shall be no Yunlan sect within the Jiamai Empire. Upon hearing MOU's demands, Yunyun's countenance turned pale, despair evident in her beautiful eyes. To her, both the surrender of Yunshan and the disbandment of the Yunlan sect were utterly impossible requests. Her master, Yunshan, was not only the previous leader of the Yunlan sect, but also a renowned expert. To ask him to surrender was tantamount to condemning him to death. The Yunlan sect had existed for nearly a millennium, spanning 9 generations. Though it had waned in recent years, it remained the foremost sect in the Jiamai Empire. Yunlanzong embodies the dedication and toil of generations past. The very thought of its dissolution is unbearable, not only for the disciples of Yunlanzong, but also for Yun herself, who finds it hard to accept. MOU. I express my deepest condolences for your grandfather's demise, yet as the leader of Yunlanzong, it is my duty to impede you. I implore your forgiveness. After a moment of silence, Yun's enchanting eyes grew resolute. Given the irreversibility of the situation, she would no longer insist. Whether Yunlanzong endures is now in the hands of fate, while her own responsibility remains clear. Upon hearing this, MOU shook his head, stating, "You are no match for me. Although I am uncertain as to the source of your formidable strength, which allows you to contend with my master without faltering, I am, after all, a Dou Huang. Being able to stall you for even a moment suffices." Reflecting on the boy's solemn vow made in the cave long ago, an inexplicable glimmer emerged in Yunyun's beautiful eyes. The promise of that youth felt like yesterday, a bold declaration, seemingly far-fetched. Yet it had planted a seed of anticipation in her heart. However, when the once innocent boy now stood before her, possessing overwhelming power, they found themselves at odds, each poised for battle. Indeed, the whims of fate are ever unpredictable. Uncle Snake, do not harm her, merely restrain her, MOU instructed, observing Yunyun's stubbornness. He furrowed his brow slightly, but soon comprehended her feelings, letting out a soft sigh as he spoke to Uncle Snake. Rest assured, I will not harm your girlfriend. You indeed possess the same spirit as I did in my youth, Uncle Snake replied with a playful grin. In response, MOU shook his head. Uncle Snake's nature was notorious, suggesting he had his fair share of romantic entanglements in the past. Yet MOU was certainly not one to indulge in such frivolities. As his words faded, MOU gradually closed his eyes. When he opened them once more, his silver irises shimmered with an otherworldly purplish-golden hue, and a tremendous aura began to emanate from his being. Yunyun's enchanting eyes widened in surprise at the sudden surge of power. As the rumors had suggested, MOU possessed a terrifying combat prowess that could rival a Dou Zong. Little girl, feel free to make the first move, lest that fellow accuse me of bullying you, MOU said with a slight smile. Understanding his intent, the astute Yun surmised that this power belonged to another entity entirely. Stunned by MOU's fortuitous encounter, she felt a slight embarrassment at the words of this mysterious powerhouse, who had evidently overshadowed her own master. Thank you, esteemed elder, Yun respectfully acknowledged. Despite the uncertainty surrounding this individual concealed within MOU, it was clear that he was indeed a formidable Dou Zong. Upon finishing her words, Yunyun's aura surged dramatically, radiating the formidable presence of a high-level Dou Huang, capturing the attention of many. However, just as she was poised to test the capabilities of MOU, a mysterious beam of violet gold light unexpectedly coiled around her from behind, binding her gradually as she remained unaware. This enigmatic light not only ensnared her body completely, but also rendered her Dou Qi utterly immobile, leaving her powerless to resist. This was the violet gold serpent binding. Forged from the essence of my bloodline power, even a peaked Dou Huang would find it nearly impossible to break free. MOU instructed me not to harm you. For now, you may observe quietly. As MOU spoke, his fingers danced with fluidity, causing the violet gold serpent binding to tighten inexorably, immobilizing Yunyun. Having completed this, MOU did not wait for Yunyun's reaction and soared toward the battlefield where Xiao Yin and Yunshan clashed. Along the way, several elders of the Yunlan sect attempted to intervene, but lacking both Yunyun's strength and her unique privilege, they were swiftly vanquished by Uncle Snake in a heartbeat. Seeing MOU approach her mentor, Yunyun's brow furrowed momentarily. Suddenly, as if lost in thought, her expression softened. Alas, I have done all I can. The fate of the Yunlan sect now rests with my mentor, she murmured, her gaze complex as she watched MOU's retreating figure. The boy who once sheltered behind her now truly soared to great heights. In the arena, upon witnessing MOU's rapid approach, Yunshan's expression darkened slightly. He had anticipated a swift resolution to his conflict with Xiao Yin, but he did not expect the mysterious power within Xiao Yin to be so formidable, leaving him at a disadvantage. Coupled with the troublesome MOU, even he found himself momentarily at a loss. Although he was aware that the power within MOU and Xiao Yin did not belong to them, The combat prowess of a Dou Zone was undeniably real, and he feared he might fall in battle himself. In that moment, however, Yun Shan's expression abruptly calmed, and he halted his confrontation with Xiao Yin, creating distance as he turned to face the approaching Mou, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. He then clapped his hands, the crisp sound echoing through the skies. Guardian Wu, I must trouble you to take action. Chapter 215, Uncle Snake, the Elder of Medicine versus Yun Shan, Guardian Wu. As Yun Shan's command resonated, a vast expanse of black mist surged forth from the depths of the Yunlan sect's Grand Hall, rapidly coalescing in the sky into a deep-hued fog of considerable size. Mou and Uncle Snake exchanged solemn glances at the emergence of the black mist, their hearts heavy with foreboding. This malevolent energy, could it be? But how could it reach such a remote place in the northwest continent? Uncle Snake's voice trembled slightly, tinged with shock. Felt a profound heaviness in his heart as he realized that the Soul Palace had intervened. Had they already infiltrated the Gamma Empire at this juncture? Uncle Snake, exercise caution. This individual is rather peculiar, he cautioned silently. The emergence of the Protector Wu took him by surprise, according to the original narrative. This figure should not have appeared at this point in time. Could it be that his own butterfly effect had altered the course of events? Contemplating this, felt a weight in his chest. The Protector Wu, while not among the elite of the Soul Palace, possessed formidable strength, comparable to that of a 4- or 5-star Dou Zone. In the current scenario, this was sufficient to sway the tide of battle. Although Uncle Snake had regained considerable strength, he was still merely at the initial Dou Zone level, making it exceedingly difficult to overcome the Protector Wu. Upon hearing's warning, Uncle Snake did not dispute it. To him, a mere Dou Zone was insignificant during his prime. However, at present, he recognized the threat. Moreover, the aura exuding from this individual subtly hinted at a connection to a powerful faction in Zhongzhou, a faction notorious for capturing formidable souls, an arch-nemesis for someone like Uncle Snake. What is this? A dark mist surged in the sky, causing the disciples of the Yunlan sect below to stir restlessly, their expressions rife with confusion. How had they failed to detect such a bizarre presence within their ranks? Bound by the purple-golden serpent ring, Yun gazed in shock at the swirling black mist. As the sect leader, she was astounded to learn of such a formidable individual lurking within her own sect. Feeling a wave of unease, she cast a worried glance at. While she wished to avert the destruction of their sect, she equally dreaded witnessing any misfortune befall him. Unperturbed by the thoughts of those present, the dark mist coiled ominously, and a sinister, cackling laughter echoed, reminiscent of crows cawing in the sky. It seems the report from Yun Shan was erroneous. A mere remote empire has birthed not one, but several powerful souls. Should I capture you today, the palace master would be greatly pleased. The black mist surged and contracted, gradually coalescing into a figure shrouded in deep, swirling smoke, revealing a pair of crimson eyes glimmering faintly from the inky darkness. As the Protector Wu took form, violet golden eyes narrowed slightly. He then addressed Xiao Yin, who was under the control of Yao Lao, saying, "My friend, though I am unaware of your origins, since you have chosen's cousin, we find ourselves on the same side. When the younger generation stirs up trouble, it is the duty of their elders to resolve the chaos. I never anticipated that the Yunlan sect would conspire with that formidable faction from Zhongzhou. This predicament is significant. We must join forces and navigate this crisis together." In response, Xiao Yin, with a grave expression, nodded solemnly and replied, "You speak wisely. Both and I are individuals of great importance to you. We must ensure their safety." At this moment, a faint wry smile appeared on Xiao Yan's face as he remarked, "Alas, I have only just awakened, and my soul's strength has yet to be fully restored. While I can manage against Yun Shan, engaging with that so-called Protector Wu may prove to be somewhat beyond my capabilities. Leave the Protector to me, and you can focus on entangling Yun Shan." Mou's expression twitched. Although they had yet to meet, he could sense the formidable presence behind Xiao Yin, which struck him as somewhat audacious. Xiao Yin, sporting an apologetic grin, said, "I am grateful for your assistance, my friend. Rest assured, I will handle Yun Shan and join you as soon as I have resolved that matter. No need for that. Just take care of yourself. I prefer not to divide my attention to aid you," Mou replied, his violet golden aura growing ever more intense as he huffed softly. Regarding Uncle Snake's prideful demeanor, Elder Yao merely smiled in acknowledgement, though a contemplative glint flickered in his eyes as he observed the enigmatic and mysterious bloodline power emanating from Mou. "Protector Wu, I entrust Mou to you," Yun Shan said, a sinister smile crossing his face as he observed the two seemingly strategizing together. Indeed, Protector Wu nodded, casting a glance at Mou. "I am quite satisfied with the information you provided. As long as Sect Master Yun captures Xiao Yin, the forces behind me will staunchly support your sect's future development." Upon hearing this, Yun Shan's expression brightened, and he nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "Rest assured, Protector Wu, our Yunlan sect shall become the finest ally of your esteemed hall." Protector Wu responded with an enigmatic smile, thinking to himself, an ally of the Soul Hall? What a joke. The Yunlan sect is merely a pawn to be exploited. After concluding their discussions, Protector Wu and Yun Shan dispersed, engaging both Mou and Xiao Yin in fierce combat. Approaching Mou, Protector Wu moved his palm, and a pitch-black chain emerged with a clattering sound. Extending from his hand, with a gentle tremor, it coiled around him like a venomous serpent. The black chain quivered slightly, and moments later, with a peculiar laugh, Protector Wu shook his arm, causing the chain to slice through the air, transforming into a dark streak aimed directly at Mou. Swoosh! The black chain, resembling a venomous snake, swiftly pierced through the fabric of space, morphing into a blurred black line as it shot towards Mou, who stood not far ahead. The tip of the chain was exceptionally sharp, adorned with intricate runes that spiraled around it. Under the impetus of Protector Wu's energy, it exuded a faint aura of malevolence. Clearly, this deep-hued chain was no ordinary iron link. In response to the chain that pierced through space, Uncle Snake did not dare to be negligent. The violet golden bloodline power surged within his palm, transforming abruptly into a violet golden energy serpent that surged forth, colliding violently with the black chain. Boom! As the two forces collided, a deep sound resonated, yet it lacked any explosive energy. Instead, a ripple of pitch-black energy interlaced with hues of purple and gold silently spread outward, causing the very fabric of space to tremble. The black chains clashed with the purplish golden energy serpent, revealing a stark contrast to the anticipated strike envisioned by the Guardian of the Mist. Moreover, a chilling and ominous bloodline power emanating swiftly from the chains caused a surge of turbulence within him. A bloodline powerhouse. It appears that you are not of the true human lineage. The chain retreated after the clash, finally coiling beside the Guardian, whose crimson eyes fixed intently on the figure before him, a hint of astonishment flickering within. Generally, humans cultivate through fighting spirit or soul power. Even the ancient 8 clans merely rely on the bloodline power of the Emperor of ancient times to assist their training. There has been no record of engaging in battle solely with bloodline strength. Typically, offensive techniques are manifested through the condensation of fighting spirit. Only certain beast clans or semi-human races, like the Serpent People, utilize bloodline power as a means of warfare, with higher bloodline levels signifying greater strength. Sensing the terrifying bloodline power from the chains, it was likely a rare ancient bloodline. Such beings had not been seen in the central continent for decades. Yet here they had descended upon this remote northwestern land. Contemplating this, the Guardian of the Mist gazed at the figure of Mou with a flicker of fervor in his eyes. Delivering a soul entity imbued with an ancient bloodline to the palace master would undoubtedly yield significant rewards. With a cold, piercing gaze fixed upon the swirling black mist surrounding the Guardian, Mou slowly clenched his palm, rapidly condensing the purplish golden bloodline power until, moments later, it formed into a serpent's fang slightly smaller than his formidable black lightning spear. The fang radiated a purplish golden glow, yet it exuded a visual aura of sinister strangeness. Anyone unfortunate enough to be tainted by this seemingly ordinary bloodline power would likely perish from its venomous effects in an instant. You are from the Soul Palace, are you not? In the past, even the Celestial Master of the Soul Palace could gain little advantage against me. Do you seek death? Mou spoke slowly, directing the fang towards the Guardian of the Mist. Such arrogance. Even if you once basked in glory, you are now but a soul entity residing within another's body. Do you truly believe you can slay me, the Guardian? A mere dream. The Guardian scoffed in response. Then with a flick of his arm, 3 shadowy figures erupted from behind him with a cacophony, swirling above his head like 3 venomous serpents. 3 soul chains, extending a hand shrouded in black mist. He altered his hand seal, causing the 3 chains hovering above his head to shoot forth with a piercing wind, transforming into black lines that rapidly crossed, effectively sealing off all of Mou's escape routes. Gazing coldly at the 3 black lines rapidly magnifying within his pupils, Mou waved his ink-black robe, his fingers flicking in a rhythmic motion. In an instant, 5 strands of purple-gold bloodline energy swiftly coalesced, coiling around him like serpents. With a sudden burst, they shot forth, colliding head-on with the 3 chains. Clang, clang. The chains clashed against the purple-gold energy, producing a series of crisp sounds akin to metal striking metal, accompanied by sparks flying in all directions. Yet, regardless of how unpredictable the chain's assault might be, the 5 bloodline serpents commanded by Uncle She could effectively contain them, showcasing the depth of his battle-hardened experience. However, despite employing such tactics, no tangible effect was achieved, leaving the Guardian, Wu, visibly astonished. He could distinctly sense a chilling aura spreading through the chains with each clash against the serpents, an unsettling sensation that evoked considerable discomfort. What instilled even greater dread within him was the elusive purple-gold venomous fangs wielded by Uncle She, exuding a terrifying presence that made his heart race, prompting him to evade with utmost caution. Humph, a mere spiritual entity. What does it matter if you exhibit temporary dominance? This consumption of bloodline energy cannot last long. Once you are exhausted, you shall willingly surrender. With a frantic dodge from the venomous fangs, the oppressive force caused ripples in the dark mist enveloping Wu, his complexion betraying a hint of unease as he coldly addressed MOU. MOU, although you once resembled an ant in my prime, you are indeed a formidable opponent now. You speak true. This bloodline energy cannot be sustained for long. Once my energy wanes, it seems we shall both become lambs destined for slaughter. With both Yunshan and this Wu, the Yunlan sect cannot be obliterated as you wish. While maneuvering the serpents in combat against the chains, Uncle Shi conveyed his thoughts telepathically. Upon hearing this, disappointment coursed through MOU. The unexpected appearance of Wu had thoroughly disrupted his plans. It appeared that the revenge for his grandfather would not reach its conclusion today. Yet, he was not one to be stubbornly obstinate. Though the vendetta against his grandfather ran deep, preserving his own life was the greatest tribute he could offer to the departed. No worries, Uncle Shi. We shall implement the second plan and retreat for now. The Yunlan sect will face my wrath once I have honed my skills. A glint of resolute determination flashed in MOU's voice. Once he attained power, not even the Soul Palace would escape his vengeance. A gentleman's revenge is never too late. Indeed, it is good that you can remain pragmatic. Rest assured, I can still ensure your safe departure, Uncle Shi rasped. With a plan set in motion, he ceased to linger in battle, guiding MOU's body as he communicated with Elder Yao, all the while entangling with the chains and steadily retreating. On the other side, upon receiving a transmission from Snake Uncle, the medicine elder slowly nodded, then, controlling Xiaoyan's body, gradually withdrew from the battlefield. Amidst the fierce battle, the protector Wu seemed to sense Snake Uncle's intentions. His brow slightly furrowing before a peculiar smile crept across his lips. With a strange chuckle, the protector Wu's palm swirled with dark mist. Then he extended his right hand towards his storage ring, forcefully pulling forth a series of unconscious ethereal souls. Although these soul bodies exuded an extremely faint aura, upon closer inspection, it became evident that they were all at the pinnacle of the Dou Emperor realm. There were as many as 7 of them. The protector had vowed that no matter the cost, he would capture them for the Soul Palace today. These 7 soul bodies represented the culmination of his efforts over the past 6 months, and exchanging them for 2 esteemed soul bodies would certainly be worth it. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, the protector Wu let out a chilling laugh as he extracted 7 soul bodies of peak Dou Emperors. He then swiftly formed a series of intricate and bizarre hand seals, and moments later, a series of piercing shouts suddenly resonated across the sky. 9 forests, 100 devouring souls. As the shrill cries echoed, an eerie black mist erupted violently from the protector Wu's body, enveloping the 7 peak Dou Emperor soul bodies entirely. Subsequently, a series of ghastly chewing sounds began to emanate slowly from within the black mist. At that moment, both MOU and Xiaoyan's expressions turned grim. Chapter 216, The Emergence of Queen Medusa. The vast square fell into an unusual silence, all present staring vacantly at the sudden turn of events. The chewing sounds echoed eerily in the still air, and some could only imagine the horrifying spectacle occurring within that black mist, sending chills down their spines. This fellow's aura is growing stronger, Snake Uncle remarked, his tone laced with gravity upon witnessing the scene. Humph, indeed, those of this faction are exceedingly sinister, relying on the devouring of souls to augment their power. No wonder they operate in the shadows, Snake Uncle replied solemnly. MOU's heart sank as he realized that this individual had clearly discerned their intentions. The forceful consumption of souls to enhance his power was a deliberate attempt to intercept them. MOU was not surprised by the soul-devouring method in the original text. The protector Wu had absorbed the souls of Yunshan and numerous elders of the Yunlan sect during his battle with the medicine elder, significantly boosting his combat prowess and subsequently capturing the medicine elder. Although the protector Wu had not consumed the soul of the Dou Zone powerhouse Yunshan, the 7 peak Dou Emperor souls still provided him with a considerable enhancement. In contrast, Snake Uncle's current state could not be sustained for long, and the situation seemed to take a sudden turn for the worse. We cannot allow him to successfully devour those souls. Snake Uncle evidently recognized this point as well, and with a wave of his sleeve, a rich purple-gold energy emerged, shooting towards the dark mist. The violet-gold energy swept across the sky. Yet, just as it was about to collide with the black mist, the latter suddenly convulsed violently, releasing a wave of chilling darkness that clashed with the force of bloodlines. Both entities eroding each other until they ultimately dissolved into nothingness. Ha, with your mere state of soul possession, how could you possibly break through my soul palace's secret arts? A strange, sinister laughter echoed amidst the black mist. I have proclaimed, today, no one shall escape. The guardian of the mist smirked coldly, his blood-red gaze piercing through the indifferent countenance of Mou, ominously stating, "To claim my soul, you are sorely unqualified." Mou flicked his fingers, summoning a rich aura of violet gold energy that emanated from his palm, rising languidly and distorting the very fabric of space with the terrifying force of his bloodline. "You are but a mere soul residing within another. Once I retrieve you to the Soul Palace, you shall comprehend the meaning of despair." The blood-red gaze beneath the black cloak dimmed slightly, as the Guardian of the Mist coldly declared, "Thus, it is time for you to offer your soul." As his words fell, the Guardian erupted into a fit of sinister laughter. Then with a swift motion of his sleeve, strange black mist surged forth from his being, coalescing in the heavens into a dense, dark cloud that obscured the sunlight, casting the sky above the cloud mountain into a sudden gloom. The Guardian's display was so overwhelming that it left many formidable beings aghast. The magnitude of this power was truly terrifying. Nearby, Hai Bo Dong and others were filled with trepidation, wondering when the Gamma Empire had produced such a formidable entity. The black clouds swirled ominously, and the Guardian of the Mist seemed to vanish in a thin air, leaving the entire expanse of sky eerily silent. In this spine-chilling atmosphere, even the Douhuang powerhouses felt a sense of unease. A strange, cold wind drifted by, and Mou, enveloped in the robust violet gold energy, felt his pupils constrict sharply. He swiftly turned, delivering a powerful punch into the empty void behind him. As his fist moved, the surging bloodline power resonated with it, unleashing a terrifying force that rippled through the space, accompanied by a mighty gale that struck out fiercely. Boom! As his fist landed, a shadow appeared eerily, and the clash of their fists sent shockwaves rippling outward, creating thunderous echoes across the sky. With a swift motion, the two figures once again vanished before the watchful eyes of the crowd, only to reappear 100 meters away in an instant. The heavens erupted with rolling thunder, and shadows darted about. Each appearance was met with explosive sounds akin to thunder, instilling fear in the hearts of the countless onlookers below. Above the horizon, dark clouds rolled ominously, occasionally parting to allow a beam of sunlight to pierce through. Yet, at this moment, even the sunlight felt devoid of warmth. Witnessing the standoff between Uncle Snake and the Guardian of the Duck, Mou's heart sank. After consuming the Emperor's source blood fruit, Uncle Snake's strength had indeed become formidable. Even when borrowing Mou's body, he could still contend with the Guardian who had employed secret techniques. However, in the clash of powers, it was evident that he was at a disadvantage. If the battle continued, Uncle Snake, whose bloodline energy would inevitably deplete, would surely face defeat. Observing the situation, Mou's soul power instinctively sought another battlefield, where the Elder Yao controlled Xiao Yan, who seemed to have a much easier time dealing with Yunshan. As a long-established expert, Elder Yao found it trivial to confront Yunshan, who had just ascended to the Dozong realm. Nevertheless, Yunshan was acutely aware of his weaknesses and relied on the protective formation of the Yunlan sect, the cloud smoke covering sun array, to engage in a back-and-forth with Elder Yao, resulting in a stalemate. With both battlefields locked in a deadlock, this was certainly not good news for Mou and Xiao Yan, as both Uncle Snake and Elder Yao were spiritual entities, and their combat state could not be sustained for long. Just as Mou felt anxious, a sultry and enchanting voice suddenly echoed in his mind. "Mou, allow me to intervene." The voice, cool and beguiling enough to weaken a man's resolve, resonated gently within him. Upon hearing it, Mou was first taken aback and then filled with joy. It was Queen Medusa. She had awakened. As soon as Queen Medusa's voice faded, Uncle Snake, who controlled Mou's body, immediately sensed something amiss. With a swift motion of his sleeve, a dazzling light erupted forth. All eyes were drawn to this brilliant glow. Even the Guardian of the Duck furrowed his brow, staring intently at the radiant spectacle. However, in the next moment, the previously smirking face began to transform. As the brilliant light receded behind Mou, a visage that embodied cold beauty, allure, and seduction emerged into view. The enchanting figure was draped in a pale purple brocade robe, her flowing hair cascading down her fragrant shoulders to her perfectly rounded hips. Her enticing silhouette, reminiscent of a fully ripened peach, radiated an intoxicating charm that set hearts ablaze. Queen Medusa, was she not supposed to have failed her advancement? Upon seeing the sudden appearance of this figure, Hai Bodong's expression shifted dramatically, and he gasped in disbelief. Mou has been carrying Queen Medusa with him all along and didn't even mention it, calling me brother all this time. What a scoundrel. Hai Bodong inwardly cursed, feeling a twinge of annoyance. Meanwhile, the square fell into a brief state of astonished silence. Queen Medusa is a name well known among the citizens of the Gamma Empire. A strikingly beautiful, yet ruthlessly cold-hearted woman who has undoubtedly slain countless renowned warriors in the past conflicts with the Empire. Within this realm, only a handful possess the strength to contend with her. This formidable woman employs methods as merciless as those of the most iron-willed sovereigns, instilling fear in several neighboring empires around the Tagore Desert, deterring them from initiating war lightly. Many describe her as terrifying. The guardian, Wu, gazed with mild astonishment at the stunning woman before him, and upon a moment's reflection, he sneered, "So, yet another one bearing ancient bloodlines. It seems you share a significant connection with that soul entity. However, regardless of your recent advancement to the Dozong level, such prowess may be commendable within this empire. Yet to challenge me is tantamount to courting death." With dark clouds swirling around him, Wu spoke with disdain. Having consumed the souls of 7 Peak Do Huang, he had, despite some lingering after-effects, become the undisputed master of the arena. Although Queen Medusa had recently transcended to Dozong, to Wu, a formidable figure from Zhongzhou, she was merely a slightly stronger insect. Upon hearing his words, the queen's delicate brows furrowed. As the ruler of the Serpent People and a celebrated master among several prominent empires, her recent elevation to Dozong filled her with pride. Yet, the dismissive expression of the powerful figure before her ignited a flicker of anger on her exquisite face. Nonetheless, the chilling and terrifying aura emanating from him instilled a sense of gravity in her beautiful eyes. "Thank you for your assistance, Queen Medusa. Your task is to block Yinshan, while I and Xiao Yan shall deal with this woe." A voice resonated gently in her mind as she prepared for battle. Chapter 217. The Fusion of Mysterious Flames and Thunder, Thunder God Fire Lotus. Deal with Yinshan? Upon hearing the suggestion from Mou, Queen Medusa was momentarily taken aback, her enchanting visage quickly clouding with irritation. In her view, Mou's proposal implied a lack of faith in her capabilities, urging her to confront Yinshan rather than the enigmatic powerhouse before her. As a proud queen of the Serpent People, she found such an act of retreat without a fight utterly disgraceful. In that instant, a hint of murderous intent flickered in her gaze directed at Mou. Noticing her apparent displeasure, Mou was momentarily startled, then recalled something and hurriedly explained with a light laugh. "Ah, you misunderstand. It is not that I doubt your strength. I have a strategy in mind for dealing with this woe, but it requires Xiao Yan's cooperation. I hope you can understand." To my surprise, Queen Medusa possesses such a proud and playful temperament. Thus, Mou carefully elucidated his thoughts with a gentle demeanor. After listening to Mou's words, Queen Medusa furrowed her brows slightly. After a moment of contemplation, she gazed deeply at Mou before reluctantly taking flight towards the battlefield of Xiao Yan and Yinshan. Once Queen Medusa departed, Uncle Snake expressed his confusion. "Young man, do you truly have a method to resolve our current predicament?" "Rest assured, I do not speak idly," Mou replied calmly. Upon hearing this, Uncle Snake refrained from further inquiries, as he was well aware of Mou's nature. He never engaged in battles without preparation. Since Mou exuded such confidence, he decided to let him proceed. Even if mistakes were made, he could always expend the last remnants of his bloodline power to aid Mou in escaping, though this would result in a prolonged slumber for himself. Uncle Snake clearly understood that Mou was his only hope for revival. In a brief exchange, Queen Medusa took over the struggle against the Elder Yao. Although Yinshan attempted to intercept Elder Yao, he was evidently incapable of confronting the evolved Queen Medusa single-handedly and could only allow her to depart unimpeded. Heh. The aura of bone spirit cold fire. It is indeed you, Yao Chen. I never expected you to come to me so willingly. You managed to escape back then, but it cost my soul palace quite a bit of effort. If I were to capture you today, it would surely delight the palace master." The Hufu guardian cackled coldly upon seeing Xiao Yan hastening towards them. "A swarm of vermin. You aided Han Feng in attacking me back in the day. Today, we shall settle this debt." Xiao Yan's gaze was icy as he fixated on the figure enshrouded in black mist, his voice brimming with fury and murderous intent. "If you possessed a corporeal form, I might regard you with some trepidation. But as mere spiritual essence clinging to another, you are no match for me." The Hufu guardian sneered, feeling the overwhelming power surging within him after devouring the souls of 7 Peak Do Emperor experts. Xiao Yan furrowed his brow at the Hufu guardian's mocking laughter and the surge of his power, yet he chose to ignore it, turning instead to Mou. "Young man, you summoned Queen Medusa to take my place. What is your plan? You must understand, even with the might of the powerful individuals behind us, it would be difficult to slay the Hufu guardian at this moment. Senior, the Hufu guardian's strength now rivals that of a high-tier Dozong after consuming the souls of 7 Peak Do emperors. In our current states, neither you nor Uncle Snake can contend with him. However, if I join forces with Xiao Yan, we may be able to repel or even slay the Hufu guardian." "You intend to join forces with Xiao Yan to slay the Hufu guardian?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan was taken aback, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. The current strength of the Hufu guardian posed a risk even to him, and yet this young man expressed confidence in defeating him. something that even the heirs of the superpowers in Zhongzhou might struggle to achieve. However, upon observing the serene and composed demeanor of Mou, the elder Yao suddenly felt the weight of his years, letting out a sigh as he remarked, "Alas. The waves of the Yangtze River push the waves ahead. I shall entrust the matters here to you and Xiaoyan. I hope you do not leave a mess for us to clean up." Upon finishing his words, Xiaoyan's gaze shifted from a bluish hue to an inky black, evidently indicating that Elder Yao had relinquished control of his body to him. "Cousin, I fear I cannot assist you in dealing with this fellow," Xiaoyan said. Having taken command of his body, he first cast a glance at the figure of the protector shrouded in black mist across from him, furrowing his brow before turning to Mou with a wry smile. In response, Mou pointed towards the ruins of the Yunlan sect and, with a non-committal smile, said, "Cousin Xiaoyan, do not doubt your own strength. Have you forgotten who caused such devastation? You mean, the Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus?" Upon hearing Mou's words, Xiaoyan was momentarily taken aback, then questioned in confusion, "But while the power of the Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus is formidable, it should be insufficient to handle the protector before us." Although merely at the Great Dome Master level, Xiaoyan possessed considerable soul power and discerning vision. He understood that while the Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus might suffice against a newly ascended Dou Zone like Yunshan, it would evidently be inadequate against a high-ranking Dou Zone like the Protector. In light of Xiaoyan's skepticism, Mou merely smiled silently, extending his palm to reveal a crimson bolt of thunderous flame. "The Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus may not suffice, but what of this profound lightning?" As he spoke, Mou gazed at the sinister crackling energy emanating from the bolt of profound lightning in his hand, chuckling lightly. "Cousin Xiaoyan, you should be familiar with this profound lightning. I acquired its essence during a serendipitous encounter back in Wutan City. When I first obtained it, the profound lightning was rather feeble, but after extensive training during my travels, it has evolved into its current form. I estimate that the Zhuke Burning Heaven lightning is now on par with ordinary. Thus, combined, the power of the two of us would equate to that of 3. If we merge your Blue Lotus Earth Heart Fire and Bone Spirit Cold Fire with my Zhuke Burning Heaven lightning, I believe that the Protector will either perish or be greatly weakened. The Zhuke Burning Heaven lightning stands equal to." Upon hearing Mou's plan, Xiaoyan looked towards the terrifying energy radiating from the profound lightning in Mou's hand, a glimmer of astonishment crossing his eyes. A few years prior, during their encounter in Wutan City, Mou's profound lightning had seemed only marginally stronger than ordinary beast fire, yet 3 years had passed, and it had now become comparable to. Such a rate of growth was indeed astonishing. It is worth noting that each is forged through hundreds of years of refinement. While Mou's profound lightning had reached its pinnacle in merely 3 years, truly a terrifying feat after the initial surprise, a flicker of joy shone in Xiaoyan's eyes. The prospect of defeating, or even slaying, the Protector with the combination of 2 and 1 profound lightning seemed decidedly promising. However, an unexpected wave of awkwardness washed over him, and he awkwardly chuckled. "I apologize, Cousin Mou, but my current soul control may not suffice to merge 2 along with your profound lightning." In the past, when Xiaoyan sought to merge the Buddha's Fury Fire Lotus, he relied heavily on fortuitous circumstances to achieve success. Now, with the addition of a mysterious thunder that did not belong to him, he found himself lacking confidence in the endeavor. Should he fail, not only would he place himself in jeopardy, but he would also endanger Elder Mou and others. Upon hearing of Xiaoyan's predicament, Mou paused for a moment, then waved his hand nonchalantly, saying, "No need to worry. You simply need to merge the Buddha's Fury Fire Lotus. I shall take care of the rest." Xiaoyan was taken aback by Mou's nonchalant demeanor, and a flicker of surprise crossed his face, revealing a rare ripple in his dark eyes. The integration of the Buddha's Fury Fire Lotus and the Vermilion Bird's Burning Heaven Thunder demanded exceptional control over one's soul, a feat even the continent's most skilled alchemist, Elder Yao, could not achieve. He had nearly perished in a similar attempt, making it an exceedingly perilous endeavor. Yet here was Mou, exhibiting such calm and composure. Was it confidence in oneself, or simply the ignorance of a fool? Recalling the lofty image Mou had held in his heart, Xiaoyan chose without hesitation to believe the former. Mou, unfazed by the flicker of doubt that passed through Xiaoyan's eyes, smiled lightly. In his previous life, he had successfully merged with the mysterious thunder, achieving mastery even when integrating up to 7 strands at once. Thus, he was quite familiar with such techniques. Meanwhile, the Guardian Wu observed the sudden decline in the aura of both Mou and Xiaoyan, a sinister smile creeping across his face. What's this? The elder cannot prevail, so the younger steps in? Are you conceding?" His gaze lingered on the mysterious thunder in Mou's hand, and as he sensed its terrifying energy, his expression shifted. He continued with a grin, "Kid, if you hand over the thunder and the soul behind you, I can assist you in joining the power that supports me. Perhaps a significant figure has taken an interest in what you possess, and you might ascend in one leap. In response to Guardian Wu's tempting words, Mo shook his head, coldly retorting, no need. The actions of your esteemed hall are insidiously treacherous, utterly incompatible with my character. You. Upon hearing Mo's disparagement of the Soul Palace, Guardian Wu's expression darkened, and the surrounding black mist surged like an encroaching tide, oppressive to the spirit. Very well. I shall see what audacity you possess to utter such words. With that, as his sinister laughter faded, Guardian Wu darted forward, slicing through the air towards Mo's position. Noticing the dire situation, Mo quickly turned to Xiao Yan, speaking in a serious tone, Cousin Xiao Yan, the Buddha's Fury Fire Lotus, quickly. Recognizing the urgency of the moment, Xiao Yan nodded gravely, and with a flourish of his palm, two flames, blue and white, appeared. Under his meticulous control, they began to merge slowly together. Having undergone numerous integrations, Xiao Yan was already well versed in the Buddha's Fury Fire Lotus. In a matter of moments, a resplendent and fearsome blue-white fire lotus began to float upward. As the Buddha's Fury Fire Lotus merged, Xiao Yan's expression bore no trace of elation, for he understood that the subsequent fusion of the Vermilion Bird's heaven-consuming thunder was the most crucial step. Handing the Buddha's Fury Fire Lotus to the youth beside him, Xiao Yan spoke solemnly, Cousin Mo, the next part is in your hands. Rest assured, we shall all depart safely this time. With that, Mo took the Buddha's Fury Fire Lotus in his left hand and raised the Vermilion Bird's heaven-consuming thunder in his right, swiftly bringing the two together. Xiao Yan was momentarily taken aback by Mo's audacious fusion. Although the Buddha's Fury Fire Lotus did not resist due to his own aura control, such an approach was undeniably perilous. They was the most ferocious of all celestial phenomena, and though he had never encountered the mysterious thunder, its name alone suggested it was equally formidable, rivaling the ferocity of the. Yet, these two explosive entities were now to be fused in Mo's grasp, stirring a blend of deep concern and faint anticipation within Xiao Yan. Simultaneously, this scene drew the gaze of many onlookers. Upon witnessing Mo merge the terrifying, violent thunder with the fire lotus that had already obliterated the Yunlan sect, expressions of horror erupted on numerous faces. Insanity. Pure insanity. Outside the arena, Haibo Dong and others unfurled their battle wings, retreating while exclaiming in astonishment. The Buddha's Fury Fire Lotus was terrifying enough, having already annihilated the Yunlan sect and slain Yunling. Now, to merge it with another terrifying thunder would undoubtedly exacerbate the situation. Should this fusion succeed, the entirety of Yunlan Mountain would likely be shattered beyond recognition. Both Queen Medusa and Yun Shan halted their combat, gazing at the fire lotus merging in Mo's hands. A flicker of astonishment crossed Queen Medusa's enchanting visage. She had witnessed the power of the Buddha's Fury Fire Lotus and knew well enough to steer clear. However, the addition of an unknown, fearsome thunder left her momentarily speechless. In stark contrast, Yun Shan's expression was grim. After the bombardment of the Buddha's Fury Fire Lotus, the Yunlan sect lay in ruins. If another attack, even more formidable than the last, were to strike, the sect would face utter annihilation. Taking a deep breath, Yun Shan summoned his battle energy, transforming it into a white ribbon that severed the bindings of Yun Yun, who had been ensnared by the purple-gold serpent ring. Yun Yun, quickly lead the disciples to retreat. Despite the preciousness of the Yunlan sect's halls, it was the disciples who constituted the essence of the sect. The halls could be rebuilt, but the loss of the disciples would be a grievous blow to their vitality. Once freed, Yun Yun cast her gaze upon Mo, who was intently merging the fire lotus and the mysterious thunder. The radiant light illuminated the young man's profile, rendering him exceptionally captivating. Reflecting on the boy who had once hidden behind her 3 years prior, now transformed into a formidable force capable of vanquishing the Yunlan sect, a sense of wistfulness washed over her. At this moment, it was evidently not the time for concern. Gazing at the terrifying fire lotus, Yun Yun furrowed her delicate brows as she urged the disciples of Yunlan's sect to evacuate. What an insufferably ignorant fellow. In the midst of it all, sensing the raging energy particles, Protector Wu sneered disdainfully. However, as soon as he spoke, a sudden change washed over his countenance. Simultaneously, the three-colored thunder fire in Mo's hand began to stir slightly, and before the astonished gazes of countless onlookers, it gradually coalesced into a lotus of red, blue, and white, merely the size of Mo's palm. The moment the lotus took form, a faint smile graced Mo's lips as he gazed down at the three-colored thunder lotus in his hand, softly murmuring, "It is a success." Upon hearing this, Protector Wu sensed something amiss. A hint of panic flickered in his eyes as he felt an ominous premonition and hastily turned to flee. Observing the retreating Protector Wu, a cold smirk appeared on Mo's lips as he forcefully hurled the red, blue, and white Thunderfire Lotus toward the rapidly escaping figure. Thunder God Fire Lotus. The azure and white flames, intertwined with crimson lightning, silently sliced through the void, leaving not even a whisper of wind in their wake. Yet, in its ethereal form, it caused the black mist surrounding Protector Wu to dissipate like morning fog meeting the sun, as the Thunder God Fire Lotus shot toward him. Just as it was about to enter his 20-meter radius, the once tranquil Lotus suddenly erupted into chaos. The Lotus expanded and contracted, engulfed in a terrifying, raging inferno and thunder, and then, an uncontrollable, earth-shattering explosion resonated through the void. Boom! The devastating energy radiated outward, rippling through the once empty space, causing Yunlong Mountain to erupt in a cacophony of destruction, its fractured surfaces as smooth as a mirror. Chapter 218. The Terrifying Power, the Twin Dragons Retreat. The brilliant and terrifying red, blue, and white thunder flames erupted in the azure sky, sweeping across the heavens like tidal waves of fire. In an instant, the temperature of the realm surged dramatically. Within the imperial city, countless individuals gazed blankly in the direction of Yunlong Mountain, even from miles away. The terrifying waves of fire in the sky instilled a deep sense of dread. The vast city fell into silence, as all present swallowed hard, a wave of trepidation creeping from the depths of their souls. Meanwhile, atop Yunlong Mountain, all structures of the Yunlong sect crumbled to dust beneath the onslaught of this horrifying electrical inferno. Is this the destructive power of a Dozong expert? A chilling shudder coursed through the crowd, who could only groan helplessly in their hearts. In the cerulean sky, waves of electrical fire surged forth in rippling torrents, centered around the point of explosion, delivering a devastating blow to all living beings within its vicinity. The tumultuous currents gradually spread 1,000 meters away before finally dissipating. In the sky, both the dark-feathered Guardian and the Guardian of the Duck were rendered exceedingly disheveled. The Guardian of the Duck, once enveloped in ominous black mist, bore the brunt of the impact due to proximity to the Thunder God's Fire Lotus, suffering the most severe consequences. Within the onslaught of destructive electrical fire, the sinister black mist surrounding the Guardian dissipated by nearly half. Blood, a deep crimson, seeped continuously from beneath the black armor, cascading down like rain. Beneath the shattered armor, several horrific wounds, visible to the naked eye, spread across his back, revealing glimpses of stark white bones. At that moment, the mocking expression on the Guardian's face vanished, replaced by sheer terror, a tragic and disheveled visage devoid of any prior arrogance or pride. Far from the Guardian's position, a cloud-white shield, entwined with slender beams of white light, slowly fractured. As the shield fell, it revealed a familiar face, none other than Yun Shan. At this moment, Yun Shan's expression was exceedingly grim, and faint traces of blood lingered at the corners of his mouth. Wiping away the blood with a trembling hand, he could not suppress his shuddering. Behind him, numerous disciples and elders of the Yunlong sect, caught unawares, barely survived under his protection. In the wake of that horrific explosion, Yun Shan had expended nearly all his strength to conjure a sanctuary in such a brief span of time. Damn it! Centuries of accumulation within the Yunlong sect have now been obliterated. Yun Shan surveyed the surroundings, and upon witnessing the severely shattered state of the Yunlong sect, a pang of anguish flashed in his eyes. This represented the legacy of 7 generations of sect leaders, now utterly destroyed. The sect housed not only immeasurable wealth, but also countless techniques and combat skills painstakingly amassed by generations of leaders, all lost in an instant. What grieved him further was the significant loss of personnel. Despite having urged Yun to lead the disciples in retreat, half of them perished in the catastrophic explosion due to time constraints. It is well known that the foundation of any sect rests upon the vast number of loyal disciples at its base. Elders can be trained anew. But if all the disciples perish, the Yunlong sect would dissolve automatically. This blow from Mo would leave the Yunlong sect reeling for at least a decade. With his heart bleeding, Yun Shan's fierce gaze swept through the air, ultimately settling upon the battered form of Mou, suspended in the sky. At this moment, Mou's azure robe was nearly destroyed, and the heart of the sea armor gifted by Yunji had also been shattered, revealing a large piece of light blue fragment that slowly drifted down, exposing his body, now scorched and slightly crimson. Xiaoyan, disregarding his own disheveled state, flashed to Mou's side, his eyes still wide with shock as he asked with concern, "Cousin Mou, are you all right?" The combined might of two, and it was truly formidable, catching Xiaoyan off guard. What astonished him further was Mou's ability to fuse, and such mastery over one's soul was indeed terrifying. "I'm fine," Mou replied, waving his hand and lightly coughing, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with a faint smile. The power of the Thunder God Fire Lotus had indeed exceeded his expectations. Had it not been for the heart of the sea armor bestowed by Yun and the timely assistance from Uncle Shi using his bloodline energy to shield him, he might have been fatally struck by his own attack. However, the cost was worth it. Looking up, he observed the Wuhefa in a more grievous state. Not only was he gravely injured, but his aura was also exceedingly weak, perhaps due to the backlash from devouring souls. The Wuhefa's face had twisted into a mad expression, and his aura was in complete disarray. Cousin, should we take this opportunity to slay the Wuhefa? Xiao Yan's dark eyes gleamed with eagerness. Upon hearing this, Mou felt a stir in his heart, but shook his head in response. Let it be. Though he is severely wounded, his methods are enigmatic. If he possesses some hidden trump card, we could find ourselves in peril. We should depart from this place first. The Yunlan sect is not going anywhere. Once we have honed our skills, we can seek revenge later. Without the assistance of Uncle Shi and Yao Lao. Relying solely on himself, Xiao Yan, and Queen Medusa to face both Yun Shan and the heavily injured Wuhefa would yield little advantage. Moreover, the appearance of the Wuhefa had been an unexpected development. One could never be certain if the Gamma Empire had concealed other Soul Palace guardians. Although the likelihood was slim, Mou was not willing to gamble on it. Upon hearing Mou's words, the inherently cautious Xiao Yan nodded. Though his disdain for the Yunlan sect rivaled Mou's, he recognized that now was not the time to annihilate them. Deciding to leave, Mou and Xiao Yan hesitated no longer. Taking advantage of the moment when the members of the Yunlan sect were yet to recover from the aftermath of the explosion and the Wuhefa's severe injuries, Xiao Yan unfurled his dual-colored fiery wings, while Mou activated his crimson-purple cloud wings. And together they soared like two shooting stars into the seemingly endless depths of the forest. Before departing, Mou cast a lingering glance at Yun Yun, feeling the heart of the sea armor upon his body, letting out a barely audible sigh. This parting would likely render their reunion exceedingly difficult. Meanwhile, as if sensing the gaze of Mou, Yun Yun instinctively turned her attention towards him. Biting her crimson lip, she gazed at the retreating figure of the young man. Lost in thought, her beautiful eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions, momentarily rendering her speechless. The enmity between Yun Mountain and the blood-soaked past weighs heavily upon the hearts of the Shao family, and we shall seek retribution tenfold in the future. Swiftly, she descended into the depths of the mountains, while the chilling laughter of Mou and Xiao Yan lingered in the air. Their laughter imbued with a murderous intent that sent shivers down the spines of some members of Yunlan Zone. How dare you, rogue? With a face ashen with fury, Yun Shan glared at the spot where Mou and his companion had vanished, preparing to pursue them. Yet, the Queen Medusa appeared seemingly out of nowhere to intercept him. Upon witnessing this, Yun Shan's expression darkened immediately, and with a wave of his hand, his voice resonated throughout the sect. All disciples and elders of Yunlan Zone, heed my command. Enter the depths of the mountains at once, and locate the Shao family's twin dragons. Announce nationwide that a reward of 100,000 will be granted to anyone who provides information about them. And those who capture the Shao family's twin dragons shall be bestowed with the title of Elder of Yunlan Zone, no matter the cost. Chapter 219, The Serpent Sovereign and the Medicine Sovereign. Outside Yunlan Zone, amidst the vast, dense forest, several figures occasionally soared through the open sky, their eagle-like sharp gazes meticulously scanning the forest below. With grave expressions, these silhouettes swept through the thicket, and after finding nothing, they exchanged glances filled with a sense of relief before exhaling softly, signaling one another before dispersing in different directions. The recent battle at Yunlan Zone had profoundly shaken these surviving disciples. They had witnessed the devastation wrought by the Shao family's twin dragons, leading many to develop a phobia of them, trembling at the mere mention of their names. Although the old sect master had clearly stated that Mou and Xiao Yan could no longer wield that terrifying power, the disciples remained apprehensive in their pursuit of the Shao family's twin dragons. Despite the absence of any trace of Mou and Xiao Yan, the group felt an unexpected sense of relief. In such a state of mind, they briefly surveyed their surroundings before scattering once more. What they failed to notice was a branch at the top of a towering tree, shrouded by dense foliage, making it nearly impossible to detect the hidden presence within. Cousin Mou, are you all right? A concerned voice echoed from beneath the branches. A slightly hurried breath emerged from the foliage, followed by a subtle rustling sound. Moments later, the leaves trembled slightly, revealing a handsome face. Mou glanced up at the vast expanse of sky, his gaze sweeping in the direction where the figures had separated, and then settled upon a sturdy branch, leaning back against the trunk while accepting several healing pills from Xiao Yan. Thank you. After consuming the medicinal pill and feeling the restoration of his wounds and the calming of his internal energy, Mou expressed his gratitude softly. It must be acknowledged that alchemists possess an unparalleled advantage in both cultivation and healing. It is no wonder that so many on the Dou Qi Continent hold them in high esteem. You're being too modest. If it weren't for your demonstration of the Thunder God Fire Lotus, I would likely still be trapped in the Yunlan sect. In comparison, a mere handful of pills is insignificant. Xiao Yan hastily waved his hand in protest. This is not solely my merit. Dear cousin, your contributions are equally invaluable. Mou replied with a gentle smile. Young lad, while I have always sensed your extraordinary potential, I did not anticipate that you could wield such a formidable technique as the Thunder God Fire Lotus. Your Xianlei is indeed remarkable, a somewhat fatigued voice interjected. And a specter of an elderly figure materialized before Mou. Master, you have arrived, Xiao Yan exclaimed joyfully upon seeing the ethereal figure. At this, Mou was momentarily taken aback, then gazed curiously at this pivotal figure in Xiao Yan's growth, the Medicine Elder. Unsurprisingly, the Medicine Elder appeared as an elderly man, his flowing white hair emanating an air of grace and gentility, though the occasional glint of sharpness in his eyes revealed that he was no ordinary elder. Oh. The elder nodded to Xiao Yan, and then turned his curious gaze toward Mou, smiling. Snake Sovereign, will you not come forth to greet us? It is unexpected that the once illustrious medicine sovereign has fallen to such depths. Truly, it is beyond imagination, a cold, hoarse voice echoed. And a pale middle-aged figure materialized. It was Uncle Snake. Snake Sovereign. Upon hearing the title from the medicine elder and witnessing Uncle Snake's appearance, Mou suddenly understood. According to the customs of the Dou Qi Continent, upon ascending to the rank of Dou Sovereign, one is bestowed a unique title, such as Medicine Sovereign or Wind Sovereign. Clearly, Uncle Snake's title was indeed Snake Sovereign, which aligned perfectly with his characteristics. With the seven-winged purple-golden snake bloodline, there is likely no other on the continent besides you. Snake Sovereign, the medicine elder mused, stroking his ethereal beard with a smile. It was unexpected for you to vanish during your peak. It seems you encountered unforeseen circumstances. The elder's face took on a wistful expression as he spoke. Once, both were formidable figures renowned across the continent, yet here they found themselves. Like tigers fallen into the plains, beset by a mere dozong who forced them into such a predicament. It was merely a powerful adversary. To have survived is already a remarkable feat. It is widely rumored that the bone spirit cold fire is your signature flame, Medicine Sovereign. Upon witnessing it today, it is indeed so. As one of the continent's top alchemists, combined with the aid of this flame, it is no wonder that the Soul Palace has made such efforts to capture you, Uncle Snake said gravely, regarding the illustrious Medicine Sovereign. Though both are Dou Sovereigns, there exists a significant disparity between them. The Serpent Elder, reflecting on his prowess among the elite fighters, acknowledged a slight disparity when confronted with the formidable strength and extensive connections of the Medicine Elder. Upon hearing the mention of the Soul Palace, a profound resentment crossed the Medicine Elder's face, quickly followed by a bittersweet smile as he remarked, "Let us not dwell on the past. Fortunately, fate has not always been unkind. In my time of despair, I was fortunate enough to gain a remarkable disciple, which has brought me some solace." As he spoke, his gaze turned to Xiao Yan, warmth and affection flickering in his murky eyes. The Medicine Elder was undoubtedly pleased with this disciple, not only for his exceptional talent, but also for his gratitude, unlike that of another disciple he had taken on. "Rest assured, Master, I will strive to enhance my abilities and assist in your revival," Xiao Yan declared resolutely, feeling the warmth of the Medicine Elder's kind gaze. "Oh, there is no rush. Let us first evade the pursuit of the Yunlan sect. Moreover, this matter is entangled with the Soul Palace," the Medicine Elder replied solemnly. Startled, Xiao Yan nodded gravely, acutely aware that, although he was yet to grasp the full extent of the Soul Palace's might, the fact that a guardian of the palace dismissed two esteemed fighters indicated that the Yunlan sect paled in comparison. "Serpent Elder, it appears you have also found an exceptional inheritor," the Medicine Elder remarked, turning his attention to Mou with a tone of admiration. "Thank you, esteemed Medicine Elder. But I am unworthy of such praise," Mou responded modestly. "There is no need for such formality. Simply refer to me as Medicine Elder like Xiao Yan does. I recognized your extraordinary talent back in Wutan City, and it is remarkable how you have developed in just a few years. The fusion of the two types of Into the Buddha's Wrath Lotus created by Xiao Yan left me in awe, and your ability to incorporate your own mystic thunder into it is a testament to your soul manipulation skills, surpassing even my own. Given time, the Serpent Elder might indeed find resurrection in your hands. Esteemed Elder, the one I have chosen requires no further endorsement from you. However, there is one point you have misjudged. This young man is not my successor. I have nothing of value to impart to him," the Serpent Elder stated solemnly, narrowing his elongated serpentine eyes. "Oh," the Medicine Elder's expression revealed a hint of confusion upon hearing this. The Serpent Elder's renown in the Central State was well known, his strength formidable. Although he had not aligned himself with any faction, even the most powerful entities refrained from provoking him. Even he, setting aside his identity as an alchemist, would not necessarily compare favorably to the Serpent Elder. Such a powerful figure claiming to have little to teach a great Dou Master seemed incredulous. However, observing the Serpent Elder's serious demeanor, the Medicine Elder discerned that this was no fabrication. With this thought, the Medicine Elder turned to the young man beside him. a knowing smile gracing his lips. It seems young Mou harbors quite a few secrets. It is merely that I, as a junior, am incapable of mastering the bloodline power of Uncle Snake. I am not as exceptional as he described. Mou humbly remarked. Upon hearing this, Elder Yao merely smiled noncommittally. Although the Snake Elder is not of the human race and does not cultivate traditional fighting energy as a Dou Zun, his knowledge and strength far exceed that of an ordinary Great Dou Master. Even a Dou Huang would be overjoyed to receive a single piece of guidance from him. How could he not assist a Great Dou Master? The only plausible explanation is that Mou possesses a formidable inheritance that transcends even that of a Dou Zun. Elder Yao, being of the Yao clan, is no stranger to the realms beyond Dou Zun, thus he was not overly surprised. However, deep within, he found himself increasingly curious and attentive towards Mou. Now, you two should seek refuge in the depths of this mountain to evade the search squads of the Yunlan sect. Your injuries are severe, and given the recent confrontation with the Snake Elder, I fear I cannot assist you further. Moreover, the Soul Hall will likely not let us off easily, Elder Yao said solemnly. In response, the Snake Elder nodded gravely, sharing Elder Yao's apprehension regarding the Soul Hall's pursuit of souls. Both Mou and Xiao Yin understood the implications. The battle with the Yunlan sect had drained both Elder Yao and Uncle Snake significantly. To force another confrontation could lead to dire consequences. Furthermore, the lurking threat of the Soul Hall loomed ominously. At present, to the east, south, and north, there are search teams from the Yunlan sect, so your only option is to flee towards the western forest, Uncle Snake advised. Additionally, be wary of the figures in the skies. Most of them are surviving elders of the Yunlan sect, possessing strength at the Dou Wang level. Should you encounter them, it would spell trouble. Understood, Mou replied. After exchanging a weary glance with Elder Yao, Uncle Snake retreated into the spatial ring where he had been residing. Observing as the two figures gradually faded from sight, Mou and Xiao Yin cautiously brushed aside the leaves, scanning the area below for signs of danger. Once reassured of their safety, they grasped the tree trunk and swiftly descended like agile monkeys. Upon reaching the ground, Mou's keen gaze swiftly swept the surroundings. He immediately dashed into a dense thicket, just as a flash of vibrant colors streaked past him. He quickly turned his gaze forward, realizing that the colorful shadow was none other than the sky-devouring python, now in its serpentine form. While others might struggle to locate the concealed Mou, for the sky-devouring python, which sensed the aura of the seven-winged purple-gold snake within him, the faint trace of energy left in the air served as a clear beacon. It seems Queen Medusa has once again succumbed to slumber, Mou murmured as he extended his hand, and the sky-devouring python obediently slithered toward him, flicking its tongue in recognition. At this moment, Xiao Yin comprehended the reason for the Tianming python's affection towards Mou, which undoubtedly related to their shared ancient bloodline as serpent sovereigns. With a sigh of fate, Xiao Yin accepted this bond. In the towering, cloud-kissing jungle, after traversing a vast expanse of dense forest, a treacherous ravine, nearly 10 meters wide, came into their view, slowing their pace. Mou and Xiao Yin approached the edge of the ravine. Along the way, perhaps due to the aura of the Tianming python they bore, they encountered no formidable magical beasts, thus sparing them some trouble. Peering down into the seemingly bottomless darkness below and then raising their gaze to scan the steep cliff opposite, their eyes abruptly halted at a dark cave nestled within the mountain, situated several dozen meters from the summit. It appeared to be a natural formation rather than a man-made structure, resembling the lair of some fearsome beast with sharp claws. Exchanging glances, Mou and Xiao Yin mutually sensed that this locale would serve as an excellent sanctuary for recuperation. With a graceful sweep of his sleeve, the Tianming python darted forth, and Mou pointed towards the cave. The python immediately understood, letting out a shrill cry before transforming into a streak of vibrant lightning, shooting straight into the cave. Moments later, a foul gust of wind surged forth from within the cave, followed by the emergence of a massive shadow, a fearsome flying magical beast that fled in terror, emitting a shrill cry as it soared into the sky, eventually vanishing at the horizon. Cousin Xiao Yin, let us proceed, Mou urged, as they swiftly expelled the third-tier magical beast and claimed its lair. Entering the cave, they tidied up the space and soon found a spot to rest. Just as they settled down, the ethereal figure of Yao Lao gently materialized. Master, they both exclaimed, rising to greet the apparition. Ah, it is nothing. Do take a moment to stabilize the turbulence within your bodies. I shall concoct some healing elixirs for your internal injuries. By the looks of your auras, it seems you are on the verge of a breakthrough, Yao Lao remarked with a gentle chuckle, stroking his beard thoughtfully. Nodding in agreement, Xiao Yin ceased further conversation, forming a cultivation seal with his hands and gradually closing his eyes. Thank you, Yao Lao, Mou expressed gratefully, cupping his hands in respect towards the venerable elder. At this moment, Yao Lao was among the most esteemed alchemists on the continent. Even for those of the Dou Zun rank, acquiring his crafted elixirs was no simple feat. Aside from the fortunate Xiaoyan, there is no need for formality. As Xiaoyan's cousin, you are naturally my junior as well. A few elixirs are of little consequence. However, should the day come when I am not by Xiaoyan's side, he will require your care. Yao Lao spoke earnestly, as if pondering something profound. Xiaoyan is my kin. I shall certainly look after him. You need not worry about that, Yao Lao. Upon hearing these words, the venerable elder nodded in satisfaction, and with a flick of his fingers, a plethora of medicinal herbs leapt forth from his spatial ring, ultimately hovering beside him. With a graceful motion of his hand, a pure white flame ignited instantaneously, as he orchestrated the herbs with meticulous precision, casting them into the fire with remarkable swiftness. Witnessing the seamless process of concoction, Mou couldn't help but nod in appreciation. Truly, he was a master alchemist. 3 hours later, the elder gazed at the elixirs before him, a smile gracing his lips as he nodded approvingly. He then turned and flicked his fingers again, sending forth 2 emerald-like pills towards Mou and Xiaoyan, respectively, who hastily caught them. Inserting the pills into their mouths, Mou settled into a meditative posture, gradually directing his consciousness inward. Since his ascension to the rank of 6-star Dou Master, his cultivation had stagnated for quite some time. Now, after several battles at Yunlan's sect, his foundation had significantly strengthened. After all, few had the opportunity to engage in combat with Dou Zone-level experts. With his foundation firmly established, Mou seized this chance to heal his internal injuries and aimed for a significant breakthrough. Upon swallowing the elixir, a surge of warmth erupted from his lower abdomen, transforming into torrents of fervent energy that surged into his meridians, causing a faint mist to manifest within them due to the intense heat. Though the elder's elixir may not have been of the highest grade, it served as a catalyst, awakening the sealed Xianlei energy within Mou, which in turn facilitated the rapid healing of his injured body. This method of leveraging external forces for restoration exemplified the prowess of a master alchemist. Waves of Xianlei energy surged throughout Mou's body. Had anyone been able to glimpse beneath his skin at that moment, they would have been astounded to witness his form suffused with crimson energy, even his internal organs shrouded in this vibrant hue. Within the cave, the elder first glanced at Xiaoyan, who was breaking through with the accumulated medicinal power, nodding in satisfaction. However, when his gaze shifted to Mou, his expression shifted slightly. Observing the reddening of Mou's skin, the elder murmured, "How is it that this young lad possesses such immense energy within him? Capable of storing it for critical moments? Such a technique is truly unprecedented. Master, Mou is far from simple. His legacy is beyond my comprehension. Now you understand why I have claimed that I cannot teach him," a voice rasped from Uncle Shi, who had appeared at some point. His tone tinged with solemnity as he regarded Mou, who was absorbing Xianlei energy for his breakthrough. Upon hearing this, the elder nodded, a contemplative expression crossing his aged features as he regarded Mou. At this moment, Mou remained unaware that 2 divine beings were observing him. With a focused mind, the surging energy of profound thunder within him began to flow violently. Streams of crimson energy gravitating towards the cyclone in his lower abdomen, as if drawn by an unseen force. Breakthrough, Mou thought, and instantly, the resistance that had blocked the cyclone's entrance vanished. A tumultuous wave of energy, accompanied by a thunderous roar akin to a cascading waterfall, surged violently into the cyclone. This immense energy rushed into the cyclone and crashed forcefully into the diamond-shaped fighting crystal at its core. Boom! The relentless influx of energy poured into the crystal, which, upon absorbing this vast power, began to expand gradually. As the crystal's size increased, Mou's sensitive spiritual perception distinctly sensed his strength rapidly surging towards the thin membrane of the next level, tantalizingly close. Meanwhile, Xiaoyan reached a critical moment. After consuming the elixir from Yao Lao and refining the immense medicinal power accumulated within him, he initiated his breakthrough ahead of Mou. In the cavern, Yao Lao turned to observe Xiaoyan, whose complexion had suddenly taken on a lustrous sheen akin to jade. He stroked his beard and nodded slightly, with his prowess. He could certainly perceive Xiaoyan's escalating aura. Has he broken through to a 3-star Dou Master? Remarkably faster than I anticipated, advancing 2 stars at once. Has the medicinal power accumulated within him reached such a degree? A flicker of astonishment crossed Yao Lao's eyes as he exclaimed. However, before his words could fully settle, Uncle Shi's hoarse voice interjected, TSK, a 9-star Dou Master, consecutively breaking through 3 stars. Not bad. This lad is already half a foot into Douling. Chapter 221, Objective, Jianan Academy. Haha, indeed. A single session of healing and cultivation has allowed you both to elevate your power by 2.5 stars. Truly commendable. Yao Lao chuckled as he looked at Mou and Xiaoyan, who had emerged from their cultivation states. Hearing this, Xiaoyan, who had just exited his meditative state, was momentarily taken aback before turning to gaze at Mou, who had reached the pinnacle of Dome Master. He shook his head with a wry smile. One can only feel disheartened when comparing oneself to others. Cousin Mou's talent is indeed formidable. It won't be long before he breaks through to Dou Ling. Releasing a deep breath, Mou twisted his neck, savoring the surging flow of Dou Qi within him, which felt like a mighty river, tantalizingly close to a breakthrough into Dou Ling. However, he restrained himself from taking that final step, for a Dou Ling with unstable Dou Qi was not what he sought. Listening to Xiaoyan's praise, Mou concluded his cultivation with a light chuckle. You are not lacking either. To break through to a 3-star Dome Master so swiftly. If Nailin Yinran were to know, she would surely regret her decision to break off the engagement even more. Mou understood that his ability to consecutively break through the 3-star rank was due to the immense Xian Lei energy sealed within him. Although this energy remained dormant most of the time, it could be summoned at critical moments to aid his cultivation, undoubtedly a treasure of inestimable value. Before reaching the ranks of Dou Wang or even Dou Huang, he need not worry excessively about resources. In contrast, Xiaoyan's breakthrough to the 3-star to Dou Shi, facilitated by the medicinal power accumulated over the years within him, could be considered a fortuitous occurrence. Upon hearing Mou mention Nalan Yinran, Xiaoyan's expression momentarily darkened as he seemed to contemplate something, saying, It's unfortunate that during this trip to Yunlan's sect, we remain unaware of my father's whereabouts. Do not fret. Since the whereabouts of our clan leader uncle are unknown, it signifies that he is still alive. In the future, when we have grown stronger, we shall exact our vengeance upon the Yunlan sect. Mou consoled him. Although he was aware of Xiao Zhan's current status, he found it inappropriate to divulge the details and chose to keep it to himself. Thank you, cousin Mou. Xiaoyan sighed with relief, expressing his gratitude softly. Hee, must we even express thanks between us? Mou chuckled, but then his tone grew serious as he added, however, we cannot linger in the Jiama Empire any longer, not only because of the Yunlan sect, but even the mysterious Soul Palace could potentially place Master Yao and Uncle Shi in peril. Xiaoyan nodded gravely. In his heart, Master Yao held an importance equal to that of his father, and he would naturally not allow his teacher to encounter danger. Then what is your plan, cousin Mou? Xiaoyan inquired. Jian Academy. Jian Academy? Upon hearing Mou's response, Xiaoyan was taken aback, and then a realization dawned upon him. Are we to head to Jian Academy next? Indeed. After all, we are still students of Jian Academy, and Mentor Lin is likely awaiting our arrival. Moreover, there are numerous clansmen at the academy as well. As he spoke, an image of a pair of elegantly long legs surfaced in Mou's mind. It was indeed time to reunite with his fiancée. Furthermore, the cultivation atmosphere at Jian Academy was exceptionally conducive, allowing Mou to gradually absorb the vast Xian Lei energy. Once he attained greater strength, venturing to Zhongzhou would be much more secure. Upon hearing Mou's suggestion, Xiaoyan nodded in agreement. After leaving the Jiama Empire, Jian Academy was indeed a splendid choice. After their discussion, Mou swiftly determined their upcoming route based on the map imprinted in his mind. 1 month later, they arrived at Deling City. Deling City, located in the northwest of the Jiama Empire, thrived due to its proximity to the Beast Mountain Range, which spanned nearly half the empire. This location attracted countless adventurers and merchant caravans, infusing the city with an endless flow of vitality. According to the map, they merely needed to traverse Deling City and pass through a few checkpoints to reach the border of the Jiama Empire. Throughout the nearly month-long journey through the Beast Mountain Range, both Mou and Xiaoyan endured considerable hardships. Although the oppressive aura of the devouring serpent deterred ordinary magical beasts from approaching, the vast expanse of the Beast Mountain Range was not devoid of formidable and diverse creatures. While other magical beasts might fear the devouring serpent, these particular beasts showed no such trepidation. As a result, throughout their journey, Mou and Xiaoyan found themselves constantly engaging in combat. Fortunately, unlike the original narrative, Mou's presence significantly amplified the destructive power of the Thunder God Fire Lotus against the Yunlan sect. Consequently, the Yunlan sect, hampered by a lack of manpower and the need to mend the wounds inflicted by the Thunder God Fire Lotus, dispatched only a handful of experts to pursue Mou and Xiaoyan, making their escape considerably easier. Moreover, over the course of the month, both the soul power of the Medicine Elder and the bloodline strength of Uncle Snake had seen substantial recovery, providing Mou and Xiaoyan with considerable advantages. Not only that, but after narrowly escaping from a Dou Wang-level magical beast, Xiaoyan unexpectedly experienced a breakthrough, elevating himself to the rank of 4-star Dome Master. Seizing this opportunity, Mou also successfully advanced to the Douling level. It can be said that within this month, Mou ascended from a 6-star Dome Master to a Douling, achieving remarkable results. Most importantly, due to the continuous battles over the past month, MOU's foundation remained entirely intact, and his Dou Qi became exceptionally solid, showing no signs of the instability often associated with rapid advancements in rank. Based on MOU's current estimations, even though he was only a 1-star doling, he felt confident that he could stand his ground against 3- or 4-star dolings. Furthermore, if he employed the Xian Lei and Tiangang Lei body techniques, he could potentially match the strength of 5- or 6-star dolings. Such combat prowess would enable him to quickly establish himself, even in the prestigious Canaan Academy, where talent was abundant. With this in mind, MOU felt an increasing eagerness to head towards the Canaan Academy. Upon their arrival in Daling City, cloaked in dark garments, MOU and Xiao Yin discovered that their wanted posters were also plastered throughout the city. However, by this time, the names of the twin dragons of the Shao family had become renowned across the empire, especially following their terrifying deeds in annihilating the Yunlan sect. Despite the substantial rewards offered by the Yunlan sect, few dared to take action against the twin dragons of the Shao family. After all, no reward was worth risking one's life. After resting and recuperating for 3 days in Daling City, MOU and Xiao Yin set forth once again, heading towards the ghost town, as a military stronghold on the border, designed to deter foreign forces. The defenses of Ghost Town could aptly be described as a net of heaven and earth, with the stationed troops having undergone rigorous training in genuine battlefields. This military fortress would serve as the final barrier to prevent MOU and Xiao Yin from leaving the Gamma Empire. However, neither MOU nor Xiao Yin felt overly anxious about this. After all, even if the Ghost Town boasted tens of thousands of elite soldiers, it was common knowledge in the Dou Qi Continent that a Dou Huang-level expert was worth 100,000 troops, even in their ethereal forms. Both the revered Elder Yao and the enigmatic Uncle Snake possess might comparable to 2 Dou Zongs. Such formidable power can only be countered by the dispatch of 2 guardians from the Soul Palace. Otherwise, none can hinder their return to the Ocean of Freedom, soaring like dragons in the vast skies. Once they surpass the Ghost Town Pass, a new journey awaits both MOU and Xiao Yin. Chapter 222. The Might of a 1-Star Dou Ling, Departure. At the borders of the Jiamat Empire, the Ghost Town Pass stands tall. On a wide road within the pass, a great procession surged forth, raising clouds of yellow dust, accompanied by a cacophony of laughter and shouts echoing through the air. At the rear of the cavalcade, 2 figures cloaked in long black robes moved with an air of mystery, advancing towards the gates beyond. Truly, the scale of this fortress guarding the borders is astonishing, incomparable to the cities within the empire. As Xiao Yin gazed upwards at the towering walls, which loomed larger with each step closer, he let out a soft sigh. In response, a gentle breeze lifted the hood of MOU's cloak, revealing his handsome visage as he looked upon the formidable stronghold and remarked with a light chuckle, with the vast ocean beneath, fish may leap freely, with the skies above. Birds may soar without restraint. Once we cross this fortress, we shall be unbound. Indeed, it is said that just a few hundred miles to the east of the fortress, traversing through several small nations and tribes, one can enter the renowned and chaotic region of the Black Corner Domain. There, chaos reigns supreme. A wild land where countless fugitives from various nations converge, forging their own brutal rules. Caution will be paramount, as Xiao Yin reflected upon the intelligence gathered in recent days, his expression turning grave. Chaos is but a ladder. The greater the turmoil, the more unexpected benefits one may reap. Perhaps the Black Corner Domain is the very stage where we, as brothers, will showcase our prowess, MOU replied, continuing his stride. These 2 are none other than MOU and Xiao Yin, who had rested for a day in Daling City. After 3 days of travel, they had finally arrived at the Ghost Town Pass. As they conversed, their party drew nearer to the city walls. And when they were but a few hundred meters from the vast gates, MOU narrowed his eyes, sensing a faint but palpable energy fluctuation above the walls. Upon nearing the fortress, the gate guards began to scrutinize the travelers. Perhaps due to the recent wanted notice from the Yunlan sect, the guards were more vigilant than usual. Halt! You 2, uncover your cloaks. With this command, the darkness of the city gate echoed with the clatter of armor, and moments later, dozens of fully armed elite soldiers, brandishing long spears, blocked the entrance once more. A young man, his countenance dark and foreboding, stepped forward slowly, casting a cold glare at the elongated line of those seeking entry. Upon encountering the young man, many of the city gate guards displayed a newfound respect. While he himself may not have been significant, his father was none other than the esteemed Deputy Commander Meng Li of this fortress, a figure of considerable authority. At the young man's commanding voice, numerous gazes turned towards the 2 enigmatic figures. Beneath the bright light of day, their black cloaks obscuring their faces, they indeed exuded an air of mystery and strangeness. Coupled with the recent rumors circulating throughout the empire regarding the Shao family's twin dragons, many began to harbor unspoken conjectures. With a grand gesture, the young man signaled to the legion of soldiers behind him, who surged forward towards the two individuals in the center. "Ah, we've been discovered. It seems we must confront them head-on," thought Mou, unperturbed, as he removed his cloak to reveal a remarkably handsome visage. Maintaining a calm demeanor, he turned to Xiao Yan beside him and remarked, "It is I, Mou." Upon glimpsing this familiar countenance, the youth named Meng La swiftly produced a portrait from his bosom. After a careful comparison, he exclaimed in astonishment, "Cousin Mou, since you are so inclined, I shall join you." Noting Mou's bold revelation of his identity, Xiao Yan could only smile wryly and remove his own cloak, unveiling his true appearance. Xiao Yan. Without needing to compare the portrait, Meng La immediately deduced that he was indeed the other half of the renowned Shao family twin dragons. Mou and Xiao Yan, the legendary twin dragons of the Shao family. It is said they have decimated the Yunlan sect, the foremost sect of the Gamma Empire for centuries. Suddenly, a passerby shouted, and a wave of fervent gazes turned towards the two youths, their eyes not filled with greed, but rather with an admixture of admiration. Following this proclamation, the crowd erupted into a cacophony of emotion, fixated intently on Mou and Xiao Yan. The most sensational event gripping the Gamma Empire was undoubtedly the audacious raid by the Shao family twin dragons on the Yunlan sect. With the issuance of the bounty for information regarding them, nearly every citizen of the empire was aware that any intelligence leading to the twin dragons would yield substantial rewards. Logically, such enticing rewards would compel many to take risks. However, the fearsome reputation of the twin dragons deterred numerous individuals. To witness the twin dragons in person stirred a tumult of excitement among the onlookers. "You shall not escape the thousands of troops at the Demon Suppression Pass," Meng La snarled, casting a fierce glare at the composed Mou and Xiao Yan. "Oh, then come forth," Mou replied nonchalantly with a smile. Taken aback by Mou's fearless demeanor, Meng La hesitated and waved his hand. Unexpectedly, the city guards, having heard of the twin dragon's renown, did not dare to act. "Ha, what an arrogant young man." After a moment of stalemate, as the soldiers hesitated, a chilling laughter unexpectedly echoed from the city gate passage. A middle-aged man clad in silver armor strode forth, his gaze coldly sweeping over Mou as he proclaimed, "I am Meng Li, the vice commander of Zhengguo Pass. You have trespassed upon this fortified city, and according to the laws of our empire, you ought to be detained. I advise you to surrender promptly to avoid unnecessary suffering." "You are Meng Li, a hound of Yunlan sect?" Xiao Yan's eyes scanned Meng Li before he abruptly spoke. "Seize him." With a slightly grim expression, Meng Li sneered and ceased his idle chatter, issuing his command with authority. Meng Li's orders evidently held more weight than those of his son, as in an instant, several hundred fully armed elite soldiers surged forth from the dark city wall passage, surrounding Mou and Xiao Yan. Their sharp, long spears glimmered ominously in the sunlight. "Stop right there." Just as the bloodthirsty warriors were about to charge, a sharp shout suddenly rang out. An imposing figure descended from above like an iron tower, crashing heavily to the ground and shaking the earth beneath. The newcomer surveyed the surroundings, his gaze landing on Meng Li, and he sneered, "Meng Li, my silver-armored army is not at your beck and call for the Yunlan sect. If you wish to curry favor with them, do so yourself. Do not presume to use my men as stepping stones." Mu Tai, the burly figure, caused Meng Li's countenance to darken instantly as he bellowed in anger, "Umph. Silver-armored army, retreat." Ignoring him, Mu Tai turned to the elite soldiers encircling Mou and Xiao Yan and commanded, "Stand down." "Yes, commander." With the silver-armored army withdrawing, Mou looked at the imposing Mu Zhan and offered a friendly smile. From his name, it was evident that he hailed from the Mu family, one of the three prominent families of the empire. Such a lineage clearly did not need to ingratiate themselves with the Yunlan sect, thereby provoking the Shao family. "Thank you, Commander Mu." With that, a cold smile crept onto Mou's face as he turned to Meng Li and said, "Hey, Meng Li, if you seek my head to claim a reward from the Yunlan sect, then come and take it yourself. You little brat, such audacity. I refuse to believe I cannot handle your severely injured self today." Meng Li's face flickered between shades of green and white. He had not anticipated falling into such a trap. Truthfully, he harbored a deep-seated fear of the tactics wielded by the Shao family twins. After all, even the Yunlan sect had nearly been obliterated at the hands of Mou and Xiao Yan. Yet, at this moment, if he showed any sign of weakness, his reputation within Zhengguo Pass would plummet to the lowest depths. Therefore, despite his trepidation, he steeled himself to proceed. Recalling the words passed down from the old patriarch of the Yunlan sect, he remembered that the Shao family twins had sustained grievous injuries and could no longer unleash the terrifying might they wielded during the great battle with the Yunlan sect. Thus, with his 3-star Dou Ling strength, Dealing with two great Dou masters should be a mere trifle. Do you need me to intervene, Brother Mou? Xiaoyan inquired. No, leave it to me. It will be resolved swiftly, Mou replied with a gentle shake of his head and a soft smile. Humph, what an arrogant fellow. Meng Li retorted, incensed by Mou's demeanor. Given his status, he had never been subjected to such disregard. With a cold snort, his powerful, deep yellow Dou Qi surged forth, causing the air at the city gate to tremble. And a fierce aura emanating from the swirling sands compelled the onlooking mercenaries to step back in awe. The Dou Ling level was a realm coveted by countless individuals. As the yellow sands began to disperse, Meng Li, enveloped in a layer of yellow Dou Qi armor, came into view, gripping a blood-red blade that radiated sharpness, leaving deep gashes on the ground as he moved. The blood blade, invigorated by Dou Qi, appeared even more vibrant, and Meng Li's gaze remained fixed on Mou. After a brief moment of silence, he suddenly unleashed a thunderous shout that shattered the stillness, propelling himself forward like a cannonball, swiftly closing the distance between him and Mou. With the blood blade exuding a violent aura of bloodshed, he aimed a downward slash that seemed capable of splitting the earth itself. Meng Li's proficiency with his blood blade techniques had reached an impressive level, and even ordinary 3- or 4-star Dou Lings would find it difficult to withstand such might. Sensing the overwhelming pressure from Meng Li's strike, Mu Tai furrowed his brow and then turned his gaze to the still calm Mou, inquiring curiously. I have heard that Mu Zhan could not withstand a single blow from him, and even the Yunlan sect fell to his might. I wonder if the rumors are truly as terrifying as they suggest. Clang! A sharp gust of wind sliced through the air above, as Mou raised his hand. The massive black thunder rulers soaring upwards to meet the ferocious blood blade in a clash. Sparks flew as a visible ripple of energy emanated from their point of contact, stirring up a whirlwind of yellow sand. With one hand gripping the black thunder spear, Meng Li pressed his blood blade against it with all his might. Yet, regardless of how crimson his face grew from exertion, the spear remained resolute, seemingly frozen in midair. In stark contrast, the calm and unfazed Mou appeared as a pillar of composure against the frantic Meng Li, whose breath came in sharp gasps. Dou Ling. Mou had actually ascended to the Dou Ling level. Witnessing the composed and imposing Mou, Mu Tai's expression shifted, and he exclaimed in astonishment. I recall the rumors stating that Mou was merely at the Great Dome Master stage, yet in just over a month, he has already broken through to the Dou Ling level. Such a pace of cultivation is simply unfathomable. A Dou Ling expert under 20 years of age is bound to reach the Dou Huang tier in the future. Surrounding the city gate, the mercenaries and soldiers looked on in disbelief as Mou effortlessly neutralized Meng Li's ferocious onslaught. As soon as they sensed the presence of Mou, they gasped in astonishment. The spirit fighter rank is already considered formidable within the Jaimar Empire. After all, even the most powerful member of the Mo family, the foremost clan in the northwest, is merely a spirit fighter. However, encountering such a youthful spirit fighter was a first for them. Recalling the rumors of the Shao family's twin dragons, many suppressed their covetousness from the depths of their hearts. Begone! With such meager strength, how dare you present yourself? Slowly lifting his gaze, Mou's silver eyes sparkled with countless flickering silver serpents of lightning. A cold smile graced his lips as a dazzling bolt of electric light surged from his silver gaze, striking like lightning into Meng Li's consciousness. Thunderous electric light. Unleashing the lethal move of the thunderous silver gaze, Mou's left hand struck Meng Li's chest with the swiftness of a flower-plucking leaf. His palm slightly curved as an explosive force erupted forth. With a muffled gasp, Meng Li's mind was instantly engulfed in dizziness, followed by his chest being hammered as if struck by a 1,000-pound boulder. His pupils dilated, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood, his body hurtling backward to crash heavily against the city wall. In the midst of stunned gazes, he fell to the ground, spitting more blood, his body curling up like a silkworm cocoon, while the fighting aura armor on him was shattered to pieces in a single blow. Struggling to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, Meng Li's face contorted in disbelief and anguish. A spirit fighter? This kid has actually broken through to the spirit fighter rank? He had dared to attack Mou, believing he was incapable of using that mysterious power. Yet, while Mou had indeed refrained from tapping into that enigmatic force, he had unexpectedly reached the realm of a spirit fighter, standing at the same level as him. Although Mou was merely a 1-star spirit fighter, his combat prowess rivaled that of some mid-tier spirit fighters, truly an extraordinary anomaly. Had he known this, Meng Li would never have ventured into such murky waters. Silence. At the city gate, all eyes were fixed upon the figure of Meng Li, who had been sent flying in mere moments. Everyone fell into a hushed stillness, and after a long pause, someone let out a low moan. A formidable spirit fighter. Having coughed up blood and lost in a single exchange, this seemingly yet-to-reach 20 youth was indeed terrifying beyond measure. Beside him, Xiaoyan's pupils constricted slightly. Although he was aware that MOU had broken through to the Spirit Fighter rank, he had not anticipated that even a 3-star Spirit Fighter would be no match for him. This level of combat across ranks was truly monstrous. However, he soon breathed a sigh of relief. Since his cousin's strength was so formidable, there was no need to invoke the power of Yao Lao. MOU also relaxed and stretched his muscles. Although he had just broken through to the Spirit Fighter rank, with his foundation, ordinary 3-star Spirit Fighters were hardly his opponents. Just as he was preparing to eliminate all threats, Uncle Snake's voice suddenly resounded. MOU, hasten to leave this place. The presence of the Soul Palace is near. Upon hearing this, MOU was momentarily taken aback before turning to face Xiao Yin, who also bore a grave expression, evidently having received the same warning from Yao Lao. Not lingering, MOU inclined his head towards the astonished Mu Zhan and declared, Commander Mu, I shall accept this favor. Without waiting for a response, he urged Xiao Yin behind him, we must leave this place swiftly. Nodding in acknowledgement of the situation's seriousness, Xiao Yin was just about to depart when a thought struck him. He turned to the severely injured Meng Li and said, Please relay this to Yun Shan. In no less than 2 years, and at most 5, my cousin MOU and I, Xiao Yin, shall return. At that time, he should prepare himself, for we shall personally take his life. As the faint echoes of his words resonated, a subtle smile graced the corners of MOU's lips outside the fortress. This temperament suits you well, Xiao Yin. Chapter 223, The Spirit Fusion Holy Grail. The City of Earth Flames. In the eastern region of the Gamma Empire lies the Black Corner Domain. The Black Corner Domain is a unique area that has formed outside the Canaan Academy due to chaos. Its expanse is vast, resembling a small nation. However, the singular distinction from other empires is the absence of a unified royal family. Instead, various factions engage in their own battles. Thus, the Black Corner Domain has gained notoriety for its turmoil, attracting numerous powerful individuals with its diverse array of high-level techniques, combat skills, and medicinal concoctions. The Black Corner Domain resembles a bottomless abyss, where countless treasures flow through various channels, only to be auctioned at exorbitant prices, inciting fierce competition among many. With the emergence of the Soul Palace's aura, MOU and Xiao Yin decided to part ways after leaving the Gamma Empire, planning to reconvene at the Canaan Academy. After all, the two of them would attract too much attention. Both Yao Lao and Uncle Snake were targets for the Soul Palace, and dividing their paths would significantly enhance their safety. MOU welcomed this arrangement, for, in any case, Xiao Yin was a child of this realm. Being together would only bring trouble, and the benefits could not be monopolized. After all, this was the Black Corner Domain, rich in countless fortuitous treasures. In the original narrative, Xiao Yin rapidly grew in strength within the Black Corner Domain, embarking on his journey to greatness. MOU certainly could not let this opportunity slip away. Despite the chaos of the Black Corner Domain, it was the perfect moment for him to demonstrate his capabilities. The distance between the Gamma Empire and the Black Corner Domain was extensive, requiring traversal through several small nations before reaching the outskirts of the Black Corner Domain. Given such a vast distance, it would take no less than 3 months, or even half a year, to reach the destination on foot or by carriage. Utilizing the purple cloud wings for transportation, MOU expended an immense amount of fighting energy. However, the formidable Heavenly Gang Thunder Body maintained a remarkable equilibrium between the consumption and restoration of his fighting energy, enabling him to sustain uninterrupted flight. After an arduous journey of approximately 7 to 8 days since parting ways with Xiao Yin, MOU arrived at the Black Domain Plains. This expanse serves as the gateway to the Black Corner region. Stepping into it signifies entry into a chaotic world that starkly contrasts with the outside. Upon entering the Black Domain Plains, MOU ruthlessly dispatched a few fools attempting to bully outsiders, thereby demonstrating his strength. Subsequently, an astute merchant caravan approached him. Within the Black Domain Plains, the fierce black storms deterred even Dou spirits and Dou kings from acting recklessly, making it particularly advantageous to accompany an experienced merchant caravan. The leader of this caravan, named Guduo, extended an invitation to join forces upon witnessing MOU's prowess. Naturally, MOU accepted, recognizing that, although he harbored little fear of the black storms, saving time was always beneficial. On the dark plains, a convoy stirred up a faint cloud of yellow dust as it sped past, ultimately vanishing from sight. Inside the somewhat bumpy carriage, MOU sat cross-legged, facing Guduo, the caravan leader. Originally, the head of the guards hired by Guduo harbored some disdain for MOU's sudden inclusion. However, after a particular incident in which MOU sent him tumbling from the carriage with a single strike, the guard became considerably more compliant. This incident also led Guduo to exhibit heightened enthusiasm towards MOU, eventually inviting him into the carriage for better hospitality. In a realm rife with the threat of robbery, having a powerful ally in the caravan provided a significant sense of security. At that moment, Dou pulled out a slightly yellowed map from his bosom, slowly unfurling it on the table before them. Pointing to a red dot, he smiled and remarked, "This is our destination, the city of Earth Flames. At our current pace, we should arrive by tomorrow afternoon." Hearing the name City of Earth Flames, Mou raised an eyebrow. The Black Corner region had largely been partitioned by powerful factions. Although conflicts over territory continued to rage, significant changes were unlikely in the short term. Noticing the shift in Mou's gaze, Dou, being a shrewd merchant, discerned something but refrained from probing further. Instead, opting to explain with a smile, "The city of Dian, which we are set to visit, falls under the jurisdiction of the Dian sect. This sect is a long-standing power in the Black Corner region, renowned for its formidable strength. It is said that their leader, Yan, ranks among the top 10 on the infamous blacklist of the Black Corner region. This time, the auction held in Dian City is organized by the Dian sect, and it is rumored that they will also auction off their unique specialty, the fire." Getter traced a small circle around the vicinity of Dian City, smiling as he spoke. Upon hearing Getter's explanation, Mou felt a flash of realization and immediately recalled something. In the original text, Han Feng, the traitorous senior disciple of Yao Lao, had rallied a significant number of powerful forces in the Black Corner region to form the Black Alliance specifically to oppose Xiao Yan. If memory serves, the Dian sect also seemed to have joined Han Feng's Black Alliance. As for the fate of the Black Alliance, it goes without saying that opposing Xiao Yan would not bode well for them. However, Mou was not in the mood to ponder these matters. His entire focus was on the fire. Seemingly sensing Mou's thoughts, after Getter departed, Uncle Shi's voice resonated in Mou's mind. "What's on your mind, lad? Do you have any thoughts regarding this auction?" In response, Mou chuckled lightly. "Nothing escapes your keen perception, Uncle Shi. I do have some thoughts, particularly concerning the fire, which is an essential material for crafting the Soul Fusion Holy Grail." "The Soul Fusion Holy Grail?" Uncle Shi inquired, a hint of surprise evident in his tone. "The Soul Fusion Holy Grail is a mysterious relic I inherited, capable of aiding cultivators in restoring and enhancing their soul power. It can even address soul-related issues, facilitating the integration of the soul with the body, which is perfectly suited for Queen Medusa's current predicament," Mou elucidated. "Oh, the Soul Fusion Holy Grail possesses such remarkable efficacy? Your inheritance is indeed extraordinary. I must convey my gratitude to you on behalf of little Medusa," Uncle Shi replied, a flicker of astonishment crossing his voice, followed by a smile. He initially believed that Mou's talent would surely enable him to assist Queen Medusa in resolving her soul-body issues, but he had not anticipated such swift progress. Truly unexpected. There's no need for formalities. During the battle with the Yunlan sect, Queen Medusa also contributed significantly, regardless of Uncle Shi's involvement. "It is only right that I assist her," Mou responded with a light smile. Long before he agreed to help Queen Medusa, Mou had already devised this plan. In his previous life as a master craftsman, he possessed a wealth of knowledge regarding various weapons, and the Soul Fusion Holy Grail was particularly effective for soul power. However, being a 6th-tier artifact, it was challenging to procure the necessary materials within the Gamma Empire. Now, arriving in the chaotic yet resource-rich Black Corner region presented a perfect opportunity. Unlike one-time use elixirs, the Soul Fusion Holy Grail could continue to serve its purpose even after resolving Queen Medusa's soul issues. After all, the Soul Integration Holy Grail possesses the remarkable ability to enhance a warrior's soul power, an attribute that is invaluable in the realm of fighting spirit. As Mou's fighting prowess gradually ascends, his soul power, conversely, lags behind. With the Soul Integration Holy Grail, Mou can adeptly cultivate both his fighting skills and soul strength. However, it is premature to dwell on such matters, as he has only just arrived in the Black Corner domain. Currently, he possesses only the information regarding obsidian, one of the many materials required to forge the Holy Grail, and the crafting of a 6th-tier weapon is beyond his current capabilities. Nevertheless, Mou remains undeterred. Every endeavor has its challenges, and as long as he can establish a foothold in the Black Corner domain, subsequent obstacles will be surmountable. Having settled his future plans, Mou closed his eyes to recuperate. Fortunately, Godot's caravan encountered no unforeseen events, not even a black storm. By midday the following day, the monotonous black expanse began to reveal lush greenery at its edges. The seasoned guards, upon witnessing the scattered patches of green, could not help but exhale in relief. Once they exited this vast plain, safety would be considerably enhanced, for most cities now are dominated by powerful factions. As long as one offers these factions ample wealth, the chances of their goods being pillaged or their entire convoy being slaughtered would be significantly diminished. Although the Black Corner domain is chaotic, within that chaos lies a semblance of order, dictated, of course, by the strong. The supremacy of the powerful is an unchanging truth everywhere, albeit more starkly apparent in the Black Corner domain. Inside the carriage, Mou lifted the curtain and gazed at the slow-moving caravan as it departed the black plain. He stood up to stretch his limbs. Thankfully, we did not encounter those ruthless bandits. My goods are safe, and there have been no casualties, which saves a considerable amount in compensation. A look of relief spread across Godot's face. Transporting goods across the vast black plain is akin to hanging one's head in peril. A stroke of bad luck could lead to a tragic demise. For making a profit in the Black Corner domain is no easy feat, by the way, Mr. Mou. Here is your payment, though it hardly reflects your worth, Godot said, pulling a pouch of gold coins from his breast and handing it to Mou with a wry smile. There's no need for that. We merely sought to fulfill our respective needs, Mou replied, shaking his head. Thank you, Mr. Mou. Godot's face once again lit up with joy as he returned the gold coins to his pocket, chuckling amiably. After leaving the vast black plain, the caravan gradually reduced its speed. After nearly 2 hours of navigating mountain paths, they finally crossed a ridge in the afternoon. At the foot of that mountain, a colossal city, constructed from massive crimson stones, emerged in the distance, its blurred outline becoming increasingly discernible. At the city's 4 gates, one could faintly see countless tiny black dots, resembling ants, converging as they streamed into the gaping maw of the city. Mr. Mou. This is the city of Earthflame. Due to the auction event held over the past few days, numerous factions and formidable individuals will be converging here. It is possible that even Earth-tier combat techniques may make an appearance. Standing atop the carriage, Godot gazed at the city nestled at the foot of the mountain and remarked with a smile to Mou beside him. Upon hearing the mention of Earth-tier combat techniques, a slight smile graced Mou's lips. Indeed, this was a renowned hub for the exchange of rare treasures across the continent. Such techniques were nearly impossible to encounter within the Gamma Empire. The Blackhorn domain, indeed the right choice. Let us proceed, Godot declared with a sweeping gesture. And the convoy surged forward, kicking up a trail of yellow dust as it raced towards the grand city below. I hope it does not disappoint me, Mou murmured softly, his heart tinged with curiosity and anticipation as he observed the city expanding in his view. Chapter 224, Profiting from Refining Tools, the Earth Flame Auction. The convoy sped down the mountainside, and after a brief span of 10 minutes, it approached the fiery red city gates. The pace gradually slowed as they joined the throngs of people, quietly awaiting their turn to enter. Mr. Mou, where do you intend to go next? After paying the entrance fee and entering the city, Godot halted the convoy and inquired with a smile. Let us explore the city first. By the way, do you know where the most crafting materials can be found in the city of Earthflame? Mou alighted from the carriage and looked up to ask. Materials? You say? That would naturally be at the Earthflame sect. However, their materials are not for public sale. You might want to check out the Bailian Pavilion. Godot replied with a grin. Thank you very much. In that case, I shall take my leave here. We can converse again when the opportunity arises. Mou nodded slightly at Godot, not waiting for any further pleasantries, and swiftly melded into the crowd, disappearing from sight. As he strolled leisurely along the street, Mou's gaze swept across the various shops lining either side. In traversing less than 100 meters of the street, he witnessed several brawls, some even escalating to drawn blades and fierce clashes. Indeed, those who survive in the Blackhorn domain are truly formidable. Steering clear of the violent altercations on the streets, Mou turned down 2 alleyways and walked for nearly 20 minutes. At last, his wandering gaze settled upon a spacious shop sign, where the words Bailian Pavilion were inscribed in elegant, ancient characters on a pale red plaque. This should be the place, he murmured to himself, quickening his pace and entering the imposing establishment. Inside the Bailian Pavilion, the expanse was vast, with neatly arranged exquisite counters adorning both sides. Various crafting materials were displayed atop these counters. At that moment, several patrons were gathered, engaged in animated discussions that filled the air with a lively buzz. As his footsteps carried him toward the counters, Mou scanned the displays and nodded slightly. It was evident that the Bailian Pavilion possessed substantial heritage. Materials that were seldom seen in the Gamma Empire were casually showcased in the hall. However, as gaze swept over the price marked beneath the equipment, he couldn't help but shake his head. Although the 100 Refinements Pavilion boasted a rich array of materials, their prices were inflated several-fold compared to those outside. His eyes once again glided slowly across the counter, and after a brief pause, he found himself standing before the last display, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in his eyes. Following his earlier observations, he had already gathered most of the auxiliary materials needed to forge the spirit-melding Holy Cup. Yet the primary materials remained elusive. Was not surprised by this. After all, the spirit-melding Holy Cup was a 6th-grade weapon, and its primary components were undoubtedly rare and precious. Even though the 100 Refinements Pavilion held considerable resources, it was unlikely they would part with such items easily. The primary materials included fire, and a 6th-tier soul attribute magic core. The initial items were already indicative of their significance, while the final 6th-tier soul attribute magic core was exceedingly rare. 6th-tier magic cores were scarce, as the beasts capable of producing them rivaled the strength of human Dou Emperors. Despite the abundance of powerful beings in the Blackhorn region, Dou Emperors remained few and far between. Moreover, soul attribute magical beasts were even more exceptional than the commonly encountered water and fire attributes. Shaking his head, refrained from dwelling on these thoughts and instead focused on gathering the auxiliary materials for the spirit-melding holy cup. True to its reputation in the Blackhorn region, the 100 Refinements Pavilion indeed offered a comprehensive selection and had nearly assembled all the necessary auxiliary materials. However, after some calculations, he realized that purchasing all the equipment would require at least 1 million gold coins. While this sum was not particularly daunting for, he found himself lacking the means to acquire such an amount at present. After a moment of contemplation, resolved to utilize all the gold coins in his possession to purchase some ordinary refining materials, with the intention of forging weapons to sell at the auction house. Given the plethora of powerful beings in the Blackhorn region, it was likely that the demand for high-tier weapons would be significantly greater than in other locales. With this thought in mind, hesitated no longer, and, after half an hour of careful selection, purchased the materials needed to forge the Ice-Fire Duality Sword and the Breaking Formation Overlord Halberd before exiting the 100 Refinements Pavilion. Having departed from the pavilion, strolled along the street for several minutes until he paused in front of an establishment named the Home Inn. After a brief hesitation, he stepped inside. In the quiet confines of a small room, laid out the equipment he had previously acquired. After a moment of contemplation, he commenced his forging endeavor. To ensure he could amass the requisite 1 million gold coins, he chose to forge 2 4th-grade weapons. The Ice-Fire Duality Sword, as its name suggests, possesses the ability to switch between ice and fire attributes, even unleashing a blended attack infused with both elements, making it an exceptional weapon for fighters with dual ice and fire abilities. The Breakthrough Spear is considerably simpler in design. This spear exudes an imposing aura and is unparalleled in its capacity to shatter formations. Coupled with its 4th-grade quality, it is bound to pique the interest of those who admire the strength of violence. As time passed, after dedicating 2 hours to the process, MOU's crafting was finally complete. Gazing at the resplendent sword radiating red and blue luminescence, alongside the towering and formidable black spear, MOU could not help but exhale in relief. Although, given his previous expertise, crafting 2 4th-grade weapons was hardly a challenge. Achieving success in a single attempt was indeed a cause for celebration. With a wave of his hand, the 2 weapons began to tremble, emitting a humming sound before ultimately hovering in front of him, whereupon he cheerfully stowed them away in his beast ring. These 2 4th-grade weapons represent the foundation of my future fortune, he murmured, wiping away the cold sweat from his brow. Upon entering the Black Corner domain, he was acutely aware of his financial constraints. Even the auxiliary materials required a substantial sum, let alone the primary ingredients. Furthermore, the Black Corner domain is a treasure trove waiting to be unearthed, and MOU understood that to extract its bounties, he would need ample funds. After completing his crafting, MOU took a brief respite before stepping out, making his way to the local largest auction house, the Flame Auction House. 10 minutes later, standing at the bustling street's end, he lifted his gaze to behold the colossal auction house before him, raising an eyebrow slightly. In comparison to the Middle Family Auction House in the capital of the Jamar Empire, this Flame Auction House was undoubtedly a grander establishment. The Black Corner domain indeed promised greater prospects. Lowering his head slightly, MOU, clad in a long black cloak, allowed its shadow to conceal his face entirely. In this unfamiliar and perilous territory, he was reluctant to reveal his identity indiscriminately. Following the throng, MOU proceeded toward the auction house, where enormous screens adorned the walls, displaying a myriad of items available for bidding. After a cursory glance, he found nothing particularly extraordinary. Yet, it was to be expected. Genuine rarities were likely reserved for the most significant auctions. His gaze swept across the surroundings, ultimately resting on the entrance of an appraisal room. After a moment of contemplation, he stepped forward into the room. Upon entering this so-called appraisal room, which was quite spacious, he noted that it was meticulously divided into no fewer than 100 small compartments to ensure privacy. No sooner had MOU entered than a beautiful maid approached him, alluringly inquiring, "Sir, are you here for an appraisal or a price evaluation for auction?" The latter, MOU responded in a neutral tone. "Please follow me." The maid replied with a charming smile before turning to lead him further inside. After trailing behind the maid for nearly several dozen meters, she eventually halted before a small chamber, respectfully bowing to MOU and smiling, "Sir, if you submit the items you wish to auction to the master inside for evaluation and assessment, you shall be granted a position in the auction according to the rarity of your items." Nodding slightly, Mou gently pushed open the black wooden door and stepped inside, deftly closing the door behind him. The interior of the small chamber was well lit, and a middle-aged man of unremarkable appearance cast a sharp gaze at Mou. Though due to the latter being almost entirely shrouded in a black robe, it was difficult for him to discern much. Please, take a seat. He casually gestured towards a chair at the table, finishing his arrangement of the tools for inspecting auction items. Lowering his head, he said in a bland tone, "Please present the items you wish to auction." Maintaining his silence, Mou waved his hand, and the ice and fire duality sword and the breaking array overlord halberd manifested on the table. Weapons. The man was momentarily taken aback. Lifting his gaze to rest on the ice and fire duality sword and the breaking array overlord halberd, a glimmer of astonishment flashing in his eyes. Donning a thin, transparent glove, he carefully stroked the two weapons, sensing their formidable presence. After a brief moment of contemplation, his expression subtly shifted as he exclaimed in surprise, "These are fourth-grade weapons." Indeed, Mou nodded slightly. After describing the characteristics and uses of the ice and fire duality sword and the breaking array overlord halberd, he continued, "Since you recognize them as fourth-grade weapons, you must also be aware of their worth. Please assist me in estimating a starting auction price." According to the valuation standards of the Blackhorn region, the ice and fire duality sword should have a base price around 500,000. If auctioned, encountering a compatible fighter could easily yield 1 million. As for the breaking array overlord halberd, it suits a broader range of users, with a low price around 600,000, though its upper limit may not reach that of the ice and fire duality sword. It certainly would not fall below 800,000. Sir, the value of your auction items has reached the second-tier VIP level at our Yin auction house. Here is your seat number. The auction will officially commence this afternoon. Please take your designated seat then. The man carefully set the weapons down, retrieving a card made of crimson gold foil from the counter and handing it to Mou. Nodding, Mou accepted the gilded card and inquired, "May I take my leave now?" "Of course, sir. Please feel free," the man replied with a smile. With that, Mou ceased further conversation, rising and approaching the door. Before stepping outside, watching the door slowly close and hearing the receding footsteps, the man lightly tapped his fingers on the table. After a moment, he gazed down at the two fourth-grade weapons, an unusual glint flashing in his eyes. This individual had never been seen before, and possessing two fourth-grade weapons at once suggested he was likely a craftsman of considerable skill and of no low rank. The ability to forge fourth-grade weapons is a rare talent among weaponsmiths in the Black Corner region. Such individuals would undoubtedly pique the interest of the sect leader. Chapter 225. The Beast Sect. The auction commences. Upon exiting the Black Seal auction house, Mou made his way directly back to the inn where he was staying. After resting in his modest room for a while, he finally withdrew from his meditative state as the time for the auction approached. He donned a flowing black robe and left the inn at a leisurely pace, heading once more toward the auction house. In stark contrast to the morning, the Fireflame auction had transformed into a bustling sea of people, a testament to its fervent atmosphere. Mou's gaze scanned the surroundings before it settled upon a different passageway outside the auction house's grand entrance. This corridor, in comparison to the one he occupied, presented a scene of stark disparity, with its spacious floor adorned by a crimson carpet. Surrounding the passage were dozens of stoic men clad in black, their expressions cold and their ominous, brutal aura instilling a sense of trepidation in the crowd, who dared not encroach upon their space. Clearly, this was a VIP passageway reserved for those who were privileged. As Mou's gaze swept across the scene, he caught sight of a group entering the channel lined with the red carpet. His attention was drawn to the tallest among them, a robust young man, whose muscular frame exuded an almost beastly presence. At first glance, this towering figure stood nearly 2 meters tall, radiating an imposing aura akin to that of a humanoid beast. He appeared to be around 30 years of age. However, his rugged appearance suggested he might be younger than he seemed. With a flicker of his silver eyes, Mou discerned a flicker of fiery energy emanating from the young man, indicating he was likely at the second star doling level. Among the younger generation, this towering youth could be considered the strongest individual Mou had encountered since his rebirth. "Hey, look over there. It seems to be someone from the Beast Sect," someone murmured. "Indeed, they are the notoriously crude and violent fellows. The man in the center must be the Beast Sect's young master, Galba, right? It appears so. I've heard that the Beast Sect has been quite audacious lately in Fireflame City, annihilating several smaller sections. Shouldn't the Fireflame Sect, as the dominant power in the city, intervene? His father is an 8-star Dou Wang, and he might even break through to Dou Huang, potentially challenging the ranks of the blacklist. Besides, the Beast Sect has always held the Fireflame Sect in high regard, so the Fireflame Sect simply turns a blind eye to their actions." As Mou listened to the whispers flowing through the crowd, he felt a flicker of realization. He cast another glance at the tall youth, a tinge of perplexity stirring within him. The force known as the Beast Sect did not seem to be mentioned in the original text. However, given the vastness of the Black Corner region, with countless factions both large and small, it was not surprising that the Beast Sect, with its strongest member being merely a Dou Wang, had remained relatively obscure. Shortly after the group from the Beast Sect entered the auction hall, several more parties followed suit, judging by the whispers around. Each of these individuals belonged to a formidable force within the Black Corner domain. Naturally, the names of these factions were unfamiliar to MOU. Shaking his head, he took advantage of their entrance to discreetly reach into his sleeve and retrieve a golden card, which sprang forth. Although he lacked the backing of a powerful faction, the man in the appraisal room had informed him that this item was a level 2 VIP card. Observing the ordinary entrance, which stretched like a dragon, MOU sighed and then, holding the VIP card, quietly stepped into the red-carpeted VIP passage. As he entered the corridor, the lighting was somewhat dim. He walked straight to the end, turned a corner, and immediately, a colossal and opulent auction venue appeared before his eyes. "Sir, may I ask for your seat number?" Upon entering, a beautiful attendant approached him swiftly, bowing respectfully. MOU did not respond, but directly handed over the golden card. Upon seeing the card's color, the attendant's demeanor shifted to one of much greater respect. She slightly bowed and gently said, "Sir, you possess a level 2 VIP card. Please follow me." After speaking, she hurriedly led the way, with MOU leisurely following behind. The attendant navigated through the vast venue for nearly 10 minutes before finally stopping near the crystal auction platform. She pointed to a seat, smiled softly at MOU, and then gracefully withdrew. Entering the spacious area furnished with exquisite plush seats, MOU settled into one. As he sat, his brows suddenly raised, and he lifted his gaze to scan a row of seats not far ahead. There he noticed Gao Ba, the young master of the Beast Sect, observing him with a peculiar expression, under the shadow of his black robe. Gao Ba slightly furrowed his brows, but chose to ignore MOU, instead closing his eyes and quietly awaiting the commencement of the auction. "Young master, what is it?" A tall youth beside him inquired softly, retracting his gaze. "Nothing much, merely sensing that the lean figure of that individual seems to conceal a formidable strength, perhaps rivaling my own. If given the chance, I would like to engage him in combat," Gao Ba replied, a fierce battle spirit emanating from him. "Hee. Perhaps the young master has misjudged. While our Beast Sect's influence in the Black Corner domain may not compare to that of the grand forces like the Fire domain, our unique body refining techniques and combat skills, the Barbarian Flame Beast Body technique, are of high mystery grade and stand unparalleled in this domain. Not everyone can match us." The bodyguard chuckled. "Perhaps," Gao Ba mused. The tall young man nodded. "In the realm of body refinement techniques, it is generally the case that one's physique expands uncontrollably, resembling that of a beast, thus unleashing one's fullest potential. However, the frail figure of MOU, concealed beneath his dark robe, hardly suggested the latent explosive power one would expect." Casting aside this thought, the tall young man gazed upon the auction about to commence, murmuring, "I wonder if that news holds any truth. If it does, my father has stated that regardless of the cost, we must secure it. Though our sect's barbaric flame beast body technique is formidable, it necessitates the use of a beast's bloodline for cultivation. The higher the beast's strength, the loftier the level of the beast body that can be refined. Once we acquire that item and present it to that esteemed individual, my father may very well gain his friendship, thereby obtaining the bloodline of a high-tier beast, allowing him to transcend the Dou Huang rank. At that point, our barbaric beast sect will no longer need to bow to the whims of the Earth Flame sect. Rest assured, young master, to ensure the success of this endeavor, our barbaric beast sect has deliberately provoked and raided several smaller sections. After plundering the treasures of over 10 sects, our funds now exceed 10 million. Furthermore, our esteemed leader has made clandestine preparations. Should the Earth Flame sect show disinterest in that item, even if it falls into the hands of other forces, it will certainly not escape within 10 miles of Earth Flame City. The middle-aged guard Zhang remarked with a cold smile. That is reassuring. The rise of our barbaric beast sect hinges upon today's undertaking. The tall young man's eyes gleamed with fervor as he closed them, quietly awaiting the beginning of the auction. As he meditated, not far from their location, various factions engaged in hushed conversations. Should one be privy to their discourse, a common thread would emerge. Each was entwined with a certain mysterious object, seemingly the ultimate prize of this auction. After nearly half an hour, a clear chime resonated throughout the venue, drawing MOU from his meditative state. He lifted his gaze to the resplendent crystal platform, where a white-haired elder, resembling an auctioneer, stood with a beaming smile. "At last, it is about to commence," MOU murmured softly, his silver eyes glinting with anticipation as he surveyed the nearly overflowing venue. "Oh, esteemed guests, I trust you have been waiting with bated breath." Therefore, I shall spare you the tiresome pleasantries, the elderly gentleman in splendid attire declared with a grin. As this is our annual auction, I am certain that this event hosted by the Earth Flame sect will not disappoint. With a gentle clap of his hands, he proclaimed, I hereby announce that the Earth Flame City auction is now underway. As the elderly man spoke in a resonant voice, the enormous crystal platform erupted in a blinding light. After a considerable pause, the brilliance began to fade, revealing before the white-haired elder at the auction table a long sword of deep crimson hue. Under the illumination, it shimmered with an intense glow, and the energy coursing along its blade clearly indicated that it was a meticulously forged magical core weapon crafted by a master artisan. This sword, named Blazing Flame, was forged from red copper and possessed formidable power, enhanced further by the flawless embedding of a third-tier fire-type magical core. For those adept in fire cultivation, wielding this sword against adversaries would undoubtedly elevate their prowess. An extraordinary weapon, it was an essential possession for any adventurer. The elder, holding the crimson blade, caused it to tremble slightly, releasing a subtle warmth that manifested as a faint glow of fire. Turning his gaze towards the audience in the auction hall, he smiled and declared, the starting bid is 120,000. Please, do not hesitate. Magical core weapon, murmured Mou, gazing at the long sword. The techniques of weapon forging in the continent of Fighting Qi differed significantly from those of his previous world, primarily centered around magical cores, resulting in the majority of crafted weapons being magical core weapons. While this method greatly amplified a weapon's might, it was also evident that it bore limitations due to its heavy reliance on magical cores. This dependency was one of the key reasons why the art of forging had not developed to the same extent as that of alchemy. After all, magical cores were exceedingly precious, with higher-tier cores being exceptionally rare, making high-grade weapons almost a rarity. However, Mou harbored no such concerns. His forging skills were unparalleled in the continent of Fighting Qi. As he contemplated this, the presence of the long sword had evidently stirred the atmosphere in the auction hall. For fighters, a reliable weapon was akin to an alchemist's cauldron. It was essential for their livelihood. Thus, once the elder's words fell, a flurry of bids erupted throughout the auction hall. The initial bidding continued for several minutes, culminating in a middle-aged man with an exuberant expression successfully purchasing the sword for 200,000 gold coins. Observing this, Mou raised an eyebrow. The Blazing Flame sword, at best, belonged to the ordinary third-tier weapons, yet it had fetched such a price. In contrast, the two weapons he had consigned for auction were all top-tier fourth-grade weapons. If third-tier weapons were considered low-tier, then fourth-tier weapons were classified as mid-tier, sufficient to attract the attention of formidable individuals. With this thought, Mou found himself filled with anticipation for the forthcoming auction. Following the successful first auction, a dazzling array of treasures began to appear on the platform. Exquisite armors, combat techniques, cultivation methods, and medicinal materials. Mou reclined in his plush chair, gazing calmly at the chaos surrounding him, his eyes gently closing as he awaited something that would truly captivate his heart. In the preliminary stages of the auction, no particularly explosive curiosities had emerged, and those engaged in bidding were merely seated in the rear. The formidable forces with substantial wealth occupying the front rows had yet to make a single move. Suddenly, a crisp chime resonated from the crystal podium as the silver-haired auctioneer, beaming with delight, accepted a large silver platter from a maid. Upon the platter lay an enigmatic longsword radiating both red and blue hues, exuding an extraordinary aura. The moment this sword made its appearance, it captured the attention of numerous spectators, for fine weaponry is exceedingly rare in the continent of combat. This sword is known as the Dual Forces Sword of Ice and Fire. While it may be unfamiliar to many, its capabilities are far from simple. The Dual Forces Sword of Ice and Fire slices through iron like mud, boasting exceptional quality. It can concurrently harness the energies of both ice and fire, even merging these energies to unleash formidable attacks. For combatants possessing both ice and fire attributes, it is indeed a treasure beyond measure. The silver-haired auctioneer pointed at the long sword on the platter, speaking with a genial smile. As soon as the auctioneer's words fell, a wave of commotion surged through the auction house, with many eyes burning with desire as they gazed upon the long sword on the platter. The number of combatants in the continent of combat exceeds billions. Typically, alchemists possess both fire and wood attributes, which is already quite rare. However, given the vast numbers, alchemists are not particularly extraordinary. Conversely, combatants with both ice and fire attributes are even fewer, and while they exist, they are rarer than alchemists with fire and wood attributes. Ice and fire are opposing forces, making it exceedingly difficult for combatants to merge the energies of both attributes, often rendering them less effective in battle compared to those wielding a single attribute. Nevertheless, the Dual Forces Sword of Ice and Fire seems capable of effortlessly resolving these issues. Thus, upon its unveiling, even the major forces in the front rows exhibited a flicker of interest, as their numerous disciples might yield one possessing both ice and fire attributes. If a single longsword could nurture a prodigious disciple, then this transaction would be remarkably advantageous. Recognizing the sword's value, there was no need for further elaboration. Observing the fervent gazes from many in the crowd, the auctioneer smiled once more and waved his hand. The starting bid is set at 500,000. Chapter 226. Acquisition of the Fire Sunstone and the Mysterious Map. 500,000. As the auction price for the dual forces Sword of Ice and Fire was announced, a voice rang out from the back, calling out loudly, 520,000. Clearly, there were numerous individuals interested in this mid-tier weapon. For within less than a minute, the initial bid had already been surpassed. Mou sat quietly in his chair, fingers interlaced, as he listened to the continuous rise in bids echoing in his ears. A subtle smile emerged on the face concealed beneath his black robe. The popularity of the fourth-grade weapon in the Black Corner region surpassed his expectations by a significant margin. Given the current circumstances, it appeared that there were ample funds to procure the necessary materials for refining the Soul Fusion Holy Grail. The auction hall was alive with the clamor of bidding, with voices rising and falling in a symphony of competition. In a mere 10 minutes, the price of the Ice and Fire Duality sword escalated from 500,000 to approximately 800,000. However, as the price reached this threshold, the frequency of bids noticeably diminished, for continuing to bid would approach nearly $1 million, a sum that loomed excessively large for many. 85 million. Just as the price settled at 80,000, a voice, imbued with a hint of sharpness, rang out from the front row. At the sudden increment of 5,000, Mou lifted his gaze, his expression revealing mild astonishment as it settled upon the individual who had placed the bid. This man, appearing to be in his 30s, bore a long scar on the left side of his face, marring half of his visage. Though the scar was unsightly, it lent him an indefinable aura of gravitas. Despite his seemingly restrained demeanor, he exuded an undeniable sharpness. The man's countenance remained calm, yet a flicker of fervor ignited in his eyes as he regarded the Ice and Fire Duality sword. With a glimmer of silver in his eyes, Mou murmured to himself, so he is an 8-star fighting spirit swordsman with ice and fire attributes. It seems the Ice and Fire Duality sword has found a worthy owner. The bid from the scarred man swiftly quieted the previously raucous auction hall. Those who had contemplated raising their bids exchanged glances, hesitating in retreat. Noticing this, Mou raised an eyebrow, realizing that the scarred man's reputation in the Earthflame City must be considerable to intimidate so many. However, the strength of an 8-star fighting spirit was indeed formidable. For the Fighting Emperor and Fighting King experts of the Black Corner region were not commonplace. Unfortunately for Mou, this news was less than favorable. Without any competitors, the Ice and Fire Duality sword would inevitably sell for 80,000. While this price was still quite commendable, it was undeniably a missed opportunity. 90 million. Just as Mou anticipated the bidding would plateau at 85 million, a coarse voice suddenly broke through the air. Following the sound, his gaze landed on the front row where the imposing figure of the barbarian beast sect's Gao Ba sat. Mou's heart skipped a beat as he whispered, "This fellow is not a body cultivator. Why is he interested in the longsword?" Upon hearing another bid, the scarred man's expression darkened slightly. However, upon realizing that the bidder was the young master of the barbarian beast sect, he furrowed his brow but remained silent. The barbarian beast sect was a top-tier second-rate force, rumored to be preparing to ascend to first-rate status. Although the scarred man possessed considerable strength, he was still somewhat outmatched against such an esteemed faction. 95 million. The scarred man declared, his face remaining impassive, his tone steady. 1 million. As the scarred man's bid echoed through the air, Gao Ba promptly interjected. Rising from his seat, the young master of the barbarian beast sect clasped his hands in homage towards the scarred man, addressing him with respect. "Master Qiushui, I have long admired your unparalleled swordsmanship and formidable prowess. Even my father holds you in high esteem. Should you be willing to join our barbarian beast sect, I shall procure the Ice and Fire Duality sword as a gift for you, and furthermore, a position as our esteemed law elder shall be reserved exclusively for you." His words captivated the attention of all present, with the front row factions exchanging astonished glances. None anticipated that Gao Ba's acquisition of the seemingly useless sword would not be an act of opposition against Qiushui, but rather a strategic attempt to win him over. To invest 1 million gold coins in gaining the allegiance of a powerful warrior reflects a shrewd mind beneath Gao Ba's rugged exterior. Simultaneously, a sense of unease rippled through the hearts of various factions. Qiushui, a master swordsman who had wandered into the Black Corner domain years ago, had quickly earned the notorious title of the Deadly Sword. Though he currently possessed the rank of an 8-star doling, his youth suggested that a breakthrough to Dou was imminent. Should the barbarian beast sect successfully recruit such a formidable individual, their influence would undoubtedly escalate, jeopardizing the interests of rival factions. While the major powers contemplated their differing strategies, many spectators observed the scarred man with keen interest. Upon hearing of the 1 million gold coin sword being offered as a gift, expressions of greed and envy surfaced among them. The name Qiu Shui, known for his deadly sword, resonated within the city of Dianqing. Although he had always maintained an air of aloofness, rejecting numerous invitations from factions and instead opting to accept tasks for remuneration. However, with the young master of the barbarian beast sect personally extending an invitation alongside the generous offer of a 1 million gold coin sword, the sincerity of the proposition was unmistakable. This led many to speculate on the swordmaster's forthcoming decision. It seemed likely that Qiu Shui would not decline Gao Ba's invitation. The combination of a valuable sword and the prestigious elder position presented an enticing proposition. Under the watchful gaze of the assembly, the scarred man's countenance grew grave. After a moment of contemplation, he furrowed his brow and unexpectedly shook his head. I am grateful for the kindness shown by young Master Gao and your esteemed sect. Yet I have long grown accustomed to my solitary path and am unaccustomed to the constraints of sect life. Please forgive me. As for the ice and fire duality sword, while I hold a deep admiration for it, I do not deem it essential. I shall offer 120,000 gold coins. Should you wish to raise the bid further, I shall reluctantly part with my desire. With that, the scarred man slowly closed his eyes, adopting an air of detachment from worldly matters. Observing this, Mou beside him glimpsed a flicker of intrigue in her silver eyes. This tactic of retreating to advance was indeed cunning, leaving Gao Ba in a perplexing dilemma. The scarred man, though ostensibly maintaining a calm demeanor, was observed by Mou through his silver eyes to possess a subtly disordered aura, indicating that beneath the surface, he was not as tranquil as he appeared. However, the more he displayed anxiety regarding the ice-fire duality sword, the more easily he would be manipulated by Gao Ba. Thus, it would be more prudent to maintain an air of nonchalance. Witnessing this, Mou could not help but smile slightly, realizing that Qiu Shui was indeed a fascinating individual. Young master, while the ice-fire duality sword is remarkable, it holds little utility for our sect. 1 million is already a generous offer. Any further increase would be unwise, especially as we must reserve funds for the final contest. As for Qiu Shui, if we can win him over, we shall, but if not, we must prioritize the greater ambitions of our sect, remarked the middle-aged warrior beside Gao Ba, seemingly aware that Gao Ba was inclined to raise his bid. Upon hearing this, Gao Ba's brow furrowed in irritation as he cast a resentful glance towards the scarred man's direction. Those who fail to appreciate my generosity are foolish. Were it not for his potential to ascend to the rank of Dou Wang and his commendable swordsmanship, I would not have bothered to personally entice him. Since he refuses to give face to the beast sect, once my father's plans come to fruition, his existence will no longer be necessary. After delivering this harsh proclamation to his middle-aged guard, Gao Ba's inner fury subsided somewhat, and thus the anticipated scene of him further increasing his bid did not materialize as many had expected. Mr. Qiu Shui has placed a bid of 1,200,000. Is there anyone else willing to raise the stakes? If not, the ice-fire duality sword shall belong to him. The silver-haired auctioneer, though pleased with the price, inquired with a smile, his gaze lingering on the seat of the beast sect's young master for a moment longer. Humph. Gao Ba discerned the auctioneer's gaze and intentions, and he let out a cold snort of dissatisfaction. Being perceived as a gullible fool ignited the smoldering embers of his irritation anew. However, this was indeed the territory of the Earth Flame sect. Though Gao Ba was domineering, he was no fool. Despite his anger, he would refrain from any irrational actions. Noticing the darkened expression of the young master of the beast sect, the auctioneer recognized his misstep and, receiving no response, awkwardly struck the auction hammer. 1,200,000 is an excellent price. A slight curve appeared at the corner of the shadow beneath the black robe. 1,200,000 gold coins would soon flow into Mou's once-depleted coffers. Following the successful auction of the ice-fire duality sword at a commendable price, the auctioneer promptly introduced the breaking array Overlord halberd, seizing the momentum. Compared to the ice-fire duality sword, the imposing and majestic appearance of the breaking array Overlord halberd instantly captured the attention of a larger audience. As anticipated by Mou, the formidable warriors of the Black Horn domain predominantly embrace a culture of sanguinary violence, demonstrating a fervent enthusiasm for grandiose weaponry. Consequently, the competition for the array-breaking Overlord halberd has intensified considerably. Although the versatility of the halberd is noteworthy, its lack of distinctive allure led to a cessation of bidding when the price reached 1 million gold coins. The white-haired auctioneer, seemingly reluctant to concede, called out several times before, in the absence of higher bids, he reluctantly brought down his gavel. Ultimately, the array-breaking Overlord halberd was sold for 1 million gold coins to a lean and agile warrior adept in the art of combat. It is difficult to fathom how such a slender figure could wield the imposing halberd, their contrasting essences strikingly incongruous. Regarding the final price, while MOU felt a tinge of disappointment, he was nonetheless content. The two fourth-grade weapons fetched a staggering total of 220 million gold coins. And even after deducting the intermediary fees of the Earth Flame auction house, the net gain exceeded 2 million. With his purse now swollen, MOU cast a keen eye on the forthcoming auction items, hoping to unearth something of value. However, following the sale of the two weapons, the subsequent offerings proved rather uninspiring. Few commanded substantial bids, and some were merely raised once before being claimed by eager buyers. Fortunately, this lull persisted for only a few minutes before it was abruptly invigorated, even rousing MOU's spirits due to the upcoming auction items. On the crystal podium, the auctioneer instructed his attendant to place 5 wooden boxes in succession. After the attendant withdrew, the white-haired auctioneer opened one of the boxes, revealing 2 blocks of crimson stones radiating intense fiery energy. Ladies and gentlemen, what we are about to auction is none other than the renowned treasure of our sect. The fire, he announced. These stones, found deep within magma, have absorbed a wealth of fire attribute energy. They are exceptional for forging weapons or cultivating fire attribute techniques and combat skills. This time, our Earth Flame sect has specially prepared 5 sets of fire, each containing 2 pieces, with a starting price of 300,000 gold coins. Upon hearing this, MOU couldn't help but click his tongue. The starting bid for a box containing 2 fire was already set at 300,000, and the final price remained uncertain. While fire is indeed precious, a single mine typically yields tens of thousands, and the Earth Flame sect's periodic auctions evidently serve to create a sense of scarcity, intentionally inflating prices. Despite his slight disdain for the sect's tactics, MOU was resolute in his desire to acquire the fire and paid little heed to such concerns. As he solidified his intentions, many others similarly fixated their fervent gazes upon the fire displayed on the platform. For MOU, the fire is an essential material for forging the Spirit Fusion Holy Grail. For the majority, however, the potent fire attribute energy contained within the fire serves as an extraordinary treasure, aiding them in their cultivation of techniques and combat skills. Consequently, when the first batch of fire was auctioned, it swiftly escalated to a staggering price of 600,000 gold coins within moments, showing no signs of abating. Ultimately, it culminated in a remarkable transaction at 970,000 gold coins. 2 palm-sized pieces of fire fetched such an exorbitant price, affirming the formidable status of the Flame sect as a major power in the Black Corner region, possessing a seemingly inexhaustible source of wealth, making their rise to prominence inevitable. After the first batch of fire was auctioned off, the second and third batches quickly followed suit and were soon sold. Witnessing the fierce competition for the fire, MOU hesitated no longer. When the 4th batch commenced bidding, he procured it for a high price of 850,000 gold coins. With the fire finally in his possession, MOU felt a sense of relief. One of the pivotal materials for crafting the Spirit Fusion Holy Grail was finally secured. Just as he believed his mission was accomplished, the next auction item captivated his attention. The forthcoming item for auction is rather peculiar, as even we are uncertain of its exact purpose. However, through rigorous scrutiny at our auction house, it resembles some form of an unknown treasure map. The silver-haired auctioneer bent down to retrieve a silver plate and carefully lifted the brocade cloth covering it, revealing a piece of black fabric exuding an ancient aura, which immediately captured the gaze of all present. A hush fell over the auction hall for a moment before a chorus of derisive hisses erupted. Hearing the dismissive reactions, the auctioneer's smile faltered slightly. Glancing at the archaic fabric, he delicately picked it up with 2 fingers and held it aloft for all to see. Pointing out the unique patterns upon it, he remarked, "If I am not mistaken, this map should be quite old. Although the significance of these patterns remains unclear, and what it conceals is unknown, it cannot be merely ordinary, can it? One must take a gamble, with a stroke of good fortune. The hidden treasures could indeed cause a stir throughout the Black Corner region." Chapter 227, 7th Rank Pill, Transformation Pill. At the auction stand, the silver-haired auctioneer continued passionately extolling the mysterious nature of the ancient fabric. However, despite his efforts to elevate its perceived value, the impact seemed minimal. In fact, as he grew increasingly impatient in his presentation, some attendees began to display signs of annoyance, with a few hot-tempered individuals openly expressing their disdain. Noticing the lack of enthusiastic responses from the audience, the auctioneer could only shake his head in resignation, swallowing to moisten his dry throat, and with a wry smile, he announced, "According to our guidelines, the starting bid for this mysterious fabric is set at 100,000 gold coins. Let the auction commence." As the voice of the white-haired auctioneer fell silent, an overwhelming stillness enveloped the vast auction hall. Some individuals cast glances towards the stage, their expressions akin to those reserved for the foolish. Who would squander 100,000 gold coins on a mere piece of cloth whose authenticity remained uncertain? Even if one were wealthy, such reckless expenditure seemed utterly illogical. Beneath the black cloak, silver eyes fixated on the enigmatic fabric. A glimmer of intrigue flickering in Mou's gaze. Through the unique perspective granted by his extraordinary sight, he sensed that this ancient cloth indeed possessed an extraordinary aura. Although he could not ascertain its precise purpose at that moment, he understood that serendipitous encounters were not uncommon, whether in the continent of his past life or the realm of martial arts. To cite but one example, it was well known that Xiao Yin managed to tame the pure lotus demon fire by following the fragmented clues gleaned from a series of tattered maps. The very reason those map fragments were gathered by the relatively weak Xiao Yin was precisely due to their neglect by others. Thus, the sudden emergence of this mysterious map piqued Mou's curiosity. At that juncture, silence had lingered in the auction hall for nearly 5 minutes. Observing the lack of bids, the white-haired auctioneer let out a soft sigh, poised to declare the auction a failure when a voice unexpectedly broke the stillness, bringing him a sense of relief. 100,000. The calm utterance shattered the silence, instantly redirecting countless gazes towards the source, landing upon a cloaked figure seated near the front row. A murmur of disbelief rippled through the crowd. Was this individual deranged? Spending 100,000 on an object of dubious utility? Not only the throngs in the back, but even some factions in the front row cast incredulous looks towards the cloaked Mou. Upon hearing the bid, the auctioneer discreetly exhaled. Raising his gaze toward Mou's position with a smile, this esteemed gentleman bids 100,000. Is there anyone willing to raise the offer? Hearing the auctioneer's words, a multitude rolled their eyes. Surely, there couldn't be that many fools in the world. The auctioneer seemed aware that his question was futile. With an awkward chuckle, he brought down the auction hammer. Realizing he had effortlessly acquired a map that potentially concealed a mysterious treasure, Mou was momentarily taken aback, only to subsequently shake his head in self-mockery. Having spent considerable time with Xiao Yin, he had developed a tendency towards paranoia. The thought of how Xiao Yin would often have his prized possessions snatched away by others made Mou chuckle softly. It appeared he would not be privy to such special treatment. However, this scenario was entirely reasonable. After all, while the mysterious cloth bore the weight of antiquity, it remained merely an ordinary object devoid of significant value. Moreover, the chaotic patterns displayed upon it resembled the whimsical scribbles of a child, utterly incapable of revealing what hidden treasures might lie beneath. In such an atmosphere of uncertainty, it is likely that even the esteemed Yin auction house lacks the confidence to auction off an item for 100,000 gold coins. After all, not everyone possesses the keen vision akin to Mous, with his striking silver eyes. Considering the prevailing ambiguity, few would willingly part with such a substantial sum for what could potentially be a worthless trinket. As the mysterious black cloth was removed, the auction proceeded, slowly unfolding amidst the eager anticipation of countless spectators. Following the unveiling of that enigmatic image, a series of captivating treasures emerged, invigorating the atmosphere. Items of profound significance, such as advanced techniques and combat skills, appeared in abundance, resembling a bountiful harvest, a rarity in the Gamma Empire. A particularly noteworthy advanced combat skill drew fierce competition among elite factions like the Barbarian Beast sect and the Blazing Fire sect. Observing this, Mou could not help but shake his head. Although the DN auction house may not be renowned within the Black Corner region, indeed, even some first-rate factions did not send representatives. The treasures on offer were quite remarkable. The excitement surrounding the advanced combat skill gradually subsided after a time. Shortly thereafter, Mou, initially idle, found himself captivated by a small azure crystal presented by the auctioneer on a silver platter. This crystal, entirely translucent and reminiscent of blue glass, was roughly the size of a palm, and at first glance, appeared to be merely a blue stone. Upon its introduction, an ethereal force of spatial energy emanated from the crystal, capturing the attention of those near the auction stage. Is that an emerald blue crystal? Little one, you are indeed fortunate to encounter such a rarity. Attending this auction was undeniably a wise choice, as this emerald blue crystal is perfectly suited for you. As the azure crystal made its debut, the raspy voice of Uncle, she echoed in Mou's mind. Emerald blue crystal? Mou was momentarily taken aback, a surge of joy washing over his face. This crystal harbors a profound spatial power. Might Uncle she be aware of its origins? Wherever emerald blue crystals are found, it is said that a formidable being of the Dou Zone level or higher has perished. These crystals are special formations, deeply buried within the earth, absorbing spatial energy from the corpses of such powerful entities over the years, thus acquiring their own spatial potency. A treasure that is as rare as it is invaluable. Uncle she explained with a smile. Mou nodded slightly, surprised to learn that the formation of emerald blue crystals was linked to the demise of Dou Zone and Dou Zun level warriors. No wonder the spatial energy contained within is so abundant. Given this revelation, he resolved not to let this opportunity slip by. It would be perfect for nurturing his shining void-breaking thunder. In the interlude of conversation between MOU and Snake Uncle, the auctioneer at the crystal podium elaborated on the properties and origins of the jade blue crystal. Under his narration, the audience responded positively, indicating a notable interest in this jade blue crystal. Based on the assessment, the starting bid for this jade blue crystal is set at 600,000. Gentlemen, let the bidding commence. After announcing the price, the silver-haired auctioneer beamed at the crowd. Upon hearing such a high initial bid, some attendees who were initially intrigued seemed to lose heart. 620,000. Of course, apart from those wishing to withdraw from the bidding, there were still quite a few determined to compete for this item. 640,000. MOU sat quietly in his seat, listening to the continuously rising prices without feeling an immediate urge to join the fray. As time passed slowly, the number of bidders dwindled due to the escalating prices, until only 2 remained, one of whom was an elder from the fire sect. At this juncture, the price had soared to approximately 920,000. 1 million. Just as the bidding reached a stalemate, a neutral voice finally rang out, drawing countless gazes towards the figure of the man in the black robe, who had gradually risen. The bidder was, of course, MOU. The announcement of 1 million immediately captured the entire audience's attention, for such wealth is not possessed by the average individual. This price even caused the elder from the fire sect, not lacking in influence, to furrow his brow. After a moment of contemplation, he decisively withdrew. As expected, when the hammer fell once more, the jade blue crystal was secured in MOU's possession. With a calm demeanor, he settled back into his seat and gradually closed his eyes. Although he had only made 2 bids, he had already expended over 1 million and still needed to reserve about 1 million for purchasing auxiliary materials for refining the soul-melding sacred cup. Consequently, MOU felt no further desire to engage in bidding. As time continued to flow, nearing the conclusion of the auction, a truly significant item finally emerged. Opening his eyes and raising his gaze towards the crystal podium, MOU sensed a flicker of curiosity within as he observed the auctioneer's suddenly stern expression. He murmured, "It appears that the Pycedar assistance is about to be unveiled." Many in the audience noticed the auctioneer's change in demeanor, realizing something significant was afoot. Their hushed whispers ceased, and all eyes were fixated, eagerly awaiting the highlight of this auction. "Is it finally coming out?" murmured Galba, the young master of the beast sect, his muscular arms subtly flexing as a bloodthirsty glint flashed in his eyes. Meanwhile, the representatives of the fire sect and other powers also reined in their smiles, their previously languid gazes sharpening like that of a hawk. Atop the crystal platform, the auctioneer, with a serious countenance, clapped his hands, and as the sound resonated, a series of sharp clicks emanated from the edges of the platform. Gradually, a circle of dark metal railings rose, enclosing the platform in a circular formation, while overhead, metal strips extended to create a secure cover. The cautious actions of the Earth Flame sect did not incite surprise in MOU. Rather, they piqued his curiosity even further. What was initially a mundane auction seemed to be unveiling a remarkable treasure. Suddenly, an array of concealed auras emerged within the auction house. On the second floor, several potent presences akin to that of Dou Wang could be felt, likely belonging to the elders of the Earth Flame sect, indicating their apprehension. The voice of Snake Uncle echoed within MOU's mind. In response, MOU discreetly scanned the shadows surrounding the auction venue with his silver eyes concealed beneath his dark robe, and his heart tightened as he discerned flickers of ominous light lurking in the darkness above. What could this hidden treasure be that warranted such meticulous attention from the Earth Flame sect? MOU pondered, shaking his head in curiosity. "Let us observe further. It is unlikely to disappoint," replied Snake Uncle with a hint of amusement. Nodding slightly, MOU redirected his gaze to the crystal platform, where the auctioneer was delicately retrieving a half-foot-sized purple gold plate from a cabinet below. Atop the plate rested a small jade box, no larger than a palm, emanating a faint white chill. Despite the distance, the crowd below could distinctly perceive the subtle coldness radiating from the jade box, a hallmark of the finest quality jade's preservation properties. Could it be a medicinal pill? Observing the box's size and manner of preservation, MOU, though primarily a weapon craftsman, recognized it immediately. His silver eyes narrowed, and he focused intently, employing his thunder extreme silver eyes to sense the potent medicinal energy contained within the jade box, causing him to momentarily freeze. A 7th grade medicinal pill. Exhaling slowly, MOU understood that such formidable potency could only belong to a pill of at least 7th grade. The Blackhorn region, notorious for its chaos yet abundant in opportunities, truly offered limitless possibilities. If memory served correctly, upon entering the Blackhorn region, Xiao Yin would indeed encounter a 7th grade pill, forged by his mentor, the alchemist Yao Lao. the yin-yang profound dragon pill. Two 7th-grade pills were indeed remarkable treasures, even within the vast expanse of Zhongzhou. As the jade box made its appearance, numerous factions at the forefront of the auction straightened their postures, their eyes betraying unmasked greed as they fixated intently on the jade box. Disregarding the avaricious gazes beyond the iron cage, the silver-haired auctioneer, with a slight tremor in his palm, gently placed the purple gold plate upon the auction stage. His withered fingers cautiously lifted the lid of the box, and in an instant, a brilliant red light surged forth. The sudden radiance illuminated the entire auction hall, causing some unprepared individuals to instinctively shut their eyes. Yet, Mou did not yield to the dazzling light. Instead, his silver gaze, shrouded in the shadow of his hat, remained steadfastly fixed upon the icy jade box on the crystal pedestal. Inside lay a crimson elixir, roughly the size of a dragon SI, resting quietly. The surface of the pill was remarkably smooth, with a stream of red energy swirling within, occasionally coalescing into a human form. However, the shape formed by the red energy emitted faint beastly growls, which reverberated through the air, causing the souls of those who heard it to tremble involuntarily under its feral might. As Mou observed the pill, where the elixir's energy took on a human semblance, a hint of gravity appeared upon his countenance concealed beneath the cloak. The manifestation of spirit energy within the elixir was an anomaly exclusive to 7th-grade pills and those of higher rank. The entire auction hall fell into a profound silence, entranced by the ethereal beastly growls. A 7th-grade elixir, the transformation pill? Chapter 282, The Flawed Pill, Mou's Calculations. Gazing at the ever-shifting crimson elixir, a name suddenly surfaced in Mou's mind. Transformation pill of the 7th grade. This elixir was not unfamiliar to him, either from memories of the original text buried deep within his mind or from his experiences since his rebirth. He recalled a time in the Beast Mountain range when Yun sought to exchange for the purple spirit crystal with the crystal-winged Lion King, who demanded this very 7th-grade elixir, the transformation pill. At that time, Yun, already the esteemed leader of the Yunlong sect, wielding considerable power, had resolutely declined the request. This indicated the extraordinary rarity of the 7th-grade transformation pill. Mou never anticipated encountering this legendary elixir within the Black Corner domain. In the hall, while many were oblivious to the precise nature of the pill, the earlier burst of red light hinted at its extraordinary value, leaving them with expressions of covetous desire. In contrast to those unaware of the elixir's significance, the forces from the Beast sect and others present suddenly grew agitated. The high-ranking figures, driven by their emotions, found their internal energies surging uncontrollably. On the crystal pedestal, the auctioneer surveyed the astonished faces throughout the hall before breaking into a satisfied smile. Pointing at the crimson elixir, he cheerfully proclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, this is the grand highlight of our auction, the 7th-grade transformation pill." As the auctioneer's words echoed through the hall, an abrupt silence enveloped the room, only to be shattered moments later by a cacophony of astonished gasps and murmurs of disbelief. A multitude of crimson eyes, accompanied by rapid breaths, fixated intently on the deep red elixir. A 7th-grade elixir? Such a rare potion had remained beyond the reach of more than half of those present, many of whom would never have the privilege of witnessing it in their lifetime. Yet here it was, the fabled high-tier elixir, manifest before their very eyes, inciting a fervor that was impossible to contain. While some were aware that the transformation elixir was specifically designed for magical beasts, the value of a 7th-grade potion transcended mere gold coins. Indeed, many may have never encountered this elixir, but they had certainly heard of its legendary reputation. Observing the looks of confusion on some faces, the auctioneer cheerfully explained, "With the transformation elixir, magical beasts can completely assume human form. Once transformed, their cultivation speed can truly rival that of humans. Would you not agree that such a treasure is invaluable?" Upon hearing this, several fighters, previously uninformed about the elixir's significance, nodded in understanding. The lifespan of magical beasts far exceeds that of humans, while some extraordinary elixirs possess the ability to prolong life. They still pale in comparison to the longevity of high-tier magical beasts. If a high-tier magical beast successfully transformed and subsequently cultivated safely for a century or two, imagine the formidable prowess it would attain. For magical beasts, the transformation elixir is nothing short of a priceless gem. Whether administered to a combat pet or employed to forge an alliance with a high-tier magical beast, acquiring this elixir represents an exceptionally lucrative opportunity. Within the vast auction hall, a hushed stillness lingered momentarily before the collective gasps morphed into a unified chorus of desire, as countless gazes returned to the crimson elixir within its prison. The initial longing had swiftly transformed into insatiable greed. The transformation elixir, a glimmer of light flickered in Mou's silver eyes as he murmured softly, "It seems fortune favors the prepared." Have you not always lamented the slow growth of that little fellow, Zihua? This transformation elixir is a splendid opportunity. At that moment, Uncle Shi's voice resonated within Mou's mind, although Zihua has spent the past year either consuming or napping within the beast ring. Since devouring the flesh and blood of that unknown beast carcass you mentioned, its strength has been gradually increasing. It now merely awaits a catalyst to achieve its next breakthrough. While the transformation elixir is primarily intended for aiding magical beasts in transformation, it is also a genuine 7th grade potion. The potent medicinal properties contained within are perfectly suited to enable Zihua to ascend to the 5th tier, comparable to a human combat king. Furthermore, once transformed, Zihua's cultivation speed would be significantly enhanced, providing you with a most capable assistant. Indeed, Mou nodded slightly, recognizing that Uncle Shi's words aligned perfectly with his own thoughts. The transformation elixir was indeed tailored for Zihua, presenting an opportunity that was simply too fortuitous to overlook. With the acquisition of this transformation elixir, the purple flame not only possesses the capability to harness its medicinal power to transcend the 5th rank, but can also assume a human form. In this human guise, the purple flame's cultivation speed accelerates, and it can conveniently navigate the realm of humanity. Upon arriving in the Black Corner domain, Mou realized that relying solely on his own strength would not allow him to swiftly accomplish his aspirations. He would need to depend on a formidable force. Setting aside other considerations, if a powerful faction could assist in gathering the essential materials for crafting the Spirit Fusion Holy Grail, it would greatly alleviate Mou's burdens. Although he had already allied himself with the mightiest force in the Black Corner domain, the Canaan Academy, the latter traditionally refrained from involving itself in the affairs of the domain, rendering Mou unable to leverage its influence for the time being, thereby making it somewhat ineffective. At this juncture, joining another faction became exceedingly necessary. Given his status as a 4th-tier artifact smith, even aligning with a prestigious force like the Earth Flame sect would likely afford him a respectable position and privileges, perhaps even a role of veneration. However, after contemplation, Mou resolved to abandon this route. While joining a powerful faction would indeed confer numerous advantages, it would equally impose significant constraints. Moreover, the treachery and malice prevalent among the inhabitants of the Black Corner domain meant that revealing certain treasures could provoke the jealousy and covetousness of rival factions, potentially leading to enmity. Although Mou was unafraid of such troubles, a lack of fear does not equate to a desire for complications. Thus, he contemplated an alternative. Since joining an established faction was inconvenient, why not forge a force of his own? If this notion had previously existed in a nebulous state, the opportunity for the purple flame to take on a tangible form now rendered it almost feasible. With the formidable purple flame akin to a battle king at his side, Mou would no longer need to worry about the potential obliteration of the faction he intended to establish while studying at the Canaan Academy. Even in the tumultuous environment of the Black Corner domain, as Mou pondered this, a voice of skepticism suddenly emerged from the audience, capturing his attention. Isn't it true that while the Earth Flame auction house is commendable within the Black Corner domain, it pales in comparison to those grander auctions? Surely, you cannot present a 7th-tier elixir as such a treasure. Are you attempting to deceive us with forgeries? This statement immediately drew the attention of the entire assembly, and many others began to express their doubts as well. Following the utterance of this remark, the voice faded into silence. Mou discreetly activated his silver eyes, yet he could not discern the individual's whereabouts, clearly indicating a fear of retaliation from the Earth Flame sect, prompting them to conceal themselves. Witnessing this, Mou was momentarily taken aback. It was the first time someone had eluded his silver eyes. Indeed, the Black Corner domain was rife with extraordinary individuals. Shaking his head, Mou's thoughts shifted in response to the speaker's words, and he turned to gaze at the crimson elixir on the crystal platform. A glimmer flickered in his silver eyes, and after a brief moment, he slowly furrowed his brow. As he discerned, although this transformation pill exuded an extraordinary aura, there was an underlying instability within its human and beast forms, suggesting it could not perfectly control both states. It appears to be a flawed elixir. I nearly fell for its deception myself. No wonder the D Yin auction house was willing to auction it off. At that moment, Uncle Snake's hoarse voice emerged. A flawed elixir? It is understandable if you are unaware. Such imperfections can only arise in pills of 7th grade or higher. Regular pills either succeed or fail entirely, while those of 7th grade or above have developed a form of sentience. Even if unsuccessful, there remains a certain probability of becoming a flawed elixir. Though imperfect, a flawed elixir retains some medicinal potency, the extent of which varies. However, judging from the condition of the transformation pill on the auction stage, it may not be perfect, yet its potency should not be insignificant. In haste, I cannot provide an accurate estimation. Upon hearing this, Mou nodded in understanding. as it was the first time he had encountered the concept of a flawed elixir. At that moment, on the crystal platform, the auctioneer, with white hair, stiffened upon hearing the audience's doubts. After a brief moment, he managed a forced smile and slowly remarked, "Please, do not rush. I have yet to fully introduce this pill. It is indeed a transformation pill. However, due to the privacy of the seller, I cannot disclose its origins. As for how it came to be auctioned at our D auction house, it is simply because it is an imperfect pill." Humph. Are you trying to deceive us with a defective pill? Is this how the D sect conducts its business? The crowd below erupted in indignant outcry. Seeing this, the white-haired auctioneer quickly explained with a wry smile, "Although this transformation pill is not perfect, once a pill reaches 7th grade, it transcends ordinary status. Even if flawed, it will still possess some effects. Following a thorough appraisal by our D sect, we have confirmed that this transformation pill is indeed usable, albeit with only a 50% chance of successfully transforming into a beast." 50%? Upon hearing this modest probability, MOU's brow furrowed slightly. While not negligible, it was hardly a high likelihood. Moreover, failure to transform into a human form could result in substantial damage to both cultivation and foundation. For a moment, MOU found himself in a quandary. MOU, 50% is sufficient. My 7-winged purple gold serpent bloodline possesses a unique enhancement effect for transformation, which can assist in raising the probability to 80%. That is ample enough to warrant a trial, Uncle Snake asserted. Oh, a flicker of surprise crossed MOU's eyes. He had not anticipated that Uncle Snake's bloodline could aid in beast transformation. Are ancient bloodlines truly so wondrous? With this in mind, I must acquire this transformation pill. However, I lack the financial means to procure it. MOU gazed at the predatory forces ahead and shook his head. Heh, young one, when did you become so narrow-minded? This is the Black Corner domain, where murder and pillaging are commonplace. Since money cannot buy what you desire, then seize it. With me around, what is there to fear? Upon hearing this, MOU raised an eyebrow, a subtle smile curving his lips. He had been anticipating Uncle Shi's words. This clever lad, plotting against me. Uncle Shi discerned MOU's thoughts and chuckled reproachfully. Having known each other for so long, he had a fair understanding of MOU's character. To him, the youth seemed remarkably mature, devoid of the recklessness and naivety typical of his age. While others of his generation may harbor disdain or guilt regarding murder and theft, MOU was certainly an exception. This young man was a ruthless individual, willing to employ any means necessary. Yet, in the continent of Dou Qi, it is precisely such individuals who survive longer and venture farther, Uncle Shi mused. Having reached a consensus with Uncle Shi, MOU sat quietly in his chair, no longer glancing at the transformation pill on the stage. His gaze lingered, faint yet perceptive, on the prominent factions ahead. Beneath the black robes, a chilling smile subtly emerged. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, the transformation pill would likely fall into the hands of these factions, but one wonders who would become its prey. MOU was determined to possess this transformation pill, and he was prepared to resort to any means to achieve it. Regardless of where the eventual buyer might flee, they would inevitably face a deadly ambush lurking in the shadows. Enough chatter, let us hear the bid. We naturally have faith in the reputation of the D auction house, remarked the young lord of the Beast clan, Han Ba, with an impatient wave of his fist, his voice resonating with authority. Chuckling softly, the auctioneer cleared his throat and stated earnestly, "The value of this transformation pill is surely apparent to all. Although this pill is not perfect, its 50% transformation probability makes it comparable to a top-grade 6th-tier pill. I trust none of you have any objections?" Upon hearing this, the crowd below nodded in unison. A 50% transformation probability justified the price. After all, it was still a transformation pill. Noticing the consensus among the audience, the auctioneer sighed with relief. Though this was indeed a rare 7th-tier pill, its imperfections detracted from its value. Selling it for a 6th-tier price was quite acceptable. And the 50% probability was the highest estimate from the D auction house. Naturally, the auctioneer would not disclose such details. Observing the eager crowd below, he smiled lightly. Since everyone agrees, let us commence. As for the starting price of the transformation pill, there shall be no minimum. Let us go. There is nothing more to see at this auction. Given the momentum of the D auction house, this transformation pill will surely fetch at least 10 million. Uncle Shi remarked nonchalantly. Gently stroking his chin, MOU nodded slightly. With the auction nearing its conclusion, there was indeed no necessity to linger any longer. Casting a sidelong glance at the restless factions ahead, a hint of an inscrutable smile crept onto his lips as he rose quietly to exit the venue. Chapter 229, Harvest. The Clash of Two Tigers. As he stepped out of the auction house, MOU stood at the entrance, gazing up at the somewhat dim sky before turning to make his way towards a lounge within the auction hall. First, he ought to secure the funds from the auction and the items he had purchased, he murmured softly to himself. Upon entering the lounge, Mou presented his second-tier VIP card to a maid. After articulating his intentions, he was respectfully invited inside by her. Please hold for a moment, sir. The auction is about to conclude, at which point the person in charge will assist you in gathering your auction items, the maid said, placing a cup of warm tea on the table beside him before smiling and withdrawing. After acknowledging her with a slight nod, Mou waited. Soon, a series of footsteps echoed from a distance, growing steadily closer to the hall. Upon hearing the sound, Mou opened his eyes and turned his gaze towards the parted curtains, where a somewhat plump elderly gentleman with white hair entered, accompanied by two maids. A smile adorning his face. Ah, you must be the one who bid on the ice-fire duality sword and the breaking array overlord spear. I am the overseer here. You may call me Manager Wang, he said cheerfully as he approached Mou, who was shrouded in a black robe. With a subtle nod, Mou replied in a low voice, Manager Wang, has the auction concluded? Indeed, it has concluded successfully, Manager Wang responded with a smile, his eyes discreetly scanning Mou's figure. Not detecting any trace that might reveal the latter's identity, he gestured, prompting one of the maids to promptly raise a silver tray. On the tray lay a purple gold card, adorned with 5 distinct colored ripples. The 5-patterned purple gold card, a privilege reserved for those possessing the strength of a battle spirit or a third-tier alchemist in the Dou Qi Continent. Sir, the total price for your breaking array, overlord spear, and ice-fire duality sword is 2,200,000. After deducting the 10% auction fee, you are left with 1,980,000, Manager Wang remarked, his eyes narrowing into slits as he continued. The mysterious map cost 100,000. The emerald blue crystal 1 million, and a set of fire amounted to 850,000. Thus, your remaining earnings total 110,000. All contained within this purple gold card, while your purchased items are in this storage ring. With a wave of his hand, Manager Wang signaled for the maid to present the silver tray before Mou, which held the 5-patterned purple gold card in a plain storage ring. Back to being broke again. Mou murmured inwardly, surprised that after a day's worth of effort, he was left with merely a few tens of thousands. Initially, the intention was to earn a profit by purchasing the auxiliary materials for refining the Spirit Fusion Holy Grail. However, after a series of transactions, I found myself with very little left. Fortunately, I had successfully acquired the primary material, the fire, which provided some solace to my spirit. As for the remaining auxiliary materials, I would have to devise a means to earn money in the future and then procure them. I reached for the card and the spatial ring, meticulously examining the fire, the mysterious map, and the emerald blue crystal within the ring. After scrutinizing these 3 items, I placed them into my beast ring. The fire is essential for the refinement of the Spirit Fusion Holy Grail, yet I have not gathered all the materials, rendering it currently unnecessary. The emerald blue crystal is reserved for the Void Shatter Thunder Devourer. The situation at the Earth Flame auction was not conducive for such consumption. As for the mysterious fabric map, I could not discern its extraordinary qualities at this moment, thus I decided to keep it within my beast ring for future exploration. By the way, Manager Wang, which faction ultimately succeeded in acquiring the transformative elixir at the auction? After organizing my belongings, I casually inquired, my curiosity piqued. He chuckled, responding, that item was ultimately purchased by someone from the Flame sect. It is said that the sect leader possesses a 5th-tier battle pet. Thus, he spent a staggering 13 million gold coins to forcibly acquire it from the Beast clan. Hearing my question, Manager Wang did not hesitate to divulge the information, as the bidding was witnessed by countless onlookers. Even if he refrained from sharing, the news would have undoubtedly spread across much of the Black Corner domain by the afternoon. The Flame sect, I mused silently beneath my dark cloak, raising an eyebrow. Given their imposing demeanor, I had presumed that the transformative elixir would fall into the hands of the Beast clan, only to discover it was snatched away by the Flame sect. Yet, with a 5th-tier battle pet, the Flame sect would undoubtedly spare no effort to secure the transformative elixir. For a beast capable of assuming human form is immensely appealing to any faction. Since the item is now secured, I shall not impose further. Farewell. With the answer in hand, I no longer hesitated, offering a respectful nod to Manager Hu as I prepared to depart. Ah, Mr. Mu, please wait a moment. Manager Wang interjected with a smile. Our sect leader has taken a keen interest in you. If you would not mind, could you meet with him for a discussion? Raising an eyebrow beneath my dark cloak, I shook my head and replied, No, thank you. I am merely here to auction some items. What could possibly intrigue your sect leader? Apologies, but I have other matters to attend to. With that, I did not wait for Manager Wang to persuade me further and swiftly exited the hall. The Earth Flame sect's attempt to court me was nothing short of a fanciful dream. Given a little time, I am confident that I could establish a force rivaling that of the Earth Flame sect. Upon leaving the auction house, I found myself passing by the 100 Refinements Pavilion on my way back to the inn. playing with the purple gold card in his hand. Mou couldn't help but shake his head. Although he was a master craftsman with formidable earning capabilities, his propensity to spend was equally pronounced. Fortunately, the primary material for forging the Spirit Fusion Holy Cup, the fire, had just arrived. With the main ingredients yet to be gathered, there was no rush for the auxiliary materials. Given his skills, he would soon amass millions of gold coins again. Be cautious, someone is tracking you. It must be those from the Earth Flame sect. The calm voice of Uncle Shi suddenly echoed in his mind. Mou's footsteps faltered slightly. As he expanded his spiritual awareness, he detected a few stealthy figures not far behind. Proceeding at a measured pace, he scoffed inwardly at the Earth Flame sect's audacity, hoping they would not provoke him. For now, let us not engage with them. We have no need for unnecessary conflict. The transformation pill is paramount. Indeed, Mou nodded slightly. The transformation pill was crucial for the purple fire. Should it successfully undergo transformation, his own power would undoubtedly increase. Thus he remained deeply focused on it. Casually glancing at the bustling street behind him, Mou suddenly darted into a narrow alley, as elusive as a specter. Surveying the three sides of the alley, which resembled an impenetrable fortress, a faint smile crept across his lips. In the next moment, an aura imbued with spatial power radiated from his being, and with a swift motion, he vanished from his original position. Shortly after Mou entered the alley, a few figures rushed out from the entrance, scanning the area but finding no trace of him, their expressions turning to confusion. Where is he? As the pursuers were engulfed in bewilderment, Mou strolled leisurely down another street. Having effortlessly shaken off his followers, he chuckled disdainfully, changed into a different outfit, and meandered through the marketplace. After spending some gold coins, Mou acquired intelligence regarding the Blaze sect. Perhaps due to the joy of obtaining the transformation pill, the elder of the Blaze sect had not concealed his whereabouts and was exuberantly residing in the most luxurious hotel in Earthflame City. Given the throngs of people in the city, Mou preferred not to act openly. Therefore, he secured a discreet location near the Blaze sect's lodgings to monitor their movements closely, planning to ambush them once they departed the city. On the following morning, the members of the Blaze sect proudly paraded out of the hotel and swiftly exited Earthflame City. However, unbeknownst to them, a shadow trailed silently behind. Like a relentless specter, impossible to shake off. Several miles from the city of Dian, within a dense forest, a shadow suddenly flitted into a thicket. Gazing through the gaps in the branches, it focused on a large tree, merely 100 meters away, where a group of figures were taking a brief respite. In the midst of the jungle, Mou lifted his gaze to the sky before resuming his scrutiny of the contingent from the Lihua sect. After trailing them for some time, he had nearly discerned the strength of their ranks. According to information gathered yesterday, although the Lihua sect was not a top-tier force in the Hejiao region, it was still formidable, even surpassing the Beast sect by a slight margin. Its leader, Hua Sun, was a powerful 8-star Dou Wang, and within the sect, there were no fewer than 3 other Dou Wang level experts. Such a force demanded Mou's utmost caution. Despite having the assistance of Uncle Shi, the Hejiao region was fraught with hidden dangers, and Dou Zone level powers were not in short supply, warranting a prudent approach. Fortunately, the Lihua sect's party lacked any formidable figures, aside from the leading elder, who was a high-level Dou Ling. The only other members of the group were 2 elderly men of low-level Dou Ling status. While they had several capable guards, which was commendable, they still fell short of posing a significant threat to Mou. As Mou's gaze remained fixed on the Lihua sect, he prepared to summon Uncle Shi's power to swiftly eliminate them and seize the transformation pill. Suddenly, Uncle Shi's voice resonated within his mind, warning him to be cautious. Mou, be wary. A number of powerful auras have appeared not far behind, one of which is nearing the Dou Huang level, exuding a wildness akin to that of a beast, reminiscent of a domineering presence. Taken aback, Mou pondered for a moment before murmuring, has the Beast sect also arrived? They desire the transformation pill as well. It seems we have crossed paths. With this realization, his intention to act evaporated, and he withdrew deeper into the thicket. With a third party now intervening, he felt no urgency to act immediately. Instead, he decided to observe the outcome of the confrontation between the Lihua sect and the Beast sect. Utilizing the terrain to his advantage, Mou was able to survey the forest below. With narrowed eyes, his soul energy stirred, and he suddenly opened his eyes wide, directing his gaze toward the path leading to Dian City, where faint sounds of galloping hooves began to emerge. Are they approaching? He murmured softly, his expression sharpening. In the distance, a group of riders on swift steeds raced down the path, kicking up a storm of dust as they sped forward. As the sound of hooves grew increasingly pronounced, the Lihua sect's party seemed to sense something amiss and became alert. At the far end of his line of sight, figures on horseback came into view, and upon recognizing the tall man clad in a black outfit leading the charge, Mou couldn't help but raise an eyebrow from his concealed position in the foliage. A formidable physique indeed. This must be the esteemed leader of the beast sect. Gou Li. It appears the beast sect is indeed intent on acquiring the transformation pill, even going so far as to have their leader personally intervene. This is becoming quite intriguing. Following the towering figure, the young master of the beast sect, Gao Ba, rides closely behind, accompanied by several robust warriors. Their imposing presence unmistakable as they advance. In an instant, dozens of figures traverse the narrow path, soon arriving at the encampment of the Flame Sect. Gao Sect Master. Is it truly you? What brings you here? Upon recognizing the approaching figure, the head elder of the Flame Sect furrows his brow. A sense of foreboding settling in his heart. Haha, Elder Lai, do you really need to ask? The transformation pill is an absolute necessity for my beast sect. Hand it over willingly, and I may spare your lives for the sake of our past camaraderie. The tall man boasts with a confident grin, exuding a terrifying aura that instinctively causes the members of the Flame Sect to retreat. Upon hearing Gou Li mention the transformation pill, Elder Lai's expression suddenly shifts. Is it your intention to bring an end to our Flame Sect, Gao Sect Master? He demands. Humph. It seems you are refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a penalty, Gou Li replies, his expression darkening before breaking into a cold grin. If you all perish, who would know that the beast sect was behind this? Moreover, with the transformation pill in hand, my beast sect could forge an alliance with that formidable beast lord. With his assistance, I, Gou Li, could ascend to the rank of Battle Emperor. At that point, what would the Flame Sect amount to? As he envisions the glorious moment of breaking through to Battle Emperor, a proud smile graces Gou Li's face. Behind him, Gao Ba gazes greedily at the crimson ring in Elder Lai's possession. Within it lies the coveted transformation pill. Humph, Gou Li, your assault on the Flame Sect was anticipated. As long as I am here, no one shall claim the transformation pill, and the beast sect shall face the consequences. Just as Gou Li indulges in his grandiose dreams, a cold scoff interrupts, followed by a fiery figure darting into view above the battlefield. Fire Rome, you dare to show yourself. Facing the red-clad man radiating an aura that rivals his own, Gou Li's previously confident demeanor falters, and he speaks in a grave tone. Chapter 230, The Calamitous Poison Thunderbolt, snatching from the tiger's mouth. From deep within the jungle. With the arrival of the man clad in a robe as red as flames, a squad of elite troops swiftly emerges. Though the number is modest, merely 20 to 30 individuals, each possesses formidable strength, with the weakest among them being high-ranking great battle masters. Fire Rome, did you anticipate my actions all along? Gou Li realizes, upon witnessing the sudden influx of Flame Sect warriors, that his nefarious plot has been exposed. And his expression darkens considerably. Oomph, your ambitions are known to all, Gou Li. You merely seek to snatch the pill from our Flame Sect. Let us see if our sect agrees. The man in the crimson robe let out a cold snort, and suddenly, a formidable aura surged from within him, causing the surrounding air to become intensely heated due to the vast fire attribute energy. As the intensity of the red-robed man's presence escalated, the disciples of the Flame Sect swiftly drew their weapons, unleashing a palpable aura that soared to the heavens, revealing their exceptional prowess. Observing this, the beast sect naturally refused to be outdone, with ferocious energies erupting one after another, instantly transforming the atmosphere into one charged with tension. Today, I shall inquire into the depths of your mastery of the fire-searing profound flame technique. With the imposing stance of the flame wielder, Gou Li knew that he could not afford to take it lightly. Moreover, his desire for the transformation pill was unwavering. Even in the face of such upheaval, his intentions remained unchanged. Kill. Retrieve the transformation pill. Without further ado, Gou Li's fierce eyes flashed with determination. His countenance darkened as he issued a thunderous roar, and a torrent of violent fighting spirit erupted from within him. The sheer force of his presence sent leaves and debris spiraling away from the ground, a testament to his high-level prowess as a battle king. At his fierce command, nearly 20 formidable warriors from the beast sect immediately unsheathed their weapons, their fighting spirit surging forth. A series of powerful auras, akin to that of ferocious beasts, coursed across their bodies before erupting into a terrifying might. Charging toward the nearby red-clad warriors, brothers of the Flame Sect, advance and teach these curs from the beast sect a harsh lesson. Fire-searing, enveloped in swirling flames, commanded with a wave of his hand. With his directive, the warriors of the Flame Sect drew their weapons, emanating a presence no less formidable than that of the beast sect, and rushed forth with fervor. The two torrents, one black and one red, collided fiercely at the center of the road, sending ripples of energy cascading outward like waves. The ferocious and bloodthirsty warriors of the beast sect swung their blades with ruthless intent, yet made not a sound. Meanwhile, the warriors of the Flame Sect, with grim expressions, operated their fighting spirit to its utmost. Their weapons, enveloped in energy, sliced through the air with a hissing sound, striking at the vital points of the beast sect warriors with precision and malice. Neither side's champions were mere amateurs. Both possessed extraordinary strength and were evidently well-trained. As they clashed, though lacking in thunderous noise, an undercurrent of life-and-death struggle ensued, punctuated by the faint sounds of blades piercing flesh, followed by the spatter of blood. As the battle between the two sects intensified, Gao Li and Fire Searing finally came to blows. Despite their fierce proclamations prior to the skirmish, both fighters approached the confrontation with utmost caution. As longtime rivals, both Gao Li and Fire Searing possessed a clear understanding of each other's strength, coupled with an acute sense of wariness in their hearts. As the two combatants clashed, a vast no-man's land emerged in the arena. Even the most formidable spirit warriors would find themselves severely injured should they inadvertently step into this perilous zone, falling victim to the residual shockwaves of their fierce battle. At that moment, Huoxian's expression was chillingly cold as he wielded a sword of flame that curved and twisted with each strange rotation, gliding past Gao Ba and leaving behind crimson streaks and gushing blood. Yet, despite such grievous wounds, Gao Ba seemed utterly unfazed, his robust physique allowing him to disregard the pain entirely. What a tyrannical barbarian flame beast body technique. No wonder it is classified as a high-level profound art. Gao Li, your strength has indeed advanced significantly, Huoxian remarked coolly amidst their struggle. Your profound heaven-fire technique is commendable as well, given a little more time. You might carve yourself a place on the blacklist. Alas, you shall not witness that day. Gao Ba, akin to a ferocious beast, exuded a terrifying aura with each strike, forcing Huoxian to retreat repeatedly. However, despite his apparent dominance, when the flaming sword grazed his body, a slight furrow formed on his brow, indicating that the battle was not as easily won as it seemed. Humph. Should I acquire the pure bloodline of a 6th-tier magical beast, my barbarian flame beast body technique would rival earth-level arts, and then I shall uproot the fire sect. Gao Li mused darkly as time passed, feeling increasingly vexed by Huoxian's tenacity. While lost in thought, Gao Li's gaze inadvertently drifted to the battlefield below, where the bodies began to pile up, among them, not only members of the fire sect, but also those of the barbarian beast sect. The losses of his own faction weighed heavily on his heart. These were the elite of the barbarian beast sect, and significant casualties would likely set them back a decade. Yet, he could not afford to dwell on such matters. If he could seize the transformational pill, all sacrifices would be worthwhile. With that thought, he turned his attention toward his son, Gao Ba. Noticing his father's gaze, Gao Ba crushed a senior fighter from the fire sect with a casual blow, then looked up to meet Gao Li's eyes, momentarily taken aback before nodding with a cold smile. Oh, it seems the fire sect has some hidden cards up their sleeves, Gao Li observed, noticing the subtle exchange between father and son. Meanwhile, Mou, who had been watching the events unfold, raised an eyebrow. Indeed, the barbarian beast sect must have invested considerable effort to dare rob the fire sect. Even if the fire sect anticipated this, I'm sure they were not as prepared as the barbarian beast sect. Snake Uncle nodded in agreement. Although that elder from the fire sect is merely a spirit warrior, he is always accompanied by 2 spirit warriors for protection. If we intervene, we would undoubtedly attract the attention of Gao Li and Huoxian, leading to complications. Gaze swept over the battlefield below, where an elder of the fire sect wielded a blazing long knife. His face twisted with ferocity as he cleaved a powerful warrior of the barbarian beast sect in two. Beside him, 2 elderly figures remained steadfastly within a meter of his side. Do not rush to seize the transformation pill, otherwise you will undoubtedly attract the firepower of both sects, which would be quite troublesome. Even I find it challenging to contend with 2 formidable opponents nearing the Do Huang stage, Snake Uncle warned solemnly, his words laced with profound apprehension. Nodded slightly, exhaling a weary sigh. He was acutely aware of the Soul Palace and its terrifying influence. Should it truly draw the attention of the Soul Palace, acquiring the transformation pill would be a Pyrrhic victory. Thus, he resolved to wait patiently for the opportune moment. Just as pondered this, the combat situation on the field abruptly shifted, seizing his attention. After repelling a strong opponent from the fire sect, Gao Ba retreated 2 steps, a sinister expression crossing his face. With a swift motion, he brushed his hand across his spatial ring, revealing a terrifying black thunderbolt that emanated an exceedingly malevolent aura. Upon witnessing this thunderbolt, S' expression changed dramatically as he exclaimed, Xianin Poison Thunder. The familiar energy was unmistakably that of the Xianin Poison Thunder, ranked 8th on the Xianlei list, which he had brought from a foreign continent. However, this was not the true form of the Xianlei Poison Thunder, but rather a sub-thunder, imbued with the horrific essence of calamity poison. His thoughts raced to Shaoxian, reflecting on his departure from Wutan City and his subsequent journey to the Monster Beast Mountain Range, where he had encountered Shaoxian. He recalled how their shared adventures had led to the revelation of the connection between the emergence of Xianin Poison Thunder and the Calamity Poison Body. Consequently, He had entrusted the essence of Xian Lei to Xiao Yixian, hoping to foster the growth of the Xian Yin Poison Thunder through her calamity poison body. Since that time, they had lost all communication, and now, encountering the sub-thunder of Xian Yin Poison Thunder here stirred unease within. Could it be that Xiao Yixian faced some unforeseen peril? Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought, recalling the trajectory of Xiao Yixian's growth in the original narrative, and continued to observe the unfolding events below. At this moment, the appearance of the Xian Yin Poison Sub-Thunder caused the members of the Fire Sect to visibly pale. The sinister and poisonous aura radiating from the Black Thunder, mingled with the chilling presence of the Calamity Poison Body, instilled a deep sense of dread within them. With a hearty laugh, the figure proclaimed that this bolt of Black Thunder was a super toxin procured from the recently renowned mistress of heavenly toxins. During a long journey from the Barbarian Beast Sect to the Empire of Outcloud, costing a staggering 5 million. This bolt not only possessed a terrifying lethal power capable of annihilating all living things, but, under the mistress's skillful manipulation, it was infused with the noxious gas born from the eruption of the Calamity Poison Body. It could be said that once this diminutive bolt erupted, it would resemble a miniature Calamity Poison Body explosion, the magnitude of which was beyond comprehension. Hai Ba, reveling in his triumph, let out a cold chuckle. As his words echoed in the air, the members of the Fire Sect halted their battles, exchanging anxious glances, their faces paling. Although they had never witnessed a Calamity Poison Body, they were well aware of its fearsome reputation. Each eruption of the Calamity Poison Body wreaked havoc on a terrifying scale, leaving desolation in its wake, obliterating both flora and fauna in its path. The potency of this Black Thunder, likened to a minor Calamity Poison Body explosion, was not to be underestimated. Even without the legendary strength, it could spell doom for those present. Upon hearing this revelation, Mou raised an eyebrow, surprised by the swift rise to fame of the small medical sage, the mistress of heavenly toxins. It seemed that entrusting the Xian Yin Poison Demon Thunder to her had indeed provided her with considerable assistance. Of course, Mou had not emerged empty-handed either. The Xian Yin Poison Demon Thunder appeared to have matured significantly, mere steps away from reaching its peak. Even more astonishing was the fact that the small medical sage had ingeniously combined the Xian Yin Poison Demon Thunder with the Calamity Poison Body, crafting a small Calamity Poison Thunder Bomb for sale. Each fetching 5 million gold coins, it was on par with 5th-tier elixirs and weapons. Truly a source of both amusement and exasperation. Young man, although this Black Thunder is exceedingly treacherous, its aura is strikingly similar to that of your Xian Thunder. It seems to bear a significant connection to you, remarked Uncle Snake, who had also discerned the anomaly. In response, Mou did not conceal anything, slowly recounting the events in the Beast Mountain range and his relationship with the small medical sage. Oh, Xian Yin Poison Demon Thunder, Calamity Poison Body, young man. You certainly possess a cunning mind, utilizing the Calamity Poison Body to foster the growth of your Xian Thunder. However, historically, the masters of the Calamity Poison Body have been duplicitous figures, not to be trusted. Should the small medical sage grow in power, one cannot say whether she might covet the Xian Yin Poison Demon Thunder, Uncle Snake warned. Rest assured, I have faith in the small medical sage. Mou replied with a slight smile, offering no further elaboration. With the memories of the original narrative, he held unwavering trust in her. Moreover, even if she were to betray him, as the master of the Xian Thunder, he possessed means of counteraction. Seeing Mou's demeanor, Uncle Snake, familiar with his character, refrained from further commentary, knowing that Mou must have his own strategies. Gaoli, how dare you resort to such despicable means? Do you seek mutual destruction? Upon witnessing the transformation of the scene, the expression of Huasun shifted dramatically. The eruption of a small-scale calamity toxin was a force to be reckoned with, instilling trepidation even in him. He bellowed in fury, The members of the Fire Sect may perish, but the Beast Sect shall not necessarily meet the same fate. Bar, do not hesitate. With that, Gaoli swiftly retrieved a fragrant elixir from his storage ring and hastily consumed it. Not only Gaoli, but also Gao Ba and the members of the Beast Sect took out similar elixirs from their rings and ingested them without delay. An exquisite detoxification pill. It seems you were prepared well in advance. The cursed Beast Sect, our Fire Sect will not let this go unpunished. Huasun realized that the Beast Sect had indeed made preparations, each member equipped with a rare 4th-grade detoxification pill, evidently at a great expense. Elders and disciples of the Fire Sect, retreat immediately. Huasun, feeling a twinge of fear, understood that his sect had not prepared such high-grade detoxification pills, possessing only the ordinary ones. Should they become engulfed in the toxic gas released by the Calamity Toxin Thunderbolt, they would surely become mere lambs awaiting slaughter. Too late. Esteemed members of the Fire Sect, brace yourselves. As Gao Ba's voice echoed, a sinister smile graced his face. and he swiftly hurled the black calamity toxin thunderbolt towards the fire sect. With a crackling sound akin to thunder, a terrifying poison gas erupted forth like a tornado, instantly enveloping the surroundings. The malevolent and venomous gas swiftly transformed the forest into a toxic wasteland, imbued with a deathly aura that obliterated all flora and fauna within miles. Even the members of the fire sect were gripped by agony as the toxic gas infiltrated their bodies, their combat prowess diminished to a mere fraction. Hwasun, as the leader of the fire sect, wore an exceedingly grim expression, struggling to suppress the venom within him, not daring to relent for an instant. Ultimately, the beast sect prevails. Gao Li could not contain his laughter upon witnessing the plight of the fire sect members, and his heart surged with joy at the sight of the transformation pill within reach. Father, allow me to retrieve the transformation pill myself. Gao Ba chimed in with a grin. Very well, go ahead. Given that the members of the fire sect were incapacitated by the poison, Gao Li felt no concern for unforeseen complications. Cracking his knuckles with a series of ominous sounds, Gao Ba approached an elder of the fire sect. His face twisted with malice. Under the terrified gaze of the elder, he struck his fist violently against the elder's skull, which burst apart like a watermelon, splattering blood and flesh in a gruesome display. Witnessing this horrific scene, the members of the fire sect were consumed by rage. However, their anger only served to exacerbate the spread of poison within their bodies. With a dismissive cold chuckle, Gao Ba seized the spatial ring from the finger of the elder of the fire sect. After rummaging through it for a moment, an unmistakable expression of uncontainable ecstasy spread across his face. He waved his hand, and a red vial, exuding an extraordinary aura, materialized in his palm. Haha. The transformation pill has finally fallen into the hands of our barbarian beast sect. Gao Ba could not help but laugh maniacally towards the heavens at the sight of the pill. However, amidst his raucous laughter, a sudden surge of spatial energy emerged from thin air, causing the red pill to vanish mysteriously, only to be effortlessly caught by a slender hand. Haha, thank you, young sect master Gao Ba, for your hard work. Nonetheless, it would be wiser for me to take care of this item. A figure draped in a black robe materialized beside a withered tree trunk, the red pill glistening faintly under the sunlight in their grasp. Chapter 231, Space Traversal. The fisherman gains. From the moment the transformation pill was acquired to its swift theft, the events transpired in the blink of an eye. Upon hearing the mocking laughter, Gao Ba finally regained his senses, his expression darkening as he slowly lifted his gaze, fixating ominously on the figure in black atop the tree trunk. Recognizing the familiar attire seen at the auction, he was momentarily taken aback before coldly uttering, "It's you?" At the same time, Gao Li, standing behind Gao Ba, also wore a grim expression. The black-robed individual's ability to snatch the transformation pill from Gao Ba's grasp indicated a long-standing ambush, one that had gone unnoticed by them, revealing the complexity of this person. How dare someone snatch from our barbarian beast sect? Truly fearless. Gao Li's eyes gleamed with ferocity as he waved his hand, signaling the remaining combat-capable experts of the barbarian beast sect to swiftly encircle Mou, who stood at the center. Meanwhile, Gao Ba's face was a mask of fury, his blood-red eyes brimming with murderous intent. Haha, what of the barbarian beast sect? That transformation pill was stolen by you as well. What you do, I can do too. A playful smile emerged on Mou's handsome face beneath the black robe. Hand over the transformation pill, and I shall leave your corpse intact. Gao Ba's fist, as hard as a piece of blue stone, was raised, his low, rumbling voice laced with a ferocious bloodlust. Mou shrugged nonchalantly, disregarding Gao Ba's threats, and with a flick of his hand, the red pill that spun in his palm was tucked away into his beast ring. Good. Observing Mou's actions, Gao Ba's lips twitched uncontrollably, his countenance darkening to a shade of iron, as he spat out two words, each imbued with violent murder. Good. Just as Gao Ba's words fell, the circle of over a dozen elite members of the barbarian beast sect surrounding Mou suddenly let out a fierce roar in unison, charging towards him like a pack of unleashed beasts. As his gaze swept over the formidable warriors of the barbarian beast sect surrounding him from all directions, Mou slowly extended his palm, summoning the divine might black thunder spear. An overwhelming aura surged from within Mou, and a colossal shadow erupted, dispelling the black cloak that shrouded him, resembling a black dragon that expanded violently from his center. Clang, clang, clang. Where the black dragon passed, arcs of lightning erupted, causing the warriors of the barbarian beast sect to retreat in panic, shaken by the immense power it harbored. Only a few of the more robust members of the sect managed to hold their ground, albeit at the cost of injuries sustained from the force. Abruptly halting his spinning foot, the black dragon dissipated, and as he looked up at the fierce warriors of the barbarian beast sect, who were now merely half a meter away yet still exuding menace, a cold smile crept across Mou's lips. He forcefully stomped on a tree trunk, and with a resounding burst of energy, his body transformed into a streak of lightning, darting through the onslaught of a dozen barbarian beast sect warriors. Thud, thud. As he maneuvered, muffled sounds echoed, and with each thud, a barbarian beast sect warrior fell from the gnarled branches, blood spilling from their mouths as they crashed heavily to the ground, struggling briefly before collapsing in defeat. Gazing at the fierce battle unfolding in midair, Gao Ba's initially furious expression deepened in hue as he pondered, at the level of a one-star doling, when did such a formidable presence emerge in the Blackhorn domain? Furthermore, why was he unaffected by the poisonous mist of the Calamity Toxic Thunderbomb? It was known that the barbarian beast sect could withstand the toxic mist not only due to their superior detoxifying pills, but also because every member had undergone rigorous physical training, enabling them to wield considerable combat power even without using Dou Qi. Yet, Mou not only remained unscathed by the poison, but also wielded his Dou Qi within the mist without hindrance. Otherwise, even as a doling, he could not easily defeat warriors of the same rank from the barbarian beast sect. Meanwhile, the members of the Fire Blaze sect looked on in astonishment at the sudden appearance of the cloaked figure who had seized the transformation pill. Realizing that this individual shared the same ambition for the pill, they felt a surge of resentment. However, witnessing the misfortunes befalling the barbarian beast sect, a sense of satisfaction bubbled within them. Was soon observed Mou, who was impervious to the toxic mist, with a glint of thoughtful consideration. This individual was rather peculiar. The transformation pill was of utmost importance. I shall take action myself. Bar, remain vigilant. Should he attempt to flee, intercept him. Gao Ba nodded slightly, retreating a few steps while supporting several injured warriors from the barbarian beast sect. From Mou's earlier engagement with the sect's powerful members, he had gleaned a general understanding of the latter's strength. Although this cloaked figure surpassed the average doling in both power and agility, he seemed unaffected by the toxic mist. Nevertheless, he merely stood as a spirit fighter, while his father had long since ascended to the ranks of a genuine Dou Wang powerhouse. Boom. In the air, another formidable warrior from the beast sect was violently struck down, his face drenched in blood, his eyelids gradually succumbing to darkness. As yet another of the beast sect's warriors fell, Mou began to descend, his long spear held at a slant, crimson droplets of blood cascading down its length. Observing this, a few remaining warriors from the beast sect prepared to continue their assault when a voice unexpectedly resonated. You all may withdraw. This individual is mine to handle. As the words echoed, a tall man clad in a dark, form-fitting attire emerged into Mou's line of sight. Who are you? Given your commendable prowess, if you return the transformation pill, I, the sect master, may permit you to join the beast sect, Gao Li remarked, casting an inviting gaze upon the mysterious figure before him. No need for such formalities. A mere beast sect does not intimidate me. If you desire the transformation pill, come and take it yourself, came the calm voice from beneath the black robe, as tendrils of crimson lightning began to seep from Mou's body, dissipating the encroaching black toxic mist. With the aid of the vermilion bird's flame thunder, the toxic haze posed no threat to Mou whatsoever. Once liberated from the toxic mist's grasp, the thunderous energy within Mou surged forth, enveloping his entire being. Is that so? I have encountered many ignorant souls like you, whose reason has been overtaken by treasures in the Black Corner region. Yet, their ultimate fate seldom bodes well. With a slight tilt of his neck, producing a series of cracking sounds, Gao Li revealed a chilling grin, as a fierce, murderous aura slowly emanated from within him, a powerful presence enveloping the clearing. As this malevolent energy spread, Gao Li's muscles swelled dramatically, resembling a fearsome beast, his formidable physical strength causing the very ground beneath him to fracture. What an impressive physical prowess. The beast sect's body refinement techniques indeed hold some merit. Faced with the true might of the beast sect's leader, Mou's expression grew solemn. To perish at the hands of your sect master is a privilege. Now, relish in the feast of death. As the last words fell, Gao Li propelled himself forward with a powerful kick, akin to an arrow released from its bow, instantly appearing before Mou. With a single hand raised, he struck downward with the force of a mountain, accompanied by an overwhelming momentum. The air around them erupted with a deafening sonic boom. In response, Mou felt an overwhelming surge of battle intent rising within him. The thunderous energies surged rapidly, enveloping him in a brilliant display of lightning. Simultaneously, intricate lightning patterns began to shimmer across his body, and within moments, he manifested 50 such sigils, 50 bolts of thunder. Under this overwhelming momentum, Mou's physique awakened like a slumbering giant, every inch of muscle brimming with terrifying power, capable of obliterating a formidable combat master with a mere flick of his fingers. In contrast to the barbarian beast sect's barbarian flame beast body technique, the thunder body technique is a genuine earthly level combat skill. Although it is only a low-grade earthly technique with merely 50 thunder patterns, its might remains formidable. Boom. The sound of fists colliding erupted like thunder, sending forth ripples of energy, a blend of black and silver, from the point of their clash, forcefully displacing the soil beneath their feet by nearly a foot. As clouds of dirt soared, Imoyu was instantly propelled backward, only coming to a gradual stop after retreating several paces. He felt the near numbness in his arms, and his face concealed beneath the black robe shifted, a trickle of crimson slowly oozing from the corner of his mouth. Truly, a combat king exudes terrifying strength. Wiping away the blood at the corner of his mouth, Imoyu murmured to himself. Since the protection of Uncle Snake, he had seldom suffered such a substantial setback. Indeed, his power was still insufficient. Given Mo's prowess, facing Gao Li without employing any combat techniques, relying solely on physical strength, proved to be so arduous. If his opponent were to unleash a lethal move, it was likely that Moyu would be unable to withstand even a single strike. The disparity between a combat spirit and a combat king is evidently not something that talent or techniques can bridge. Oh, you have also cultivated a body-refining combat technique, and it appears that yours surpasses the barbarian flame beast body technique by a notch. Could it be an earthly level skill? As he sensed a tingling sensation in his right arm, Gao Li's eyes flickered with surprise, soon replaced by an insatiable greed. An earthly level body-refining combat technique. Upon hearing Gao Li's words, the members of the barbarian beast sect displayed expressions of astonishment, their eyes similarly glimmering with desire. Even the children playing on the street are aware of the immense value of an earthly level combat technique. Such techniques are exceedingly rare, even in the Black Corner region. Known for its plethora of extraordinary items, let alone an earthly level body refining technique. Their own supreme technique, the barbarian flame beast body technique, is merely of the profound advanced grade. Who would have imagined that the figure in the black robe possessed an earthly level body refining technique? Hand over the earthly level body refining technique you have cultivated, along with the transformation pill, and I, the sect master, may spare your life. Gao Li's greedy gaze fixed on Moyu, urgency lacing his words. If he could acquire an earthly level body refining technique, his power would surge dramatically, making it conceivable for him to challenge the blacklist masters. Haha, sect master Gao, do you perhaps overestimate your own significance? I also find your barbarian flame beast body technique intriguing. Why not relinquish it to me, and I shall spare your life instead? Upon realizing Gao Li's intentions were directed towards him, Moyu was momentarily taken aback. Then a cold smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. Humph, sharp-tongued fellow. Once I, the master of this sect, have you imprisoned, let us see if your bravado remains. With a slight furrow of his brow, a glimmer of coldness flickered in Gao Li's eyes as he clenched his fists, producing a series of explosive sounds. Moyu, you must leave at once. Attracting too many powerful foes will not bode well. At that moment, Uncle Shi's voice resonated within Moyu's mind. Understood. Nodding slightly, Moyu retracted his fighting spirit. Without Uncle Shi's assistance, it was nearly impossible to confront a Do Wang level expert on his own. As this thought crossed his mind, Moyu's gaze flickered. Upon noticing the slowly purging toxins from Huaxian's body, a contemplative look crossed his face, followed by a subtle smile. You have no room for regret today. You are already beyond the point of no return. A terrifying power emanated from his clenched fists as Gao Li shot a chilling smile at Moyu. With a thunderous stomp, he charged forward like a rampaging war chariot, his fists swinging with such might that even a Do Wang expert would momentarily retreat. Yet, as Gao Li barreled towards Moyu, he noticed the figure clad in black robes standing frozen, seemingly paralyzed with fear. The members of the man-beast sect could not help but smirk, believing Moyu was merely awaiting his demise. However, the next moment, a peculiar spatial force began to emanate from Moyu's being. Is this spatial power? A Dozong expert? The atmosphere shifted, and every onlooker's expression transformed. Even Gao Li felt a weight in his heart. Could this person truly be a Dozong expert? In that instant, as the spatial power manifested, the black-robed figure suddenly flickered and bizarrely vanished from sight. Witnessing this astonishing disappearance, both the man-beast sect and the fire sect members widened their eyes in disbelief. Such an ability belonged only to those above the Dozong level. Heh, everyone, I am right here. Amidst the astonishment, a voice suddenly echoed, drawing all attention. Following the sound, they beheld the enigmatic black-robed figure, now standing beside Huaxian at the fire sect's location. You are not a Dozong expert. What an uncanny ability. Who are you, and from which force do you hail? Sensing that Moyu's aura still belonged to the Do Ling stage, Gao Li's fear gradually subsided. Yet the series of extraordinary feats still kindled a flicker of apprehension within him. Who am I? You shall find out in due time, but for now, I cannot linger. Farewell, Master Gao. Allow me to leave you with a parting gift. With a cold smile hidden beneath the black robe, Moyu approached Huaxian and whispered, although the transformation pill is in my possession, It was obtained from the Man-Beast sect. I trust you understand that, for now. The Man-Beast sect is our common enemy. A peculiar expression flickered in his eyes as Huaxian promptly nodded and remarked, naturally. The enmity between the Barbarian Beast sect and my Flame sect is one of irreconcilable conflict. I earnestly hope that you will assist my Flame sect, and I shall be eternally grateful. Observing the inscrutable countenance of Huaxian, Mou smiled faintly, irrespective of whether the other party was sincere or feigning. His escape was imminent, and he would leave them to their own devices. He hoped that the Flame sect master would remember his words, which were laden with profound meaning. With a flick of his finger, a crimson lightning bolt sprang forth, ultimately landing upon Huaxian. Under the influence of this crimson lightning, the black toxic mist enveloping Huaxian gradually dissipated, and his complexion began to return to its normal hue. Once this was accomplished, a surge of spatial power emanated from Mou, significantly more potent than before. Upon witnessing this spatial force and recalling the previous events, Gao Li's expression shifted as he suddenly realized, exclaiming in alarm, "Not good, he intends to flee." With this thought, Gao Li wasted no time, swinging his fist with the might of thunder towards the direction of Mou. This formidable punch, imbued with terrifying power, could shatter a small mountain into debris. However, just as the fist was about to collide with Mou's head, the latter was gradually enveloped by the spatial force, and with a swift whoosh, he vanished from sight once more. As he beheld Mou's disappearance, Gao Li's expression darkened, and he quickly scanned the surroundings, but could no longer locate the figure cloaked in black. Huaxian's countenance also soured. He certainly did not wish for the transformational pill to fall into Mou's hands. His previous display of cordiality had merely been a facade, and now that he had just regained his strength, the other had inexplicably vanished. Moreover, the pervasive black toxic mist in this dense forest significantly dulled their spiritual perception, rendering them unable to detect Mou's whereabouts. With this situation in mind, Huaxian cast a resentful glance at Gao Li. The loss of the transformational pill and the heavy casualties suffered by his sect were entirely the fault of the Flame sect. Simultaneously, Gao Li turned his gaze towards Huaxian, his eyes filled with an equally fierce rage. A battle between the two sects had been exploited by an outsider. Chapter 232, Merging Beast Remains, Purple Fire Transformation. In the lush mountain forest, a shadow suddenly darted past. The gentle breeze lifted the black robe, revealing a handsome young face, none other than Mou, who had escaped from Gao Li's grasp and was now in pursuit of treasure. Long before, when he chose his third profound thunder, Mou had been drawn to the flashing void-breaking thunder due to its ability to facilitate escape through spatial traversal. With the power of this flashing void-breaking thunder, even when faced with formidable adversaries, Mou could at least ensure his safe retreat. Although this flashing void-breaking thunder was still in its developmental stage, the toxic mist generated by the Calamity Poison Thunderbolt significantly suppressed the spiritual perception of the Dou Wang level experts, enabling Mou to escape with ease. As for the ultimate assistance in detoxifying Huahua, it inadvertently reignited the irreconcilable conflict between the Fire sect and the Beast sect, thereby preventing the Beast sect from wholly pursuing him. Whether Huahua feels gratitude towards him remains uncertain in Mou's mind. Those who can carve out a reputation in the Black Corner domain are seldom virtuous souls. After an entire day and night of relentless flight, Mou managed to distance himself from the city of Earth Flame, and at this moment, even a being of extraordinary capabilities like Gao Li could not possibly locate him from several hundred miles away. On a steep and rugged cliff, a shadow suddenly leaped forth from the forest behind, landing steadily on a massive stone at the edge, clad in a black cloak, which showed signs of disarray after a day of frantic evasion. Mou lifted the hood to reveal a handsome visage, rejuvenated after a night's rest. Standing at the cliff's brink, he inhaled the mist-laden air, and the remnants of fatigue finally dissipated entirely. Gazing down the winding path that snaked like an earthworm, he couldn't help but smile at the gains he had made. The 7th grade transformation pill. He had not anticipated encountering such a rare treasure within merely half a month of entering the Black Corner domain. Truly, it lived up to its reputation as the most chaotic region of the continent, rife with opportunities. With this thought, Mou flipped his palm, revealing a frosty jade box emanating a white mist. His eyes fixated on the box, joy radiated from his face once more. Since his rebirth, this was the highest quality pill he had ever seen. Even a flawed pill held considerable value. Cautiously, he pried open a slight gap in the box, and a beam of red light shot forth, accompanied by the continuous sound of beastly howls emanating from within. Without further ado, he needed to find a secure location for Zihor to consume it. A raspy voice echoed in Mou's mind, urging him on. Nodding faintly, with the transformation pill in hand, the first order of business was, of course, to have Zihor ingest it. Naturally, the transformation could not occur within the beast ring. Although the metamorphosis of a magical beast represents an opportunity, it also poses significant peril. The beast ring, while possessing its own space, lacks the true essence of heaven and earth, which would considerably diminish the likelihood of Zihua's transformation. Thus, to ensure absolute safety, a secure location for Zihua's transformation must be sought. Moreover, during the transformation process, he planned to assist Zihua in attempting to merge with the mysterious beast carcass. After all, while the rank of the crystal-winged Lion King was not low, reaching the 6th tier was nearly its apex. Without a special opportunity, breaking through would prove quite challenging. Though the origins of that beast's carcass remain unclear to me, it is certain that it hails from a formidable lineage of lions. You, my young friend, are indeed fortunate. Such remains of a magical beast are rare treasures, and should the purple flame successfully integrate with it, a significant transformation is assured. As for those golden beastly eyes, while they are undeniably exceptional, they do not align with the bloodline of the purple flame, and their amalgamation may result in rejection. Uncle Shi remarked slowly. Upon hearing this, Imoyu was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Uncle Shi had already contemplated so much. Truly, an elder in the household is akin to possessing a treasure. What Uncle Shi articulated echoed Moyu's thoughts, though he had not realized that Uncle Shi had already devised a plan. Thank you, Uncle Shi. Since the golden beastly eyes will not suffice, let us allow the purple flame to merge with the mysterious beast carcass. Recalling the 7th tier beast carcass that had been stored for quite some time within the beast ring, Moyu's heart surged with excitement. If the integration with the purple flame were to succeed, one could only imagine the exponential increase in its combat prowess. With this thought, Moyu grew increasingly impatient. After leaving the cliff, he did not venture out of the deep mountains, but instead soared towards the remote depths of the mountain range. Next, the purple flame needed to take form and merge with this enigmatic beast carcass, aiming to break through to the 5th tier. The resultant commotion would undoubtedly be substantial, making these secluded areas the most suitable for such an endeavor. After gliding through the depths of the mountains for several hours, Moyu gradually pinpointed a location, ultimately descending upon a colossal and perilous peak. This peak rose to great heights, standing tall and steep, its summit shrouded in clouds and mist, rendering it impossible to discern the conditions above. This is the place. Moyu landed atop the peak, surveying his surroundings before nodding in satisfaction. With a flick of the beast ring, the purple flame surged forth. After this period of companionship, the purple flame and Moyu had developed a certain telepathic bond. Sensing a momentous opportunity ahead, the purple flame excitedly circled around Moyu and affectionately nudged his pant leg with its lion's head. Uncle Shi appeared, casting a glance at the purple flame and addressed Moyu. Do not rejoice too soon. Although the bloodline of the purple flame is commendable, its inherent strength is somewhat lacking. Merging with a 7th tier beast carcass poses considerable risks for it. Now that it possesses a modicum of intelligence, let it make its own choice. Should it strive for a secure transformation, resigning itself to mediocrity, or dare to take a bold leap into uncharted territories? A flicker of light danced within the depths of the purple flame's lion-like eyes. It was evident that it comprehended Uncle Shi's words. Its gaze lingered upon Moyu's form before emitting a low, resonant growl. The soul imprint is not a tyrannical slave contract, but rather a subtle transformation of thought. Thus, the magical beast retains its consciousness and does not extinguish its own intellect. In response to Uncle Snake's warning, Zihua naturally comprehended its meaning. However, over the years, it had developed an inseparable bond of master and servant with Moyu, thus it was unwilling to accept mediocrity. Sensing Zihua's intent, Moyu gently stroked its head and exhaled softly, saying, "Let us proceed. I apologize for the trouble, Uncle Snake. You have indeed chosen a fine magical companion." Uncle Snake remarked with a wicked smile. If it can surpass this trial, it will experience a transformative benefit, potentially achieving remarkable feats in the future. His expression gradually shifted to one of gravity as he nodded slowly. With a powerful wave of his sleeve, Moyu summoned a magnificent 7th tier beast carcass, which crashed heavily to the ground, its ominous aura spreading around them. To merge with the 7th tier beast carcass, one must first extract the bones. A perilous endeavor where a single misstep could result in the destruction of both the bones and the beast. Gazing at the imposing carcass, Uncle Snake spoke in a deep tone. Moyu nodded in agreement. Merging with the beast carcass was indeed no simple task. However, the moment had come to determine whether they were dragons or mere insects. Moyu, the transformation pill. Uncle Snake's command prompted Moyu to unhesitatingly retrieve a jade box, from which a pill radiating brilliant red light soared forth. As the transformation pill emerged, a rich fragrance wafted through the air, enveloping the entire mountain in a delightful aroma. Bloodline of the purple gold 7-winged serpent, coalesce. Taking the transformation pill, Uncle Snake tossed it above Zihua, and with a series of hand seals, beams of purple gold light surged forth, penetrating the pill. Boom. As the light infused the pill, it twisted violently, and in the next instant, crimson flames erupted, scorching the very fabric of space into a distorted haze. Little one, if you cannot withstand this step, there will be no need to proceed further. Uncle Snake said with utmost seriousness, his long fingers waving as the transformative flames cascaded down, enveloping Zihua's body. Squeak. The moment the transformative flames engulfed Zihua, Mou could almost see the scales on its body melting away. A chilling roar erupted from the blazing flames, echoing throughout the mountain range. Mou's gaze remained fixed on the intense flames, where Zihua struggled fiercely. Faintly, he could discern its form becoming increasingly contorted, as if its flesh and blood were being reduced to a viscous liquid beneath the fire. The chilling roar persisted for a considerable duration, gradually fading away. Yet this did not signify the cessation of agony. The very mouth of the purple fire had been incinerated beyond recognition, rendering it incapable of further cries. Amidst the roaring transformation flames, the form of the purple fire was now morphing into a grotesque mass of flesh. Extract the lion's bone. A glint of ruthless determination flashed in Snake Uncle's eyes as he extended his hand, summoning a radiant golden light that coalesced into a massive hand, forcefully plunging into the inferno, piercing through the mass of flesh, and then yanking with ferocity. With a resounding rip, a pallid, slightly distorted lion's bone was brutally extracted from the sanguine mass by the purple flames. Mou observed this gruesome spectacle, his brow furrowing involuntarily. Anyone witnessing this scene could undoubtedly feel the excruciating torment that the purple fire was enduring at this moment. 7th tier beast skeleton. Snake Uncle declared with utmost seriousness. With a heavy expression, Mou nodded gravely, striking the 7th tier beast skeleton with a powerful palm, sending it crashing into the transformative flames amidst a thunderous roar. As the 7th tier beast skeleton surged into the flames, the indistinct mass of flesh seemed to sense something, writhing wildly and subsequently entwining itself around it. Boom. As the fleshy mass entwined the 7th tier beast skeleton, a crystalline radiance emanated from the lion's bone, attempting to repel the encroaching flesh. However, despite being pushed back, the flesh persisted like stubborn toffee, clinging on relentlessly. The remnants of the beast's essence lingered within the 7th tier skeleton, causing it to resist the integration with the purple fire. There's little we can do. It ultimately relies on the purple fire to conquer this, Snake Uncle remarked, his gaze fixated on the transformative flames with gravity. Moreover, the beast's soul of the purple fire was entwined within its flesh, yet in this state, it could only endure for a maximum of 1 hour. Should it fail to assimilate the 7th tier beast skeleton within that time, it would perish. Mou nodded silently, then settled cross-legged, his eyes unwaveringly locked on the flames, a grave expression flickering in his silver gaze. The battle between the flesh and the lion's bone within the flames raged on for nearly half an hour. As time passed, Mou's countenance grew increasingly somber, prompting Snake Uncle to shake his head in resignation. In all their time together, he had seldom witnessed Mou so unsettled. Another 10 minutes elapsed, and as the hour approached its conclusion, Mou could not help but rise, gazing intently in the direction of the purple fire's transformation. His brow tightly knitted. Initially, his intent in forging a bond with the purple fire was merely to acquire a magical beast companion, yet through their prolonged companionship, he had come to regard the purple fire as family. This sentiment deepened, particularly after the unexpected passing of his grandfather, Butler, Missouri, leaving Mou with scarcely any kin in this world. Thus, the purple fire held unparalleled significance for him. At this moment, witnessing the perilous state of the purple fire, Mou felt a tightening in his heart. As he anxiously awaited, a sudden thunderous roar erupted from within the transformative flames, causing the blazing fire to swell dramatically. Instantly captivated, Mou's silver eyes fixated on the transformative fire without a blink. Uncle Snake appeared beside him, his gaze also riveted on the flames. Within them, the previous struggle seemed to have ceased, and faintly, a colossal figure stood silently amidst the flames. An overwhelming aura of ferocity suddenly surged forth, as if a king of beasts was awakening. Has it succeeded? Sensing the thick, menacing aura, Mou's pupils abruptly contracted. With a roar, under the watchful eyes of Mou and Uncle Snake, the immense figure within the transformative fire suddenly lifted its head, unleashing a thunderous lion's roar that echoed throughout the realm. Beneath the overwhelming presence and pressure of the lion's roar, countless beasts in the mountains trembled in fear. The might of the Lion King. A glimmer of brilliance sparkled in Uncle Snake's serpentine eyes as he murmured. The lion's roar resonated powerfully across the heavens and earth, and soon after, the roaring transformative flames seemed to be drawn in like a bowstring, wildly pouring into the colossal figure, which ultimately devoured it all. This little creature is preparing to break through to the 5th tier and undergo transformation. Observing this scene, Uncle Snake finally smiled, his laughter tinged with a sense of relief. Mou, sitting back down on the ground, felt the heavy burden that had been hanging over him slowly lift. Chapter 233, The Transforming Purple Fire. The Lion of the Abyss. For the next 3 days, the body of the purple fire was almost entirely enveloped by the rich, transformative flames. It remained perfectly still within the fire, yet a terrifying wave, forged in the inferno, quietly spread outward. Unbeknownst to him, after merging with the 7th-tier beast skeleton, the purple fire's momentum gradually increased until it finally stabilized after breaking through to the 5th tier. Feeling the rapid enhancement of the purple fire's power, a smile crept onto MOU's lips. A 5th-tier magical beast is comparable to a human warrior of the king level. Unbeknownst to him, the once diminutive purple crystal-winged lion king had grown to such an extent, it seemed he too must strive harder. After breaking through to the 5th tier, the purple fire's swiftly escalating momentum gradually came to a halt, while the transformative elixir, enveloped by the bloodline of the 7-winged purple golden serpent, was rapidly absorbed by the purple fire. As dawn broke on the 4th day, the overwhelming transformative energy that enveloped the mountain peaks had become exceedingly thin, and the transformative flames surrounding the colossal figure had significantly diminished, indicating that the potency of the elixir was on the verge of being completely absorbed by the purple fire. On a slab of bluish stone atop the peak, MOU sat in quiet meditation, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the figure engulfed in flames. For 4 days, his eyes had remained unblinking, yet he displayed no signs of fatigue. Instead, his eyes sparkled with profound anticipation and curiosity. Boom! As the days passed, the terrifying, searing waves emanating from the purple fire grew increasingly potent. Eventually, even MOU and Uncle Qi could no longer withstand the intensity and were compelled to retreat from the area surrounding the peak. Upon stepping outside the mountain's perimeter, they discovered that between the summit and the mountainside, all the trees had withered completely, creating a striking spectacle from a distance. So this is the transformation of a magical beast. Indeed, it is fearsome, MOU murmured, observing the scene. This was merely the transformation of a 5th-tier magical beast after consuming a transformation pill. One could only imagine the formidable aura that would accompany a 7th-tier transformation. The ominous fluctuations resonating from the mountaintop persisted for the better part of the day, and as the twilight gradually enveloped the earth, MOU suddenly sensed that the dreadful waves were swiftly dissipating. Had the transformation concluded? Realizing this, MOU's spirit surged, and he hastily directed his gaze back towards the peak. There, due to the intense heat, a thick mist had arisen, rendering the scene quite hazy. Thud! As MOU focused on the mountain, he discerned the sound of heavy and somewhat clumsy footsteps emerging from the dense white fog. Soon, a figure slowly materialized from the mist. The thick fog expanded across the mountaintop, yet MOU's attention was riveted upon the figure stepping forth with awkward, weighty strides. This figure was remarkably robust, standing over 2 meters tall, with a mane of golden hair standing tall behind him. Merely by standing there, he exuded an overwhelming aura that made it difficult to breathe. The figure was bare-chested, his countenance somewhat dull, though not as handsome as MOU. He could be deemed striking, and within the depths of his jet-black eyes lay an undeniable ferocity. The atmosphere atop the peak seemed to fall into silence at that moment. MOU gazed at the imposing figure standing at the cliff's edge, and after a brief pause, a smile crept across his lips as he spoke. Purple Fire? Upon hearing this name, the towering figure's previously dull black eyes suddenly sparkled with brightness. His gaze fixated on MOU without blinking, and he inclined his head, appearing as if he wished to speak. However, only a breathy exhalation escaped his lips, yet the excitement that surged in his eyes was unmistakably evident to MOU. Remarkably, it has completely transcended its beastly form. The transformation elixir is indeed a 7th-tier elixir. Uncle Snake gazed at the fully transformed Zihua with a hint of astonishment and smiled. MOU's curious gaze lingered on Zihua, and he inquired, "Is it true that Zihua cannot speak yet?" Although Zihua now possessed intelligence comparable to that of a human, it would require some time to adapt before it could articulate fluently. Uncle Snake replied with a gentle smile. MOU nodded, well aware of this fact. But upon witnessing Zihua in human form, he was momentarily overwhelmed with excitement and simply sought conversation. With a beaming expression, MOU floated forward, standing before Zihua, whose height only reached his chest. The formidable aura emanating from Zihua made MOU's breath momentarily falter. "Master." Zihua gazed intently at MOU, a naive smile gracing his face as he knelt down. With a deep, somewhat awkward voice, he clumsily uttered, "Do not call me master." Observing this endearing sight, MOU chuckled and shook his head, lightly patting Zihua's shoulder, which felt as solid as iron. "From now on, just call me boss." Zihua nodded, his genuine intelligence fostering a deep-seated recognition and loyalty towards MOU that remained unwavering. "Boss." MOU's smile widened as he gestured towards Uncle Snake. "Your ability to merge with the beasts remains and successfully transform owes much to Uncle Snake's assistance." "Thank you, Uncle Snake." Uncle Snake nodded in satisfaction, a light laugh escaping him as he remarked, "Follow your boss closely. Your future will be boundless." Rest assured, Uncle Snake, Zihua will. Zihua replied. Now put on some clothes. Mou smiled at Zihua, whose verbal skills were still developing. He retrieved a large black robe from his beast ring and tossed it to Zihua. Though somewhat clumsy, Zihua managed to don the robe. Dressed appropriately, Zihua stood beside Mou like a towering iron pillar, his imposing stature exuding an aura of intimidation. By the way, Zihua, how strong are you now? Mou suddenly recalled something and looked at Zihua with curiosity. Zihua, grinning broadly, scratched his head and replied. The large fellow who was pursuing the boss. I can smash him to pieces with 3 punches. Mou was taken aback by this declaration, then raised an eyebrow. Are you referring to that brute, Gao Li? Although Mou had managed to seize the transformation elixir from the beast sect, it was largely due to a stroke of luck in evading danger. In a genuine confrontation, he feared he wouldn't withstand even 3 moves from Gao Li, who was a bona fide 8-star Douwang expert. Yet Zihua clearly did not deceive himself, confidently asserting that he could obliterate such an 8-star Douwang with 3 punches. Thus, with the current prowess of Zihua, it seems that even an ordinary low-tier Dou Huang would find it difficult to contend with him. Having absorbed the immense potency of the transformation pill, Zihua now stands equivalent to a pinnacle 5th-tier magical beast, and coupled with the fusion of that 7th-tier beast skeleton, his combat strength likely rivals that of a 6th-tier magical beast. Noticing the slight surprise on Mou's face, Uncle Shi chuckled softly and offered an explanation. Yet he too felt astonished by Zihua's transformation. Zihua, after merging with that mysterious beast skeleton, did you acquire any useful information? Mou inquired, gazing intently at Zihua. To possess combat capabilities comparable to a 6th-tier being at the 5th tier, it seems that the mysterious beast skeleton is indeed extraordinary. Upon hearing Mou's question, Zihua furrowed his brow in contemplation, and after a moment, a name surfaced in the depths of his mind. He then carefully articulated, the Absolute Lion of the Abyss. The Absolute Lion of the Abyss. Mou echoed in a hushed tone, his brow knitting slightly. Despite combing through his memories, he could not recall having heard of this magical beast lineage. Just as Mou was deep in thought, Uncle Shi's astonished voice resonated in his ears. Oh, Uncle Shi, are you familiar with this magical beast lineage? Mou asked eagerly, looking at Uncle Shi. Although he was aware of the original storyline, the vastness of the Dou Qi Continent is boundless, and the original text only showcased a minuscule portion. In terms of knowledge about the Dou Qi Continent, Mou certainly could not rival Uncle Shi, who had roamed the central state for decades. Indeed, due to the serpent bloodline within me, I have formed friendships with some powerful magical beasts. Decades ago, while traveling through the central state, I encountered a master from the ancient Dragon Bear clan. From him, I learned that tens of thousands of years ago, the realm of magical beasts was not dominated by the current 3 great beast families, but rather consisted of 4 coexisting clans. It is important to note that the 3 great beast families are the sovereigns of the magical beast realm. Each family possesses not only formidable bloodlines and strength, but also countless vassal races under their command. Upon entering the central state, it is preferable to provoke some formidable sects rather than attract the ire of the beast families, for one might not even comprehend how they met their demise. Thus, the might of the beast families is evident. As for the 4th beast family that declined thousands of years ago, Uncle Shi's gaze shifted to Zihua. Realizing this, Mou responded with a wry smile. The 4th beast family you speak of, it cannot be the absolute lion lineage that Zihua has now merged with, can it? Indeed. Uncle Shi nodded, somewhat unsettled, and remarked, I never imagined you would be fortunate enough to stumble upon the remains of a beast family in such a small valley. Fortunately, for reasons unknown, the absolute lion lineage has gradually fallen into decline. Otherwise, had they learned that you possess the remains of a 7th-tier absolute lion, they would likely have traversed great distances to hunt you down. These beast families cannot tolerate the dispersal of their bloodlines. Nevertheless, even so, when venturing into the central plains in the future, one must exercise utmost caution. Although the earthly lion clan has fallen from grace within the beast clan, their deep-rooted heritage from millennia ago remains formidable and should not be trifled with lightly. In conclusion, Uncle Shi's expression bore a hint of gravity. Upon hearing this, Mou nodded, a sense of trepidation lingering within him, fully aware of the tyrannical nature of the beast clan. In the original tale, Xiao Yan was relentlessly pursued by the entire Heavenly Phoenix clan after acquiring the blood and wings of a celestial phoenix's corpse at an auction, highlighting the beast clan's profound aversion to any dilution of their bloodline. After the heart-stopping realization, a wave of joy surged within Mou. To think that a seemingly ordinary valley within the beast mountain of the Gamma Empire concealed such a significant relic of the beast clan. It is worth noting that the 3 existing beast clans, the Primordial Dragon clan, the Heavenly Phoenix clan, and the 9 Nether Python clan, are all among the continent's most formidable powers. The strongest among them, the Primordial Dragon clan, stands unrivaled even against the ancient clans of the 8 great ancients. and had it not been for their leader, Dou Qi, being trapped within the Emperor's cave, their influence would likely be even more potent. While Mou had not previously heard of the Earthly Lion clan, their reputation alongside these three esteemed beast clans clearly indicates they are not a mere trifling race. The opportunity for Zihua to inherit the bloodline of the Earthly Lion clan undoubtedly heralds immense benefits for future growth. Contemplating this, Mou felt genuine happiness for Zihua. The once humble amethyst-winged Lion King may very well evolve into the Earthly Lion King, a figure of great renown across the continent. Mou, where do you plan to head next? Observing Mou and Zihua, as well as Xiao Yin encountered in the Gamma Empire, Uncle Shi sensed that these individuals might one day become influential figures that would stir the winds and clouds of the continent. First, let us find a place to rest, and then report to the Jian and Academy, Mou replied, stretching lazily with a light chuckle. Just in time for Zihua's successful transformation. I still need a suitable weapon, so I shall see if I can procure some materials to forge one for Zihua. Thank you, boss, Zihua said with a goofy smile, expressing gratitude. Waving his hand dismissively, Mou replied, no need for thanks in the future. Understood, boss. After a discussion, Uncle Shi returned to the beast ring. Mou unfurled his purple wings, patted Zihua on the shoulder, then turned to soar beyond the mountains, with Zihua closely following him like a shadow. Half a day later, Mou emerged from the mountains and paused at a city named Shiyan City, situated nearby. In contrast to the grandiose Diyan City, Shiyan City was merely a quaint and remote town, lacking the presence of first-rate powers like the Diyan sect, hosting only a few inconsequential factions. Having successfully paid the entrance fee, Mou and Zihua wandered through the bustling streets of the city, their eyes scanning the myriad shops lining the thoroughfare. Like the city of Earth Flames, Stone Rock City was rife with chaos. On the streets, brawls and gang skirmishes were commonplace, as if such violence were the daily norm of the Black Corner region. Mou shook his head in dismay, intending to distance himself from the bloodshed when a cold chuckle suddenly echoed from nearby. Turning his gaze, he beheld a throng of nearly 100 fierce fighters, unmistakably engaged in a clash between two rival factions. Mou felt no interest in the conflict, and as he prepared to depart, the words that followed the mocking laughter caused him to pause momentarily. Ling Gang Master, the Tiger Gang has been annihilated. Should you not hasten to surrender the Scarlet Refinement Divine Copper? Upon hearing this name, Mou's steps faltered, and he turned back, his silver eyes fixed upon the tumultuous scene of the two factions. There, 100 formidable gang members stood in disarray, distinctly divided by their differing attire. Among them, over 30 men clad in the Tiger Gang's garb were encircled by an even greater number of adversaries dressed in wolf-themed apparel. The sight attracted onlookers, inciting considerable commotion. Is that the Tiger Gang? They are not a faction of the City of Earth Flames. What brings them to Stone Rock City? Moreover, why are they being besieged by the Wolf Fang Gang? Their leader is a 6-star battle spirit master, and the Tiger Gang is considered a third-rate power in the Black Corner region. Fool, your information is woefully outdated. Have you not heard that the Beast sect recently obliterated several factions? The Tiger Gang was among them, and their former leader met his demise at the hands of the Beast sect's young master. Now, the current head of the Tiger Gang is merely the son of the previous leader, a mere 6-star great battle master. I see. But why has the Tiger Gang clashed with the Wolf Fang Gang? The other inquired, curiosity piqued. It is said that the Tiger Gang, having provoked the Beast sect and suffering significant losses among their elite, dared not remain in the City of Earth Flames any longer and sought refuge in Stone Rock City to develop their strength while evading the Beast sect. However, news of their possession of the Scarlet Refinement Divine Copper inadvertently leaked a few days ago. This is no ordinary item. If it were to be auctioned, it could fetch as much as 1 million gold coins. Consequently, the revelation attracted the covetous eyes of countless factions, and as the foremost power in Stone Rock City, the Wolf Fang Gang could hardly resist the temptation. Had the Tiger Gang been at their peak, they might have repelled such greedy gazes. Yet now, with their elite forces decimated and only a 6-star great battle master to hold the fort, they have fallen into dire straits. Not far from Mou, two men conversed in hushed tones, their words crystal clear to him. Upon hearing the news that the Tiger Gang possessed the rare Crimson Refining Divine Copper, Mou was momentarily taken aback, only to have a flicker of joy cross his face. Among the 4 essential materials required for forging the Sacred Cup of Spirit Fusion, he had yet to acquire anything substantial aside from the fire. To his astonishment, he discovered information about the Crimson Refining Divine Copper in such a remote town. With this thought, Mou's gaze shifted towards the battleground, a surge of intense interest igniting within him. Seemingly sensing Mou's mood, Zihua scratched his head and jovially declared, "Boss, allow me to clear the path for you." The robust figure of Zihua loomed behind Mou, his tall, golden hair resembling a golden tower. His fierce gaze swept across the bustling crowd, and beneath his seemingly innocent demeanor lay an instinctive vigilance and ferocity. Although he could now shed his beastly form, the inherent traits within him were far from extinguished. Upon hearing Zihua's earnest offer, Mou naturally accepted with a light chuckle and a nod. Acknowledging Mou's response, Zihua solemnly nodded before striding towards the clash between the two factions. After a day of travel, Zihua had gradually gained precise control over his new form, and each step he took was measured and deliberate. Moreover, his vigilant gaze never strayed far from Mou, ensuring that he could maintain absolute control over any unforeseen incidents within this vicinity. Even the formidable combatants among the fighters would not dare to harm Mou under his watchful eye. As Zihua walked, his imposing stature inevitably attracted countless glances, even drawing the attention of the Wolf Fang gang, who were embroiled in their own conflict. "Hey, kid, can't you see that we, the Wolf Fang gang, are resolving some matters here? Get out of the way." One of the gang members called out as he noticed Zihua advancing towards them. Seeing that Zihua showed no signs of halting, the gang member frowned slightly. Just as he prepared to draw his weapon and teach the intruder a lesson, he was taken aback by the sudden surge of dominance radiating from Zihua's once dull eyes. With a thunderous roar that resonated like a clap of thunder, a lion's fierce cry erupted from Zihua, enveloping the entire stone rock city in its powerful sound waves. Within that astonishing roar lay an overwhelming ferocity, leaving those who heard it momentarily stunned, their steps faltering in response. A lion's roar? Mou, following closely behind Zihua, raised an eyebrow in surprise. He had not anticipated that Zihua possessed such a remarkable talent, likely linked to the legendary earth-shattering lion. Moreover, within that roar lingered an aura of supremacy, akin to a high-level soundwave combat technique of the Xian rank. As the violet flames surged, the sonic assault grew increasingly formidable. It was not beyond the realm of possibility for it to rival the might of earthly or celestial ranks. The tremendous sound waves compelled those nearby to instinctively cover their ears, as they were swept away amidst a torrent of astonished gazes. Boom! The intangible sound waves coalesced into palpable energy, hurtling towards the location of the Wolf Fang gang. In an instant, the previously dense encirclement was shattered, creating a gaping breach through which dozens of gang members were flung back like mere sandbags. The once arrogant members of the Wolf Fang gang met their fate, with blood streaming from their 7 orifices, as they were literally killed by the force of the sound waves. Witnessing this spectacle, the street fell into a hushed silence. No one could have anticipated that this suddenly emerged robust figure could annihilate dozens of the Wolf Fang gang with a single roar. It is worth noting that the Wolf Fang gang, as the dominant force in the region, boasted a considerable number of formidable warriors. Among those who perished from the sonic onslaught were several grand combat masters. To be capable of slaying multiple grand combat masters and dozens of combat masters with just a shout suggested a level of power that likely surpassed even that of a combat spirit, attainable only by a combat king. Could this towering figure be a combat king? Many onlookers found themselves whispering in disbelief. A combat king, even in the Black Corner region, was a figure of significant authority. At that moment, the severely stricken Wolf Fang gang, having regained their composure, witnessed the emergence of a middle-aged man draped in a black and gold robe, his visage gaunt and drawn. He surveyed the battlefield, noting the devastation among his gang members, his expression darkening. When his gaze fell upon the imposing figure resembling a colossus, the memory of that thunderous roar ignited a flicker of apprehension in his eyes. "Esteemed sir, I am Yi Tsong, the leader of the Wolf Fang gang. I am at a loss as to what transgression my gang has committed to provoke such ire. If my words have been presumptuous, I humbly ask for your forgiveness," he said, quickly burying the fury within and bowing respectfully towards the violet flames. Had anyone else dared to inflict such losses upon his gang, he would undoubtedly have sought retribution. Yet, facing this towering man, there was a palpable sense of threat that rendered Yi Tsong cautious, as if confronted by a ferocious beast. Observers in the vicinity found nothing amiss. In the Black Corner region, strength reigned supreme, and the concept of dignity held little weight. However, confronted with the overt humility of the Wolf Fang gang's leader, the towering figure remained unyielding, offering not a single word in response. Yi Tsong's expression stiffened, a flicker of discomfort passing through him. Even if the individual before him was a combat king, he could not allow his gang to be regarded as mere fodder. After all, the Wolf Fang gang had its own backing. Just as he was about to reveal the name of his powerful backer, the towering figure before him subtly shifted. And in the next moment, a strikingly handsome youth with extraordinary silver eyes emerged gracefully from behind him. At that instant, the imposing man took a slight step back, positioning himself respectfully behind the youth, resembling a devoted guardian. Who was this individual that could induce such deference from a formidable Douwan? Witnessing this scene, many onlookers widened their eyes in disbelief, gazing at the man who commanded the respect of the towering figure. Their curiosity about the latter's identity piqued. Could he possibly be an heir of a great power, capable of eliciting such humility from a proud Dou Wang? It was only from such influential factions that a proud Dou Wang would willingly bow before a mere youth. With these thoughts in mind, whispers began to circulate among the crowd. Meanwhile, Mou also surveyed the scene, and with the path cleared by Zihua, his vision opened up significantly. Across from the Wolf Fang gang, dozens of fighters clad in tiger-emblazoned attire huddled together in a corner of the street. At the center of the throng stood a young man, perhaps 25 or 26 years of age, disheveled and battered. Despite his disheveled appearance, his strength surpassed that of the former head of the Xiao family, Xiao Zhan. As Mou beheld this individual, memories of recent conversations with passers-by flooded his mind. It was evident that this man was likely the new leader of the Tiger Gang. As Mou's gaze swept past him, the young man's intense eyes were fixed upon the suddenly arrived youth. The unexpected death of his father had thrust the weighty responsibilities of the gang upon him. And now, facing the oppression from the Wolf Fang gang, the Tiger Gang was precariously close to annihilation. Just when he thought all hope was lost, this sudden turn of events rekindled a flicker of hope within him. Esteemed sir, I am Yitsong. I apologize if I have offended you in any way. Allow me to resolve this matter, and I would be honored to invite you to our humble gang to extend my sincerest apologies, he said, his smile genuine yet tinged with concern. Meanwhile, in the depths of his mind, Yitsong was quietly recalling the memories stored within. To have a Dou Wang as a personal guardian surely indicated a connection to one of the top-tier factions in the Black Corner region. Although Yitsong was not particularly powerful, he had encountered or heard of the heirs of these influential powers. However, after much contemplation, he could not conjure a single figure that matched the youth before him. Could he truly not belong to a faction within the Black Corner region? With this thought, Yitsong furrowed his brow, sensing an ominous premonition as the youth remained silent yet aggressive towards the Wolf Fang gang. Seemingly indifferent to the words of Yitsong, turned his gaze towards the location of the Tiger Gang, focusing on the leading man, and inquired, "Are you the new leader of the Tiger Gang?" Upon hearing this question, the man, Ling Feng, was momentarily taken aback, then respectfully clasped his hands and replied, "I am Ling Feng, the current leader of the Tiger Gang." As he observed the youthful figure before him, who was a few years his junior, Ling Feng couldn't help but feel a tinge of reverence. Not merely due to the imposing figure beside him, but also because the young man exuded an aura that was utterly inscrutable. This sensation was one he had not even experienced in the presence of his father. Ling Feng secretly acknowledged the formidable strength of this striking youth. "Hand over the crimson refining divine copper, and I can intervene to save your Tiger Gang," stated calmly, disregarding the man's thoughts. Whether it was the Tiger Gang or the Wolf Fang gang, neither constituted a significant force in the Black Corner region. Even without the presence of Zihua, he could easily dominate the situation with his own power, rendering any need for subterfuge unnecessary. A straightforward declaration of his intentions would suffice. Moreover, was not demanding it outright, but rather proposing a condition of saving the Tiger Gang, which he considered a matter of principle. However, upon hearing these words, Yitsong's expression shifted dramatically. He finally understood the source of his ominous premonition. It turned out this individual also coveted the crimson refining divine copper. Ling Feng, taken aback by his directness, felt a flicker of delight amid his astonishment. Yet, the thought of relinquishing the crimson refining divine copper in exchange for assistance rendered his expression exceedingly complex. "This young master, our Wolf Fang gang has a good relationship with the third elder of the Earth Flame sect. And this crimson refining divine copper was specifically prepared as a gift for his 60th birthday. Might I inquire if it is acceptable to you?" Yitsong, noticing Ling Feng's inclination to acquiesce, promptly bowed towards. However, before he could finish his words, Zihua, who had been quietly standing behind, suddenly stepped forward. "Get lost." With a low growl, Zihua unleashed a punch directed at Yitsong. Faced with this sudden attack, Yitsong's expression changed drastically, and a surge of fear welled up from the depths of his soul. It was only when he truly felt this pressure that he comprehended the terrifying nature of this towering man. With a resounding thud, Yitsong, unable to defend himself, was sent flying as if he were made of paper. "Leader." Witnessing this scene, the members of the Wolf Fang gang rushed forward in alarm. "Retreat." After being helped up by a fellow gang member, Yitsong, pale as a ghost, coughed up a mouthful of blood, a flicker of terror flashing in his eyes. Without uttering another word, he led a large group of his followers to turn and flee. Had it not been for the 4th grade inner armor bestowed upon him by the third elder of the Earth Flame sect, that one blow from the towering man might have claimed his life. Witnessing the Wolf Fang gang's hasty retreat, the onlookers could not help but inhale sharply. The ability to effortlessly inflict grave injuries upon a 5-star doling, such as the Wild Song, was truly formidable. Observing this scene, Ling Feng's pupils constricted slightly, and after a moment's contemplation, a flicker of realization passed through his eyes. With a resolute gaze, he clasped his hands in gratitude towards Mou, saying, "I am deeply indebted to you for saving my life." The Crimson Refinement Divine Copper shall be entrusted to you. However, I have one additional request that I hope you will consider. Upon hearing this, Mou's brows furrowed slightly. In his view, exchanging the Crimson Refinement Divine Copper for the rescue of the Fierce Tiger Gang was already a display of considerable benevolence. Should the other party overstep their bounds, he would not hesitate to seize it, for this was the Black Corner region, where notions of morality and righteousness held little weight. Sensing Mou's discontent, Ling Feng hastily clarified, "My lord, you have misunderstood my intentions. I do not wish to threaten you. Since the passing of my father, the Fierce Tiger Gang has fallen into disarray. Thanks to your assistance, our entire gang is spared from imminent peril. Thus, after careful consideration, I have resolved to pledge my allegiance to you, henceforth serving you as our leader. I hope you will grant this request." Chapter 235, The Three Halls of the Yuan Mansion. To pledge allegiance to me? At the words of the Fierce Tiger Gang's leader, Mou was momentarily taken aback, a cryptic smile unfurling upon his lips. Though loyalty and righteousness may not hold great significance in the Dou Qi Continent, loyalty remains a revered virtue in any realm. Generally speaking, unless one is resolute, it is uncommon to readily swear fealty or align oneself with a person or faction. Moreover, human nature is intricate. The downfall of Yao Lao was precipitated by betrayal from his most trusted disciple. With his strength and influence, had there been no traitor, even the Soul Palace would struggle to undermine him. If even the most trusted disciples can betray, it is no wonder that treachery and schemes are ever present in the Dou Qi Continent. Thus, upon hearing Ling Feng's vow of loyalty, Mou did not experience the exhilaration of a king receiving eager followers. Rather, he regarded him with a discerning gaze. Arriving in the Black Corner region, isolated and unsupported, Mou had no desire to join any faction. Therefore, in his heart, establishing a force of his own was deemed essential. However, creating a faction is not a mere trifling matter. Having once presided over a significant power in a past life, Mou understood well that establishing a faction is both challenging and deceptively simple. The challenge lies in the brutal competition that exists across all continents. The emergence and growth of a new faction will inevitably incite hostility and suppression from established powers. If it falters, destruction is the inevitable outcome. Conversely, it is simple because a faction can rapidly develop if two key elements are secured. One is people, and the other is wealth. Humans serve as the foundation of any formidable force. Without individuals, no power can exist. The greater the number of adherents, the stronger the influence. A robust organization requires not only elite masters at the helm, but also a solid backbone of dedicated supporters and a continuous influx of grassroots disciples. Only through such a structure can a force flourish sustainably. Wealth is pivotal in maintaining this power. After all, a force must support numerous followers while also recruiting and nurturing formidable talents. All of this demands substantial financial resources. While the higher echelons may remain unaffected by financial strain, the lower ranks would find themselves in dire circumstances. Over time, without fresh blood, a force will inevitably deteriorate. For Mou, financial constraints are not a significant concern. As a master craftsman, he can amass considerable wealth by retreating for a period to craft items. What he currently lacks is manpower, particularly the middle and lower tiers essential for sustaining his organization. As for powerful individuals, with the aid of his transformed purple fire, he finds himself less pressed for such allies. Thus, upon hearing that Ling Feng intended to lead the entire gang in allegiance to him, Mou felt a stir of inspiration. As his gaze swept over the members of the Fierce Tiger Gang, he was momentarily astonished by their strength. The gang boasted over 30 members, with Ling Feng as a 6-star great fighter and 5 others of similar rank, while the majority were also fighters. Though this force may not be formidable in the Black Corner region, within the Jiamar Empire, it surpasses even the Shao family in strength. Furthermore, Ling Feng's youth, combined with his 6-star status, suggests that had the Fierce Tiger Gang been a first-rate force rather than a third-rate one, he might have already transcended to the Dou Ling level. Such talent is indeed remarkable. If he could establish his own influence upon the foundation of the Fierce Tiger Gang, the process would be significantly expedited. Meanwhile, upon hearing their leader's sudden decision to pledge allegiance to the enigmatic silver-eyed man, the members of the Fierce Tiger Gang exchanged bewildered glances. Some elders contemplated dissuading Ling Feng, but upon witnessing his resolute gaze and the imposing figure of the Iron Tower man, they sighed and fell silent. The Fierce Tiger Gang stood at the precipice of ruin, teetering on the brink of a profound abyss. Aligning with this mysterious silver-eyed youth could potentially usher in a new dawn for them. In light of this shared understanding, Mou nodded slightly in agreement. Half an hour later, at the headquarters of the Fierce Tiger Gang, following their pledge of loyalty, Mou felt compelled to survey his newly acquired territory. The headquarters is situated in the northwest corner of Shiyan City, an area devoid of any formidable powers, which has allowed the Fierce Tiger Gang to establish a foothold. However, due to their recent arrival, their domain is modest, occupying merely a corner of the street. In the grand hall of the Tiger Gang's headquarters, seated upon the central throne, Mou gazed at the substantial piece of red refining divine copper presented by Ling Feng, a faint smile gracing his lips. The combination of fire sunstone and red refining divine copper, collected within a mere half-month since his arrival in the Black Corner domain, brought him immense joy, as he had successfully gathered 2 of the 4 primary materials required for the crafting of the Spirit Fusion Holy Grail. While Mou was not yet capable of forging the Holy Grail itself, he could commence the creation of a smaller version, the Little Holy Grail. Although classified as a 4th-tier weapon, it offered significant advantages for the cultivation of a fighter's soul power. Having reached the 4th tier in soul power for quite some time, Mou believed that with the assistance of the Little Holy Grail, he could potentially break through to the 5th tier within half a year. Attaining 5th tier soul power would place him on par with formidable fighters, and at that point, he would be able to forge 5th tier weapons. The value of such weapons would ensure that Mou would no longer be in one of gold coins. Contemplating this, Mou's spirits lifted considerably. After storing the red refining divine copper in his beast ring, his gaze shifted downward. Beside him stood Zihua, while not far below, Ling Feng and several other elders of the Tiger Gang, along with dozens of elite members, stood attentively. To Mou's astonishment, he discovered that the Tiger Gang was home to a 2nd-tier blacksmith. "Young master, this is Elder Meng Yang. Not only is he a blacksmith of our Tiger Gang, but he is also a close friend of my father. Over the years, Elder Meng has played an indispensable role in establishing our presence in the city of Earthflame." Ling Feng promptly introduced, gesturing towards a middle-aged man with a square visage. Upon completing the introduction, the middle-aged blacksmith respectfully clasped his hands upon noticing Mou's gaze. Both Mou's life-saving grace towards the Tiger Gang and Zihua's formidable prowess had earned the respect of this 2nd-tier blacksmith. Acknowledging him with a nod, Mou understood that while blacksmiths were less common than alchemists, they were not particularly rare. Many blacksmiths resided within the Black Corner domain, and the majority of the magical core weapons circulating in the Black Corner auction house were crafted by their hands. Ling Feng subsequently introduced the remaining elders of the Tiger Gang one by one. Through these introductions, Mou gained a comprehensive understanding of the Tiger Gang's foundations. Although it was no longer at its peak, the Tiger Gang still possessed significant resources, including 6 grand fighters and approximately 40 to 50 elite members who were also fighters, with nearly 100 ordinary members remaining. It was no wonder that the Wolf Fang Gang sought to extinguish the Tiger Gang. The threat was not solely due to the red refining divine copper, but also because once the Tiger Gang established a foothold in Shurian City, it would likely jeopardize the interests of the former. As Mou surveyed the entire assembly, the crowd below silently scrutinized him. The emotions of the gang members towards their young leader's unexpected allegiance were complex. Some felt anticipation, others indifference, and some even dissatisfaction. Amidst the intricate gazes, Mou remained unfazed. After a moment of silence, he turned to the calm-faced man ahead and inquired, "Ling Feng, what prompts your allegiance to me?" He discerned that Ling Feng was not a treacherous individual, which was why Mou had consented to his allegiance. After all, no one wishes for their subordinates to betray them at any moment. Upon hearing Mou's question, Ling Feng was momentarily taken aback. After a brief silence, he lifted his head, determination flickering in his gaze, and respectfully replied, "Esteemed sir, to be candid, my loyalty to you stems from my desire to avenge my father one day. If I recall correctly, your father met his demise at the hands of the Beast sect. Why do you believe that following me will lead to your vengeance?" Mou lightly tapped his fingers on the table, speaking in a calm tone. Without changing his expression, Ling Feng replied earnestly, "It is because of my intuition. You possess an unfathomable depth, sir, and I believe that by standing by your side, I shall one day exact my revenge." Mou raised an eyebrow, initially thinking that Ling Feng's allegiance was due to the prowess of the purple fire. Yet it turned out to be an admiration for him. Regardless of the truth behind his words, Ling Feng's loyalty was not to be doubted at this moment. Moreover, Mou harbored no fear of betrayal. As long as his strength remained formidable, he would remain unafraid. Having resolved to transform the Tiger Gang into his own force, Mou stood up, his silver eyes scanning the assembly below. The silver gaze, a manifestation of Mou's innate talent awakened from the thunder body, exuded a formidable pressure that, even without a display of power, sent a subtle wave of intimidation throughout the crowd, leaving them in awe. Sensing this pressure, the elders of the Tiger Gang, who had previously been dissatisfied with Ling Feng's unilateral decision, were taken aback and immediately quelled their discontent. Having not witnessed Mou's prowess previously, they had instinctively assumed that his guardianship by a master of the Combat King was merely a result of his family's influence, believing his own strength to be lacking. However, feeling the terrifying pressure radiating from Mou's silver eyes, they came to realize that beneath his seemingly youthful exterior lay immense power. As most of the Tiger Gang members displayed altered expressions, Ling Feng remained calm. as if he had anticipated Mou's might all along. Observing the expressions of those around him, Mou smiled faintly. Noticing Ling Feng's unchanged demeanor, he raised an eyebrow and gradually spoke. Since you have all chosen to ally with me, it is only fitting that you know my identity. I am Mou, and this is my companion, Purple Fire. We hail from the distant Gamma Empire. And the reason for our presence in the Black Corner domain is that I am still a student of the Canaan Academy. As his words settled, the members of the Tiger Gang exchanged bewildered glances. The Gamma Empire, they had heard of, an empire located in the northwest continent, quite far from the Black Corner domain. To their astonishment, Mou turned out to be a student of Canaan Academy. As the most formidable force in the Black Corner region, Canaan Academy has maintained a stance of neutrality, yet its intimidating presence has never been underestimated. At this moment, they regarded Mou as a young master hailing from a distant imperial family, accompanied by a formidable Douwan guardian who had traveled great distances to pursue his studies. Contemplating the powerful family backing Mou and the two great forces of Canaan Academy, most began to slowly accept the idea of aligning themselves with him. The Dou Qi Continent is inherently a realm where the strong dominate the weak. Thus, having a mighty patron is undoubtedly good news for everyone. Unbeknownst to them, Mou was not aware of their thoughts, and even if he were, he would merely smile wryly. They were oblivious to the fact that the Shao family might not even compare to the current Might Tiger Gang. As for Canaan Academy, it has always upheld its principle of neutrality and would not favor any faction simply because of a single student. Neither of the two imagined great patrons existed. Of course, Mou did not express these thoughts openly. He was confident that he could utilize his own strength to lead this force of his towards unprecedented glory. In light of this, it was suggested by an elder of the former Might Tiger Gang that, since the new leader Mou was willing to accept them, they might as well rename the gang to symbolize a new beginning. Those who could survive in the Black Corner region were undoubtedly astute individuals, and now that Mou had become their leader, they sought to curry favor. Following this suggestion, many of the former members proposed that if a new name was to be chosen, it should be Yuan Fu. Mou was not particularly fond of the name Might Tiger Gang, and thus smiled in satisfaction at the suggestion. Unlike Xiao Yan, who approached naming with a casual demeanor, Mou pondered thoughtfully before stating with gravitas. Yuan signifies the beginning or the first, representing the genesis of all things. Yuan Fu will not only be my first force, but I also aspire to develop it into the most powerful faction on the continent. Yuan Fu is a splendid name, murmured Ling Feng, turning to the surrounding former elders and elite members of the Might Tiger Gang with earnestness. Ladies and gentlemen, from this day forth, the former Might Tiger Gang is no more. Henceforth, we shall collectively be known as Yuan Fu. Lord Mou shall be our master. From now on, we shall heed only the master's commands. Excellent. Yuan Fu, we pay our respects to our esteemed master. Under Ling Feng's influence, the former members of the Might Tiger Gang also rallied with renewed spirit, bowing in homage to their new master, Mou. Observing the fervent enthusiasm of his subordinates, Mou felt a surge of exhilaration within him. From this day forward, he would lead Yuan Fu, establishing a firm foothold in the competitive Dou Qi Continent. After a moment of reflection, Mou regained his composure. He had not been unfamiliar with wielding power over a significant faction in his past life, and thus he would not allow himself to become complacent. Upon witnessing Ling Feng's unwavering cooperation, Mou naturally felt inclined to reciprocate. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke slowly. In the initial establishment of the Yuan Mansion, there are no specific regulations. However, I have decided to set up several halls beneath it. Among them, the Lion Hall shall oversee the military endeavors of the Yuan Mansion, with Zihua as its leader. The Tiger Hall shall govern the laws of the Yuan Mansion, with Ling Feng appointed as its chief. The Weapon Hall shall manage the financial affairs, and Meng Yang will assume the role of its leader. With this arrangement, Mou temporarily laid the foundation for the Yuan Mansion's influence. The Lion Hall remains an empty framework, specifically prepared for Zihua, as there are currently no other members apart from him. Nevertheless, Mou is confident that under Zihua's leadership, the Lion Hall will evolve into the most formidable division of the Yuan Mansion. The Tiger Hall was established to appease the hearts of the former members of the Tiger Gang, simultaneously serving as the enforcement hall of the Yuan Mansion, and represents a reward for Ling Feng. The Weapon Hall, being the financial hub of the Yuan Mansion, has only Meng Yang as a craftsman for the time being. Thus he was appointed as the hall master. However, with Mou, a master craftsman, at the helm, the future prospects of the Weapon Hall are boundless. After the personnel appointments were made, Zihua remained expressionless. In his heart, he held little regard for the title of Hall Master. As long as it was Mou's command, he would face any challenge without hesitation. Ling Feng and Meng Yang were initially taken aback, but soon exhibited expressions of delight, sharing the joy with the former members of the Tiger Gang. The existence of only 3 halls, with 2 hall masters being from their former ranks, indicated that the mansion's leader valued them highly. Observing the joyful expressions of those present, Mou nodded slightly, his demeanor then shifting to a serious tone as he declared, "Next. I have decided that the first battle of the Yuan Mansion shall be to annihilate the Wolf Fang gang and dominate Shiyan City." Chapter 236, Assimilation. With Mou's command, the attendees were momentarily stunned before their faces radiated joy. The reason they chose to follow Mou was precisely due to his strength and background. Yet they had not anticipated such an audacious first decree from the newly appointed leader. Dominating Shiyan City was a thought they had not dared to entertain. Even at the height of the Tiger Gang, such a feat was uncertain. Yet, this aspiration was now within reach. With this realization, the crowd invigorated themselves. Once a goal was set, their demeanor transformed entirely. Witnessing the attendees, now akin to battle wolves, roaring with enthusiasm, Mou smiled and stepped out of the hall. As the newly appointed leader of the Yuan Mansion, he understood the necessity of establishing his authority, and the Wolf Fang gang would serve as his inaugural testament to power. Moreover, given the current weakness of the Yuan Mansion, subjugating the Wolf Fang gang would enable rapid growth and influence. With Shiyan City as a foundation, the Yuan Mansion would one day aspire to dominate the entire Black Corner domain. Following Mou out of the Grand Hall, Zihua trailed closely behind. With Ling Feng swiftly gathering over 50 skilled combatants, they raised the freshly crafted banner of the Yuanfu and charged out of headquarters with fierce determination. Their faces etched with a menacing demeanor as they headed straight for the territory of the Wolf Fang gang. On the streets, passers-by quickly made way for this suddenly emerged group of fierce-looking warriors, casting peculiar glances and whispering amongst themselves. Aren't they from the Tiger Gang? Why do they dare to show themselves now? Are they not afraid of the Wolf Fang gang? Perhaps the news is outdated. I heard that the Tiger Gang has allied with a mysterious young man who is said to have significant connections and even a formidable combat king by his side. With such powerful backing, the Tiger Gang is bound for prosperity. Look at that banner. The Tiger Gang has even changed its name. They are now to be known as Yuanfu. Yuanfu? I wonder who the lord of this estate is. What kind of extraordinary figure could it be? That silver-eyed youth leading the charge. Impressive, isn't it? I heard that even the Wild Wolf Gang's leader fled in fear from him. A bystander, seemingly aware of the previous events, gazed with reverence at the slender silver-eyed youth at the forefront of the fierce group and remarked with a smile, "How can that be possible? That youth must be only 20. How could he possibly defeat the 5-star combat spirit Wild Song?" Surrounding pedestrians were left in stunned disbelief, their faces reflecting utter incredulity. Well, perhaps that young man alone is unlikely to achieve such a feat, but the towering figure behind him surely can. I witnessed that man slay dozens of Wild Wolf Gang members with a single roar and severely wound their leader with one punch. He is most likely a combat king. With a combat king in command, Yuanfu could be considered a second-tier force in the Black Corner domain. And I suspect that the Wild Wolf Gang is in for a significant downfall. Henceforth, the reign of Shiyan City may change. It remains to be seen how far this newly established Yuanfu can ascend, one bystander pondered. Under the watchful eyes of the city's inhabitants, Mou and his companions traversed several streets. After a little over 10 minutes, the heavily fortified headquarters of the Wolf Fang gang appeared before them. At that moment, due to the leader's injury, numerous gang members patrolled the entrance, gripping gleaming weapons with tense and grave expressions. Upon spotting the large group of former Tiger Gang members at the street's end, panic surged across their faces. Several members of the Wolf Fang gang scrambled inside, hastily reporting the situation. Casting a calm gaze at the armed and slightly trembling members blocking the entrance, Mou and his companions gradually came to a halt. "This is the territory of the Wolf Fang gang. What is your purpose here?" A thin member of the Wolf Fang gang bellowed. His face twisted in a fierce scowl as he confronted the imposing figures before him. "Now it is, but later it shall not be. Let the Wild Song emerge. Perhaps I may spare his life," Mou remarked, pausing in his stride. Silence enveloped the scene as he regarded the silver-eyed youth standing at the forefront, with all members of the Wolf Fang gang at the entrance remaining mute. From their previous encounters, they had come to realize that their leader had been grievously wounded by the towering figure behind the silver-eyed youth in but a single strike. "Let us simply charge in," Mou suggested with a nonchalant smile, taking a slow step forward. As he advanced, the dozens of Wolf Fang members instinctively moved to obstruct his path. "Stand aside," Mou commanded, and from behind him, the massive form of Zihua surged forth, raising his right hand slightly before forcefully thrusting it forward. In an instant, an unparalleled ferocity emanated, accompanied by a gale powerful enough to topple a boulder, crashing against the chests of the Wolf Fang members before him. With a series of spluttering sounds, the impact struck like a colossal stone, causing the faces of numerous gang members to drain of color as they spewed forth blood, resembling a torrential rain of crimson. Observing Zihua's efficiency, Mou cast a glance at the now vacant entrance and turned to his companions from the Yuan residence. "Let us proceed," he declared, stepping boldly into the interior as if entering his own courtyard. Following closely behind Zihua, Ling Feng and the others silently observed the scene of the Wolf Fang members being flung back, having yet to lift a finger since their entrance. The leader of Zihua appeared akin to a humanoid beast, effortlessly overturning the entire gang. Within the tightly sealed hall, a dozen anxious souls paced restlessly, their faces etched with panic as they heard the distant cries from outside. A palpable sense of dread enveloped the atmosphere. As their anxiety mounted, the heavy doors suddenly shattered with a resounding crash, splintering into countless fragments that scattered in all directions. Amidst the drifting wood shavings, the silver-eyed youth gradually materialized before their eyes. "Ladies and gentlemen, is it truly delightful to hide here?" His voice floated in with a hint of mockery. As his light-hearted laughter wafted in, every heart within the hall tightened momentarily. They lifted their gazes to the entrance, where the silver-eyed youth stood with a serene smile, bathed in a slant of sunlight that illuminated him, exuding warmth akin to the joy reflected in his countenance. Yet, as their eyes swept over his charming visage, they lingered on those enchanting silver eyes, which bore no trace of mirth, instead revealing an icy indifference. Upon perceiving the silhouette of Mou, the individuals within the grand hall hastily retreated a few paces. Casting a sweeping gaze around the hall, Mou gradually advanced, followed closely by Zihua, Ling Feng, and others, who eyed the opposing group with malevolence. "Where's Yitsong? Why is he absent?" Mou inquired, his silver eyes narrowing in confusion as he failed to spot Yitsong amidst the crowd. Hearing Mou's question, the members of the Wolf Pack gang exchanged glances. And when Mou exhibited signs of impatience, they finally pushed forward a middle-aged man, a 7-star combat master. The man clasped his hands respectfully towards Mou and, with a rueful smile, replied, "My lord, upon learning of your approach, Captain Yitsong fled with his trusted allies. Now, the Wolf Pack gang is left with just us." Taken aback, Mou had not anticipated Yitsong's decisiveness in abandoning the foundation of the Wolf Pack gang to escape. However, he deemed such trifling figures inconsequential. Their flight would stir no significant turmoil. Fixing his gaze upon the remaining members of the Wolf Pack gang, Mou remarked with a hint of amusement, "You were the ones who struck against the Tiger gang, inflicting considerable losses upon them. Now that the Tiger gang has allied with me and rebranded as the Yuan House, it seems we ought to address the matter between us. Regardless of whether it concerns the Tiger gang or the Yuan House, how shall we reckon the losses incurred?" Upon hearing this, cold sweat instantly trickled down the faces of the Wolf Pack gang members, and disregarding their discomfort, the middle-aged man, pale as death, trembled as he spoke. "Our Wolf Pack gang can offer approximately 500,000 gold coins in compensation to the Yuan House. Would that be acceptable?" Mou merely smiled and shook his head. "What of 800,000? Staring at Mou, whose head continued to shake and whose smile had grown increasingly frigid, the middle-aged man finally lamented, "My lord, what exactly do you wish for us to do? Please speak plainly. With your strength, we, the Wolf Pack gang, possess no opportunity for resistance." At this juncture, the members of the Wolf Pack gang had resigned themselves to their fate. Given the terrifying strength of the Yuan House, they realized they lacked the qualifications to negotiate terms. Beside the silver-eyed youth stood a towering figure exuding an aura of dread, his dark eyes glinting with a predatory ferocity that instilled a sense of terror deep within. "Integrate the Wolf Pack gang into the Yuan House. The lower-ranking members will receive some financial remuneration. Those above the combat master rank may be dismissed, while the rest can remain and merge into the Yuan House," Mou articulated, lightly tapping his fingers against his hand as he spoke. Upon hearing Mou's proposal, the assembly within the hall was momentarily taken aback. The former members of the Tiger gang, after their initial astonishment, were filled with joy. Should the Yuan House truly absorb the Wolf Pack gang, not only would they dominate Shurian City, but they would also overshadow nearby factions, leading to a rapid ascension in the Yuan House's influence. As members of the Yuan House, their own fortunes would likewise flourish with its growth. While Ling Feng and the others reveled in delight, the remaining members of the Wolf Pack gang exchanged glances, their hearts stirred with a mixture of trepidation and intrigue. Now, having been abandoned by Yitsong, they were filled with a sense of indignation. Had they not been too late to escape, they would have long since disregarded the Wolf Fang gang. Their feelings towards the gang had completely withered. Thus, upon hearing Mou's invitation to join the Yuan House, many found themselves tempted. Although the Yuan House was newly established, it was fortified by the presence of a Dou powerhouse, and it was not implausible that it might soar to greatness in the future. Joining the Yuan House at this juncture seemed far more advantageous than remaining with the Wolf Fang gang, whose leader had fled. "You must decide whether to join the Yuan House or allow me to cleanse the ranks. The choice is yours," Mou stated, pausing momentarily before adding with a smile. "I hope you will not disappoint me again." Under the gaze of those enchanting silver eyes, the remaining members of the Wolf Fang gang trembled. Previously intimidated by the formidable prowess of Zihua, they were astonished to discover that this young leader possessed equally terrifying strength. With this realization, they ceased their hesitation and approached Mou, bowing in unison. "We wish to join the leader." Seeing the remnants of the Wolf Fang gang capitulate, Mou maintained a calm demeanor. After a brief contemplation, he spoke slowly. "Since you are willing to join the Yuan house, you shall be placed under the Lion Hall. By the way, this individual beside me, named Zihua, is the head of the Lion Hall. You will henceforth act under his command." Although a faction of loyalists had been taken by Yi Tsong, nearly 100 elite members remained in the Wolf Fang gang, including over 10 Dou Qi. Should these forces be placed under the Tiger Hall, Ling Feng would struggle to manage them. It would be wiser to assign them to the Lion Hall under Zihua's jurisdiction, preventing Zihua from becoming merely a figurehead. With Zihua's strength, subduing these individuals would be effortless. Of course, Mou did not regard the remaining members of the Wolf Fang gang highly. In his mind, the Lion Hall would emerge as the Yuan House's most formidable combat division, akin to a sharp sword. However, as the Yuan House was still in its infancy, the standards were not yet stringent. Once everything was on track, the Lion Hall would gradually refine its ranks, eliminating the weak and honing its members into a lethal weapon. Upon hearing Mou assign them to Zihua, many exchanged wry smiles as they beheld the imposing figure. Zihua's commanding aura instilled a deep-seated fear, quelling any lingering rebellious thoughts. Long live the Lion Hall. With the merger now complete, Mou nodded slightly, rising to address Ling Feng. "You should begin preparations for the consolidation. Some pests within the Wolf Fang gang must be eradicated. Remember, the Yuan House has no need for those who merely flaunt false authority." Having spoken, Mou turned to exit the hall, and Ling Feng cast a glance at the anxious members of the Wolf Fang gang before following closely behind. Trailing Mou, the former members of the Tiger gang gazed at the slender figure ahead, feeling a slight dizziness from the weight of the moment. In a mere half a day's time, the most formidable power in Shurian City was forcibly merged into the Yuan mansion. This dramatic turn of events left the onlookers in a state of disbelief. As if caught in a surreal dream, gradually, the populace began to embrace the identity of the Yuan mansion, contemplating the possibility that one day, it might indeed rise to prominence within the Black Corner domain. When that day arrives, they would take pride in being a part of the Yuan mansion. Chapter 237, The Little Holy Grail, The Devouring Life Pill. In the Black Corner domain, Shurian City. Following the eradication of the Wolf Fang gang and the ruthless cleansing of certain rebellious factions within the city, the Yuan mansion completely took control. During the past half-month, as Mou established the Yuan mansion in Shurian City, it gradually gained some notoriety at the fringes of the Black Corner domain. Many became aware that although the Yuan mansion was newly founded, it boasted a bona fide Dou Wang-level powerhouse. The news spread rapidly, causing a stir among the surrounding cities of Shurian City. According to the rules of the Black Corner domain, any faction possessing a Dou Wang-level expert could be regarded as a second-rate power. Possessing a Dou Huang-level expert elevated one to the status of a true first-rate faction. As for those with Dou Zone-level powerhouses, they occupied a transcendent position, untouchable by others, save for the equally formidable Canaan Academy. Yet, not everyone held the Yuan mansion in high regard. Some dismissed it, believing it to be an inconsequential upstart. Approximately 10 days after the Yuan mansion seized Shurian City, a moderately sized faction, comprising around 100 individuals, could no longer restrain itself and took action. The strongest among them was a 4-star Dou Ling. However, upon entering Shurian City with great bravado, the next day, there was no further news of this faction. After some investigation, scouts discovered that nearly the entirety of this faction had been annihilated by the Yuan mansion, with the remaining members surrendering. Within the spacious hall, a few individuals were seated, while others busied themselves adorning the Yuan mansion's new headquarters. Occasionally, some members of the mansion would pass through the lounge, casting awed and respectful glances toward the mansion's leader, who sat at the table, delicately sipping tea and maintaining a stoic demeanor. Since the establishment of the Yuan mansion, due to the influence of the Purple Fire Hall Master, they had seldom witnessed the leader personally taking action. In their minds, while they believed the leader to possess considerable strength, they had never seen it firsthand, which diminished its authenticity in their eyes. However, a few days prior, when a faction challenged the Yuan mansion's rule over Shurian City, they expected the leader to decline the personal challenge, as had been customary, and send the Purple Fire Hall Master instead. To their astonishment, the leader agreed to participate and, with thunderous might, defeated the opposing faction's leader, a 4-star Dou Ling, in that confrontation. It was then that they truly recognized the formidable prowess of their esteemed leader. Since that time, every individual in the Yuan mansion gazed upon Mou with profound reverence and admiration. Esteemed Mansion Master, with the annihilation of the Wolf Fang gang and other dissenting factions, Our Yuan Mansion's supremacy in Shurian City remains unchallenged. Many have expressed a desire to join our esteemed ranks upon hearing of our illustrious reputation. In accordance with your directives, after meticulous selection, we have recruited 6 formidable Grand Dou Masters and 57 Dou Masters. Here is the list for your perusal. In the Grand Hall, Mou sat at the table, flanked by Ling Feng, who regarded him with utmost respect. Ling Feng's heart brimmed with admiration for this mansion master, who was merely a few years younger than himself, yet had vanquished a 4-star Dou spirit. It was evident that he was destined to become a Dou emperor in the future. Ling Feng felt fortunate for his earlier decision to follow such a prodigious talent. Receiving the list from Ling Feng, Mou nodded impassively. As the Yuan Mansion expanded, it was only natural to welcome new members. However, Mou was discerning about who could join. At the very least, candidates needed to possess Dou master prowess and should not have committed any heinous acts. Consequently, after a thorough vetting process, only a few dozen individuals were accepted into the Yuan Mansion, a stark contrast to the hundreds typically recruited by the Wild Wolf Gang. Though the numbers were modest, those chosen were worthy of cultivation and trust. Despite the Yuan Mansion's dominance in Shurian City, it still lacked significant influence in the Black Corner region, necessitating a cautious approach rather than blind expansion. Mou lamented that among the newly recruited individuals, the strongest was merely a 4-star Grand Dou Master, with no Dou spirit among them. Shaking his head, Mou shifted his attention to Meng Yang and inquired, Master Meng, how have you fared with the several second-tier weapon crafting formulas I entrusted to you? Are you capable of forging weapons that meet our standards? Upon hearing Mou's question, Meng Yang, standing beside Ling Feng, hastily replied, Esteemed Mansion Master, the formulas you provided differ significantly from the methods for crafting magic core weapons, which has delayed my progress. I humbly ask for your understanding. However, after diligent effort over the past few days, I have successfully mastered the creation of the fiery longsword. Nearly all of our elite members can now forge a fiery longsword, and we have even sold a dozen, establishing a steady source of income for the Yuan Mansion. As he spoke, Meng Yang's gaze towards Mou was filled with gratitude and admiration. In the Dou Qi Continent, weapon formulas, akin to alchemical recipes, were invaluable secrets. Despite being a second-tier weapon craftsman for some time, Meng Yang had only learned a handful of methods for crafting magic core weapons. Yet, after being appointed as the head of the weapon hall, he had been granted 4 second-tier formulas, a kindness that stirred within him a deep sense of loyalty and appreciation. At this, Mou furrowed his brow slightly. In order to ensure the steady and sustained development of the Yuan, financial resources are undoubtedly essential. Thus, has taken great pains to cultivate a second-tier artifact craftsman. Coupled with the several crafting recipes bestowed by, the resultant value is sufficient for the growth of Yuan. Noticing a hint of disappointment on his countenance, with his prominent brow and broad face, felt a surge of shame. However, as if a thought crossed his mind, he respectfully clasped his hands together and addressed, Master of the, I am deeply ashamed for not living up to your expectations. Yet, thanks to your support, during the forging of the fiery blade, my spiritual power has fortuitously broken through. I believe it will not be long before I advance to a 3rd-tier artifact craftsman. Oh, a 3rd-tier artifact craftsman? Upon hearing's words, was momentarily taken aback, then a light smile graced his lips as he nodded. Should succeed in advancing to a 3rd-tier craftsman, it would significantly benefit the development of Yuan. Well done. Once you achieve your advancement, I shall bestow upon you several 3rd-tier crafting recipes, stated with satisfaction. Upon hearing this, S' expression brightened immediately, and he bowed deeply too, exclaiming, Thank you, Master of the. Do not mention it. It is all for the advancement of Yuan. After encouraging, then turned his gaze towards and inquired, Have there been any updates regarding the 7-colored ancient vines and the 6th-tier soul attribute magic cores? One of the purposes behind the establishment of Yuan was to better gather materials, as a collective force is undoubtedly more efficient than an individual. Indeed, although had not left in recent days, his subordinates had already been delivering the auxiliary materials needed for crafting the Spirit Fusion Holy Cup, leaving only 2 primary materials still required. Upon hearing's inquiry, stepped forward with a wry smile, reporting to the Master of the. There have been no updates on the 7-colored ancient vines or the 6th-tier soul attribute magic cores as of now. A few days prior, upon learning about quest for these items, had been utterly astonished. While the 7-colored ancient vines were unheard of to him, the 6th-tier magic cores were indeed priceless treasures. Even gazed at with fervent eyes, realizing that the master of this proficiency in crafting likely exceeded his expectations. Furrowing his brow, could not help but feel a twinge of disappointment, despite having anticipated this outcome. Very well, I understand. Please continue to seek information on the 7-colored ancient vines and the soul attribute magic cores. If there's nothing further, you may return, he instructed. Yes, Master of the. And exchanged glances, respectfully responding in unison before gradually exiting the hall. After their departure, slowly finished the tea in his cup, and then proceeded to his room. Once inside, he sat cross-legged and retrieved a small purple holy cup from his beast ring. This small holy cup was approximately a foot in height. Its surface smooth and lustrous like a polished pebble, subtly emanating a faint aura of spiritual power. Upon extracting the lesser holy grail, Mou invigorated himself, channeling his soul energy as he gently delved into the depths of the chalice. As the essence of his soul permeated the vessel, an extraordinary energy surged forth. Intertwining with his soul power, Mou swiftly discerned a formidable and peculiar energy rapidly returning to his spirit, while simultaneously, the strength of his soul appeared to be gradually augmenting, akin to the effects of a potent elixir. Accompanied by this gradual enhancement of his soul power, the throbbing sensation at his brow intensified, yet Mou remained undeterred. For as the pressure at his brow swelled, he could sense his soul's burgeoning strength within. The energies from the lesser holy grail flowed incessantly, merging with the spirit residing within, ultimately returning the fused soul energy to his brow. During this process of amalgamation, Mou's soul felt as though it were enveloped in a warm spiritual essence, that gentle energy permeating every facet of his being, evoking a sensation of bliss that nearly compelled him to vocalize his pleasure. Although the degree of soul enhancement was insufficient to elevate Mou's spirit to the 5th tier, after nearly an hour of this practice, he noted a significant increase in the soul power at his brow. This cultivation persisted for 2 hours before gradually improving. When Mou finally ceased his practice, the excruciating pain in his head had notably diminished, and he vaguely perceived that his soul had indeed grown stronger than before. The results were promising. Perhaps in a few months, he would achieve a breakthrough to the 5th tier of soul strength. Noticing this development, a faint smile graced Mou's lips. The lesser holy grail had been meticulously crafted by him over the past few days. As the master of the estate, he had commanded the gathering of various forging materials with great efficiency. With ample materials at his disposal, and after resolving the myriad affairs of the Yuan Manor, Mou seized the opportunity to not only absorb the emerald blue crystal, fostering significant growth in the void-shattering thunder, but also to undertake the creation of the lesser holy grail. Belonging to the 4th tier of weaponry, crafting the lesser holy grail posed no challenge for Mou. And after several hours, he succeeded in its fabrication. Today marked his inaugural attempt at utilizing the lesser holy grail to enhance his soul power, yielding unexpectedly excellent results. Rubbing his slightly aching brow, Mou felt a profound sense of joy. Ordinarily, to ascend to the 5th tier of soul strength would require several years of diligent effort. However, with the aid of the lesser holy grail, this duration had been reduced significantly. Stretching leisurely, Mou stored the lesser holy grail away. After a moment's contemplation, he retrieved an ancient scroll from his beast ring. Examining the somewhat yellowed parchment, he raised an eyebrow, realizing that this mysterious map, acquired from the Diyan auction house, was likely not an ordinary artifact. As I unfurled the scroll with my palm, I gazed upon its contents, and Mou shook his head in bewilderment. No wonder it remained unsold. What lay before my eyes was a piece of parchment crafted from an unknown material, slightly yellowed with age, adorned with seemingly erratic patterns. I traced a finger along one of the lines, following it slowly, yet it ultimately extended beyond the parchment's edge, revealing no further insights. Could this be a regrettable purchase? Observing this enigmatic artifact, akin to cryptic symbols, Mou's silver eyes flickered as he furrowed his brow. While Mou meticulously examined this mysterious map, Uncle Snake appeared out of nowhere, taking the map from Mou's hands. Ignoring Mou's presence, Uncle Snake gradually unfolded the parchment entirely, scrutinizing it with keen interest. Upon feeling the texture of the leather, his serpent-like pupils narrowed slightly, and a smile crept upon his lips. "What have you discovered, Uncle Snake?" Mou asked, momentarily taken aback by Uncle Snake's demeanor, curiosity piqued. "I haven't found anything definitive," Uncle Snake replied, directing his chilling gaze back to the parchment. He handed it back to Mou, contemplating. "Although I haven't discerned much. The material of this parchment appears to be crafted from the hide of an abyssal crocodile. The abyssal crocodile is a 6th-tier magical beast, and to hunt such a creature implies that the creator of this map must belong to a formidable faction, suggesting that hidden secrets lie within this map. Yet, how does one uncover the mysteries concealed within?" Mou furrowed his brow. "It is said that the abyssal crocodile resides in the depths of the abyss and ranks among the most formidable of its kind. However, they possess a critical weakness. They fear thunder and lightning." At this, Uncle Snake turned his gaze to Mou. "Try using your Xian thunder to strike this parchment. It may yield unexpected revelations." Upon hearing this, Mou paused, then a thought crossed his mind, and he chuckled softly in agreement. Summoning the vermilion bird's heavenly flame thunder with his left hand, the moment the crimson lightning ignited, a terrifying force rippled through the surrounding space. After conjuring the Xian thunder, Mou lifted the parchment with his right hand, positioning it above the crackling energy. With hopeful anticipation in their eyes, Mu Yu and Uncle Snake watched as the parchment, crafted from the hide of the abyssal crocodile, began to transform under the electric surge of the vermilion bird's heavenly flame thunder. As the transformation unfolded, Mu Yu's silver eyes widened in astonishment, fixated on the parchment's evolving patterns. Under the influence of the Shin thunder, the previously chaotic lines began to reorganize, ultimately revealing a clear topographical map. Startled, Mu Yu prepared to examine the locations depicted on the map when suddenly, 3 characters emerged slowly above the parchment. Catching him off guard, those 3 characters boldly proclaimed, Devouring Life Pill. Chapter 238, Recruiting Powerful Allies. Devouring Life Pill? Gazing at the enigmatic name on the mysterious map, which felt both unfamiliar and oddly familiar, Imoyu was momentarily taken aback. He slowly tucked away the vermilion bird's burning heaven thunder in his hand, as if recalling something, and a hint of astonishment flickered across his face. Oh, it is indeed the life-devouring pill. I never anticipated that it would still be known on the continent of Dou Qi. Lung Tong fixed his gaze intently on the 3 characters, and even Uncle Shi's eyes betrayed a semblance of surprise. If memory serves me correctly, the life-devouring pill was once a legendary elixir that astonished the entire continent many years ago, classified at the pinnacle of the 7th grade. The creator of this formidable pill was a renowned alchemist, and its terrifying aspect lay in its ability to mass-produce Do Wang-level warriors. One can only imagine the bitterness felt by those who, after enduring arduous cultivation trials, could be so easily surpassed by a mere pill, rendering them utterly discontent. Although this power may not be enduring and comes at the cost of consuming lives, who among the myriad beings on the Dou Qi continent can truly ascend to the rank of Do Wang? Thus, even though the backlash from consuming this elixir is considerable, many powerful individuals and influential forces pursued it with fervor. However, this madness did not persist for long, gradually fading away. For the alchemist who devised the life-devouring pill vanished overnight, taking with him the formula. In the time that followed his disappearance, there were still those who relentlessly searched for him, yet as time passed, the shock that had gripped the continent began to calm, and the so-called life-devouring pill gradually disappeared into the annals of history. Upon hearing Uncle Shi's exclamation, Imoyu raised an eyebrow in surprise. Who would have thought that a mysterious map acquired at an auction, born of a mere gamble, would conceal such a monumental secret? Imoyu was no stranger to the life-devouring pill. He recalled that in the original narrative, Xiao Yan's brother, Xiao Li, upon learning of Xiao Yan's tragic fate, consumed this pill in a fit of grief and rage, catapulting himself from a great fighter to a Do Wang, forming a vengeance squad to avenge Xiao Yan. Imoyu had previously harbored great interest in this pill, which could swiftly elevate a great fighter to the ranks of Do Wang. Regrettably, the original text only recounted how Xiao Li, while fleeing from pursuers, fortuitously stumbled upon a remote mountain where he discovered the life-devouring pill, without specifying the location. The Blackhorn region is vast, and the countless unknown mountains within it render the task of locating the life-devouring pill akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, devoid of any precise coordinates. Thus, Imoyu gradually relinquished this notion, unaware that sometimes, in the pursuit of one goal, another unforeseen opportunity may arise. Just as he dismissed this idea from his mind, the map he had fortuitously acquired detailed the location of the life-devouring pill. Long, slender fingers glided across the frigid parchment, and Moyu's gaze traced the meandering line, ultimately resting upon the highlighted location denoting the existence of the devouring life pill. Oh, how intriguing that it lies not far from Canaan Academy, Moyu murmured, contemplating the significance of this discovery. Moyu, are you intrigued by this devouring life pill? Uncle Shi inquired, his voice slightly hoarse, observing Moyu's keen interest. Indeed, the devouring life pill is classified as a 7th grade elixir, and its value is immeasurable. Since we have encountered it, we certainly cannot let this opportunity slip away. Moyu replied with a light chuckle. In Moyu's perspective, while the devouring life pill was undeniably a remarkable concoction, categorizing it as 7th grade felt somewhat excessive. After all, among 7th grade elixirs, the transformation pill and the Yin-Yang profound dragon pill each possessed extraordinary properties. However, the devouring life pill merely enabled a grand fighter to swiftly ascend to the rank of a Do Wang, and that ascension came at the cost of consuming lives. Although a Do Wang stands above the vast majority of beings, when compared to true powerhouses, they still seem somewhat inconsequential. Hence, the devouring life pill appeared somewhat superfluous. Furthermore, should one wish to forge an army of death warriors composed solely of Do Wang, an immense quantity of devouring life pills would be required, an expense that even the great forces of Zhongzhou would find hard to sustain. Nonetheless, despite its myriad shortcomings, the timing of the devouring life pill's emergence was exceptionally fortuitous for Mou. Indeed, with your talents, you might not need the devouring life pill, as you could likely break through to Do Wang in less than 2 years. Yet now, as the leader of a faction. Acquiring several devouring life pills could yield more Dou Wang for the Yuan Mansion, although their effectiveness is limited to 3 years with your capabilities. The Yuan Mansion would surely establish itself firmly within the Black Corner region and ascend to the ranks of a first-rate force within that time, Uncle Shi remarked, gazing into Mou's silver eyes, which seemed to harbor a tempest of thunderous potential. During this period, he had witnessed firsthand how Mou methodically built a faction from the ground up and gradually expanded its influence. Although the Yuan Mansion was founded on the foundation of the Fierce Tiger Gang, it was Mou who meticulously constructed the framework, established regulations, and claimed dominance over Shiyan City. Uncle Shi observed Mou's progress with a sense of awe and astonishment. It is essential to recognize that not everyone possesses the ability to govern a faction. Uncle Shi himself, despite his lineage, had found himself distanced from leadership due to clan regulations, compounded by his indifference towards managing a faction. Being the leader of a faction entails not only power but also responsibility, and Mou has navigated this balance with remarkable finesse, leaving Uncle Shi in admiration. In response to Uncle Shi's observations, Mou merely smiled lightly, neither affirming nor denying. Like Uncle Shi, Mou indeed intended to utilize the devouring life pill to bolster the Yuan Mansion's might. In this era, the Yuan residence possesses only a single formidable power, the Purple Fire. Should several more Dou Kings emerge, they could easily ascend to the ranks of first-rate forces. However, Mou had no intention of utilizing the formidable beings created from the life-eating pill as mere disposable assets. With his knowledge of the original narrative, Mou understood that while the life-eating pill grants its consumer merely 3 years of life, there exists a method to counteract its effects. If one could ascend to the Dou Emperor realm within those 3 years, the adverse effects of the life-eating pill would naturally be dispelled, rendering the arduous cultivation path a mere formality. Yet, although this method is feasible for the average individual, transitioning from Dou King to Dou Emperor within 3 years is no simple feat. Even moving from the pinnacle of Dou King to Dou Emperor presents significant challenges. Thus, consuming the life-eating pill is akin to stepping into the grave of death. Fortunately, within the recesses of Mou's mind lay a peculiar technique capable of devouring one's own life force to rapidly enhance strength. When paired with the life-eating pill, the combination is nothing short of perfect. As he slowly stowed the map into his beast ring, Mou resolved that on his journey to the Canaan Academy, he must make a detour to procure the life-eating pill. With the mystery of the enigmatic map unveiled, his spirits lifted, and he rose to stretch his limbs when a sudden knock at the door interrupted him. "Master, Meng Tang has urgent matters to report." "Meng Yang, what is it?" Mou responded, momentarily taken aback, before stepping outside and addressing a nearby steward with a casual air. "I understand. You may leave." The steward respectfully acknowledged and retreated. Upon entering the hall, his gaze immediately fell upon the anxious face of Meng Yang. However, his attention was drawn to a scarred man beside him, causing his silver eyes to narrow slightly. The scarred man, in his 30s, bore a visage marred by scars that lent him an air of sharpness. Upon recognizing him, Mou was momentarily stunned as memories of the events from the recent Earth Flame auction resurfaced in his mind. The deadly sword, Qiu Shui. This man was the very swordsman who had bid for the Ice-Fire Duality sword at the auction a fortnight prior. Seeing Mou approach, Meng Yang hastily stepped forward, wiping the sweat from his brow, and respectfully addressed him. "Master, this is the esteemed swordsman Qiu Shui from the Blackhorn Domain, who has come to see you." After listening to Meng Yang's explanation, Mou grasped the situation at hand. Apparently, Qiu Shui had fortuitously arrived in Shiyan City and, through meticulous observation of the flame-long knife sold by the Yuan residents, discerned that it shared the same crafting technique as the Ice-Fire Duality sword. Thus, he sought an audience with the craftsman behind the Yuan residence. Upon concluding Meng Yang's account, Mou waved his hand, signaling for him to withdraw. As a mere second-tier craftsman, Meng Yang was easily recognized by Qiu Shui as not being the creator of the Ice-Fire Duality sword, which was hardly surprising. What intrigued Mou was the reason behind Qiu Shui's desire to meet him. "You are the master of the Yuan Mansion and the craftsman who forged the Ice River Duality sword?" Observing the youthful visage of Mou, the scarred man could not help but furrow his brow. Previously, he had paid little heed to the recently ascendant force of the Yuan Mansion. For in the Black Corner domain, new powers arise daily like fish crossing a river, innumerable and fleeting, while fallen forces are equally prevalent. However, upon realizing that the master of the Yuan Mansion is such a young individual, and moreover a master craftsman, Qiu Shui was momentarily taken aback. Even if Mou had been forging since birth, it seemed implausible that he could create a sword of such exceptional quality as the Ice River Duality sword. Casting a shadow of doubt in the scarred man's mind, seemingly perceiving the man's skepticism, Mou feigned ignorance, slowly making his way to the seat of honor. Once seated, he leisurely sipped his tea and remarked, "Master Qiu Shui, I believe this is not our first encounter, is it?" At these words, the scarred man was momentarily stunned. Then his brow furrowed tightly, as if in recollection. You are the enigmatic figure in the black robe from the Earth Flame auction house. The mysterious black-robed individual had left an impression on Xiao Shui due to their distinctly unique aura. Upon seeing MOU, the peculiar essence of both individuals suddenly converged in his mind. I did not expect Master Xiao Shui to remember me. To be candid, my true name is MOU. Having just entered the Black Corner domain, I am curious as to the purpose of your visit today. MOU gently placed his teacup down, inquiring. Upon hearing MOU's question, the expression of the scarred man suddenly turned grave. After a brief pause, he spoke in a solemn tone. If Master MO is indeed the one who crafted the ice-fire duality sword, then I have a matter that requires your assistance. Oh. At this, MOU raised an eyebrow and pondered, what assistance does Master Xiao Shui require from me? As MOU's words resonated, the scarred man did not respond immediately, but instead gestured to his storage ring. In the next moment, a longsword radiating a potent duality of ice and fire attributes materialized in the hall. Sensing this familiar aura, MOU hastily rose to his feet. Yet, upon noticing the numerous cracks adorning the sword's blade, he was momentarily taken aback. This is the Ice River Duality Sword. How has it come to this state? Seeing the Ice-Fire Duality sword so severely damaged, MOU's brow furrowed slightly. As a fourth-grade weapon, even a spirit duelist should not easily be capable of its destruction. The sight of the cracked blade led him to imagine the fierce battle it must have endured to sustain such grievous injuries. Not long ago, I encountered the enemy of a one-star Do Wang strongman. Although I managed to drive them away, the Ice-Fire Duality sword suffered considerable damage in the process. Xiao Shui succinctly explained. Yet, as he caressed the battered sword, a flicker of sorrow betrayed his typically stoic demeanor. Engaged in battle with a Do Wang strongman? Upon hearing this, MOU was momentarily taken aback, his silver eyes fixed upon the scarred man before him. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the latter had remarkably advanced to the pinnacle of the 9-star doling, merely a step away from ascending to Do Wang. Despite being at the peak of doling, the ability to engage in combat with a 1-star Do Wang and gain the upper hand was indeed formidable. No wonder he was dubbed the Death Sword, a renowned master of swordsmanship in the Black Corner region. This thought stirred something within MOU, and the notion of enlisting him began to take shape in his mind. Since the head of the MO family was capable of forging the ice and fire duality sword, he wondered if it could be restored to its original splendor. He would be profoundly grateful for such an endeavor. While MOU was lost in contemplation, Xiao Shui swiftly concealed the trace of sorrow in her gaze, her expression returning to a cold, serene demeanor as she bowed respectfully to MOU. Upon hearing Xiao Shui's words, MOU examined the ice and fire duality sword and smiled slightly, stating, though the sword is severely damaged, it is not beyond repair, however. Oh, can the head of the MO family truly restore the ice and fire duality sword? Xiao Shui's typically composed face betrayed a flicker of emotion as she regarded the young man before her, her voice tinged with urgency. But what do you mean by however? If you can restore the ice and fire duality sword, I would be willing to offer 1 million gold coins. MOU was momentarily stunned by Xiao Shui's willingness to part with such a sum for the restoration of the sword. That amount could nearly purchase a new one. It seemed that a swordsman's attachment to their weapon was indeed extraordinary. Shaking his head, MOU chuckled softly, I do not require monetary compensation. Upon hearing this, Xiao Shui furrowed her brow slightly, asking, then what does the head of the MO family desire? Since Master Xiao Shui cherished the ice and fire duality sword so dearly, why not consider joining my Yuan family? MOU's fingers intertwined, his cheerful voice resonating in the hall, leaving Xiao Shui momentarily stunned.